Introduction. Reborn as Drogon, the Black Dragon from the Game of Thrones, Drogon finds himself eavesdropped on by Daenerys. Drogon. These two foolish dragons need to be trained properly. They must not die easily and bring shame upon our kin. Daenerys. Viserion. Do not feed Rhaegal and Viserion alone. Let them fight for their food. Just don't let them kill each other. Rhaegal and Viserion. Oh, the agony of being a dragon. Drogon. Having the imp as hand of the king is acceptable. Daenerys. Tyrion. I appoint you as hand of the king. The imp, but I'm a Lannister. Daenerys. I have faith in you. Drogon. Daenerys seems a bit irritable these days. Could it be that time of the month? Daenerys. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Dragon. Hungry. This was the first sensation that struck Chun Yu upon awakening, his stomach pressing against his back as though he could devour an entire cow. Opening his eyes, he was met with a series of slender bars. He felt bewildered. Where was he? Turning his head and glancing upwards, Chun Yu was astonished to discover that he was confined within a cage. Moreover, the cage was exceedingly cramped. Raising his hand, he noticed a pair of crimson, semi-transparent wings adorning his black wing bones, with a dark curved hook at the tips. Gazing down at his feet, he beheld a pair of black claws indeed. This was not a place meant for a human. He distinctly remembered being engrossed in a game, embodying a dragon and wreaking havoc, when suddenly, the screen went dark and he lost consciousness. Upon opening his eyes again, he had truly transformed into a small dragon. Was this the quality of a transformation skill? As he silently lamented his predicament, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by fragmented memories flooding in. He had traversed realms and found himself within the body of a dragon. Peering through the bars into the distance, he beheld a landscape of reddish-brown wasteland and dry grass, with sparse, withered trees dotting the terrain, the air shimmering with heat. Above, a comet trailed a fiery red tail as it soared through the sky beneath it. A ragtag band of fewer than 100 souls trudged onward. The majority of the group comprised the elderly, women, and children, their tattered clothing a stark contrast to their frail forms, many of whom required assistance to walk, while some warriors bore their chests bare. Chun Yu's cage was tethered to a horse, positioned near the front of the procession. Not far from him, a young girl turned to look, her silver hair and violet eyes reflecting weariness. Her cracked lips, though parched, could not conceal her beauty. Perched upon her bronze shoulder was a lethargic, golden-brown dragonlet. She was attempting to feed it a chunk of meat the size of her thumb, but the little dragon merely sniffed, exhaling a wisp of faint smoke before lowering its head despondently. Seeing the dragon still refusing to eat, the girl's weary countenance darkened with further disappointment. It was indeed Daenerys Targaryen. Recognizing the girl's appearance and piecing together the scant memories within his mind, Chun Yu was almost entirely certain that he had been transported to the world of Game of Thrones and had taken residence in the body of a dragon named Drogon. Though he found it exceedingly difficult to adjust to his new form, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Alone on Earth, weary in both body and spirit, as a mere cog in the machine of society, it would be a welcome change to be reborn as a dragon. In the future, I shall embody the spirit of Drogon. In a previous life, I was an ardent admirer of Game of Thrones, having watched the unedited version. 2 years have passed, yet certain fiery scenes remain vivid in my memory, while the plot has faded somewhat. I can still infer the general storyline based on the current circumstances. Daenerys has just lost both her beloved Khal and her son, while her 3 newly hatched dragons are now in this world. Eddard Stark, despite acknowledging Joffrey as the rightful heir, faces a grim fate of execution. His eldest daughter, Sansa, is trapped in King's Landing, while his youngest, Arya, has fled. Jon Snow, his illegitimate son, serves as a night's watchman, and his son Robb stands against the Lannisters. King Robert's 2 brothers each claim the throne, and other noble houses busily seek alliances as the War of the 5 Kings looms imminent. After watching Game of Thrones, I am left with a deep sense of regret and a poignant realization that can be succinctly captured by the words of the Faceless Man. All men must die. Those who ought to live and those who should not, all meet their end, including Daenerys herself. Her plight evokes profound sympathy from the moment she was born. She has been on the run, never experiencing a single day of peace. After finally hatching 3 dragons and fighting valiantly, just as she was poised to claim her destiny, betrayal led her to a tragic demise, ultimately serving as a wedding veil for House Stark. Drogon is one of Daenerys Targaryen's 3 young dragons. The thought of his existence brings a wave of hunger that crashes over him once more. He opens his mouth to call for his mother, but his parched throat can only emit a faint hiss. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he vigorously shakes his wooden cage with his wings. His efforts do not go unnoticed after just a couple of shakes. The maid trailing behind him takes notice. "Drogon, what troubles you?" inquires the round maid, Ji-Chi, with her dark hair and tan skin, clad in a revealing leather top that accentuates her slender waist as she approaches to open the cage. To his astonishment, Drogon understands her words. As soon as the cage door swings open, he darts out, flapping his wings wildly towards the wooden crate atop a horse, which holds the promise of meat. Ji-Chi is taken aback by Drogon's sudden desire for meat he had refused to eat just moments ago. Just then, a feeble whinny pierces the air, and they witness a white horse collapsing onto the brown earth, unable to rise again. At the front of the procession, Daenerys, burdened with the golden dragon, hears the horse's cry and hastily places the young dragon back in its cage before rushing over. Seeing the white steed lay still, eyes closed, Daenerys feels a sharp pang of grief. This horse was the first gift from Khal Drogo, a cherished companion during her days of freedom on the vast plains, now rendered helpless in her care. Is there an end to this wasteland? Why have we not yet escaped? She asks, gently caressing the white horse, glancing up at the tall, middle-aged man squatting beside her. The man, with thinning hair and around 10 years her senior, wears a faded linen shirt. Indeed, there's an end. While I have not journeyed so far myself, I know that to the east lie several great cities. He replies, "Ser Yura, when shall we discover them?" Daenerys inquired with hopeful eyes, seeking courage from the middle-aged man. The desolation of the Red Waste is beyond imagination, yet we must press onward, mustn't we, Khaleesi? Yura replied, his cracked lips barely moving, leaving Daenerys with a familiar sense of helplessness. To the east, the goatmen of Qarth would surely relish the chance to slay us and seize your dragons, and the Khalasar of the northern plains would show no mercy upon your arrival, slaying me and then taking the dragons. None shall take my dragons. Daenerys spoke with unwavering conviction, for without her dragons, she would truly possess nothing. Blood of my blood. She turned her gaze to several Dothraki warriors to her right. Upon hearing Daenerys' call, the 3 blood riders approached. Rhaegal, you shall head northeast Kovoro, southeast, and Ago. Continue eastward, searching for an exit or a city from the Red Waste. The 3 warriors took their leave, and Daenerys approached Rhaegal, who was gathering provisions. Blood of my blood, I hope you shall bring us good tidings. Blood of my blood, I shall not disappoint your hopes. This Rhaegal is destined to lose his head. Hearing Daenerys' words to Rhaegal, Drogon mused within himself. The scene of the Mother of Dragons advising Rhaegal felt eerily familiar back then. He too believed Rhaegal had found a way out of the wasteland, only to have the old horse return with a bloodied head. He had lamented the ill fortune of the Mother of Dragons at that time. While conversing with Rhaegal, Daenerys suddenly turned to her maid, Missandei. Upon noticing Daenerys' sudden gaze, Missandei appeared puzzled. It was not Missandei, the voice had been youthful, unmistakably not hers. Daenerys scanned her surroundings and noticed 2 women supporting a swaying little girl who was peering in their direction. Could it be that little girl? Yet the voice did not match, and why would she say such a thing? Blood of my blood, I shall depart now. Rhaegal, seeing Daenerys remain silent, tugged on the reins. Wait. Rhaegal was Daenerys' most cherished blood rider. She would never allow him to perish. The disquieting voice she had heard earlier compelled her to refrain from letting Rhaegal take risks until she discerned the source of the sound. What troubles you, Khaleesi? Yura, noticing Daenerys' unusual demeanor, approached to inquire. Chapter 2, Dread. Change of heart. It would be best not to let him go. And this somewhat balding middle-aged man. So he is the one who was deceived by that profligate woman. Seeing Daenerys stand there, not immediately sending Rhaegal to seek an exit, Drogon thought again, harboring a certain fondness for Yura. The voice had surfaced once more. He had not misheard, and it had indeed come from Missandei, who had referred to Yura as a spendthrift. But who was that? As Daenerys believed she was succumbing to hallucinations brought on by prolonged hunger and fatigue, the voice returned once more. Khaleesi Jiki, feeling an inexplicable trepidation under Daenerys' intense gaze, whispered her name softly. Drogon glanced at the imposing Yura and then craned his long neck, curious about what the Mother of Dragons intended to do, uncertain of her motives. Could it be that my little dragon is speaking? In the ancient Valyrian tongue, some words eluded even my understanding. As she looked to Drogon, Daenerys absurdly mused to herself. But if it was not Drogon, then who could it be? The direction in which the voice emanated was unmistakably his. Why do you stare at me? Your little dragon is on the brink of starvation. Do provide some sustenance. Seeing the dragon gaze in her direction, Drogon felt puzzled. All he truly desired was food, his hunger unbearable. The matter of Rhaegal was of no concern to him. Let others worry about it. With a silent complaint, he ceased to regard the mother of dragons and spread his wings, urging Jiki to procure meat for him. Hearing the voice again, Daenerys was 100% certain it was Drogon speaking, though not aloud, rather communicating within his mind. I can actually hear Drogon's thoughts, and he is unaware of it himself. Daenerys rejoiced silently, quickly averting her gaze, fearing he might discover her secret. Rhaegal, you shall remain here. Let them handle it for now, Daenerys instructed Rhaegal. Since Drogon asserted that Rhaegal would perish, there must be a reason behind it, albeit ignorant of his reasoning. She decided that Aegon and the others should seek a path first, and only if they failed would they contemplate other options. Though Rhaegal felt some confusion, he refrained from questioning further and led the horse aside. Jorah too harbored doubts about Daenerys' decision, yet the moment was not apt for inquiries. Jiki approached the black horse laden with a wooden crate, extracting meat to present to Drogon. Drogon, of course, discerned that the basket contained raw flesh he intended for Jiki to prepare it for him to consume. Recalling that Jiki's steed carried flint and kindling, he led her to her yellow horse, extending his wing to grasp the flint. Drogon desires cooked food. Understanding Drogon's intention, Daenerys articulated this. At least the mother of dragons comprehends me. Drogon responded inwardly. Although Daenerys feared that Drogon might uncover her ability to hear his thoughts, she could not help but observe his actions. Upon seeing him grasp the kindling, she remembered her brother Viserys once remarked, "Only humans and dragons consume cooked food." It was lamentable that she had only now recalled this, having allowed her little dragon to endure hunger for so long. As the mother of dragons, she felt woefully inadequate. Jiki, roast some meat for them, immediately prepare as much as they require, Daenerys commanded. Upon hearing Daenerys' instructions, Jiki promptly set up a roasting rack and ignited the fire. In a short while, the meat was roasted to perfection. Jiki removed the glistening, golden-hued horse meat from a skewer and offered it to Drogon, who swallowed it down without so much as a chew, resembling a famished specter returned to life. Daenerys, alongside her maid Irri, released two more young dragons. Rhaegal and Viserion, upon witnessing Drogon's indulgence, could no longer contain themselves. They flapped their wings and rushed over to compete for the food. What need do these two foolish dragons have for such gluttony? They are destined to perish sooner or later. Their consumption is in vain. Drogon expressed his discontent towards the two dragons vying for his meal. The golden dragon Viserion had been struck by a javelin from the champion Night King, transforming into an ice dragon, while the green dragon Rhaegal had fallen victim to a surprise attack from a giant crossbow. The unexpected demise of Rhaegal, coupled with the beheading of Daenerys' close advisor Missandei, ignited her fury, leading to the fiery destruction of King's Landing and earning her the infamous title of the Burner of Cities, creating a perilous foreshadowing for the final outcome. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys, who was in the midst of closing the wooden cage, felt her hands momentarily stiffen. What had she just heard? Drogon claimed that Viserion and Rhaegal would die, but how could that be? Having soared through the skies and grown to a size capable of obscuring small portions of the heavens, who could inflict harm upon them? Could they be harmed in their youth? And how could Drogon possibly know of their fate? At that moment, Daenerys recalled Rhaenys, the wife of Aegon I the Conqueror and her own sister, whose dragon had been slain by a crossbow bolt. Would her two dragons meet the same tragic end? Daenerys was engulfed in uncertainty. These three young dragons were her children, her greatest reliance and support. The thought of losing 2 out of 3 was unbearable. And what of Drogon? Was he safe? Daenerys found herself ensnared in the dread of impending loss, her spirit shattered. Khaleesi? Jorah, observing Daenerys standing rigidly, her expression shifting erratically, felt a surge of concern. Upon hearing her name called, Daenerys abruptly turned her head. Jorah was taken aback by her countenance, as it reminded him of the 13-year-old girl who had first entered the governor's palace in Pentostamid, anxious and vulnerable. "What troubles you, Khaleesi?" Jorah asked urgently, a twinge of sorrow flashing through him. Since the death of Drogo, although Daenerys had grieved deeply, she had often sought courage from him, exhibiting strength and bravery even in the direst of situations, such as on the Red Waste, which had not broken her spirit. This was why he had vowed to remain loyal to her. Yet now, what could possibly plunge her into such despair and terror? Ser Jorah, as a knight, why did you journey from the bountiful lands of Westeros to Pentos? Daenerys countered with a question of her own. Well, It was all because Eddard Stark intended to have my head, for I had trafficked a few slaves. Yura was perplexed as to why Daenerys was inquiring about his past. My wife, Linnis, adores jewelry, delights in watching performances, and enjoys hosting feasts. Yet my ancestral home, Bear Island, offers none of these luxuries. I hired chefs, jewelers, and tailors to cater to her desires, yet she remained unsatisfied. I even commissioned a grand ship for her leisure, depleting my entire fortune in the process. Having savings, I was compelled to become a mercenary. And in the end, she still left me to marry a wealthy merchant. Despite a certain embarrassment, Yura spoke the truth. Linus is indeed the wastrel that Drogon mentioned. Daenerys' face turned pale, her breath quickening. Rhaegal and Viserion would perish, though she did not comprehend how Drogon was aware of these matters. His words rang true. Daenerys swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. Khaleesi. Yura hastily supported Daenerys, bewildered by her intense reaction to his past. I'm fine. I feel great sorrow for your past, Daenerys asserted, striving to maintain her composure. Yura sensed that Daenerys harbored concerns, yet she was reluctant to confide in him, and he refrained from pressing her further. Observing the three little dragons vying for the roasted meat, Daenerys silently vowed that no one would harm her dragons. Jiki, have someone kill the mare to feed the little dragons, she said with a heavy heart. To ensure the dragons' future survival, she could only guarantee that they were well-fed, strong, and grew quickly. Before long, the roasted meat, weighing as much as the three dragons combined, was devoured, yet the trio remained unsated. Daenerys promptly instructed others to set up another roasting spit. She would rather endure hunger herself than let the little dragons go without. Introduction. Reborn as the Black Dragon Drogon from Game of Thrones, yet overheard by the Mother of Dragons. Drogon. These two foolish dragons need proper training. They must not perish carelessly, as it would tarnish the honor of our kind. Mother of Dragons. Rhaegal. From now on, do not feed Viserion alone. Let him compete for his meat. Fighting? Just don't let it end in death. Rhaegal and Viserion. My dragon life. Drogon. Having the imp serve as hand of the king poses no issue. Mother of Dragons. Tyrion. I appoint you as hand of the king. The imp, but I'm a Lannister. Mother of Dragons. I have faith in you. Drogon. The Mother of Dragons seems rather irritable these days. Could it be that her time has come? Mother of Dragons. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Dragon. Starved. This was Chun Ye's foremost sensation upon awakening. He felt as if his stomach were pressed against his back, as though he could devour an entire cow. Opening his eyes, he beheld a series of slender bars. Confusion overwhelmed him. Where was he? Turning his head, he glanced upward and was astonished to discover that he was confined within a cage. Moreover, the cage was rather cramped. Raising his hand revealed a pair of small, translucent crimson wings adorned with black wing bones, each tipped with a dark, curved claw. Upon examining his feet, he found a pair of black talons, confirming that this was no place for a human. He distinctly recalled, just moments prior, engaging in a fierce battle as a dragon in honor of kings, when suddenly the screen went dark, and he lost consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he had truly transformed into a small dragon. Was this the extent of his transformation abilities? As he silently lamented his fate, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by fragmented memories flooding his mind. He had transcended realms, inhabiting the body of a dragon. Gazing into the distance, he observed a landscape of reddish-brown wasteland and dry grasses, sparsely dotted with withered trees, heat waves rising from the parched earth. In the sky, a comet trailed a fiery red tail as it soared through the heavens beneath it. A modest group of fewer than 100 souls ambled forward. The majority of the group consisted of the elderly, women, and children, their tattered clothing revealing their plight. Many required assistance to walk, and some warriors were even bare-chested. Chun Yu's cage was tethered to a horse, positioned near the front of the procession. Not far from him, a young girl turned her head with silver hair and violet eyes. She appeared weary, her cracked lips failing to conceal her delicate beauty. Perched upon the girl's bronze shoulder was a lethargic, golden-black dragonling. She was attempting to feed the dragonling a piece of meat the size of her thumb, but the creature merely sniffed it, exhaled a faint wisp of smoke, and drooped its little head. Seeing that the dragonling still refused to eat, a trace of dejection crept into the girl's already fatigued expression. It was indeed Daenerys Targaryen, the Mother of Dragons. Recognizing the girl and piecing together fragments of memory, Chun Yu was nearly certain that he had been transported into the world of Game of Thrones, and that he now inhabited the body of a dragon named Drogon. Despite his profound discomfort in this new form, He had no choice but to accept the reality of his predicament. Alone on Earth, as a weary cog in the machinery of society, he longed for a new existence as a dragon, to become Daenerys' dragon, Drogon. In his previous life, he had been an ardent admirer of Game of Thrones, having indulged in the unabridged version. 2 years had passed, yet certain provocative scenes remained vividly etched in his memory. Although the plot had grown somewhat hazy, he could still surmise the general narrative based on the present circumstances. Daenerys had just endured the loss of her beloved Khal and her son, while her 3 newly hatched dragons awaited her care. Eddard Stark, despite acknowledging Joffrey as the legitimate heir, met a tragic fate with his execution. His eldest daughter, Sansa, found herself trapped in King's Landing, while his youngest, Arya, fled for her life. Jon Snow, the illegitimate son, took his vows as a Night's Watchman, while his son Robb faced off against the Lannisters. King Robert's 2 brothers each claimed the throne for themselves, and the great houses were preoccupied with forging alliances as the War of the 5 Kings loomed ominously on the horizon. Having finished watching Game of Thrones, he was left with an overwhelming sense of regret and a poignant reflection that could be summed up in the words of the faceless man. All men must die. The unjust and the deserving alike met their demise. Those whom one wished to see perish, and those one wished to spare all succumbed. Even the Dragon Queen could not evade this fate. Her plight was particularly heart-wrenching from the moment she drew breath. She was on the run, never experiencing a single day of peace. After much struggle, she finally possessed 3 dragons, poised to conquer the realm, only to be betrayed by her lover, leading to her untimely death and leaving the Stark family to benefit from her sacrifice. Drogon was one of Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragons. As thoughts of his identity surged within him, a fierce hunger struck anew. Drogon opened his mouth to call for his mother, yet his parched throat could only emit a faint hiss. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he vigorously shook the wooden cage with his wings. His efforts were not in vain. After only a few shakes, he caught the attention of a maid trailing behind him. "Drogon, what troubles you?" inquired the maid, Kiki, her dark hair cascading over her tan skin, clad in a revealing leather garment that accentuated her slim waist as she approached the cage. Drogon realized he understood her words. As soon as the cage swung open, he darted out, flapping his wings in Kiki's hands, making a beeline for the wooden crate containing meat atop a horse's back. Kiki was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Drogon would desire meat, as he had refused to eat moments ago. Suddenly, a weak whinny pierced the air. In the distance, a white horse collapsed onto the brown earth, unable to rise again. At the forefront of the group, Daenerys, burdened with her golden dragon, heard the horse's cry and hurriedly placed the dragon back in the wooden cage before rushing over. Seeing the white horse close its eyes and lie motionless filled her with anguish. It was the first gift from Khal Drogo. When her brother Viserys had callously given her to Drogo, riding a small mare across the plains had been her sole source of joy. Now, she cannot even protect it. Is there an end to this wasteland? Why have we not yet escaped? Gently stroking the white horse, Daenerys turned to the tall, middle-aged man squatting beside her and asked. The man, with thinning hair and around 10 years her senior, wore a tattered, yellowed linen shirt. "Of course, there's an end. Though I have never traveled this far, I know there are great cities to the east," he replied. "Sir Yura, when shall we find them?" Daenerys gazed at the middle-aged man with eyes full of hope, yearning for a spark of courage from him. "The desolation of the Red Waste is beyond imagination, yet we must press onward, mustn't we, Khaleesi?" Yura replied, his cracked lips forming a response that left Daenerys as helpless as ever. "To the east lie the goat men of Krasny's, who would surely relish the opportunity to slay us feeble beings and seize your dragons. The Kaer of the northern steppes would show you no mercy either, killing me before taking your dragons. Nobody shall take my dragons." Daenerys spoke with unwavering conviction. Without her dragons, she would truly possess nothing. My blood, my blood." She turned to the few Dothraki warriors to her right. Upon hearing Daenerys' call, the 3 blood riders approached. "Rhaegal, you shall head northeast Kavaro, southeast, and Ago. Proceed east, searching for an exit from the Red Waste or city." The 3 men accepted their orders and departed, while Daenerys moved to Rhaegal, who was gathering provisions. "My blood of my blood, I hope you can bring us good news. My blood of my blood, I shall not disappoint your hopes. This Rhaegal is destined to lose his head." Upon hearing Daenerys' words to Rhaegal, Drogon mused inwardly. The scene of the Mother of Dragons advising Rhaegal felt eerily familiar. He had once believed that Rhaegal would discover a path out of the wasteland, only to have the old horseman return with a bloodied head instead, lamenting the latest misfortune. As Daenerys conversed with Rhaegal, she suddenly turned to her maid, Missy. Seeing Daenerys gaze at her abruptly, Missy appeared perplexed. It was not Missy. The voice that had just spoken was youthful and could not belong to her. Daenerys scanned her surroundings, noticing two women in the distance supporting a swaying, about-to-fall little girl who was looking this way. Could it be that little girl? Yet the voice did not match, and why would she say such a thing? My blood of my blood, I am setting off now. Rhaegal, noticing Daenerys' silence, tugged at the reins. Wait a moment. Rhaegal was Daenerys' most valued blood rider, and she would never allow him to perish. The disquieting voice she had just heard unsettled her. She could not allow Rhaegal to take risks until she understood the source of the sound. What is it, Khaleesi? Yura, observing Daenerys' unease, approached to inquire. Chapter 2, Dread. Change of mind? It is best not to let him go. And this somewhat balding middle-aged man. So he's the one who was ensnared by that wastrel woman. Seeing Daenerys stand there, not immediately sending Rhaegal to find an exit, Drogon reflected again, harboring a fondness for Yura. The voice had emerged once more. He had not misheard, and it had indeed come from Missy, and he had mentioned Yura's squandering woman, but who could that be? Just as Daenerys thought she was hallucinating due to prolonged thirst and fatigue, she once again heard that voice. Khaleesi Jiki, feeling inexplicably nervous under Daenerys' wide-eyed gaze, called softly. Drogon glanced at the hulking Yura and then curiously stretched his long neck to look at the mother of dragons, unsure of her intentions. Could it be that my little dragon is speaking? In the ancient Valyrian tongue, some words were even beyond her own comprehension. As she observed Drogon's gaze directed towards her, Daenerys absurdly pondered. But if it wasn't Drogon, then who could it be? The direction from which the voice emanated was unmistakably him. Why are you staring at me? Your little dragon is nearly starving. Hurry, and give me something to eat. Seeing the dragon look at him, Drogon felt perplexed. All he desired was food, suffering under the pangs of hunger. He could not concern himself with Rhaegal's fate, let others worry about that. With a mental complaint, he disregarded the mother of dragons and spread his wings, urging Jiki to fetch him meat. Hearing the voice again, Daenerys was 100% certain it was Drogon speaking, yet not verbally. It was a thought conveyed within. I can actually hear Drogon's thoughts, and he doesn't even realize it. Daenerys rejoiced internally, hastily averting her gaze, fearful of being detected. Rhaegal, you stay behind for now. Let them handle it temporarily, Daenerys instructed Rhaegal. Given that Drogon mentioned Rhaegal would perish, there must be a reason, even though she was unaware of his rationale. For the time being, she decided that Aegon and the others would search for a way, and if they truly could not find one, they would devise another plan, Daenerys mused. Rhaegal, though somewhat puzzled, did not question further and led the horse aside. Yura also had his doubts regarding Daenerys' decision, but this was neither the time nor place to inquire. Jiki approached the black horse burdened with a wooden crate and retrieved some meat to offer Drogon. Drogon certainly detected that the wooden basket contained raw meat. He wanted Jiki to prepare it for him cooked. Recalling that Jiki's steed was equipped with flint and kindling, he guided her to her mount, a golden horse, and extended a wing to grasp the flint. Drogon prefers cooked food, Daenerys remarked, having understood his intention. At least the mother of dragons understands me, Drogon mentally replied. Although Daenerys feared Drogon would uncover her ability to hear his thoughts, she could not help but observe his actions. Upon witnessing him grasp the kindling, she recalled a saying from her brother Viserys during their childhood: only humans and dragons consume cooked food. How frustrating it was that she only remembered this now. Having allowed her little dragon to suffer from hunger for so long, she felt utterly incompetent as a mother of dragons. Jiki, please roast some meat for them right away. Prepare as much as they will eat, Daenerys commanded. Upon hearing Daenerys' directive, Jiki hurriedly set up a roasting rack and ignited the fire. In a short while, the meat was roasted to perfection. Jiki removed the glistening golden horse meat from the skewer, still bubbling with oil, and offered it to Drogon, who swallowed it without even chewing, resembling a famished specter returned to life. Daenerys, alongside her maid, Irri, released two more young dragons. Rhaegal and Viserion, witnessing Drogon's hearty feast, could no longer restrain themselves and flapped their wings as they rushed over to snatch the food. Why do these two foolish dragons consume so much? They are destined to perish eventually. It is futile to eat. Drogon expressed his discontent at the sight of the two dragons vying for his meal. The golden dragon Viserion had been struck by a spear from the champion of the Night King, transforming into an ice dragon, while the green dragon Rhaegal met his end through a surprise attack from a giant crossbow. The unexpected demise of Rhaegal, coupled with the beheading of Daenerys' close advisor Missandei, incited her wrath, leading to the burning of King's Landing, thereby earning her the ignoble title of the Burner of Cities, which foreshadowed dire consequences for the future. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys, who was closing the wooden cage, felt her hands stiffen slightly. What had she just heard? Drogon claimed that Viserion and Rhaegal would die, but how could that be possible? They soared high above, having grown large enough to obscure portions of the sky. Who could possibly harm them? Could it be that they would face peril in their youth? And how did Drogon possess knowledge of their fates? At that moment, Daenerys recalled Rhaenys, the wife of Aegon I the Conqueror, and her sister, whose great dragon had been slain by a ballista. Could her own two dragons also meet such a fate? A tempest of uncertainty swirled within Daenerys. These three young dragons were her children, her greatest reliance and support. The thought of losing two of them was unbearable. And what of Drogon? Was he safe? Daenerys found herself engulfed in a paralyzing fear of losing her dragons, feeling utterly lost. Khaleesi? Yura, noticing Daenerys' rigid stance and her fluctuating expression, felt a surge of concern and inquired. At the sound of her name, Daenerys abruptly turned her head. The sight of her expression startled Yura, as it reminded him of the 13-year-old girl who had first arrived at the governor's mansion in Pentastamid, anxious and vulnerable. Khaleesi, what troubles you? A pang of sympathy flashed through Yura's mind as he asked urgently. Since the death of Khal Drogo, though Daenerys had been heartbroken, she had sought courage from him on occasion more often. She had exhibited strength and bravery, unyielding even in dire straits like the Red Waste. This was the very reason he had vowed to remain loyal to her. Yet now, what could have driven her to such despair and terror? Ser Yura, as a knight, why have you journeyed from the bountiful Westeros to Pentos? Daenerys countered without answering. Well, it is because Eddard Stark sought to have my head for having trafficked a few slaves. Yura was perplexed as to why Daenerys had inquired about his past. My wife, Lynesse, adored jewelry, enjoyed watching performances, and loved hosting feasts, while my ancestral home, Bear Island, offers little. I summoned chefs, jewelers, and tailors to cater to her desires, yet she remained unsatisfied. I even commissioned a grand ship for her amusement, which drained my entire fortune. I had savings, yet I was compelled to become a mercenary. And ultimately, she left me, marrying a wealthy merchant. Though somewhat hesitant to speak, Yura conveyed the truth. Lynesse is the spendthrift woman that Drogo mentioned. Daenerys' complexion turned ashen, her breath quickened. The deaths of Rhaegal and Viserion weighed heavily on her, and although she could not fathom how Drogo knew these things, his words rang true. Daenerys swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. Khaleesi. Yura quickly steadied Daenerys, bewildered by her reaction to his past. I am fine. I'll lament your past. Daenerys forced herself to remain composed. Yura sensed that Daenerys harbored something within her, yet she was unwilling to share, and he hesitated to pry further. Observing the three little dragons vying for the roasted meat, Daenerys silently vowed that no one would harm her dragons. Jiki, have someone slaughter the mare to feed the little dragons, she said with a heavy heart. To ensure the dragons would not face death in the future, she could only promise to keep them well-fed, healthy, and growing strong. In no time, the roasted meat, weighing as much as the three dragons combined, was consumed, yet the little dragons still seemed unsatisfied. Daenerys promptly instructed the others to set up another grill. She would rather endure hunger herself than let her dragons go without. Chapter 3. I want to add flavor. Rhaegal and Viserion ceased their consumption only after devouring an astonishing 3 times their body weight in roasted meat, while Drogon continued to savor his meal at a more leisurely pace. Observing the two dragons no longer competing with him, Drogon was puzzled by their modest appetites, as he himself had barely satisfied a third of his hunger. Unlike the frantic gobbling at the beginning, he now relished the taste of the roasted meat, though it was regrettably devoid of any seasoning, leaving it somewhat bland. With a slight wrinkling of his nose, he approached the saddle to locate the spices. He gestured with his wings, and the little maid, Miss Kiki, instantly understood his intent. He desired to enhance his meal. It was indeed a novel concept that a dragon would not only consume roasted meat, but also season it like a human. Having procured a packet of spices, he slathered honey over the meat and sprinkled it with fine salt, pepper, and culinary herbs. The aroma immediately wafted through the air, enticing those nearby who were watching Drogon eat to come over for a taste. With the addition of seasoning, Drogon's appetite surged, and he consumed twice the amount he had just eaten before finally pausing. In fact, He had consumed more than both Rhaegal and Viserion combined. Not only the onlookers, but even the other two dragons were left in astonishment. Once satiated, Drogon began to grasp the reason behind his remarkable capacity, his inherited talent for devouring and digesting. He recalled that in his previous life, Drogon was significantly larger and more formidable than the other two dragons. Could it be that this was due to his unique talent? Having filled his belly, Drogon felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. As a fire dragon, he had no fear of the scorching aridity of the red wastes. He broke the previous pattern of the three dragons taking turns resting on Daenerys' shoulder and resolutely refused to return to the confines of a cage. He was now a dragon with wings, no longer the downtrodden creature of his past life. Perching on Daenerys' shoulder, Drogon earnestly flapped his delicate wings, exercising their strength in hopes of soaring through the skies soon. As the familiar sensation of arms transformed into wings, he attempted to leap from Daenerys' shoulder, startling her to the point of nearly losing her balance in an effort to catch him. I did it on purpose. Hee, Drogon thought to himself, amused by Daenerys' flustered reaction. Realizing her worries were unfounded, Daenerys felt a mix of irritation and amusement, her previous fears of potentially losing her dragon diminishing significantly. Drogon repeatedly leaped from her shoulder to gauge the strength and direction of the airflow. When fatigued, he would rest on her shoulder, extending his long neck to breathe out dragon fire. Although most of the time, he only emitted faint wisps of smoke, occasionally, a few sparks would flicker, which he considered a considerable advancement. His exuberance reinvigorated the once dull procession, and as Daenerys gradually regained her composure, she was filled with delight. She no longer had to fret about her little dragon starving. And Drogon's unexpected antics gave her a sense of glee akin to a child sneaking candy from their parents. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment, for she could not hear the thoughts of Rhaegal and Viserion. Inspired by Drogon's lively antics, the other two dragons, unwilling to remain in their confines, began to mimic his behavior, unleashing their own exuberant energy. After a long day of waiting, the explorer Ago returned, albeit without the anticipated news, adding another layer of gloom to the weary group. In the evening, Daenerys, leaning drowsily against the tent, glimpsed a distant, gradually enlarging silhouette through the heat haze of the wasteland. Struggling to her feet, she confirmed that it was indeed Kovaro returning, his horse laden with several water skins. In the east, I beheld a magnificent city named Kairos, governed by the 13 Great Ones, and I was received by the elders, Kovaro recounted. His spirit seemingly rejuvenated after 2 days of solitary travel across the wasteland. Can we enter the city? Daenerys inquired, voicing her primary concern. They expressed a warm welcome for the Mother of Dragons, Kovaro replied joyfully, while removing the water skins. Have you heard of this place? Daenerys turned to Yora for insight. With a furrowed brow, Yora responded that he knew Kairos was not a city one could enter freely. Certain conditions must be met for entry. Daenerys' expression darkened upon hearing this, and she clenched her fists tightly. The water skins brought by Kovaro temporarily alleviated the group's thirst, and coupled with his news, the previously despondent Dothraki were revitalized, allowing them to reach Kairos smoothly by the following afternoon. The walls of Kairos were grand and imposing, adorned with intricate carvings depicting various scenes, including vivid portrayals of revelry between men and women. Upon their arrival, the 13 Great Ones awaited at the city gates. They varied in skin tone and stature, most clad in opulent garments that exuded wealth. Among them was a notably tall, slender bald man with pronounced brow ridges, deep-set eyes, and bluish lips, reminiscent of extraterrestrial beings from a bygone cinematic era. In addition to the 13, a 30-member squadron of armed guards was present for security. Drogon was confined within a cage covered by a brown burlap cloth, as Daenerys wished to conceal his true dragon form from the 13 to prevent inciting their covetousness. Drogon could only discreetly lift the cloth with his wing to observe the outside, while his two smaller siblings exhibited far more agitation, incessantly roaring within their cage. After a day of wild antics with Drogon, they were extremely reluctant to return to confinement. Upon Daenerys' arrival, a portly man of average height, adorned with gold neckwear and exuding a mix of rotundity and elegance, stepped forward from the Kairos entourage. Noticing the approaching figure, Daenerys inhaled deeply, her weary demeanor shifting as she straightened her underdeveloped chest. I am Daenerys Targaryen, Mother of Dragons, born of the storm. May I meet your little dragons? She began, only to be interrupted by the portly man. What is your name, my lady? He interjected. Despite the interruption, Daenerys maintained a strained smile. I am but a humble spice merchant, not a noble, and my name is rather lengthy. It can be difficult for foreigners to remember. My companions and I traverse the Crimson Wasteland. Might we be permitted entry to the city to replenish our supplies of water and food? O Mother of Dragons! My friends and I have never laid eyes upon a dragon. Could we perhaps catch a glimpse? I could hardly resist the urge to claw that plump face. As Daenerys was interrupted yet again by the Mother of Dragons, Drogon could not help but express his thoughts. Just as Daenerys was about to respond, she caught Drogon's silent words and glanced back, only to see him peering intently through the burlap curtain. When their eyes met, Drogon hastily lowered the fabric. Noticing Drogon's furtive demeanor, Daenerys felt a smile creeping onto her lips, the anger kindled by the spice merchant beginning to dissipate. Even if they denied me entry, I still have my dragons and Drogon. We have traversed the Red Wasteland. What do I have to fear? Given time for the young dragon to grow, I shall compel them to bend before the might of Dragonfire. Bolstering her resolve, Daenerys smiled gently and declared, as long as you allow me entry, you shall one day behold a dragon. Would you truly refuse the friendship of the Mother of Dragons? Chapter 4. Good news. I certainly cherish friendship. But not from the barbaric Dothraki, the spice merchant replied, his expression darkening. Gritting her teeth, Daenerys suppressed the urge to retaliate. She did not wish to strain the relationship further, fearing that they might forcibly seize her dragons. The spice merchant, taken aback by the absence of the anticipated fury, retreated begrudgingly to the company of the 13. Observing the spice merchant's retreat, Yora looked at Daenerys in confusion, questioning whether she was truly willing to relinquish the opportunity to enter the city. This was hardly the way of hospitality among the Qartheen, especially towards the Mother of Dragons. Just as everyone presumed the negotiations had collapsed and Daenerys would turn to leave, a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man stepped forth from among the 13. Zaldrazodi, do you have anything further to say? The spice merchant inquired, his brow furrowed. I merely believe that the Mother of Dragons has journeyed across the Red Wasteland to reach us. We should not deny her entry, Zaldrazodi replied, offering a slight nod of respect to Daenerys. She gazed at Zaldrazodi with hope. If granted entry, she would prefer not to continue the arduous journey to the coast. The 13 have reached a consensus. Do you wish to allow them entry into our city? The spice merchant questioned, his tone accusatory. I am also one of the 13. Am I not? Zaldrazodi retorted defiantly. Our decision shall not be easily swayed. The spice merchant declared, garnering nods of agreement from the others. Then I request the use of the blood oath. Zaldrazodi proclaimed, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist. With a firm grip on the blade, he made a deep cut across his palm, blood cascading down. From a distance, Daenerys and Yora's expressions shifted in shock. They had not anticipated Zaldrazodi would resort to such a method to secure their entry. What was his true intent? Witnessing Zaldrazodi's bloodied palm, the spice merchant flicked his sleeve aside, moving to the periphery as the other 13 stirred, parting to clear a path, and the gates slowly swung open. Although unaware of why Xaro insisted on allowing them entry into the city, Daenerys felt a blend of concern and a glimmer of hope upon witnessing the grand gates and the flourishing city beyond. The immediate crisis seemed to be averted. The intentions of Xaro could be deliberated later. Qarth truly lived up to its reputation as a magnificent city. As soon as they passed through the gates, they were greeted by the sight of exquisite skyscrapers lining the streets, lush trees flourishing, and the inhabitants of Qarth exhibiting a fair complexion and elegant attire, earning their title as the nursemaids of the world. As they crossed the threshold, Drogon lifted the fabric curtain, revealing the opulence of Qarth, prompting even him, a traveler from the New Age, to express admiration. It was hard to fathom that such a beautiful port city could exist on the fringes of the wasteland. Navigating through the bustling streets, Daenerys and her companions were escorted to a private estate of Xaro. Once settled, Xaro politely excused himself. Having washed away the dust of their journey, Daenerys, now adorned in the splendid attire of Qarth and bearing an exquisite visage, began to exhibit the qualities of a queen. Drogon, along with the other 2 dragons, was released from his cage to roam the courtyard. Drogon not only consumed copiously but also digested swiftly. As the maidens Missandei and Eerie finished tidying their quarters, they busied themselves with grilling meat. Despite the smoke, Daenerys insisted on personally roasting meat for her little dragons, relishing the sight of them devouring their meal, as if deriving satisfaction from their enjoyment. Observing the rejuvenated Mother of Dragons, Drogon silently marveled, truly, she embodies the pure blood of House Targaryen, radiating regal grace. As she grilled the meat while listening to Drogon's unique praises, Daenerys felt elated. The dragon's appetite was astonishing, and their growth was rapid, transforming almost daily, especially Drogon, who was now significantly larger than his siblings. Daenerys began to fantasize about soaring through the skies atop her dragon. Currently, Drogon could barely manage to exhale dragon fire to cook his own meat. However, due to the limited intensity of the flames, he could only char the surface while the interior remained undercooked, which he found unpalatable. In contrast, Viserion and Rhaegal were less discerning, as they readily consumed the meat as long as the exterior was crisp and the inside was slightly raw. Drogon practiced while cooking for his two siblings, thus alleviating some of the burdens from Daenerys and the maidens. Stretching his wings, Drogon began to observe his companions, the Golden Viserion and the Green Rhaegal. These two clumsy dragons require thorough training. They must not perish so carelessly, for it would bring disgrace upon our kind. He mused as he watched them compete for the grilled meat. As Daenerys tended to the roasting meat, her heart briefly skipped a beat before transitioning from worry to joy. Realizing that Drogon's training of Rhaegal and Viserion would undoubtedly yield better results than her own efforts. A voice interrupted from the entrance. It was Yura, accompanied by another individual. Khaleesi, this is Captain Kuro of the ship Crown of Laurels, hailing from the arbor of the Summer Isles. He brings news from Westeros. The captain, with his glistening dark skin, promptly bowed low, exclaiming, "Noble mother of dragons, it is an honor to meet you." At the mention of Westeros, Daenerys' interest was piqued, as was Drogon's, who had been practicing his grilling nearby. "Have you ventured to Westeros? What is its current state?" Daenerys felt a twinge of urgency. King Robert has passed, and chaos reigns. The usurper is dead? She could scarcely believe it. She had grown up hearing tales of the usurper, which haunted her childhood as both shadow and nightmare. It was said he was as formidable as a black bear, having slain her brother Rhaegar with a single strike, and seized the Iron Throne. His actions had thrust her into a life of flight since birth, perpetually on the run, facing the specter of assassination at every turn. Not long ago, she had narrowly escaped a poison cup he had sent her, thwarted only by Ser Yura's intervention. Now, the news of his demise reached her ears, and she felt a clarity wash over her. Is this news veritable? How did he meet his end? I implore you, share all tidings concerning Westeros. Daenerys was anxious that her joy might be unfounded. The news was indeed true. The once valiant King Robert had been gored by a wild boar, and the entirety of Westeros was abuzz with the tale. Prince Joffrey ascended to the throne, while the king's two brothers repudiated the claim and fled King's Landing, intent on establishing their own dominion. Prime Minister Eddard Stark had been apprehended for treason. Qohor continued his narration. The more Daenerys listened, the more her spirits lifted. Casting a glance toward Yura, hoping he could discern the veracity of the information. Eddard and Robert were as brothers. He would never betray him, Yura reasoned. How could that be? Did he not betray my father and become Robert's lapdog? Daenerys retorted, indignation boiling within her. She loathed not only the usurper Robert, but also the treacherous ministers who conspired against her father. They were accomplices and executioners, and without them, she would not have been condemned to a life of exile, even before her birth. Faced with Daenerys' fury, Yura ceased to defend Eddard, particularly since it was Eddard who had sought to condemn him, forcing him into exile. Eddard has already been executed. The War of the Five Kings is presently in full swing. Chapter 5. Dragon Taming. Drogon understood that the captain had traveled far from Westeros to bring this news, and there would be a delay in information. The War of the Five Kings must be raging fiercely. Eddard is dead. Who now are the kings? Just as Daenerys was about to inquire further from Qohor, she sensed Drogon's thoughts. Glancing at Drogon, who attentively listened to their discourse, Daenerys suppressed her questions and continued, "Captain, I am grateful for the tidings you have brought. When will your ship next set sail for Westeros?" "Not within the next year. I have cargo destined for the eastern land of Ass-High," Qohor lamented. "Once again, I thank you, and I wish you a prosperous journey to Ass-High, returning laden with bounty. When we meet again, I shall reward you handsomely." Daenerys had nothing of worth to offer at present. Qohor took his leave, and Daenerys, filled with ambition, turned to Yura regarding the situation in Westeros. The old king is dead, the new king struggles to command loyalty, and with the king's brothers in rebellion. It is indeed the opportune moment for her to make her entrance into Westeros. King's Landing has not undergone significant changes. Even if Robert's brother Joffrey were to engage in conflict, intervention would be futile, especially with numerous nobles watching over the Iron Throne. Yura continues his relentless attempts to undermine the future queen. "I have dragons," Daenerys declared defiantly, yet the moment she uttered those words, memories of Drogon's past whispers filled her mind, causing her resolve to wane considerably. She then posed a sudden question. If Eddard committed treason, would he face execution? She remained unconvinced that her dragons would perish easily and sought Yora's confirmation regarding Drogon's prophecy. Following Eddard's capture, her eldest son Robb would assume the lordship of Winterfell, commanding the entire north. Although the north's population is sparse, its military strength is formidable. Even if the new king captured Eddard, he would refrain from executing him. Otherwise, he would incite the wrath of the entire north, and the Stark family, true to their nature, would undoubtedly march on King's Landing to avenge Eddard. Moreover, the king's brother had already declared war on King's Landing, and a confrontation was inevitable. The new king would never wish to provoke such a powerful adversary from the north, especially with chaos looming on the horizon. Other lords would not remain passive in their domains. Instead, they would weigh their options, forge alliances, and reenact the war of usurpation. After hearing Yora's analysis, Daenerys let out a sigh of relief. Drogon's prophecy might not be entirely accurate, and her dragons might survive. While she deeply wished Drogon could foresee the future, if it meant losing her dragons, she would prefer to believe he was merely speaking nonsense. When will I be able to go to King's Landing? Daenerys inquired eagerly, gazing at Yora. You possess nothing at present, even amidst the War of the Seven Kingdoms. You will need an army, ships, and allies. Otherwise, the conflict will bear little relevance to us. I have dragons, Daenerys murmured softly. Yet, they are currently too weak. Incapable of taking any action, who knows how long it would take for them to grow strong enough. Yora continued to deliver harsh truths to the future queen. Repeatedly exposed to such unrelenting realities, Daenerys chose silence this time. Observing her despondent demeanor, Yora felt a pang of sympathy, but she was the future queen. If she could not confront the truth, how could she endure even the slightest setback in her pursuit of the Iron Throne? Khaleesi, you originally intended to send Rhaegal to the southeast to seek a path out of the wasteland. Why did you change your mind? Yora inquired, recalling the news he had heard earlier. Daenerys was uncertain why Yora broached this subject. She could not divulge to him that she had heard Drogon's whispers foretelling Rhaegal's demise. After pondering, she feigned, I sensed that route would not lead out of the wasteland. Why do you ask? I overheard discussions in the streets. A Dothraki call is pillaging northwest of Qarth, likely an old call of Drogo's, perhaps Bono or Jacko. If Rhaegal had ventured out that day, he might have encountered them. Rhaegal has joined the ranks of the women-led Khalasar, and that call would surely kill him, Yora remarked with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Daenerys' moment of hesitation may have very well saved Rhaegal's life. What? Daenerys stood in shock, her fleeting hope ruthlessly shattered. Yora gazed at Daenerys, perplexed by her dazed expression. Was it truly a matter of joy to lose one sworn blood ally? Why did Khaleesi appear so terrified? Ser Yora, keep a vigilant eye on the merchant vessels arriving from Westeros. Inquire about matters concerning King's Landing and Westeros. We cannot solely focus on Qarth. Additionally, find out if there are any ships heading west. We must leave this place as swiftly as possible. Zero had taken the drastic step of sacrificing his hand to employ the services of the Unsullied. She was unaware of Zero's true desires. All she possessed were herself and her dragons, neither of which she could offer him. It was imperative to depart at the earliest opportunity. Yes, Khaleesi. Once Daenerys regained her composure after her earlier outburst, Yora felt a sense of relief as he prepared to take his leave, though questions still lingered in his mind. Casting a glance at the distant Drogon, who was vigorously roasting meat, Daenerys remained unsettled. Missy, Illyria, let my dragons practice flying and breathing fire when there is nothing else to attend to. Do not confine them to cages. Drogon had promised to train Rhaegal and Viserion. Yet Daenerys was uncertain of his methods. She needed to ensure he had ample time for their training. The following day, Daenerys and Yora attended the welcoming feast that Zero had arranged for her, during which Drogon formally commenced his dragon training regimen. Drogon's appetite was 3 times that of the other 2 dragons, and his size had nearly doubled compared to them. Previously, she had not been attentive to the genders of the 3 dragons, nor had she witnessed their mating rituals. However, after possessing Drogon as consciousness, she recalled this detail. Upon verification, she was relieved to find he was indeed male, while the green dragon named Rhaegal, after her brother Rhaegar, turned out to be a small female. As a quintessential masculine dragon, Drogon had no inclination towards the petite Rhaegal. Rather, he found great pleasure in admiring the athletic physiques of Missy and Illyria, who tended to his meals. Though he appreciated their beauty, his thoughts did not stray beyond admiration, and he felt no stirring desires. perhaps due to Rhaegal's diminutive size and her still developing form. Consequently, Drogon felt a vague concern regarding his future inclinations. During training, Drogon made no distinction between male and female. The female dragon would show no mercy to adversaries. To ensure their survival, Drogon would not hesitate to be ruthless. After mimicking Drogon for 2 days, the two dragons, though unable to soar as high or breathe fire as fiercely as he did, were nearly impervious to ordinary threats. Drogon's training regimen was straightforward, focused on flying, breathing fire, and combat. They had diligently practiced the first two, and although they occasionally quarreled over food, they had learned their place after being sent flying by Drogon's claws, subsequently only daring to contest each other. At this moment, the two dragons were fiercely competing over a piece of meat, while the maids, Missy and Illyria, observed without any intention of intervening or providing more food. Daenerys had instructed them the previous day that, aside from Drogon, Rhaegal and Viserion should be fed together, allowing the victor of their tussle to claim the prize. As long as they did not set the house ablaze or sustain grievous injuries, their skirmishes were of no concern. Chapter 6. The Might of Dragonfire. As the maid observed the fierce clash between the two dragons, she was astonished to see Zhuge, who usually indulged in grilled meat alone, suddenly join the fray over the food. With a swift claw, he struck Viserion, causing the latter to drop onto the ground, his mouth releasing the meat he had been clutching. Nearby, the green dragon Rhaegal, having failed to snatch the meat, seized the opportunity to gulp down the fallen morsel. However, as he lifted his head to swallow, Zhuge landed a blow on his chest, causing the meat to be lost once more. The two dragons, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected assault, soon regained their senses and launched an attack on Zhuge, who had inexplicably knocked them down. They bit and clawed at him, their wings flapping in a chaotic tangle. It was Zhuge's first experience of battling two opponents at once, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, his defenses struggling against their combined onslaught. Fortunately, his formidable resilience allowed him to withstand their attacks while retaliating at opportune moments. As Zhuge continued to provoke the two dragons, the three became entangled in a fierce struggle. The two maids exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene in this unprecedented melee. The intensity of the battle was striking, with each dragon sustaining injuries, wings torn and scales shed in the heat of conflict. Thankfully, none had resorted to breathing fire. Otherwise, the chaotic skirmish would have surely set the surroundings ablaze. Just as the maids deliberated on whether to intervene, Zhuge managed to break free from the two dragons' grasp and took to the skies. He had now mastered the ability to fly briefly at low altitudes, but his ascent was short-lived as Rhaegal lunged at him, bringing them both crashing back to the ground. Zhuge marveled at the fierce resolve of the young dragoness. His flight was not an act of retreat, but rather an exercise in aerial combat and agility. No sooner had Zhuge landed than Viserion pounced upon him, resuming their mutual biting. Previously, he had found it difficult to compete with Zhuge alone, but now, with the assistance of another dragon, he was determined to reclaim his lost pride. Zhuge had realized in their earlier encounters that while he was larger, with sharper teeth and claws, and tougher scales, the numerous bites and scratches he had endured had left him only mildly injured. In contrast, the two dragons bore visible wounds. Yet Zhuge had been careful not to inflict any grievous harm. This restraint allowed the battle to persist. Despite the ongoing struggle, the two maids could no longer bear to watch. Given how precious Callus's dragon was, they feared that if either dragon were to suffer severe injuries, Callus's compassion would not spare them from her wrath. Sharing a glance that conveyed mutual concern, they seized nearby wooden sticks and attempted to separate the three combatants. However, the dragons, now enraged, were not easily dissuaded. Viserion nearly bit Jichi in the process, causing her to drop her stick in fright. Though the young dragon was small, he had already revealed his ferocious nature. Witnessing Jichi's near miss, Zhuge let out a low growl, a warning against any aggression towards her. Though the three dragons could not communicate in true dragon language, the essence of their intentions was conveyed through their roars. The fierce confrontation abruptly ceased as Zhao Gong sank his sharp teeth into the neck of his opponent, rendering him immobile with the pain of flesh pierced. Simultaneously, his right wing ensnared the tender flesh beneath Rhaegal's chin, immobilizing her as well. The intense struggle left the two maids and the arriving Dothraki onlookers utterly astonished. Noticing the dragon's unwillingness to move, Zhao Gong eventually released his grip, settling on the ground and panting heavily, as the odds of 1 against 2 proved overwhelming. As the dragons ceased their hostilities, the young maids hurried to assess their injuries, with Doria, responsible for Daenerys' well-being, joining in to tend to the dragon's wounds. Upon examination, they discovered that apart from a few severe injuries, the rest were merely superficial, which brought them some relief. That night, a weary Daenerys returned and convened with Yora. Earlier in the day, she had sought the ruling nobility of Qarth for ships, but none were willing to lend her any. It became evident that Zacco harbored ulterior motives in wanting her. Daenerys did not acquiesce nor outright refuse, preferring to deliberate with Yora before making a decision. "You cannot marry him," Yora firmly opposed. "But we require an army. We need great ships," Daenerys exclaimed in frustration. "Zacco may provide those, but enough of this. Your princely savior has yet to arrive. Why the haste?" Zhao Gong, nursing his wounds in a cage, interrupted, his impatience palpable. Daenerys pondered, "Princely savior? Does Zhao Gong foresee who I shall seek in the future?" This thought reminded her of a perplexing dream, where she found herself entangled with a handsome youth. Yet his visage remained obscured. Could he be my princely savior? She mused with a flicker of hope. "I will seek other suitors tomorrow. I will not wed Zacco. You head to the docks and find a ship. We must depart swiftly." Despite her current disinterest in a princely savior, Zhao Gong seemed equally reluctant for her to marry Zacco. And thus Daenerys resolved to follow Yora's advice. Yora, still formulating his thoughts, was taken aback by Daenerys' sudden change of heart and left with a sense of confusion. The following day, Daenerys and Yora continued their quest for a vessel. Zhao Gong refrained from training the two dragons, as his wounds had mostly healed through a night of restful slumber. However, Rhaegal and the others were recovering at a considerably slower pace and would require another day of rest. The three dragons basked in the sun within the courtyard, enjoying roasted meat, attended by a lovely young maid, their mood quite content. In contrast, the Dothraki warriors left to guard the courtyard struggled with the confinement of their surroundings, appearing listless and dispirited. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed through the tranquil courtyard. The two Dothraki sentinels sprang to attention, their vigilance heightened as they inquired, "Who is knocking?" The knocking persisted, unanswered, and the other Dothraki became alert to the anomaly, casting wary glances toward the entrance. Attracted by the commotion, Zhao Gong rose from his resting place, a spark of anticipation igniting within him. It must be Khaleesi returning. As the guards were about to inquire further, the maid Doria suddenly dashed out of the room, exclaiming as she hurried to open the door, "Don't open it yet." The guard hastily intervened, but it was too late. Doria had already unlatched the door. With a hiss, as Doria removed the latch, Drogon let out a low roar directed at the other two dragons and surged toward the entrance, flapping his wings, soaring higher than the courtyard walls by the time he reached the door. The door swung open, and a throng of Qyberian warriors, brandishing spears and swinging swords, charged in. With a powerful flap of his wings, Drogon unleashed a torrent of searing black-red flames, striking the three foremost Qyberians. Their anguished cries pierced the air, as they had never anticipated that a fierce blaze awaited them upon entry. The Qyberians trailing behind, caught unprepared, also fell victim to the dragon's flames, hastily discarding their weapons as they frantically attempted to extinguish the fire. The initial three, engulfed in flames, could only tremble and wail in agony, while the rest of the group hesitated momentarily before hastily retreating. Yet, it was too late. The flames surged again, claiming for more souls. Chapter 7. The traitor. After releasing two bursts of fire, Drogon observed that Rhaegal and Viserion had soared behind him. He then glided over the courtyard, targeting the numerous Qyberians outside, breathing fire as he flew. Witnessing their comrades transformed into charred corpses amidst the screams, the majority of the warriors lost their fighting spirit, save for a few brave souls at the back who boldly hurled spears at Drogon. In their panic, they lacked precision, and Drogon easily evaded their attacks. Although the spears posed no threat to him, they incited his fury. Reborn as a dragon, his deepest hatred was reserved for spears. Disregarding the warriors beneath him, Drogon flapped his wings and swiftly glided above the spear-throwing warrior, delivering a scorching breath of fire that left the man writhing in agony before he turned to assail others. The Dothraki in the courtyard, having witnessed Drogon incinerate the Qyberians, quickly sprang into action. As Rhaegal and Viserion dispatched a few more foes, they surged out of the courtyard, charging at the panicked Qyberians. More than 50 Qyberians fell swiftly to the flames and blades. The wails and flames attracted a multitude of onlookers from among the Qyberians, their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape as they beheld the horrifying spectacle of three dragons roasting the living. After incinerating dozens, Drogon's latent ferocity was fully awakened. Observing the surrounding Qyberians, he seemed to sense the despair and helplessness that had plagued Daenerys since her arrival, met with scorn and exclusion at every turn. With a furious roar, mingled with smoke and sparks, he directed his wrath toward the onlooking Qyberians. 2 more fierce roars followed. And upon witnessing the predatory gaze of the 3 dragons, the Qyberians could no longer afford to gawk. They scattered in terror, fearing they might be mistaken for the invaders. After surveying the fleeing crowd and finding no suspicious individuals, Drogon gradually descended to the ground. The Dothraki, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed in reverence as Drogon and his 3 dragons descended to the ground before they commenced gathering weapons and shields, dragging charred corpses. Suddenly, a woman's gasp pierced the air. Drogon turned to see Viserion standing atop a burnt body, baring his teeth at a woman who was hauling away a corpse. Flames churned within Viserion's narrow throat, ready to burst forth, understandably frightening even the stout-hearted Dothraki woman. As the woman recoiled, Viserion snorted, lowering his head to paw at the charred body beneath him. Witnessing Viserion's intention to consume a human corpse left Drogon feeling quite unsettled, recalling the image of a 3-year-old girl scorched by one of the dragons in a prior episode. As Drogon flew alongside Viserion, he pressed his claw down upon Viserion's paw, roaring in protest. Rhaegal, who was poised to imitate Viserion's gruesome feast, halted upon perceiving Drogon's intent in his roar. With the delectable morsel snatched from his grasp, Viserion irritably withdrew his claw and glared at Drogon, baring his teeth in defiance. Observing the audacity of the younger dragon, who had been chastised the previous day, Drogon, still fierce from having just slain dozens, pressed Viserion's golden head down onto the charred corpse with a single powerful paw. Viserion, frustrated, stretched his neck and flapped his wings against the ground, straining to rise. But Drogon's strength overpowered him, coupled with Viserion's long neck rendering escape impossible. After several futile attempts, he recalled the painful experience of his prior defeat, surrendering to a plaintive whimper that echoed a plea for mercy. This was more like it. Upon hearing Viserion relent, Drogon gradually loosened his grip, casting a pointed glance at Rhaegal, who hastily retracted her claws from the charred body. Not lacking in wit, she understood the unspoken command well. Drogon, pleased with Rhaegal's performance, surveyed the astonished crowd that gazed upon him, spotting the little maid, Jichi. He nodded slightly, and she, with wide, perplexed eyes, stared back in confusion. Drogon found himself speechless. How was it that a mere human could be less astute than a dragon? He turned to Rhaegal and the submissive Viserion, prompting Jichi to comprehend his intent. She was to prepare meat for Rhaegal and the others. Though Drogon could tame the 2 dragons, he could not suppress their primal urges. Sustenance was essential, while the other desires were yet beyond their understanding. Once the meat was provided, the 2 dragons began to feast with great delight. Having just achieved a notable victory, Jichi ensured that food disputes would not arise between them. Shortly thereafter, satisfied and well-fed, Rhaegal and Viserion lounged in the sun with their bellies exposed, entirely oblivious to their previous subjugation by Drogon. In stark contrast to their leisurely demeanor, Doria, bound to a pillar, appeared wretched, her hair disheveled and her body marred with bruises, having endured blows from nearly every Dothraki warrior. She awaited Daenerys' final judgment in despair. Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion. Daenerys called out the names of her dragons as she rushed into the charred courtyard through the collapsed gate. The 3 dragons, basking in the sun, turned their attention towards Daenerys, whose face was streaked with tears. "Are you all right?" Before Daenerys could utter Viserion's name, she caught sight of the 3 dragons sprawled in the courtyard, sunbathing in an undignified manner. Had the gate been destroyed in their scuffle? Had they even scorched anyone? As she pondered these questions, her gaze fell upon Doria, tied to the pillar. Missandei, what transpired? A sense of foreboding washed over her, indicating that the situation was far from simple. Khaleesi, a group of intruders broke in just now. Had it not been for Drogon and the others, we might have perished. Missandei recounted, her heart racing. The more Daenerys listened, the more alarmed she became. She approached Drogon, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a fervent kiss upon his scaled face. "Thank the gods for you, Drogon." She realized that those she had left behind in the estate would have been utterly defenseless against the 50-odd Qarthian knights. The outcome would have been dire, death and the loss of her dragons. She had not anticipated Drogon and the others would prove so formidable. "They're merely a pack of insignificant pests," Drogon replied nonchalantly. Observing Daenerys' affections towards Drogon, Rhaegal emitted an irritable sound, while Viserion eagerly pressed closer to Daenerys. These little dragons have yet to master their skills, but have already learned the art of vying for affection. Drogon mused, somewhat exasperated by their antics. Hearing Drogon's jest, Daenerys smiled softly. She could not favor one over the other. She embraced Rhaegal, bestowing a kiss upon him as well. Having calmed her dragons, Daenerys' expression shifted as she approached Doria, the maid who had once taught her the pleasures of the bedchamber, and raised her hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps. You accompanied me from Pintos to the Dothraki Sea, traversing the Red Waste. Why now do you betray me? Chapter 8. The warlock Piet Daenerys now found herself with almost nothing, and those who followed her had not gained anything from her. Yet, she felt no guilt towards them. She had silently vowed that once she extricated herself from her current plight, she would reward them handsomely for their loyalty. However, she had not anticipated that betrayal would arise so swiftly among her ranks. Who has bribed you? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift death. Doria, skilled in the art of seduction, harbored no loyalty to her employer. Khaleesi, what is happening? Yora entered, breathless, surveying the chaotic courtyard with urgency. It is Zero, Daenerys replied, her expression darkening. Indeed, it is he, Yora murmured. How did you ascertain it was him? Daenerys questioned, puzzled, for Zero had not shown any desire for her dragons. Today I learned of an intriguing custom in Qarth. On the day of the wedding, the wife holds the right to request a token from her husband, and it can be anything she desires. In return, the wife must promise to give her husband something of equal value, and he is obliged to comply with her wishes, regardless of what they may be. Daenerys had not anticipated that Zorro's interest lay not in her person, but rather in her dragons. No wonder he had looked upon her without that particular desire yesterday. What shall we do now? Yora inquired, his gaze fixed upon Daenerys. Have we found a ship? Daenerys yearned to depart from Qarth. She felt unwelcome, and there were those who still coveted her dragons. Even someone as seemingly courteous as Zorro had begun to overtly covet them. She was unsure how many others might share his intentions. Though she had Drogon and her other dragons with her, they were still young. If more adversaries emerged, even her beloved dragons might struggle to fend them off, and her luck might not hold as it had today. Upon hearing Daenerys' question, Yora responded with a hint of guilt. Not yet, but I have learned some news regarding Westeros. Daenerys felt a pang of disappointment at Yora's admission of the ship's absence. Her desire to leave Qarth had reached a peak, overshadowing even her curiosity about the news from Westeros. What is happening in Westeros now? She pressed. Ed has been executed. He was killed. You assured me the new king would not harm him. Upon hearing of Eddard's demise, Daenerys immediately questioned Yora, recalling his previous steadfast assurances that the new king would spare Eddard's life. Just a few days had passed, and yet he was slain. Drogon's prophecies were proving true one by one. After a series of shocks, Daenerys had steeled herself somewhat, her initial panic subsiding. This newfound composure was also owing to Drogon's valor today. He had led Rhaegal and Viserion to incinerate the Qarthian thieves who sought to seize her dragons. Had Drogon not discovered their intentions in advance, Rhaegal and the others might have been captured before they could even take flight. Could Drogon save them once, twice, or thrice? This realization underscored Drogon's desire to train them, for only through their own strength could they hope to evade death. Daenerys resolved to encourage their training with renewed fervor. Continue, she urged, as Yora remained silent, unable to counter her inquiries. He, too, had not foreseen that in such tumultuous times, King Joffrey would order Eddard's execution. Daenerys understood that Yora's earlier analysis had been sound, and regarding the new king's motives for executing Eddard, she could only surmise that perhaps there were personal grievances involved. After Eddard's death, his eldest son Robb marched upon King's Landing, only to be thwarted by Tywin. The imp Tyrion assumed the role of Hand of the King. While King Robert's brother Renly was assassinated, and another brother, Stannis, prepared to besiege King's Landing. Is not the imp merely a dwarf? How could he ascend to such a position? Daenerys questioned, perplexed. The imp is no ordinary dwarf. He possesses the acumen befitting a Hand of the King. Came Drogon's silent acknowledgement, resonating within his mind as he absorbed the news of Westeros. Julong, even the imp seems to be aware of you, and appears to possess a profound understanding of your essence. Daenerys was taken aback. Could it be that Julong is indeed the reincarnation of the Black Dragon, the dread Lord Vhagar? Furthermore, does he possess the gift of foresight? His 2 successful prophecies only served to deepen Daenerys' faith in him, leading her thoughts astray. I do not know much about the imp, Yora candidly admitted. This underscores the significance of intelligence. If only Varys, the spider, were here. Julong found himself yearning for Varys. Who is Varys? Upon hearing Zhulong's thoughts, Daenerys was beset by further inquiries. Her knowledge of Westeros and King's Landing was woefully inadequate, as most of her information had been gleaned from the incessant ramblings of her brother, Viserys. What shall be done with Doria? Yora inquired after grasping the general circumstances. Summon everyone to gather, she declared. She harbored a deep-seated loathing for betrayal, extending even to her closest handmaiden. Khaleesi, I beg you, spare me this once. I swear I shall never transgress again. Doria wept, pleading for mercy upon realizing her fate was sealed. Daenerys ignored her, turning her gaze towards the azure skies, her expression resolute and unyielding. Once all the Dothraki had congregated in the courtyard, Daenerys disregarded Doria's wails and signaled for Rhaegal to execute her. Rhaegal, devoid of compassion, swiftly ended Doria's life. The Dothraki, who held little regard for life and death, believed that a wedding without a few casualties was hardly a true celebration. And they too despised treachery. What a shameful sight! Zhulong lamented inwardly as he watched the severed head roll. Daenerys' gaze fell upon it, causing Yora's heart to tighten. Mother of dragons, when shall you grace the hall of the immortal? A sudden voice interrupted from the entrance. The newcomer, devoid of hair and brows, with sunken features and gray eyes, was one of the 13 whom Zhulong had encountered outside the gates of Qarth. Piet Pri, Yora murmured to himself. At the welcome feast hosted by Zero for Daenerys, Piet had extended an invitation to her to visit the hall of the immortal, and now he had come in person. Daenerys glanced at Yora before responding. My lord Piet, I have been preoccupied with various matters and have been unable to visit your abode. I promise to pay my respects when I find the time. At the welcome feast, Daenerys had witnessed Piet's peculiarities, which reminded her of the witch who had once caused the demise of her husband and son. It was prudent to maintain a respectful distance from such individuals. However, the immortal has waited far too long, and my master is deeply troubled by this delay, Piet stated, his expression unreadable. The immortal? This was the first time Daenerys had heard such a term. He is indeed my master. Please convey to the immortal that I shall surely visit soon. Daenerys continued to defer. You truly put me in a difficult position, Piet replied, tilting his head slightly. Chapter 9. Annihilation. A Dothraki warrior suddenly clutched his throat, blood seeping slowly through his fingers, as Piet stood behind him, dagger in hand. Not far from the warrior, a dagger from Rhaegal struck the back of Hea's heart. However, Hea, despite being pierced, exhibited not even a flicker of emotion. Rhaegal withdrew his dagger, leaving a heap of gray robes on the ground. And only then did the onlookers realize that Hea remained utterly motionless. A torrent of dragon fire from Zhaogang descended upon her, merely incinerating a piece of clothing. Your temper is quite dreadful. Why do you not depart now? The irksome voice of Hea echoed once more from beneath the charred courtyard entrance. Casting a shocked glance at the warrior with his throat slashed, then at Hea and Yora, Daenerys struggled to speak. Your methods are truly unfathomable. I shall immediately proceed to the Hall of Immortality to meet with the immortals. You are most welcome. With that, Hea lingered no longer, striding out of the doorway in a few swift steps, soon vanishing from sight. As they gazed in the direction of Hea's disappearance, astonishment washed over them, including Zhaogang. Was that a transformation or mere teleportation? Zhaogang had not anticipated such enigmatic and unpredictable prowess from the sorcerer. He was aware that this world harbored old gods, new gods. The god of light, the god of many faces, and numerous other obscure techniques. The most profound impression was left by the Red Priestess Melisandre, who served the King of Light. She had birthed the shadowy son who assassinated King Robert's brother Renly, and had used water magic to slay the 3 false kings, resurrecting Jon Snow in the process. Then there was the Night's Watch shapeshifter, Bran, who had been resurrected 7 times by the King of Light, alongside this sorcerer. Reflecting on them, Zhaogang suddenly felt that his status as a future dragon was not as secure as he had believed. If the sorcerer had aimed that dagger at him, would he have been able to defend himself? Khaleesi, are you truly going? Yora's inquiry interrupted Zhaogang's thoughts. I cannot bear to watch you all perish, Daenerys replied helplessly. Although the warrior had merely sustained a flesh wound, there was no doubt among them that Hea could have easily slit his throat, and they were powerless to prevent it. I will accompany you, Yora asserted. No, you must protect the little dragons. Rhaegal shall accompany me, Daenerys insisted, fearing she might never see her dragons again upon her return. But I truly cannot rest easy about your safety, Yora insisted. I shall go, Zhaogang interjected. Upon these words, Daenerys felt a sudden weight on her shoulder as Zhaogang settled there, nearly losing his footing with his dark claws. You've grown. Zhaogang reminisced about the feeling of standing on Daenerys' shoulder. Perhaps this was the burden of growth. Let Zhaogang accompany me. Daenerys straightened her back and declared. It seems there is no other choice. Yora remained behind to direct the Dothraki in fortifying the courtyard swiftly, while Daenerys, Zhaogang, and Lakaro made their way to the Hall of Immortality. After more than half an hour, Daenerys beheld the imposing chimney-like structure, encircled by low earthen walls, and murmured to herself, "Is this the Hall of Immortality?" Stepping onto the dilapidated steps, her feet crunching on the withered yellow leaves, she entered through the low walls. "Where's the door?" Daenerys circled the Hall of Immortality, yet found no entrance, her heart growing increasingly anxious. The two dragons and Yora awaited her in the estate, and she was reluctant to squander precious time. As her pace quickened, so too did that of Rhaegal, who followed closely behind. In their relentless stride, Daenerys and Drogon suddenly felt a flicker before them, and they were enveloped in the profound darkness of the Hall of Immortality, unable to hear Rhaegal's frantic calls from outside. In the obscurity, Daenerys groped for a torch and ignited it with flint, only to discover the hall was nearly barren, save for a few large doors imprisoned within the walls. Holding the torch aloft, she advanced cautiously, gently pushing open one of the massive doors. Inside lay a dilapidated hall. Its thick columns askew, and a great hole marred the ceiling, allowing snowflakes to cascade down. Taking a few steps forward, she noticed the snow showed no signs of melting. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were not snowflakes at all, but ashes. Continuing deeper, she beheld a chair forged from a sharp longsword, resting amidst the hall, coated in ashes. As she brushed the remnants away, Daenerys yearned to sit upon it, yet restrained herself. She knew this was the Iron Throne she had long coveted. But she sought the true Iron Throne, not a mere illusion. Resolutely, she turned to depart, pushing open another door. Beyond lay a biting wind and swirling snow, revealing a towering wall of ice standing timelessly between heaven and earth. Through the tempest, she glimpsed a small tent nestled within the storm, and upon entering, warmth enveloped her. There, Drogo cradled a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant with an unprecedented tenderness. Daenerys rushed toward them, embracing them tightly as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. After a moment of solace, she left the tent with determination. With tear-stained eyes, she opened yet another door, only to be met with a grotesque banquet of corpses. The hall was littered with dismembered bodies, chairs askew, and wine cups toppled, the ground a mingling of fine wine and blood. One chair held a figure with a wolf's head and a man's body, its throat slit, blood gushing forth. Exiting the hall, she continued her search for an exit. Meanwhile, Drogon was not idle. In the first chamber, he witnessed dozens of dragons dancing fiercely in the sky. The second door revealed Viserion transformed into an ice dragon. And at the third, he saw the fall of Rhaegar. Just then, Daenerys opened the fourth door, and Drogon found himself amidst verdant woods, surrounded by emerald mountains and the gentle sound of a babbling brook. There, on the grass, lay Daenerys, her blood dried upon her chest, her eyes shut tight. Drogon gently nuzzled her, placing her delicately by the stream, his massive wings lifting the clear water and letting it cascade upon her chest, washing away the dried blood. Suddenly, a colossal arrow thudded into the green earth beside the brook, buzzing ominously. With a furious roar, Drogon soared into the sky, only to be met by a barrage of arrows raining down upon him. Though he evaded some, two struck him nonetheless. Disregarding his injuries, he fiercely flapped his wings and soared above the colossal crossbow. A torrent of dragon fire erupted from his maw, incinerating the massive weapon beneath the searing flames. With a furious roar, he darted towards another row of crossbows. However, as he unleashed another breath of dragon fire, a large net suddenly shot forth from the side, nearly enveloping him entirely. Struggling fiercely, he continued to expel dragon fire, only to be struck by a colossal arrow that pierced his chest and abdomen. The iron-woven net melted slowly under the dragon fire, and before he could free himself, he was pulled down to the ground. Upon landing, the relentless barrage of arrows continued, leaving him riddled with wounds, utterly defeated. Suddenly, Jorg woke with a start, gasping for breath. He had been slain. In the original story's conclusion, Jorg had departed King's Landing with the corpse of Daenerys, unharmed and without a known fate. What had just transpired? Was it a sequel? Or had his arrival induced a butterfly effect that led to his own demise? Reborn as a dragon with an innate ability to consume, Jorg had anticipated a life of carefree existence, never imagining he too could meet such a grim fate. He would not allow this, having slain Daenerys. Who could wish to eradicate him as well? Who could it be? Jorg's heart roared with fury. Chapter 10, A Fine Treasure. Jorg, What is the matter with you, Jorg? As soon as she stepped out of the room, Daenerys sensed something was amiss with Jorg. She could distinctly feel the madness and ferocity emanating from him, causing her to strike him repeatedly in alarm. Aware of Daenerys' frantic touches, Jorg turned his head, his bloodshot, fierce eyes locking onto hers, startling her into instinctively recoiling from his menacing gaze. "What is wrong with you, Jorg?" Daenerys asked, both terrified and bewildered. Jorg had never treated her in such a manner, only displaying such ferocity during quarrels between Rhaegal and Viserion over food. Noticing Daenerys' fright, Jorg hurriedly reined in his fierce demeanor and surveyed their surroundings. The door had swung open, revealing a staircase leading upward. Once Jorg had calmed, Daenerys held a torch aloft and ascended the stairs. At the top of the spiral staircase lay a grand hall, adorned only with a gray stone table upon which rested a heart, long since decayed yet still pulsating. Swollen and grotesque, the violet-blue veins continued to pump blood, though its destination remained a mystery. Through the heart, Jorg seemed to glimpse numerous figures, men, women, an elderly matron, and children, all exhibiting vacant expressions. Unbeknownst to Jorg, Daenerys perceived much more than he did. Whispers echoed in her ears, and similar phantoms reappeared, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Concerned by Daenerys' fluctuating expression, Jorg realized that, unlike her, he had not succumbed to the delusion, remaining unaware of the torment she was experiencing. As he pondered what to do, he noticed Daenerys, her face a mask of terror, frantically clawing at her body, as if swarms of maggots were crawling over her. This world contained too many bizarre phenomena. Jorg was uncertain whether this grand hall possessed methods of spiritual annihilation against humanity, and he dared not take the risk. As he soared beside the decaying heart, dark crimson flames erupted forth. The moment the inferno made contact with the heart, Zhaogang was met with a cacophony of anguished cries emanating from within, voices both male and female, as well as the innocent tones of children. Incinerating a heart required more dragon fire than vanquishing several individuals. As the organ gradually transformed into ashes, Zhaogang was astonished to observe tiny specks of white light drifting above it. Doubting his own vision, he blinked his dragon eyes in an attempt to discern the phenomenon, only to find the luminous particles gliding directly toward him. What could it be? Hastily, he sought refuge, but the glowing orbs seemed to possess a will of their own, hurtling towards him with an accelerated speed, and in an instant, they penetrated his very being. "Curse it," Zhaogang muttered under his breath. What good could possibly emerge from such a sinister heart? Yet, upon the entrance of these light particles, an overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloped him, akin to luxuriating in a warm spring. He distinctly felt his flesh, bone density, and magical prowess amplified 2 to 3-fold. How could such an unsightly entity harbor such exquisite energy? It dawned upon Zhaogang that he had absorbed the purest essence from the rotting heart, along with an indescribable force. As he meticulously sensed the alterations within his body, he discerned the faint presence of a white orb in his mind, roughly the size of a mung bean, sitting quietly. What could this be? It must be a transformation of the light particles, elusive to his touch. He could only hope it bore no ill consequence. Strengthened by the luminous essence, Zhaogang felt little trepidation. As the heart burned, Daenerys was abruptly roused, her gaze fixated on the pile of ashes on the table, her heart racing with dread. Had it not been for Zhaogang, she surmised she might never have awakened. Her sole desire was to escape swiftly. Grabbing a torch from the ground, she hurried down the spiral staircase, only to find the doors she had previously opened vanished, leaving only a path shrouded in radiant light ahead. Upon reaching this luminescence, she was confronted by Fia, brandishing a dagger and rushing towards her, shouting, "What have you done to the Undying? I will kill you." Her movements were stiff and puppet-like, lacking the swiftness and composure she once possessed. Before she could reach Daenerys, Zhaogang unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon her, causing her to stumble to the ground with a pained scream. The air filled not with the scent of charred flesh, but rather a pervasive stench of decay. Without hesitation, Daenerys surged past the male witch and burst through the door. Outside, Rhaegal, anxiously searching for Daenerys, spotted her with Zhaogang and rushed to meet them. "We must go. We need to return swiftly." As one of the 13, Zhaogang had not only slain the witch, but had also incinerated the Undying. Daenerys was uncertain how the royal family and the other 13 would react to their actions, compelling her to hasten back. A half-hour later, Daenerys encountered an unharmed Yora, and they both exhaled in relief. "We need to gather our belongings and leave this place at once," Daenerys instructed Yora. "Where shall we go?" he inquired. "To seek out Zero," Daenerys replied, and Yora, taken aback, quickly ordered the Dothraki to prepare their packs. As the twilight deepened, Daenerys divided her followers into two groups, sending women, children, and a few Dothraki warriors to the docks while she, accompanied by 3 dragons and more than 20 others, advanced towards the mansion of Xaro. With Drogon leading the charge and the flames of the dragon paving their way, they swiftly infiltrated Xaro's abode. Most of Xaro's men, intimidated by the might of the dragons, surrendered their weapons, while those who resisted met a swift demise. Xaro was captured alive. Initially, Daenerys held a favorable impression of Xaro, despite being aware of his ulterior motives in bringing her and her companions into the city. She had nearly wed him, yet now, after his failed proposal, he had resorted to murderous thievery. Were it not for Drogon, she might have lost everything. "Spare my life, and I shall grant you all the ships at my disposal," Xaro pleaded, now clad in his night attire, stripped of his former elegance, a pitiful wretch begging for mercy. "Blood of my blood." Rhaegal stepped forward, plunging a dagger into Xaro's chest. Xaro gasped, his mouth opening in vain as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Take all the gold, jewels, and captives," Yura shouted, and the Dothraki erupted in cheers, eagerly scavenging Xaro's abandoned riches, a task they relished and excelled at. The Xaro estate was abundant, overflowing with gold, silver, and bronze artifacts. The Dothraki sought to seize everything, but time was limited, and some items were too cumbersome to carry. They resorted to using daggers to pry away valuable gems. As the looting neared its conclusion, Daenerys received word from the Qarthian royalty urging them to vacate Qarth swiftly, as they were not welcomed. The Brotherhood of the Harpy was also conspiring to ambush them, though they had yet to gain the consent of the remaining 11 rulers. Had it not been for Xaro and the warlock PMSing's initial assault on Daenerys, they would have already been trapped in Qarth. Qarth, a mercantile city, was home to the 13, who were diligently striving to uphold their facade of respectability. Xaro and the warlock's brazen actions in full view of the public had already violated the rules of exchange. If the royalty and the remaining 11 rulers further conspired against Daenerys, the city's reputation would suffer greatly. The primary reason for the royalty and the 11 rulers' concession was undoubtedly the 3 dragons, whose terrifying destructive power posed a direct threat to both them and the city itself. Upon Yura explaining this to her, Daenerys was filled with exhilaration. Her dragons had become a formidable asset. However, she also recognized that the leaders of Qarth had a limited tolerance for their presence, and they could not linger long. Leading the Dothraki, she urged the captives towards the docks. Chapter 11. Your White Knight Daenerys had learned from Xaro that he possessed over 80 ships. Regrettably, her own forces were scant, comprised solely of Dothraki, who struggled even to embark on a vessel, let alone navigate one. The captives and the dockworkers who had not managed to flee could barely pilot 5 ships, yet this was a boon sufficient to satisfy Daenerys, especially since the royalty and the 11 rulers would not permit her to seize all the vessels. The women and children were brought aboard their ship, while the Dothraki warriors were dispersed across the other 4 vessels to oversee the captives. However, their supervision was merely symbolic, as those who had witnessed the dragon's flames found themselves trapped in the vast expanse of the sea. Qarth, the largest port city and hub of commerce in this world, was a melting pot of rare and exquisite treasures from across the globe. Having secured ample provisions of food and water, Yura led the group, purchasing Qarth's specialties such as pepper, zebra hides, and sour grass with the currency plundered from the city of Xaro. If they could successfully transport these goods elsewhere, a substantial profit awaited them. As the cargo was loaded onto the ships, the 5 great vessels set sail smoothly. Watching the receding dock, Daenerys and Yura finally breathed a sigh of relief. In stark contrast, the Dothraki appeared utterly terrified, as if the ship were transporting them to the very gates of hell. Once the ship was underway, they were plagued by nausea, and even the most valiant of the Bloodriders were reduced to a state of despondency. Wishing instead for a duel to the death, they followed me across poisoned waters, leaving their homeland behind for an unknown journey. I must protect them at all costs. As they soared through the azure sky, Drogon felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The heavens were indeed the rightful domain of dragons. He soared high into the firmament and dove into the sea to catch fish, reveling in his freedom. After circling the 5 ships a few times, he landed on the ship to rest. What wonders lie within the house of the Undying, Khaleesi? With some leisure at last, Yura curiously inquired of Daenerys, puzzled by the male sorcerer PMSing's insistence that she go there. We misunderstood a crucial detail. Xaro desired the dragon, not me. PMSing seeks me, not the dragon. She replied, if not for Drogon, I would have met my demise. Daenerys gently caressed Drogon's soft neck. Inside, I encountered a myriad of visions. I saw the Iron Throne shrouded in ashes, glimpsed Khal Drogo and my son, and also witnessed the valiant Ser Willem rescuing me from Dragonstone. There was a grotesque banquet of corpses, littered with dismembered bodies, one of which bore the head of a wolf upon a human form. Did the Mother of Dragons foresee the Red Wedding? Drogon pondered silently upon hearing her revelations. The Red Wedding? Daenerys questioned, unfamiliar with the term. The wolf's head? Is that a reference to House Stark? Was it their own Red Wedding, or a trap set for them? Yet, she held no concern for the fate of the usurper's lackeys. The fiercer the conflict, the better for her cause. She continued, I also glimpsed my brother Rhaegar. It must have been him, as he closely resembled our brother Viserys. He cradled an infant and proclaimed him Aegon Targaryen, the prophesied prince. Isn't the young prince supposed to have perished in the mountains? Daenerys mused. Perhaps that was him, though I regrettably never had the chance to meet them. That would be your Prince Charming. Yura exclaimed. Indeed. Daenerys looked up in astonishment at Drogon, who towered over her from the railing. Did you not once say that my White Knight had yet to appear? But Aegon has been thrown to his death. Could it be that he did not perish, but was instead rescued? As she gazed at Drogon, Daenerys pondered this perplexing thought. In that moment, she momentarily forgot to conceal from Drogon her ability to eavesdrop on his thoughts. What are you staring at me for? Why have you stopped speaking? Drogon tilted his head downwards, his gaze fixed on the Mother of Dragons, curious about what she had encountered inside. Hoping to validate whether his own demise by a hail of arrows was indeed a foregone conclusion. Realizing that Drogon was scrutinizing her, Daenerys became aware that such intense observation could arouse his suspicions. He was astute. If he discovered her clandestine listening, he would undoubtedly guard his thoughts, and she might never hear them again. Drogon seems to have grown quite a bit, Daenerys remarked, reaching out to stroke his neck and body. Initially, it had merely been a self-consoling comment, but upon speaking it, she recognized that Drogon had indeed increased in size, his scales now shinier and darker than before. Coupled with his crimson wings and intricate skin patterns, the dragon exuded a fierce beauty, radiating both majesty and power. He looks increasingly magnificent. Daenerys couldn't help but exclaim. Discovered. Ha ha ha. Drogon chuckled inwardly, reveling in his newfound strength. The absorption of mysterious light points had primarily enhanced his physical prowess and magical abilities. While his size had not dramatically changed, his appearance had undeniably improved. Daenerys. Drogon remained ever the young dragon, oblivious to any anomalies. Daenerys continued to recount her experiences. The Undying Ones proclaimed me the third child, destined to ignite 3 flames in my life. One for life, one for death, and one for love. I am fated to ride 3 steeds. One for the bedchamber, one for terror, and one for love, destined to endure 3 betrayals. One for blood, one for wealth, and one for love. The flame of life was likely the great fire heralding the birth of dragons, while she wondered if the death flame alluded to Dragonfire. Yet, what troubled her most were the 3 betrayals. Was Miri's betrayal the blood? Did wealth refer to Doria? And what of love? At this juncture, Drogon turned his gaze toward Yura. It seems Ser Yura has nothing to contribute, he mused. Uncomfortable with Daenerys analyzing the 3 betrayals, Yura averted his eyes, only to meet Drogon's penetrating gaze, filled with a fiery depth and wisdom. Yura felt as though his very soul had been laid bare, bewildered by how a young dragon could possess such insight. Yura? Could it be Yura? Yet how could that be? He had devoted himself to her with unwavering loyalty and had saved her from the poisoner's plot. If he were to betray her, she would have perished long ago. But if not him, could he be connected to the one who had betrayed her? A brief glance at Yura's somewhat unnatural demeanor suggested something was amiss. However, Daenerys refrained from questioning him now. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. Yura had shown her nothing but dedication. An unwarranted suspicion would surely compromise his loyalty. She resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. In regard to Daenerys's betrayal of love, Drogon was undoubtedly aware that it referred to Jon. However, he found himself at a loss for words. The Mother of Dragons, in a fit of rage, set King's Landing ablaze while simultaneously seeking to unify her realm with the potential to harm Jon's sister and brother. Given Jon's compassionate nature and deep familial ties, such a decision, albeit heart-wrenching, was somewhat understandable. Alas, we must not allow Daenerys to tread the same path again. Drogon sighed inwardly. Chapter 12, Revelry Old Path? Dany, still grappling with her doubts regarding Yura, found Drogon diverting the conversation back to her. Did he imply that she might engage in unsavory acts now, or in the future. What should have been a rigorous analysis concluded abruptly, as both parties harbored their own thoughts. While Drogon roamed the seas, he did not neglect the training of his two dragons, who had by now grown accustomed to his methods. They transitioned from avoiding punishment to enduring the bruises of earnest combat alongside Drogon. The dragon skirmishes had evolved beyond mere biting. They now engaged in clawing, sweeping with their tails, and striking with their wings, often transitioning from aerial duels to battles in the sea. The crew, finding leisure moments, gathered on the deck to observe the three dragons in their fierce contests. They were astonished to witness such ferocity and combativeness in dragons from a young age, employing their flames with abandon. Drogon had long since tested the extent of dragonfire's damage to dragons themselves. While short bursts could be endured, resulting in merely superficial injuries, prolonged exposure was intolerable. Moreover, the potency of dragonfire intensified with the dragon's growth. Drogon's flames were more abundant, reached farther, and burned hotter than those of his companions. As they reveled in their vigorous play, Daenerys and Jorah deliberated their next course of action. Daenerys advocated for a journey to Pentos, a place she knew well. With 5 grand ships and the backing of Governor Illyrio, she believed they could establish a foothold and gradually expand. However, Jorah opposed her notion. Khaleesi, Governor Illyrio is ultimately a merchant driven by profit. While we possess 5 ships, our number of warriors is scant. Venturing forth would render us akin to lambs for the slaughter. I have heard that the Unsullied trained in the Slaver's Bay are rigorously disciplined and formidable in combat. It would not be too late to procure some Unsullied before proceeding to Pentos. Are the Unsullied not the guards I observed at the governor's estate? They hardly seem like formidable warriors, Daenerys retorted, holding a dismal view of the Unsullied. Those were merely common guards bred by slave masters, inexpensive, and many were the dregs discarded from true Unsullied warriors. You are well aware of the Dothraki's ferocity on horseback. Can you envision Unsullied triumphing over Dothraki warriors several times their number? It is preposterous. After listening to Jorah, Daenerys outright dismissed his assertion. Indeed, you recognize their valor. But I have heard tales of Unsullied who, armed with spears and shields, repelled waves of Dothraki charging at them 5-fold, ultimately forcing the Dothraki to sever their braids and surrender. You possess 5 grand ships laden with cargo. A voyage to Slaver's Bay could yield substantial profit, enabling you to purchase 1,000 Unsullied without difficulty. With such forces, you would wield formidable influence wherever you go, Jorah ardently urged Daenerys. Upon hearing Jorah's account, Daenerys felt her heart race. Her greatest concern had always been her lack of formidable allies. Her only fighters were Jorah, the Bloodriders, and a handful of Dothraki screamers. Following the Battle of the Manse, Drogon had exhibited immense power, slaying numerous invaders, which only underscored her deficiency in capable warriors. If the Unsullied were indeed as formidable as Jorah claimed, she would no longer need to scavenge and face constant setbacks as she had in the past. Thus, Daenerys commanded her small fleet to advance at full speed towards Slaver's Bay. As Drogon grew larger and acquired powerful wings, he became restless circling the 5 great ships. After several days of subsisting on charred fish, he had grown weary of the monotonous diet, and the meager supply of fresh meat aboard was barely sufficient for Rhaegal and Viserion, let alone satisfying his voracious appetite. In recent days, he had taken to hunting along the coastal lands, relishing the abundant game in this sparsely populated world. The only downside was the absence of Missandei's assistance. Despite having accustomed himself to using his claws and wings, the task of gutting prey proved challenging. He could not mimic Rhaegal and Viserion's haphazard eating methods, leaving him quite uncomfortable as he soared ahead in search of sustenance and scouting for potential storms or pirates. He overheard the crew mention the existence of gigantic sea monsters in certain locales. However, after several days of flight, Drogon had yet to encounter any. Though he did come across an unfortunate pirate ship, which he scorched, thus providing his mother with another vessel and crew. At this moment, he felt a growing urgency. His hunger was becoming unbearable, yet land remained elusive. Had he taken a wrong turn? Experienced sailors indicated that they might reach Astapor the following day. Yet after flying for over an hour without sighting land, it was evident something was amiss. Rather than continue forward, he ascended sharply, piercing the brisk heights of the atmosphere. Looking ahead, he not only spotted land, but also a vast expanse of green terrain beyond. Was that a prairie? He had not heard that Astapor was known for prairies. Could he truly have veered off course? Suddenly, Drogon's eyes brightened. A prairie promised succulent lamb and hearty horsemeat. Dismissing concerns about his direction, He resolved to view this as a chance to familiarize himself with the terrain while exercising his body. Sustenance was paramount. He dove energetically towards the prairie. 10 minutes later, he drew nearer to land, encountering an endless ocean of green before him. The Dothraki Sea lived up to its name, as this prairie was immensely vast. Drogon felt as if countless lambs were beckoning to him. Gliding over the lush grasslands, the fresh scent of greenery invigorated him, a welcome change from the damp, briny aroma of the sea he had endured for days. Not long after, he spotted a large flock of sheep grazing leisurely in the distance, ready to seize a couple for a feast. Just then, a familiar aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, even more tantalizing than Missandei's culinary skills. Following the scent, he noticed rising smoke beside a tent on his right. Indeed, there was meat being roasted. The readily prepared roasted meat, enhanced with spices, far surpasses any homemade attempts. Drogon, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared to the right. Yet, before he could reach the roast, he was spotted by the Dothraki, who were grilling meat. They shouted in panic and scattered in all directions. "It's a giant bird. Run!" As a progeny of formidable lineage destined to become a mighty dragon. Drogon had long since mastered the Dothraki tongue and took delight in their flight, relishing the disruption to his feast. Once the meat cooks and those within the tents were frightened away, Drogon settled down to indulge himself. In addition to the generous portions of roasted flesh, there was half a lamb sizzling on the spit, dripping with juices. After savoring several hearty bites, Drogon seized a nearby skin and took a swig of mare's milk. Its sweet and sour flavor delightful, albeit a bit gamey. After a distance, the fleeing crowd, realizing that the giant bird was not pursuing them, halted to gaze boldly at Drogon. "It's not a giant bird, it's a dragon, a true dragon." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The dragon has been reborn. Many recognized Drogon's identity. Their concern for the roasted meat vanished, replaced by awe at the miracle of resurrection. In the age of Aegon I, the Dothraki had records of dragons, but since their extinction over a century ago, they never imagined they would witness one again. Chapter 13. The Daily Life of a Dragon. A young boy, observing Drogon as he dined like a human, attempted to escape his mother's embrace to get a closer look, only to be yanked back and slapped on the head. "Are you not afraid of being devoured for disturbing a true dragon at his meal?" his mother chastised. The boy, frightened by her words, quickly burrowed back into her arms. Hearing the commotion, Drogon, having finished his meal, glanced their way and swept over them with a mighty flap of his enormous wings, sending the mother and child sprawling to the ground in fright. Having imparted a lesson to the curious child, Drogon resumed his search for more roasted delights. Now, his size rivaled that of a young colt, with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters. This meager fare barely satisfied his hunger. After enjoying the tender roasted meat, he had no desire to hunt sheep himself. Why toil when ready meals were available? The steppes were abundant with mutton and horse meat. At that moment, it was lunchtime for the Dothraki, and Drogon quickly discovered a larger khalasar, with hundreds of tents and several roasting spits. He employed his previous tactic, sending the people fleeing to indulge in the culinary offerings alone. A few attempted to draw their bows upon witnessing Drogon snatching the meat, but were promptly halted by Caro. Observing Drogon's sleek, obsidian scales, they realized their arrows would likely fail to penetrate his defenses, and not only could they not slay him, but they risked inciting the wrath of a true dragon, which could lead to the annihilation of their small khalasar. Fully engrossed in his meal, Drogon had long been aware of their furtive movements. He felt no trepidation regarding their arrows. With his current defenses, aside from his eyes, ordinary projectiles posed little threat. What rear entrance? Was his tail disproportionately long? From the attire of the khalasar, Drogon surmised they were not particularly affluent. After feasting on 5 spits of roasted meat, he took to the skies once more, seeking his next target, for he was a benevolent marauder. After seizing 3 prairie Karasath, he finally felt satiated. Not a single individual dared to confront him, which filled him with a sense of pride as he marveled at the splendor of his dragon lineage. Yet, he also felt a twinge of embarrassment. His appetite was growing insatiable, and mere thefts were insufficient to satisfy his hunger. Continuing down this path was not a sustainable solution. As a dignified dragon, robbing unsuspecting sheep could tarnish his reputation. In the future, he would prefer to receive some golden or silver coins to ease his conscience regarding his meals. Feeling somewhat overstuffed, he resolved to digest properly on his journey back to the fleet of his dragon mother, where he promptly fell into a deep slumber upon arrival. Unbeknownst to him, tales of his exploits began to circulate across the entire prairie. Daenerys, his dragon mother, had long grown accustomed to his rambunctiousness. Aware that his refined palate could not be satisfied aboard the ship, she allowed him the freedom to hunt at will, unaware that on this particular outing, he had not hunted at all, but merely indulged in theft. Upon awakening the next morning, he stretched lazily and realized he had grown significantly, now resembling a young horse in size. Within his private cabin, he found it difficult to unfurl his wings. Just as he contemplated venturing outside to stretch, he discovered a new transformation ability had manifested in his mind. At the first glance of this transformation, he was reminded of a skill from the game he played, wondering if it had followed him into this realm, now taking the form of a hereditary ability. Could it allow him to transform into a human? Excitement surged within him. Although he had adapted to his dragon form, the prospect of shifting between dragon and human forms was tantalizing, especially for the possibility of romantic encounters. Dreaming of a splendid future, he summoned a modicum of magical energy to activate the transformation. Suddenly, a soft mist enveloped him, and as it dissipated, he looked upon a familiar, diminutive body. Confounded, he lamented, "Where is my human form? Where is my splendid life?" Transforming into the size of a newborn was hardly what he had envisioned. This skill was as vexing as ever. After sitting on the ground, covering his face with his wings for 5 minutes, he finally comprehended his predicament. He hopped around, flapped his tiny wings, and assessed his juvenile form. His strength had diminished by roughly 1/3, and his defenses, claws, and teeth had similarly dulled. Taking small, tentative steps, he exited the cabin into the radiant sunlight that danced upon the sea's surface. In the skies above, Rhaegal and Viserion soared freely, embodying a sense of leisure. Observing the two dragons in their carefree state, he flapped his wings and darted toward the green dragon, Rhaegal, like an arrow released from a bow. Despite a reduction in size and weight, his speed had increased dramatically, catching Rhaegal completely off guard as he collided with her abdomen. A pained cry escaped Rhaegal's long neck, nearly causing her to expel her previous meal. With such a lack of vigilance, it was no wonder she had fallen prey to a surprise attack from a giant crossbow. Clearly, they needed to be more vigilant in the future. Unfazed by the successful strike, he continued his assault, using his claws to strip several scales from Rhaegal before leaping to her neck to bite. Only after being struck did Rhaegal realize what had transpired, turning to retaliate. But he effortlessly evaded her grasp. Upon encountering Drogon, Rhaegal momentarily froze, struck by an unsettling familiarity with the diminutive dragon, whose scent mirrored that of their daily tormentor. Before she could comprehend the reason behind it, Drogon delivered a sharp claw strike to her head. Infuriated by being bullied by such a small creature, Rhaegal seethed with rage. It was one thing to endure the daily harassment from their master, but to be bested by a mere hatchling was intolerable. Casting aside any thoughts of scent or presence, she vigorously shook her head in an attempt to dislodge Drogon, intending to teach him a lesson. However, Drogon's claws were firmly embedded in her scaled hide, rendering her efforts futile. Not far from Rhaegal, Viserion, upon hearing her anguished cries, flew over, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Drogon. He was unsure of where this formidable presence had emerged from, feeling a mixture of disdain and fear, which momentarily paralyzed him from intervening. Observing Viserion's hesitation, Drogon swiftly understood his thoughts and released Rhaegal's scales, charging at him. Forced to act, Viserion quickly regained the sensation of being trained by Drogon, but this time felt markedly different. Previously, he and Rhaegal had savaged Drogon together, their claws tearing into flesh, leaving trails of blood. However, today, Drogon was as elusive as an eel, slipping away from Viserion's grasp and occasionally landing a painful strike, causing him to wince in agony. The sailors and crew on the deck basked in the sun, entertained by the spectacle of dragon combat, which had become a vital source of amusement during their monotonous voyage. They wondered whom the dragons were battling. Someone noticed an anomaly. Typically, it was a chaotic three-dragon melee, more accurately described as Drogon pitted against the two others. Yet today seemed different. The green and gold dragons were engaged with a mere hatchling. From a distance, they could only perceive a dark silhouette darting between the two larger dragons, forcing them to turn their heads in a frantic dance, accompanied by their furious roars and cries. This was an outsider. Observing the commotion above, the Bloodrider, Aegon, promptly reported to Daenerys. Upon receiving the news, Daenerys hurriedly exited the cabin. This cannot be. Witnessing the fierce battle in the skies, she found it hard to believe. The heavens belonged to dragons. What other creature could rival them? This creature was not only small, but also exceedingly agile, and it was ferociously attacking Rhaegal and Viserion. whose cries echoed in the air. "Aegon, can you bring it down?" Regardless of what this creature was, it posed a threat to her dragons, and Daenerys resolved to strike it down first. However, it was too distant, and the creature's speed made it nearly impossible to hit without risking injury to Rhaegal or Viserion. Aegon had no confidence in his aim. What then? Wait, where's Drogon? He is far superior to both Rhaegal and Viserion. Surely, he could handle that little one. Drogon had been sleeping in the cabin earlier. I saw the door open just now. He must have gone outside. The little handmaiden, Missy, chimed in. Daenerys knew Drogon had a penchant for wandering, but at this moment, he was their only hope, and his absence left her feeling lost. Quickly, send someone to find Drogon. Yora ascended to the deck and addressed Daenerys, acknowledging that the likelihood of Drogon remaining aboard the ship was minimal, yet it was imperative to search nonetheless. "Blood of my blood," he remarked, as the small creature appeared to be Drogon. The three dragons had been engaged in combat for quite some time, and as their altitude diminished, Aegon managed to discern Drogon's crimson wings. "Drogon?" Daenerys exclaimed in astonishment at Aegon's observation, her expression conveying a clear message. "What are you seeing?" "Drogon is considerably larger than Rhaegal and Viserion. Are you suggesting that little one is Drogon?" Before she could admonish Aegon, Daenerys caught sight of a faint red glimmer in the sunlight, reflecting off Drogon's wings. It could very well be Drogon, yet how could he have diminished in size? She had never heard her brother mention that dragons could shrink as they matured. However, only Drogon possessed the strength to subdue Rhaegal and Viserion in such a manner. No other dragon existed that could accomplish such a feat, especially not one so diminutive as to challenge two dragons much larger than itself. Daenerys was beset by doubts. Yet the aerial skirmish among the three dragons was drawing to a close. After an initial display of rage, Rhaegal and Viserion gradually came to the realization that the small figure was indeed Drogon. His audacity mirrored their own, and his strength was equally formidable, if not him. Then who could it be? Despite their inability to fathom why Drogon would appear smaller, they could see that he was slowly diminishing their fighting spirit. Once Drogon sensed their waning resolve, he ceased his assault, but instead of landing immediately, he soared toward the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he transformed back to his full size. Before he could exit the cabin, Daenerys rushed in, her urgency palpable as she inquired, "Drogon, that was you, wasn't it? Just a little lesson for them." Drogon affirmed with a nod. "You nearly frightened me to death," Daenerys exclaimed, disregarding the blood that stained Drogon's scales as she embraced his neck fervently. After comforting the mother of dragons for a moment, Drogon emerged from the cabin and lay at the deck's entrance, glancing at Daenerys before looking back. Noticing Drogon's peculiar behavior, Daenerys' confusion transformed into joy. "Are you inviting me to ride on your back?" Upon receiving a nod from Drogon, she excitedly yet cautiously grasped his spiny neck, skillfully mounting his back and settling atop his resilient scales. Her equestrian experience proved advantageous, as while Drogon's back was somewhat uncomfortable, it was still bearable. She had anticipated it would take another 2 or 3 years to soar upon a dragon, yet Drogon had delivered a delightful surprise. Rhaegal and Viserion were now only the size of sheep, while Drogon had grown to thrice their size, resembling a steed, and was capable of carrying her. She understood that the dynamics of running on the ground versus flying in the sky were vastly different. The larger the creature, the more challenging it was to take flight, especially with a rider. Ordinary dragons of such size could not bear the weight of a rider, but Drogon possessed a physical prowess several times greater than theirs. He could have flown with Daenerys 2 days prior, though he had initially hesitated due to his smaller stature, concerned that she might not find stability. He had pondered the rapid growth of his size. Drogon consumed more than the other 2 dragons, yet the disparity in their growth was not as pronounced. He could only attribute this phenomenon to a mutation in his devouring ability. As Daenerys steadied herself, Drogon slowly rose, unfurling his immense wings. With a powerful thrust of his claws against the ground, he soared into the air, carrying Daenerys aloft. Perched upon the dragon's back, she felt a surge of anxiety reminiscent of her first ride on a young mare, fearing her inability to control the colossal beast. However, her apprehensions proved unwarranted. Drogon flew with remarkable steadiness, effortlessly maintaining balance even amidst turbulent air. As they ascended, the crew aboard the ship spotted them, their eyes widening in astonishment before they hurriedly rushed into the cabin to summon their companions, eager to witness the birth of the first dragon rider in centuries. Once Daenerys had grasped some rudimentary techniques of riding, Drogon gradually accelerated, executing turns and dives that left Daenerys gripping his neck spikes in terror. her startled cries echoing through the air. Approaching the water's surface, Drogon lifted his wings slightly, and the duo skimmed across the sea, creating enormous ripples. Daenerys let out an exuberant shout, the mist from the splashing waves enveloping her delicate features in a soft haze. In that moment, she cast aside her earlier grievances and fears, shedding the imposing weight of her responsibilities, and fully embraced the joy of flying. This was the essence of a young girl. And hearing her delighted exclamations filled Drogon with a sense of affectionate pride. As they soared back into the sky, Rhaegal joined them, flanking Drogon as vigilant guardians. The onlookers on the deck, having just witnessed a confrontation between the two dragons, suddenly recalled the small dragon that had been involved in the skirmish. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they learned that the diminutive creature was none other than Drogon, now transformed in size. Many were incredulous, having never heard of a dragon that could grow and then shrink. After allowing Daenerys to revel in the exhilaration of flight, Drogon eventually descended gracefully onto the deck. "Your Majesty," Yor knelt, his voice booming with reverence. "Your Majesty," echoed Daenerys's three bloodriders in unison. "Your Majesty," resounded the sailors, seamen, and even pirates from the ships at sea. Though Daenerys had previously held the title of Mother of Dragons, her youthful dragons had yet to mature, and their wild nature left many questioning her ability to command their power. Now, as she soared through the skies atop a full-grown dragon, she had truly become a dragon rider, her title of Queen undeniably earned. Amidst the kneeling crowd, Daenerys felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Her dragons had reached maturity, and she commanded 6 great ships. She was resolute in her belief that her strength would grow, and one day she would cross the narrow sea to reclaim King's Landing and restore the Targaryen legacy to its former glory. Chapter 15. The Regretful Guest Astapor. As a port city, may not rival Qarth in splendor, yet it boasts an impressive daily influx of goods and is renowned for its production of unsullied. Nobles and pirates from across the globe flock here to make their purchases. The city is predominantly constructed of red brick, with tiered pyramids adorned with lush green vines dotting the landscape. The docks are alive with bustling activity, the air filled with shouts and calls as ships crowd the shores, where laborers tirelessly transport cargo. Daenerys heeded the counsel of a merchant overseer captured at the Daznak's pit, opting to anchor the ships collectively at the periphery of the dock. After establishing contact with potential buyers, she intended to unload the cargo centrally to facilitate the transactions. Yura ventured with Aggo to gather intelligence about the benevolent masters, for all the Unsullied were trained by them. Meanwhile, Daenerys strolled along the dock with 2 of her bloodriders, Rakaro and Kovaro, while Drogon, though diminished in size, perched upon her shoulder, curiously peering around. With his vigilant presence, Yura felt emboldened to seek out the benevolent masters. Above them, Rhaegal and Viserion soared majestically, drawing the gaze of dockworkers and merchants alike, who marveled at the miraculous resurgence of true dragons. Initially, Daenerys had contemplated confining them within the ship's hold, fearing the dangers of exposing them. After all, the presence of dragons might incite aspiring dragon slayers, and the prophecies surrounding Drogon weighed heavily on her mind, particularly with the specter of Astapor looming. However, upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, she entrusted the management of the 2 dragons to him, allowing them to circle high above, well beyond the reach of local archers. Furthermore, Drogon was no mere beast. Should danger arise, he would undoubtedly act swiftly to thwart any threats. In contrast to her former self, Daenerys now possessed the means to procure small luxuries for herself. After savoring some dates, she ambled while nibbling on a piece of black sausage, occasionally offering Drogon a bite. Though insufficient to satiate his hunger, it served as a delightful treat. In addition to indulging in culinary delights, Daenerys acquired 2 finely woven silks, a verdant brooch, and a handful of pearls to adorn her quarters. Suddenly, a brightly painted, fist-sized sphere rolled to her feet, halting her in her tracks. A ragged little girl, no older than 7 or 8, timidly regarded her, hesitating to approach. Daenerys smiled warmly and bent to retrieve the sphere, intending to hand it to the child. However, the girl responded with a sweet smile, raising her hand in a twirling gesture. Daenerys paused, her eyes questioning the girl, and gestured to inquire if she wished her to open the sphere. As the 2 exchanged silent glances, a disconcerting familiarity crept into Drogon's mind, prompting him to take flight. With a swift claw, he knocked the sphere from Daenerys's grasp just as she was about to twist it open. "I am truly sorry," a low, resonant voice emerged from the girl, one only she could perceive. The sphere fell to the ground, bursting open to reveal a luminous green beetle that unfurled its body, its scorpion-like tail raised high, shimmering with violet hues. Its lowered head gradually lifted, revealing a malevolent visage reminiscent of a woman. The creature, a human-faced scorpion, immediately scurried toward Daenerys at an astonishing speed. Just as Drogon prepared to unleash his fiery breath, a sharp dagger struck the creature, lifting it into the air. The human-faced scorpion struggled valiantly before succumbing, green venom dripping from its form. Meanwhile, the little girl had vanished amidst the chaotic throng. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the fright you've endured." The dagger-wielding man removed his dark hood, revealing a visage marked by gray hair and the subtle signs of aging. It was Khaleesi. At that moment, Daenerys' sworn shield. The Blood Alliance finally grasped the situation and gasped, preparing to apprehend the elderly dagger-bearer, only to be halted by Daenerys herself. Although the elder was not a threat, as the formidable Ser Jorah would not allow the face Scorpio to approach, he had indeed aided her and did not appear to be allied with that young girl. "Your Majesty, what just transpired?" Jorah and Daario hurriedly pushed through the chaotic crowd, having just returned to witness the turmoil surrounding Daenerys. Upon reaching her side and observing the elderly figure, Jorah stood momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Daenerys inquired, "Ser Jorah, who is he?" Taking a deep breath, Jorah replied, "He was once a member of King Robert's Kingsguard and also served your father, Aerys. He is one of the mightiest warriors of Westeros, known as the fearless Barristan. Your Majesty, I failed to protect your father and did not uphold my vow as a Kingsguard. Allow me to serve as your Queen's Guard, to fulfill my uncompleted duty. I shall protect you until my last breath," he declared, kneeling on one knee, head bowed in readiness. As Daenerys beheld the sworn fealty of Barristan, her heart surged, a tempest of emotions stirring within her. She felt the lingering shadow of her father. The Targaryen legacy had not been forgotten by the Seven Kingdoms, nor had she been forsaken. "Ser Barristan, I accept your loyalty. Keep the oath of the Kingsguard close to your heart, and I shall not betray your devotion." Rising, Barristan took his place behind Daenerys. "Your Majesty, the assassination attempt was likely orchestrated by the Regretful Ones, an ancient assassin organization from Qarth. Known for their signature ploy of whispering 'I am sorry' just before they strike," Barristan informed her. "Who contracted them to kill me? Or manipulated a young girl?" Daenerys turned her gaze to Jorah. "It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it was a power-lost sorcerer, a disingenuous royal, or a scheming remnant of the 11. Jorah speculated after a moment's contemplation. "It should not have been the girl. Rather, it was the dwarf in disguise. The regretful ones seldom fail. If they do, they do not return," Barristan added. Upon hearing this, both Daenerys and Jorah felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Your Majesty, I have contacted Lord Krasny's, who awaits you at the Plaza of Pride, where 1,000 unsullied stand ready for sale," Jorah revealed, sharing the information he had gathered. "Excellent, let us proceed and see," Daenerys exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she led the group toward the Plaza of Pride. Along the way, Jorah reminded Daenerys, "The Astapori have long forgotten the ancient Giscari tongue. They now speak Old Valyrian. When you arrive, do not indicate that you understand their language, as it will facilitate negotiations." Daenerys nodded thoughtfully and then inquired about Barristan's news regarding King's Landing. Besides what he had previously heard, he brought new tidings. King Robert's brother, Stannis, had suffered defeat at King's Landing, and Tywin had dismissed the imp, Tyrion, from his position as Hand of the King, assuming the role himself. The new king, Joffrey, has dissolved his betrothal to Lady Sansa Stark, opting instead to become engaged to the Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie. The imp seems to be on the verge of fleeing. I find myself rather anticipating it. Young monster Joffrey's demise cannot be far off. As he pondered these thoughts following Varys' remarks, Daenerys had grown accustomed to Jorah's peculiar jests. She had never imagined that the imp, Tyrion, would be removed from his position as Hand of the King so swiftly, nor face the peril of escape. Could there be some significant upheaval within House Lannister? Moreover, the notion that King Joffrey might also meet his end raised questions. What assassin could possibly reach him? Ensconced as he is in the royal court? Arriving at the Square of Pride, they were met by the imposing statue of a gargantuan harpy, drawing the attention of several passers-by. The statue, resplendent in gold, depicted a woman's face atop an eagle's body, complete with a terrifyingly arched scorpion tail and shackled claws bound by iron chains. Chapter 16. The Unsullied. Why must we wait so long for this wretched harlot? A voice cursed from afar. The speaker was a bald man with a short beard, clad in a finely crafted silk robe adorned with tassels, wielding a short whip with an air of arrogance. A low, rumbling roar reverberated from above as Krasny's prepared to unleash another insult, only to have the words die on his lips. It was indeed a dragon. Gazing skyward, Krasny's expression shifted. "My lord, look upon her shoulder," exclaimed a female slave beside him, spotting Yura perched on Daenerys' shoulder. "That too is a dragon. But why is it so small?" Krasny's queried, glancing in confusion at Yura. Yura understood his words and bared his teeth in defiance, despite his diminutive size resembling that of a newly hatched dragon. Yet, his presence evoked a chill in Krasny's heart. "My gracious master, what is the combat prowess of the Unsullied?" Daenerys inquired, addressing the stoic warriors clad in spiked helmets, using the common tongue. "The woman of Westeros asks about the combat capabilities of the Unsullied," the young slave translated in High Valyrian. "Tell this harlot," he began, but was interrupted as Yura snarled once more, smoke and sparks nearly singeing his face, as if magma churned within his tiny throat. "What a foul mouth," Krasny's cursed, and Yura was more than willing to unleash a breath of dragon fire upon him. The Unsullied undergo rigorous training from the age of 5. Of 3, only one survives. They excel in the use of shields, spears, and short swords. A Dothraki warrior, should he dismount, may not stand a chance against the Unsullied. If the Unsullied form a battle line, they can withstand charges from multiple Dothraki cavalry, and even in the face of overwhelming odds, they will not retreat a single step. Feeling the threat posed by Yura, Krasny's moderated his tone, but not before casting a provocative glance at the trio of warriors. Though Rhaegal could not comprehend Krasny's words, he sensed the malicious intent and brandished his curved blade menacingly at him. The young slave observed Krasny's with a puzzled expression, noting his unusually restrained demeanor today. "What are you staring at, you little lamb? Relay my words to her. I am about to perish from the heat." Krasny acknowledged the meaning behind the little slave girl's gaze and, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, unleashed a torrent of insults. Observing Krasny's exasperation, Daenerys glanced at Drogon, a faint smile playing upon her lips. The little slave girl seemed unfazed by Krasny's vitriol, her expression unchanged as she translated his words for Daenerys. Witnessing the girl's calm demeanor in the face of Krasny's intimidation, Daenerys couldn't help but steal another glance at her. The girl, younger than Daenerys, had a round face and dark skin, adorned with a black leather slave collar, and wore a revealing light yellow linen dress that accentuated her precocious figure. They had yet to experience true warfare. Against the Dothraki cavalry, mere shields and spears would prove inadequate. Upon hearing the translation from the little slave girl, Balistan displayed skepticism. "What nonsense is this filthy old man spouting?" Krasny menacingly inquired of the girl. After she finished translating, Krasny fell silent, moving towards an Unsullied, unsheathing the dagger at his waist, and drawing a deep gash across the soldier's chest. Blood flowed freely, yet the Unsullied did not even blink. Did they not fear pain? Daenerys felt a pang of sympathy. "You tell them," Krasny commanded the little slave girl, "for they have been drinking the milk of the poppy since childhood. A concoction crafted by the good masters, which numbs the body and dulls the sensation of pain without impairing their combat capabilities." "May I see them?" Daenerys inquired. "Do you wish to see their faces or their lower halves?" Krasny laughed lewdly. "Remove their helmets." Daenerys pretended not to hear. "You should take a look. My Unsullied are thoroughly gelded, unlike those from Yunkai and Meereen, who are left with their troublesome appendages." Krasny persisted in showcasing the Unsullied. Daenerys ignored him, gazing at the Unsullied as their spiked helmets were removed. They hailed from diverse corners of the world, each bearing different skin tones, and though varied in height, they were all remarkably lean. To her astonishment, she spotted a Dothraki with black hair and brown skin, possessing almond-shaped eyes. In her experience, they wielded curved blades and rode swift steeds to reap lives. It was difficult to envision them in the throes of battle, wielding shields in one hand and spears in the other. She also beheld an array of other peoples, including the Ashans, the Qartheen, and other unfamiliar races. "Can they obey commands without question?" Daenerys asked as the Unsullied donned their helmets. "You have asked the right question. From the moment they were gelded, I emphasized absolute obedience. We subjected them to rigorous and, at times, brutal training. Should you instruct them to slay infants, they would not falter. Those Unsullied who failed to obey have long since become mere bones," Krasny boasted with pride. Daenerys, however, trembled slightly and asked, "Once I acquire them, how can I command them without fearing they will heed your orders again?" "As long as I hand you the whip in their presence, you will become their master, and I shall no longer hold any authority over them," Krasny asserted with fervor. You cannot conquer the Seven Kingdoms relying on emasculated slaves. The institution of slavery has long been abolished there. Should they witness you depending on foreign slaves to combat them, you would not only fail to secure allies, but might also provoke a united opposition. Upon observing Daenerys' wavering interest in the Unsullied, Varys whispered to her, "What shall I contend for the Iron Throne?" Daenerys turned her gaze toward Varys. "You possess dragons. Once you reach Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis will undoubtedly leverage his connections to help you assemble an army. We can also send envoys to Westeros to forge alliances." Varys replied, "Illyrio is solely concerned with wealth. My ships and coin may not satiate his desires. As for sending someone to Westeros, will it be you or Yura?" After Daenerys spoke, noticing Varys' silence, she addressed Krasnys. "Allow me to contemplate this before providing an answer. They are indeed highly sought after. Just the other day, I sold over 1,500, and a lord from ET intends to purchase 1,000 Unsullied," Krasnys urged. "My lord, did you not sell only 200 the day before yesterday?" inquired the young slave girl, candidly. "You little piglet, that is precisely why they will buy them. Relay the message to her." Krasnys poked the young slave girl with a whip. After the girl finished translating, Daenerys and her companions departed from the Plaza of Pride. "Do you truly wish to purchase them?" Varys inquired eagerly upon exiting the plaza. "Do you not find them exceedingly pitiable?" Daenerys reflected on her own tragic existence as a Targaryen princess. Yet compared to the Unsullied, she considered herself fortunate, though she had been perpetually fleeing. At least her basic needs were met, and she had not completely lost herself. She had encountered Drogo. The Unsullied, however, were not only physically mutilated but had also lost the essence of their humanity, rendering them scarcely recognizable as human beings. Passing the punishment square, she witnessed slaves nailed to crosses, enduring excruciating torments, which deepened her lament for their abysmal fate. Chapter 17. Transformation. Upon hearing the Mother of Dragons speak, Drogon likely surmised her intentions. It was time for Daenerys to showcase her acting prowess. "Your Grace, with the Unsullied, we can gradually grow stronger," thus gaining the confidence and might to seek allies. Varys and Yura expressed their opinions, each hoping to sway Daenerys to their perspective, yet she merely played with Drogon, lifting him up and down as she had taught him to fly in his youth. She had not anticipated that her little dragon would grow so swiftly, soaring through the skies. Thankfully, Drogon could still shrink, remaining by her side at all times. As Daenerys indulged in her antics with Drogon, Yura and Varys exchanged glances, puzzled by her thoughts. "Once again, I am being trained like a little dragon. I did not shrink merely to be trained anew," Drogon mused, flapping his wings to escape Daenerys' grasp. "Daenerys, we shall negotiate the price with Krasnys first thing tomorrow. Yura, please arrange this for me." "Your Grace." Yura and Varys wished to inquire further, but Daenerys showed no inclination to listen, swiftly making her way ahead. Upon reaching the docks, she entered the ship's cabin to rest. Zhaogang circled above Astapor, discovering no weapons that posed a threat to dragons. He advised Rhaegal and Viserion against low-altitude flight and seized a gold-and-silver coin from the treasury acquired by the Mother of Dragons. He indulged in the culinary delights of Astapor, consuming substantial amounts of cooked meat, yet found it lacking compared to the succulent lamb of the plains, which diminished his appetite, an unfavorable condition for his physical development. He resolved to make another trip to the grasslands before nightfall. Capable of reaching speeds around 300 kilometers per hour in his adult form, with a maximum velocity of 500. The average speed of his juvenile form ranged between 5 to 600. Two-thirds of his strength and physical prowess resided within his juvenile self, making a round trip to the grasslands take just over an hour. Upon arrival, he feasted on a hearty dinner to satiate his hunger before venturing further afield, as one could not always rely on capturing the same few sheep. Observing the constantly migrating Dothraki across the plains, fragments of memory resurfaced. Recalling the scene of Daenerys walking with a small Khalasar from the Red Wasteland when he was newly born, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. On the ground, two Khalasar were enacting a brutal hunt. The weaker party fated to be consumed, while a Dothraki warrior seized a captured woman to take advantage of her right there. Zhaogang found the Dothraki's penchant for witnessing all matters under the open sky rather unsettling. Yet he could not impose his views. This was simply their way of life. Just as he intended to soar past, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures amidst the chaos, a mother and her child he had seen during his last visit to the plains. A robust Dothraki warrior obstructed their frantic escape, pushing the young boy aside and tearing at the mother's garments. The boy quickly scrambled to his feet to pull at his mother, but the warrior seized him by the arm and flung him 3 meters onto the grass, leaving the boy struggling to crawl back to his mother, evidently injured from the fall. Alas, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. With a sigh, Zhaogang descended. A dragon. The immense wings of the dragon cast a shadow over the sunlit ground, instantly alerting the Dothraki engaged in battle, causing them to cease their actions and flee in panic, some so hurriedly that they neglected to pull up their trousers. Zhaogang pursued the Dothraki warrior who had been assaulting the boy's mother, grasping him in his claws and lifting him high before letting him plummet from 20 meters above. The warrior struggled momentarily upon landing, attempting to rise, yet he could not. Even if he survived, he would be left crippled. Witnessing Zhaogang's ferocity, those watching from a distance began to retreat, the timid fleeing even farther away. Most of those escaping were victorious Dothraki, while the defeated men had nearly all perished, leaving only women and children behind. The women could be exploited for their desires, and the children sold to slavers. Zhaogang unleashed a torrent of dragon fire behind the fleeing individuals, igniting a vast expanse of grassland without harming anyone, merely intending to instill fear. Otherwise, once he departed, the fate of that mother and child would be sealed, doomed to the horrors of violation and enslavement. The victory of Karassa was not unfounded. It was merely the manifestation of the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong on the vast grasslands. After setting a few fires to drive away those surrounding him, Zhaogang cast a furious glance at the mother and child nestled together before ascending into the sky. Moments into his flight, Zhaogang was taken aback as the once stationary white sphere in his mind began to exhibit signs of change. It was not so much that the sphere itself was transforming, but rather that soft yellow points of light were coalescing around it. Much like a sun, which initially emits only a halo, gradually starting to radiate brilliance, the white sphere seemed to awaken, shedding its previous lethargy. What could this mean? Why was there suddenly such commotion? Pondering the shifts within his mind, Zhaogang remained perplexed, unaware that shortly after his departure, the young boy and his mother had knelt in reverence in the direction he had flown. Observing their actions, the surviving women and children mimicked their reverence, albeit lacking the same fervor. Having roamed the grasslands and satisfied his hunger, with the currency he carried nearly exhausted, Zhaogang finally returned to his stable. The following day, Daenerys, accompanied by Yora and others, once again encountered the benevolent Krasny and another esteemed benefactor, while Zhaogang continued to perch upon Daenerys' shoulder, inquiring of this Westerosi woman. Krasny expressed his desire to sell several Unsullied. "I wish to purchase all the Unsullied," Daenerys declared before the young slave could pose her question. "You wish to buy them all?" The young slave gasped. "O foolish woman of Westeros, do you have any notion of how many Unsullied we possess? 8,000. "You cannot afford them," Krasny interjected, unable to contain his disbelief, thinking Daenerys was mocking him. "Indeed, I wish to buy every last one, including those still in training and the recently castrated boys," she replied resolutely. "And what will you use to pay?" Krasny sneered. "Even if I were to take you as payment, it would not suffice. Moreover, Unsullied who have not completed their training cannot be sold. Their lack of combat capability would tarnish our reputation. Your ships and goods could at most exchange for 1,200 Unsullied. Do not hope for more," Krasny continued. "I possess dragons. I require the untrained Unsullied to replenish my losses," Daenerys countered. "Your Majesty, dragons cannot be traded," came the retort. "Your 8,000 Unsullied are worth far less than a single dragon." As soon as Daenerys made her assertion, 2 dissenting voices echoed in the air. Initially, Yora and Barristan had been puzzled by Daenerys' intention to acquire all the Unsullied. They could hardly fathom her willingness to barter her beloved dragons, which she regarded as her children. Ignoring the objections of the two, Daenerys cast them a warning glance. "Are you certain you wish to exchange a dragon with me?" Krasny, now sitting upright in astonishment, inquired. "Yes, I desire to. This one shall not be included." Krasny cast a glance at the 2 dragons circling in the sky, then looked at Drogon, perplexed by why Drogon appeared so much smaller than the 2. Had he not developed properly within the egg? "I can only offer you 1," he stated. "I require 2, Daenerys insisted firmly. 1. Daenerys reiterated her determination. Observing her unwavering stance, Krasny conferred with the plump merchant beside him and conceded, "Very well. 1 it shall be. I desire the golden one." With one of the last 3 dragons in his possession, Krasny felt confident he could sell it for an exorbitant price, far exceeding that of 1,000 Unsullied. "I also want her at once." Daenerys pointed to the young slave girl serving as a translator. The girl, taken aback by Daenerys' sudden interest in her, nevertheless relayed the message to Krosny. Krosny scrutinized the young slave and, with a knowing gaze towards Daenerys, smirked. Since you fancy her, I shall gift her to you in light of the dragon. They agreed to meet for the transaction at the Unsullied training grounds south of the city in a little over an hour. The young slave trailed nervously behind Daenerys as she exited the proud square. What is your name? Daenerys inquired. I am called Missandei, the girl replied. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Drogon perched on Daenerys' shoulder, his delicate scales glimmering in the sunlight. Sensing her gaze, Drogon turned and hissed a greeting. Hello, little Missandei. He had always been fond of the Dragon Queen's confidant. Noticing the familiarity between Drogon and Missandei, Daenerys glanced at her shoulder, pondering their apparent camaraderie. You are now my servant, and you must speak the truth to me. Daenerys continued, turning to face the girl. I would not dare deceive my mistress. Such an act would warrant severe punishment, Missandei replied, hands clasped demurely over her abdomen. I am not your mistress, and you shall have no master henceforth. With that, Daenerys drew a dagger from Yora's waist and, seizing Missandei's collar, sliced it off with a decisive motion, casting it aside carelessly. Touching her neck, Missandei gazed at Daenerys and then at the collar lying in the dust, feeling a mix of confusion and immense relief. She had never anticipated being liberated from her status as a slave in such a manner. Observing Daenerys' act of freeing Missandei, Yora pondered thoughtfully. Varys attempted to dissuade Daenerys from her decision to exchange the golden dragon for Unsullied, but Yora silenced him with a glance. Upon returning to the docks, Rhaegal and Viserion landed on the deck. Daenerys commanded the crafting of a set of shackles connected by a long iron chain in a large wooden cage. After comforting Viserion for a moment, she discreetly attempted to affix the shackles to his claws. Although Viserion did not comprehend the purpose of the shackles attached to the lengthy chain, he instinctively sensed they were not a good thing and resisted, swatting at Daenerys with his claws. With a body now larger than that of a sheep, Viserion proved unyielding against the formidable claws of Drogon. The edges of the shackles scraped against his clawed wrists several times. Although it did not inflict pain, it rendered Viserion increasingly agitated, baring his teeth in a menacing display at Daenerys. Suddenly, Drogon struck Viserion on the head with a paw. Though small, his strength was astonishing. Viserion, momentarily startled, turned to protest, but was met with Drogon's fiery gaze, causing his head to droop in submission as he allowed Daenerys to fasten the shackles around his claws. In a somewhat disgruntled manner, he retreated into the wooden cage, prompting Rhaegal, who had been watching the spectacle, to take flight into the sky. In their youth, the two dragons were obedient, but as they matured, they often disregarded Daenerys' commands and occasionally bared their teeth at her. After experiencing a few reprimands from Drogon, they dared not challenge Daenerys. Yet today, pressed to the limit, Viserion's true nature surfaced once more. Observing Viserion dutifully entering the cage, Daenerys caressed Drogon's small head and planted a kiss upon his scaled visage. Without Drogon, she knew it would be exceedingly challenging not only to ride the mighty dragon but even to tame him. Being a dragon rider was no trivial pursuit. Ignoring Viserion's howls from within the cage, Daenerys assigned several Dothraki warriors to guard the cargo ship, while she, accompanied by Yora and the Blood Riders, made her way to the southern outskirts of the city. At this moment, the expansive open area in the south was not only filled with 8,000 well-trained Unsullied, but also nearly 1,000 who had yet to complete their rigorous training. Alongside a group of aspiring children, a circle of noble lords and their families, adorned in splendid robes, had gathered in the stands, eager to witness the majestic dragons. For Dothraki men carried a large wooden cage, following Daenerys to the platform occupied by the lords. It was essential to note that the 8,000 Unsullied were not solely the property of Krasny's. He merely possessed a larger contingent among them. The lords and their families were captivated by the swaying wooden cage, prompting Daenerys to command its opening. With a stoic expression, she approached and grasped the iron chain, leading forth an enraged Viserion, who appeared on the verge of unleashing fire. Once outside the cage, Viserion surveyed his surroundings before taking flight, soaring less than 5 meters before being firmly restrained by the iron chain. He flapped his wings desperately, yet Daenerys, gripping the chain with both hands, was unable to quell his struggles. Just as it seemed she would lose control of the chain, Drogon, perched upon her shoulder, raised his head and emitted a youthful dragon's roar that startled Viserion into compliance, allowing him only to gently flap his wings to maintain balance. The sight of Drogon's roar calming the soaring dragon astonished the lords and their families, while Krasny's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Had he made a grave mistake in his choice? Perhaps he should have selected the smaller dragon that remained perched upon the shoulders of the Westerosi woman instead of the larger one. Yet how could the smaller dragon prove more formidable than the larger? Was it a matter of bloodline? Was the smaller one the son of the Dragon King? Krasny's. Let us conclude this transaction. Daenerys interrupted Krasny's contemplation, and he realized that it was too late for regrets. With a scowl, he descended from the platform, handing Daenerys the short whip in his left hand while receiving the iron chain in his right. Deal. Daenerys proclaimed once the whip was in her possession. Deal. Missandei translated. Krasny's, it is settled. Settled. Missandei reiterated once more. As the iron chain was handed to Krasny's, Viserion struggled fiercely, even more so than when he was in Daenerys' grasp. Krasny's now understood the effort Daenerys had exerted moments before, bending his body to pull Viserion, who was dragging him toward the center of the arena. Unperturbed by Viserion's violent thrashing and desperate roars behind her, Daenerys maintained a resolute expression, raising her whip and marching forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 19. A journey taken on a whim. Though she had her own intentions, Viserion must have believed that his mother had forsaken him. However, to liberate the more than 8,000 Unsullied from Krasny's clutches, she had no choice but to act as she did. Upon reaching the formation of the Unsullied, Daenerys raised her whip high and commanded in Valyrian for them to advance. With a rhythmic march, she ordered them to stop. Unsullied, slay the guards. Kill the whip holders and cruel masters. Annihilate those who have tormented you, sparing only women and children under the age of 13. Upon hearing Daenerys' commands, Yora and the Dothraki warriors immediately drew their weapons and charged at the guards. You speak Valyrian. In the midst of the chaos, Krasny's, preoccupied with subduing Viserion, finally caught wind of Daenerys' orders. I am Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, mother of dragons, hailing from the ancient Targaryen lineage, and Valyrian is my mother tongue, she proclaimed with her head held high. It was then that Krasny's realized he had been ensnared in a trap set by Daenerys. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, an ancient word escaped Daenerys' lips, one that he could not comprehend, dragonfire. With a wide-open mouth, Viserion unleashed a torrent of searing dragonfire that engulfed Krasny's, who screamed in agony as he released the molten iron chains, collapsing to the ground and gradually curling into a pile of charred remains. Viserion's brother, Drogon, took flight from Daenerys' shoulder, using fire and claws to dispatch the circling guards and cruel masters. In the arena, only the Unsullied remained, putting up a tenacious resistance, while the masters had long been paralyzed by fear, fleeing in all directions. In less than a quarter of an hour, the resistance was all but obliterated, with the Dothraki tasked with clearing the battlefield and scavenging for valuables. Daenerys approached the half-melted Viserion, unlocking his shackles and gently comforting him as she embraced his neck. After indulging in a few more fiery displays, Rhaegal joyfully nudged against Daenerys, while Drogon, disinterested in the antics of the younger dragon, soared above to observe the ranks of Unsullied. Over 8,000 Unsullied, adorned with spiked helmets, shields, and spears, stood tall in formation. Nearly 100 formations aligned meticulously across the open ground, exuding an imposing presence. Daenerys commanded Yora to lead the Dothraki warriors and Unsullied to scour Krasny's estate and liberate the slaves. She strictly forbade the Dothraki from killing without cause, from violating women, and mandated that a portion of the spoils be distributed among the freed slaves while reserving part to sustain the Unsullied. The Unsullied divided into smaller squads to patrol Astapor, hunting down any remaining forces of the masters and maintaining order. Under the cover of night, Daenerys and her companions deliberated their next course of action. Both Yora and Varys were in harmonious agreement, advocating for the Mother of Dragons to first establish a foothold in Pentos and devise a means to procure a substantial vessel to traverse the narrow sea in pursuit of the Iron Throne. However, upon witnessing the tragic plight of the enslaved, Daenerys resolved to journey to Yunkai to liberate those bound in servitude. Unable to sway her from her conviction, Yora and Varys reluctantly acquiesced. As they conferred, Drogon, embodying the essence of a dragon, found himself somewhat aimless. With the fate of Astapor seemingly sealed, he decided to embark on a distant voyage to Westeros. It seemed a squandered opportunity to traverse this world and embrace his draconic identity without exploration. Given his current speed, a trip to Westeros would require little time. From the discussions between Daenerys and Yora, he learned that Pentos lay over 1,500 kilometers to the northwest of Astapor. Crossing the narrow sea would bring him to Dragonstone, which was situated directly opposite. He recalled that Dragonstone boasted a grand and illustrative model of the continent of Westeros, which would aid him in navigating his way upon arrival. That evening, Drogon stealthily appropriated Missandei's flint and hay, as well as a small amount of gold and silver coins from the plundered wealth of Krasny's, stowing them in a sturdy backpack. As dawn broke, he set off on his impromptu adventure. In the morning, after Daenerys had completed her morning rituals, she convened with Yora and the others, but found Drogon absent. She instructed Missandei to seek him out, but to no avail. Not only was he missing, but Missandei's flint and hay were also gone. Realizing Drogon had once again ventured away, she decided to disregard his absence. At that moment, Drogon soared above the free cities, nearing Pentos. Along the way, he made a brief stop in the neighboring plains to satiate his hunger, leaving behind a few coins for the Dothraki. Although they lacked currency and engaged in barter, they did partake in trade with cities such as the free cities. Thus, the coins could be exchanged for goods. As he flew, Drogon occasionally descended into cities to gather information, choosing discreet locations to land to avoid detection. Given his youthful speed, any witnesses would merely attribute his presence to a fleeting vision. Now was not the time to reveal himself beyond the confines of Slaver's Bay. The commotion he had caused in Qarth and Astapor would have certainly alerted Varys, the spider, whose network of spies would undoubtedly be aware of the existence of 3 dragons and their formidable capabilities. The absence of a looming threat from King's Landing led Drogon to suspect that Varys might be concealing information regarding the dragons or obfuscating its details. It was also plausible that the Lannisters of King's Landing were aware of the dragons, yet remained too preoccupied to act against Daenerys' ascendants. Both scenarios were plausible. Varys, ever the astute observer of the tides of power, had likely regarded Daenerys as a prospective queen since the emergence of her dragons. The cunning Tyrion Lannister's patricide and subsequent alliance with Daenerys only underscored Varys' long-term strategy. Despite Varys' knowledge of the dragons, it did not necessarily imply that the people of Pentos were equally informed. Should he appear brazenly, it would inevitably invite unnecessary troubles. Should the Lannisters dispatch a military force to eliminate the dragons, it would pose a grave predicament, especially since Rhaegal and Viserion have yet to mature. After a brief respite in the cargo hold at the docks, Daenerys discovered that he was in Tyrosh, one of the free trade city-states, located a mere 200 kilometers from Pentos. After a 20-minute journey to Pentos, he refrained from immediate departure, as it was here that the mother of dragons wed Khal Drogo and became Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea. He intended to indulge in the local cuisine, satiate his hunger, and then traverse the narrow sea. Pentos, with a population density akin to Qohor, thrives as a bustling port city. Its docks are particularly vibrant, benefiting from close trade ties with Westeros and possessing direct land routes to the Dothraki Sea, thus boasting a prime geographical position. The inhabitants of Pentos often braid their beards and dye them in various colors, reminiscent of the wildling chieftains, one of whom sported a striking red beard. In search of sustenance, he ventured into the tallest and most opulent courtyard. Following the alluring aromas, he found the kitchen, where, apart from the ingredients prepared for lunch, the pantry was abundantly stocked with a plethora of delicacies, secret roasted duck, exquisite cakes, pies, honey dates, and an array of unknown fruits. Unable to transform into a fully grown dragon and constrained to savor his food slowly, Daenerys had no choice but to impatiently stuff his mouth. In Chapter 20, Dragonstone, he consumed everything delectable in sight, unwittingly transforming the future dragon into an omnivore. An hour later, having crossed the narrow sea and flown northward along the coast, he anticipated he was nearing Dragonstone. However, after a brief flight, Daenerys noticed the coastline gradually submerged beneath the waves, expanding the sea's expanse, yet Dragonstone remained elusive. Confounded, he continued along his original path, flying for another 20 minutes before a vast island came into view, igniting a flicker of hope within him as he accelerated toward it. As he approached, the island's true nature revealed itself. Despite its size, it lacked any notable structures, let alone a castle. Uncertain of its identity and having ascended to a higher altitude, he scanned the horizon but found no other islands, compelling him to forge ahead. 10 minutes later, with still nothing in sight, he recognized he had veered off course and altered his trajectory, heading eastward into the deep sea. If he could not locate Dragonstone, he would have to circle the surrounding waters. After 5 more minutes of flight, he spotted a distant small island crowned with a towering castle. and faintly discerned large ships upon the water's surface. This had to be it. Daenerys felt a surge of elation. Stannis, as the Duke of Dragonstone, would likely be lurking here, nursing his wounds after the defeat at King's Landing. As he drew nearer, the island's entirety became discernible. The castle was architecturally designed to resemble a soaring dragon, with its numerous high walls arranged like the folded wings of a colossal beast. A narrow passageway, hewn from stone, stretched from the beach directly to the castle. Around the castle lay approximately 30 warships, varying in size and condition. Observing Dragonstone from above, Daemon did not hasten his descent. He was uncertain of the precise location of the long table-shaped map, recalling only that it resided in a room situated at a considerable height, featuring an extending terrace. While searching for the map table under the cover of darkness would undoubtedly be the most opportune time, it was still merely around 10 in the morning, and he could not afford to wait that long. Stannis's personal priestess, the Red Woman Melisandre, may have accompanied him to Dragonstone. She was notorious for having given birth to the shadow assassin that murdered Renly, employing leech magic to slay 3 pretenders, and for resurrecting Jon Snow. Daemon held a deep-seated apprehension towards her and the sorcerous methods of the warlock, hoping to avoid an encounter with her altogether. As he meticulously surveyed Dragonstone from the sky, Daemon identified several taller structures. Unable to discern the finer details, he resolved to investigate each one individually. Selecting a particular building, he dove swiftly downward, decelerating abruptly as he neared the castle, landing on a small independent balcony. The moment he alighted, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of pancakes. Realizing he had chosen poorly, he listened for a moment and discerned the sounds of bustling activity within. Peeking through a window, he confirmed it was the kitchen, where several servants were occupied with an abundance of ingredients. Departing from the kitchen, he hastily approached another target, only to find it unsuitable once more. Flapping his wings, he ascended towards a structure reminiscent of a bell tower. As he soared past a small window, he felt an uncanny sensation, as if a pair of eyes had momentarily locked onto him. His speed had prevented him from seeing clearly, so he gradually approached the window ledge, listening intently for any sounds. After a brief silence, he cautiously poked his head out to confirm what he had sensed. To his astonishment, a pair of striking blue eyes was inching closer to the window. Before he could react, the owner of those eyes let out a piercing scream. A small girl stood at the window, staring at him in disbelief, her book tumbling from her grasp in fright. With her cherubic features and plump little lips slightly parted, she was undeniably adorable, though the left side of her face was marred by a layer of dark, scaly skin. Daemon immediately recognized her as Princess Shireen, a kind-hearted girl fond of reading, yet cruelly sacrificed by her father, Stannis, to the Lord of Light. His gaze shifted downward, where he noticed the book that had fallen to the ground, The Conquest of Westeros by Aegon the Conqueror. Daemon's most vivid memories of Shireen included her teaching the Onion Knight to read, and her heart-wrenching cries for mercy from her father amidst the flames. He could only lament her unfortunate fate, having been born to a father devoid of humanity. The dimness of her chamber offered a glimpse into the grim existence she endured. Seeing that Daemon had not taken flight, Shireen boldly opened the small window, finally observing him in full. His exquisite obsidian scales shimmered. His wings partially unfurled like a crimson cloak, and a brown satchel, larger than her own body, hung from his slender neck. "Why, you're a dragon?" Shireen inquired timidly. Daemon hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Upon witnessing Zhaoging's nod, Shirlin exclaimed in delight. She continued to inquire, "Did you emerge from an egg? What brings you here? Your backpack is quite large, isn't it heavy?" Realizing that Zhaoging could only listen and not speak, Shirlin rambled on. "You bear a striking resemblance to the Black Death god, Balerion. He was the largest and longest living dragon in history, as I learned from my books." After speaking, Shirlin showcased the book's cover to Zhaoging and flipped through its illustrations. Mentioning the backpack reminded Zhaoging of the few sweet dates he had stashed inside, perfect for charming the little girl. He reached into his pouch and retrieved the remaining 3 dates, extending them towards Shirlin. "Are these for me?" she asked, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the glistening red dates. Upon Zhaoging's nod, she cautiously picked one up and popped it into her mouth. The sweetness enveloped her senses, prompting her to close her eyes in bliss, convinced it was the most exquisite food she had ever tasted. Observing Shirleen's adorable expression and her dim, cramped living quarters, Zhaoging surmised that her parents likely had not provided her with many fine treats. As fellow princesses, she and Daenerys Targaryen seemed to share a similar fate. Looking at her cherubic face, Zhaogang recalled how Yora's grayscale had been cured by Samwell. He believed Shirleen's ailment could be healed as well. However, Samwell was presumably still at the wall, evading the White Walkers, and it was uncertain when he would reach the Citadel. Until then, ensuring Shirleen's safety from Stannis' wrath was paramount. The only hope for her salvation lay with the Onion Knight, the smuggler who had provided Stannis with onions and pickled fish in his time of need. If he was not in the dungeons, he was certainly close to being imprisoned. Yet he had outlived Stannis, surviving until the end. As Shirlene savored a date, licking her lips while eyeing the others in Zhaogang's grasp, she hesitated to reach for them. Zhaogang extended his claw forward, prompting her to deliberate before finally saying, "I can have one. You keep the other two for yourself." Amused by her reluctance, Zhaogang offered again, and she cautiously took another date. "What do you carry in that enormous backpack? Isn't it heavy?" Shirlene asked curiously as she munched on her treat. Her interest was not merely in the potential for more food, but in why such a small dragon would bear a pack larger than himself. She doubted it was solely filled with dates. Tilting his neck, Zhaogang placed the backpack on the windowsill, inviting Shirlene to inspect its contents, eager to satisfy her curiosity. Chapter 21. A glimpse. Shirlene knew it was impolite to rummage through someone else's belongings, yet her curiosity was piqued. With Zhaogang's permission, she unfastened the pack and was met with a bundle of hay, followed by a grayish-white flint, and at the bottom, a small pile of coins gleaming in gold and silver. "You can strike a fire?" she asked in astonishment upon seeing the flint. Zhaogang nodded affirmatively. "Strange. I have never seen these coins before. Do you even spend money?" Zhaogang mimicked the action of putting something into his mouth with his wing. "For purchasing food?" Shiren's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a multitude of gold and silver coins could procure a great many delectable treats. "By the way, I am Shiren Baelishin. May I inquire your name?" Suddenly, Shiren remembered that she had forgotten to introduce herself. "Alas, you cannot speak," she lamented to herself after posing the question. Observing Shiren placing the flint into her backpack, Zhaogang adorned it around his neck and moved towards the window. He was preparing to depart. "Are you leaving?" Shiren asked, a tinge of melancholy in her voice. Zhaogang raised his wings and waved them gently. Shiren blinked and, with a pout, implored, "May I touch you?" Upon receiving a nod from Zhaogang, she cautiously extended her small hand, delicately caressing the exquisite scales upon his back, and then gently stroking his crimson wings, feeling utterly satisfied. Zhaogang glanced at Shiren, flapped his wings, and ascended into the air. Shiren stood on her tiptoes, stretching her little head out of the window, eager to catch another glimpse of Zhaogang. To her surprise, he had not flown away but rather towards a taller structure of the castle. A slight furrow appeared on her adorable brow as she pondered what Zhaogang intended to do. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Zhaogang discerned that this clock tower featured a large, transparent terrace. His heart soared with joy. Concealed upon a protruding stone platform, he listened for a moment, detecting no sound. Peering closer to the terrace, he found a spacious room supported by several columns, with a grand wooden table positioned at its center, adorned with various carvings, yet devoid of any occupants. He entered the room, first glancing outside the door before turning to meticulously examine the wooden map upon the table, which depicted mountains, rivers, and plains, with names clearly marked, along with a scale at the edges. The table was intricately carved with wolves, lions, deer, and dragons, representing the heraldry of various noble families. The entire map appeared more vivid than contemporary models. Zhaogang first located Dragonstone Island, observing its vicinity, and soon realized that the island he had seen earlier was Tide's Head Island. Next, he sought to find King's Landing, situated to the southwest of Dragonstone Island, adjacent to Blackwater Bay. He searched through his memories of prominent cities and regions, affirming them with the knowledge imprinted in his mind. As a dragon, Zhaogang not only inherited the ability to consume, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding language and literature, along with a formidable intellect and excellent memory. In less than 10 minutes, he had roughly memorized the entirety of the map. Just as he was about to analyze the scale to reinforce his memory, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the room. He hurriedly flew out and crouched on one side of the terrace. "I believe I heard something just now." A woman draped in a scarlet robe entered the room, gazing at the recently still deer-shaped carving as she approached the edge of the terrace. "There can be no one here, merely seabirds," a male voice replied nonchalantly. The woman, still unconvinced, leaned over the terrace edge, finding nothing amiss before returning to the wooden table. "Your Majesty, I must step out for a while. I shall serve you upon my return." The alluring voice of the woman spoke once more. "What? Do you intend to abandon me in search of another master?" The male voice inquired, tinged with anger and reluctance. Could it be Stannis and the Red Priestess Melisandre? Zhaobing deduced from the dialogue. "You are the chosen one of the Lord of Light. How could I ever abandon you? Your strength is insufficient to secure victory in this war. I shall venture forth to seek means to augment your power. Upon my return, it shall be the time for you to rally your forces. The territory denoted on this map will then be yours." Stannis gazed intently into the eyes of the Red Woman, discerning the veracity of her words. The Red Woman's lips curled into a serene smile as she met his gaze, causing Stannis to relent. He bowed his head and pressed a kiss upon her smooth cheek, inhaling deeply, as if to etch her scent into the recesses of his memory. Silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the slow retreat of footsteps. Drogon understood that the Red Woman could not forsake Stannis. Her current expedition was likely to seek out King Robert's illegitimate son, to siphon his love, blood, and the power of the curse, using the Leech Curse to eliminate the 3 false kings. A scene both alluring and sinister was about to unfold, yet this time, Drogon would not be privy to it. He had no intention of further examining the map. He would naturally familiarize himself with the terrain after flying a few circles over Westeros, committing the landscape to memory through first-hand observation. The map was etched in his mind as Drogon vigorously propelled himself away from the castle, soaring towards King's Landing. Suddenly, as he took flight, the Red Woman rushed into the chamber, ascending to the terrace, her gaze fixed upon the diminishing that was Drogon. "What is happening?" Stannis, following closely behind her, inquired with a furrowed brow. "I felt it clearly. It has entered this place," the Red Woman replied, her expression darkening. "That was merely a seabird," Stannis remarked, believing the Red Woman to be overly cautious. "It is not an ordinary seabird. Its speed is unmatched, and I perceived a radiant red light emanating from it," the Red Woman explained. "Could it be a shapeshifter?" Stannis, somewhat acquainted with the concept, pondered. "Perhaps. I must seek enlightenment," she replied, aware that the Red Woman would soon require a living sacrifice. She instructed her guards to bring forth a dark servant to the square. The term dark servant referred to those who opposed the Red Woman. "One is insufficient. I sensed its uniqueness within the red light. Bring 3 dark servants," the Red Woman said, her eyes narrowing as she continued to search for the meaning behind that flash of red. A short while later, at the square on Dragonstone, a clearing near the beach revealed 3 battered soldiers bound to crucifixes, their feet surrounded by a pile of kindling. The Red Woman stood before the 3 crosses, her demeanor solemn. She cast a glance at the captives, bowed her head, and murmured a few incantations, signaling the 3 soldiers holding torches to ignite the kindling. Flames surged upward, quickly enveloping the 3 men, their piercing cries echoing across the beach, evoking expressions of pity among the onlooking soldiers. Stannis stood impassively, while the Red Woman, deaf to the soldiers' agonies, fixated her gaze upon the 3 blazing infernos, reciting her prayers with increasing fervor. Yet, within the flames, no sign of the extraordinary emerged. Just as the Red Woman feared the sacrifice would fail, a colossal, grotesque black dragon's head erupted from the fire, roaring as it lunged toward her. "Ah!" The Red Priestess let out a loud cry, staggering backward a few steps before spewing a mouthful of blood and collapsing onto the ground. Stannis, who was observing the sacrifice nearby, hurriedly rushed over to support her. "It is the dragon, the black dragon," she uttered before losing consciousness. Simultaneously, as he was heading towards King's Landing, Drogon suddenly sensed an unseen presence. He slowed his flight, scanning the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. "Strange," he muttered to himself before resuming his swift journey. Chapter 22. The secrets of Varys. King's Landing lies approximately 500 miles from Dragonstone, at the end of the Blackwater Bay, and is similarly a port city. As Drogon crossed the bay, he beheld a vast metropolis sprawling before him. As the political, cultural, and power hub of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing boasts a population nearing 1 million. The city is encircled by towering walls, featuring 7 gates for entry and exit. Approaching the city, Drogon was captivated by 2 imposing structures perched atop high hills. One was a castle constructed entirely of red bricks, complete with walls, parapets, and arrow towers, resembling a city within a city. The other structure's main feature consisted of 7 crystal towers, one of which housed a grand bell, while a colossal statue loomed in the central square. Drogon speculated that this might be the Great September, destined to be destroyed by the Dragon Queen in the future. As he surveyed the entirety of King's Landing from above, he descended to find a suitable landing spot. The city often had ravens fluttering about, and with his size, he might easily be mistaken for one if he kept a safe distance. However, his oversized backpack proved to be a hindrance, prompting him to seek a place to stow it away. The Red Keep was clearly not an option, as it was heavily fortified, rendering any location within it unsafe. Despite the insignificance of its contents, it was crucial for Drogon's sustenance. Just as he identified a target and prepared to fly toward it, he noticed two figures emerging from the Red Keep's gates, one stout and the other slender, their features obscured. Upon exiting, the pair diverged, one heading south and the other north. Drogon soared above the rotund man, gaining a clearer view of his appearance. The man had a bald head and a round face, clad in a light yellow silk robe, ambling leisurely with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Observing the man's distinctive baldness and demeanor, Drogon speculated whether he might be Varys, the Spider, the master of whisperers in King's Landing. Once he had his suspicions confirmed, Drogon followed him from above. Varys strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing around as if wary of being followed, perhaps a habit ingrained from his profession. Drogon had anticipated that he would continue forward, but to his surprise, Varys abruptly turned into a small shop. Judging by the arrangement of the storefronts on either side of the street, it appeared to be a silk and fabric merchant. Drogon discreetly landed on the rooftop of the opposite building to observe. After waiting for 10 minutes without sight of Varys, Drogon began to feel anxious, questioning whether this might be one of Varys's lairs, where he was currently poring over intelligence. Just then, a rumor about Varys flickered in Drogon's mind, suggesting that he was not only proficient in various thievery techniques, but also skilled in disguise. Could the plump woman who had exited the shop moments ago be none other than him? After contemplating for a moment, I hastily pursued the direction in which the woman had exited. Before long, I caught sight of the plump figure once more, ambling along the street with a distinct waddle. She intermittently paused to scrutinize trinkets and garments at the roadside stalls, occasionally venturing into shops frequented by ordinary women or affluent ladies. After trailing her for over an hour, witnessing her aimless wandering, I began to doubt whether I had indeed followed the right person, and a sense of regret washed over me. My reasons for following this woman were clear. The world is fraught with underdeveloped transport systems and isolated information networks, and there exists a dearth of capable individuals surrounding Daenerys. Although Tyrion and Varys could engage in warfare, other matters were largely beyond expectation, while Missandei merely played the role of a secretary. Characters like Varys and the Imp were sorely lacking. Varys would inevitably ally himself with Daenerys, potentially taking the Imp along, yet the timeline for their allegiance remained uncertain. Daenerys had already seized Astapor, with her ultimate ambition directed towards the Slaver's Bay. Once acquired, governance would pose significant challenges, and although I was unaware of the intricate details, I understood the multitude of issues that would arise, thrusting Daenerys into a state of turmoil. A primary objective of my journey to Westeros was to recruit talent, thereby expediting the establishment of Daenerys's dominion. However, I had perhaps missed my chance to connect with Varys. If I had indeed lost him, so be it. He could not escape, I consoled myself, just as I prepared to relinquish my pursuit. Yet, I observed the rotund woman veering into a narrow alley at the end of the street, her pace noticeably quickening, as if her body had become lighter. Still reluctant to abandon my pursuit, I followed her into a modest courtyard, where she glanced about before producing a key to unlock the gate. Witnessing this familiar motion, a flicker of hope ignited within me. The woman stepped inside, and I cautiously scaled the courtyard wall. The area was small and rather rudimentary, comprising merely two houses, one of which she entered, the one situated to the north. I darted to the newly opened window, straining to listen for any sounds emanating from within. The woman stood beneath another window, methodically removing her makeup before a tarnished bronze mirror. As she dislodged her hair, revealing a bald crown, she employed a silk cloth to wipe away the makeup, occasionally dipping the fabric into water. Indeed, it was Varys. I had not erred in my pursuit. An elation surged within me. At that moment, Varys remained blissfully unaware, continuing his ritual of disrobing and changing attire, and within 10 minutes, he had returned to his usual composed demeanor. He then approached a table, pulling open a drawer to retrieve a hammer. Squatting down to pry loose the nails from the cellar's cover. Slightly tilting his head, he lifted the board. "You must be famished. Today, I have brought you some brown stew, the taste of which I find myself reminiscing about," Varys declared, opening a cloth bag he had brought from outside. He produced a brown earthen jar and retrieved a long straw, about the thickness of a finger, which he inserted into the cellar, placing a funnel atop it. "Take your time drinking. "Do not choke," he advised, as he gradually poured the stew, exuding a peculiar aroma, into the funnel, his expression tender, as if he were nurturing a wounded patient. Listening to the faint sounds emanating from the cellar, Drogon felt a twinge of unease. Could it be the male witch that Varys had once nurtured? This witch had been discarded after tormenting Varys, left to fend for himself through begging and thievery. Eventually, he discovered that the letters or notes he pilfered held far more value than gold. Thus, he enlisted the help of astute and clever children, teaching them to scale walls, navigate chimneys, read, and write, gradually forming a small intelligence network to gather and sell information. As his wealth amassed, his reputation reached the ears of the mad King Aerys, who summoned him to serve as the Master of Whispers, tasked with uncovering any treacherous words or plots against him. Varys's notoriety grew, becoming a figure both feared and despised by the lords and nobility of King's Landing. When his little bird spread across 2 continents, he effortlessly tracked down the witch who once harmed him, keeping a watchful eye on his health. A formidable individual indeed. Observing Varys meticulously tending to the witch, Drogon couldn't help but marvel. It was hard to imagine that someone like him would take it upon himself to serve the people. Could this be a manifestation of great love born from profound hatred? Contemplating Varys's character from outside the window, Drogon noted that the feeding had concluded. Varys leisurely secured the cellar's cover, nailing it down firmly, placed the hammer in a drawer, and sat quietly by the window, lost in thought. Chapter 23. The Scapegoat. 5 minutes later, he opened another drawer, retrieving a stack of pale yellow parchment, a quill, and ink, and began to write in silence. He filled 3 sheets before pausing, allowing the ink to dry before carefully rolling them up and tucking them into his sleeve. He shut the window and exited the room. Avoiding Varys' gaze, Drogon saw him head towards another room, its window facing the sun, making it susceptible to exposure, so he refrained from following. Varys did not linger long before re-emerging, surveying the small courtyard before securing the gate and departing. Drogon trailed him from a distance, waiting until he moved further away before returning to the courtyard. He shattered the window of the witch's chamber, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved paper and pen. He intended to write a letter to Varys. As a mute dragon, this was his only means of communication. Fortuitously, the powerful legacy of his dragon lineage granted him the ability to comprehend various languages and read, though writing required practice. Occasionally, he would gut game to sustain himself, and his small claws had become quite dexterous. Reflecting on the universal script in his mind, he began to rehearse the content he wished to inscribe. The universal script comprised letters akin to English, making it relatively uncomplicated to write. The soft texture of the parchment resembled the sensation of writing on damp rice paper. After several attempts on 2 sheets, Drogon finally crafted his crooked letter. Just as he was about to stow the paper and pen into his backpack, he was reminded of the delightful girl Sherlyn. Taking another sheet of parchment, he penned 2 additional lines. Rather than placing the remaining parchment back into the drawer, he set aside a few sheets for future use, packed the quill and inkpot into his backpack, secured the broken window, and set off in pursuit of Varys. As they ventured forth, they soon encountered the leisurely figure of Varys, who led them to a modest courtyard beneath the northern walls of King's Landing. Upon opening the gate, Tyrion surveyed the courtyard, finding it devoid of any other presence. Seizing the opportunity while Varys entered the house, he discreetly placed his meticulously penned message upon the stone table. After securing the parchment, he concealed himself behind a large tree at the edge of the yard, observing in silence. It was but a brief wait. Shortly after Varys had entered, 2 ravens emerged from the window, followed by Varys himself, who emerged clutching 3 scrolls of parchment, still bearing the remnants of wax seals. With his gaze lowered, he scrutinized the contents of the scrolls as he approached another room, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the parchment on the stone table. Curiously furrowing his brow, Varys did not rush forward but instead surveyed his surroundings with caution. Tyrion quickly nestled his head behind the dense foliage. Finding nothing amiss, Varys approached the stone table and picked up the parchment. The contents within sent a chill down his spine, as the twisted letters penned upon the thin parchment elicited beads of perspiration upon his forehead. Since acquiring his little birds and extending his reach across 4 continents, he had not experienced such trepidation, akin to being stripped bare for scrutiny. Clutching the fragile parchment, he glanced about, his long-held confidence over his dominion waning, and his trust in his little birds faltering, accompanied by a sliver of fear stemming from the sender of the message. The letter contained revelations about him that he had never confided to anyone, some of which were merely thoughts he had yet to act upon. yet they were inscribed on the parchment as if carved from his very soul. It was common knowledge in King's Landing that Daenerys possessed 3 dragons. He had not only reported this to the new king, Joffrey, but had also mentioned it to the imp, Tyrion. However, the information he provided was vague and incomplete, and they were only vaguely aware that Daenerys had hatched 3 dragons, lacking details about their size or appearance. According to the tomes, dragons took 3 to 5 years to mature after birth, and one must tame them and gain their recognition to become a dragon rider. A fact that likely did not concern the rulers of King's Landing, even if they were anxious. The knowledge that Daenerys was thousands of miles away in Qarth rendered them incapable of slaying dragons. The parchment not only accused him of concealing detailed information regarding the dragons, but also insinuated his intent to seek a new master, with Daenerys as his intended choice. His aspirations had only been shared in earnest with Eddard Stark, a man of integrity and stubbornness, and he was certain such sentiments would never be disclosed to others. Nor had he the opportunity to do so. Incredibly, the letter even suggested his intention to assist Tyrion in escaping King's Landing, recommending that he pledge his loyalty to Queen Daenerys, a notion he had yet to solidify, merely a thought for the future. For he had not entirely relinquished his ties to King's Landing, nor had he completed his assessment of Daenerys. For now, she remained his prospective queen. However, if he truly chooses to pledge allegiance to Daenerys, then given his esteem for Tyrion, it is quite conceivable that he would take Tyrion along to fulfill his grand ambitions. Yet, these thoughts have yet to fully crystallize in his mind. How could the other party be aware of them? Following the initial shock, anger ensues. The first person he suspects to be behind this letter is Petyr Baelish, a truly insidious individual whose manipulative tactics surpass even those of Varys. Only Baelish could possibly fathom his innermost thoughts. There exists no one else across the 4 continents. The intent behind Baelish's letter could not be clearer. He must have learned of his plan to discreetly escort Sansa away from King's Landing and is now using this letter to threaten him. This despicable scoundrel, who Varys has never considered to be a good man, despite his relentless pursuit of his grand ideals, has seen little success. Moreover, he has committed numerous misdeeds, particularly after the roots of Pantos were severed, actions that now evoke a sense of shame even within him. Although he is not virtuous, this does not preclude him from admiring the good and detesting the wicked. Otherwise, during Eddard's imprisonment, he would not have endeavored to persuade him to acknowledge Joffrey as the legitimate heir in hopes of preserving his life. Nor would he have confided in Eddard about his lofty aspirations when asked what he sought. His most loathed individual is none other than Petyr Baelish, whose contempt he harbors even more than for the madwoman Cersei. Once he regains his composure, he begins to contemplate a strategy. Should the contents of the letter reach Joffrey or Cersei, they would undoubtedly not spare him, especially given his recent intelligence failures. Joffrey and his cohort would certainly believe the letter's contents without question. At that juncture, he would have no option but to ally himself with Daenerys, though he wonders whether he could escape unscathed at that time. The letter from Baelish undoubtedly carries more than mere threats. There must be other ulterior motives compelling him to assist. This thought alone makes his head ache. Is it time to completely abandon King's Landing? Varys muses internally. Yet, this is not the moment to venture to Slaver's Bay. The mother of dragons, Daenerys, has yet to achieve her aim of acquiring the Unsullied. And while she has liberated the Unsullied and the slaves of Astapor, these actions may merely serve as a ruse to secure the Unsullied for herself. He resolves to wait a while longer to discern what Baelish seeks from him, as Daenerys contemplates the fates of the 200,000 utterly unhelpful bed slaves. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Man. Varys clutches the parchment in his hand, enters a room, ignites a brazier, and tosses the parchment containing the earlier conveyed message into the flames. Perched upon a tree, Drogon observes as Varys's expression shifts before settling into calmness. He cannot help but admire Varys's composure, though he remains oblivious to the man's thoughts. Nonetheless, this does not hinder Drogon's forthcoming plans. He takes flight to an unnoticed rooftop, unfurls the parchment, and resumes writing that King's Landing is on the cusp of monumental upheaval, as Queen Daenerys will unify Slaver's Bay, and the White Walkers lurk beyond the wall in dire circumstances. After Queen Daenerys unified Slaver's Bay, she found herself lacking capable individuals around her, particularly in terms of local intelligence and talents akin to Tyrion. If you are earnest in your desire to serve, it would be prudent to make a decision soon. There is no necessity for you to venture to Slaver's Bay in person. Your presence in King's Landing remains invaluable. You need only to increase the number of your little birds in Slaver's Bay and convey any information the Queen may seek when the time arises. Should you agree? Place a jar upon the wall, similar to the one that recently nourished your cherished treasure, and sign it as the mysterious one. With a surge of urgency, Drogon swiftly flew to Varys' abode, depositing the parchment onto the stone table before hastily returning to the great tree outside. The stone table faced the door rather than the window, ensuring that, unless fate intervened and Varys opened the door at that precise moment, he would remain oblivious to the contents. To Drogon's astonishment, the moment he alighted on the tree, Varys opened the door, causing Drogon to silently exclaim his relief. Unbeknownst to him, his rapid flight had alerted Varys to his presence. Under normal circumstances, such a minor noise would have gone unnoticed, but recent events had heightened Varys' vigilance. Upon opening the door, he glanced at the stone table and was taken aback to find yet another parchment. A sense of dread washed over him. He had ventured out expecting nothing, doubting his own instincts, yet he could hardly fathom the sight before him. If he had not been certain that the previous parchment had met its end in the fire, he might have questioned whether he had forgotten to retrieve it. With hurried steps, he approached the stone table, his eyes widening as he read the content. To his disbelief, he realized he had misjudged the situation. It was not Littlefinger reaching out to him, but rather someone from Daenerys' camp. How could this be? They were aware of his secret lair and had been tailing him without his knowledge. A chill coursed through Varys, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He found it unfathomable that anyone besides Littlefinger could perceive his intentions or anticipate his future plans. When had such a formidable character emerged in Daenerys' circle, unbeknownst to him? Now, presented with this revelation, he had mistakenly attributed it to Littlefinger. Varys did not suspect that Littlefinger was merely toying with him. The message was explicit in its demand for him to pledge fealty to Daenerys in advance, along with the implication of taking Tyrion with him. These were indeed his future intentions, and Littlefinger would gain nothing from such a ruse. What did the mention of upheaval signify? Had Daenerys grown powerful enough to influence the dynamics of King's Landing? While it was not overly challenging to conquer Slaver's Bay with the Unsullied, managing the region would prove far more complex, especially relying solely on Daenerys and her current advisors. Although Varys' little birds in Slaver's Bay were not as adept as those in Westeros, they possessed a keen understanding of the local landscape. The long-standing institution of slavery would be exceedingly difficult to dismantle. Beyond the wall lay Varys' blind spot. The White Walkers had vanished for a millennium. Could they truly return? Gazing at the 3 messages on the parchment, Varys was struck with astonishment. If the contents were indeed true, from whence had the letter's author acquired such information? While it could be overlooked elsewhere, King's Landing was his own stronghold. Even he, the master of whisperers, was oblivious to the impending upheaval. How then could this mysterious figure possess such knowledge? Or could it be that he was the architect of these revelations? Varys' greatest confidence stemmed from his little birds. Yet before this enigmatic individual, he felt bereft of his most formidable ally. The fact that he had been tracked to his secret abode without awareness suggested that his vaunted disguise was rendered futile in the face of such prowess. He had once believed that his unique talents would secure him a significant role in Daenerys' court, becoming her right hand. Now, however, he found himself utterly disheartened. Though a flicker of solace remained in the realization that she still had need of him, after a brief moment of disorientation, Varys gradually regained his composure. As he examined the sheepskin parchment in his hand, he recalled how the mysterious figure had silently placed it upon the stone table. Approaching the courtyard wall, he scrutinized it closely. The wall soared over 2 meters high, making it a considerable challenge for an ordinary person to scale. Moreover, he found no signs of any climbing attempts. Could it be that the intruder had flown in? A rather absurd notion flitted through Varys' mind. Humans could not simply soar into the courtyard, and birds would struggle to delicately place the parchment on the table, especially with it positioned almost identically to the previous one. Was it the work of a shapeshifter? Having heard strange sounds emanating from the sacrificial fires in his youth, Varys had delved deeply into the mysteries of such arcane powers. He understood that a shapeshifter could enter the consciousness of birds or beasts, perceiving through their senses. The most potent among them could even command animals for their own purposes. If this were the case, the sender of the message might not have departed yet. He surveyed his surroundings once more, his gaze settling upon the distant trees in the courtyard, where it was conceivable that a bird might be concealed. Before Varys' attention shifted, Drogon had hidden behind a tree trunk, unperturbed by the risk of discovery. After scrutinizing the trees and finding nothing amiss, Varys remained undeterred. He picked up some gravel from the courtyard and hurled it at the trees, startling several small birds that had been resting upon their branches. Watching the birds take flight, Varys could only smirk in resignation. Those few birds seemed to signify little. Just before opening the door, he had merely heard a faint whisper of wind. Insufficient to ascertain its origin, after much contemplation, he could draw no conclusions and decided to let it be. Varys resolved to acquiesce to the mysterious figure's demands. Recognizing that with his assistance, Daenerys would likely need him, and should he refuse, the future queen may well find herself no longer in need of his counsel. Retrieving a brown earthenware jar from within the house, he set it atop the wall by the main gate. Drogon, having evaded the stone's assault, regarded the jar with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, it seemed that displaying his might had proven effective. Little did he know, his display had nearly undermined the formidable confidence that Varys had cultivated over the years. After placing the jar securely, Varys lingered in the courtyard for a moment before returning indoors. Zhuge Gungfei ascended to the rooftop, continuing to compose his subsequent plans, silently lamenting the inconvenience of being unable to speak. Once he finished, he placed the parchment back on the table. Before long, Varys exited the room. He was not surprised to see the sheepskin parchment again and did not attempt to seek out the messenger. Chapter 25. The situation in Westeros after reviewing Zhuge Gung's writings. Varys returned to his chamber to pen a response, filling 3 sheets of paper before he was satisfied. He returned the notes to the stone table and went back to his room, which was Zhuge Gung's intention to facilitate their communication. Upon closing the door, Varys pressed his ear against the panel, straining to listen intently, nearly overwhelmed by the impulse to burst through the door to uncover the truth. However, the mysterious correspondent had explicitly instructed him not to attempt to discern their identity, both now and in the future. Upon receiving Varys's reply, Zhuge Gung concealed himself among the trees, keenly observing the current state of affairs in Westeros. The imp had been stripped of his position as Hand of the King by Tywin and had assumed a new role as the Master of Coin. Tasked with arranging the expenses for Joffrey's wedding, Zhuge Gung had long forgotten that Tyrion had once held the position of Master of Coin. Finding this news amusing, he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of entrusting the spendthrift Tyrion with the duty of raising funds. Rickard Karstark, seeking vengeance for his son, executed 2 young prisoners, merely 14 or 15 years of age, who were the grandsons of Tywin's brother, Kevin. In a fit of rage, Robb Stark beheaded Rickard, thereby incurring the enmity of House Karstark and demoralizing his troops. House Karstark, a branch of House Stark, had separated a millennium ago to establish their own fiefdom, remaining steadfast supporters of the Stark lineage. Now, in Robb's quest to protect the Lannister children, he had slain the head of House Karstark, ensuring their defection from his cause. Following their return to the north, several other families joined them in their departure, costing Robb half his army as he sought alliances with House Frey of the twins. Zhuge Gung felt a sense of helplessness regarding the Stark's unwavering sense of honor. Robb's alliance with House Frey brought him perilously close to the infamous Red Wedding, and Zhuge Gung pondered whether he should intervene. Catelyn's father, the Duke of Riverrun, had passed away, and her brother Edmure succeeded him. The sight of Edmure elicited a chuckle from Zhuge Gung, as he vividly recalled Edmure's comical failure to hit the barge carrying their father's body with 3 consecutive arrows, ultimately allowing his uncle, Blackfish, to take over the bow and ignite the vessel with a single shot. In Zhuge Gung's memory, Edmure was nothing short of a buffoon. After digesting the news from Riverrun, the next tidbit concerned Winterfell. Winterfell had fallen into the hands of Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton. Ramsay could arguably be deemed the most depraved character in the Game of Thrones universe, surpassing even the sadistic Captain of the Silence, who had severed the tongues of all his crew. The methods he employed to torment Theon were unspeakable. He forced Theon, who had been tortured and mutilated, to shave his face with a sharp razor to prove his complete subjugation before his father. While shaving, he did not forget to provoke Sansa, revealing to her that Robb, whom he regarded as a brother, was slain by his father Roose during the infamous Red Wedding. Sansa, tears streaming down her face, trembled as she helped him finish shaving with quaking hands. Roose could not help but admire the cunning of his illegitimate son, entrusting him with significant responsibilities and promising to bestow upon him his surname upon successful completion, thereby liberating him from the stigma of bastardy. His penchant for life, with its disturbing intensity, was evident. Varys had also learned that Peter Baelish intended to secretly take Sansa away, and that following Joffrey's annulment of the betrothal, others were also setting their sights on her. Eddard's 2 sons, Bran and Rickon, had been burned by Theon. If Robb were to fall, Sansa would ascend as the new ruler of the North, for whoever wed her would effectively claim dominion over the entire region. Of course, Only Theon, the perpetrator, was aware that Bran and Rickon were still alive and had not perished in the flames he had set. Observing Varys' analysis, Daenerys could not help but admire the political acumen of the great houses, who had begun plotting so early, and indeed, reality aligned with their predictions as Sansa ultimately became the Queen of the North. Daenerys had already gleaned other news from Barristan, and now possessed a general understanding of the world's unfolding events. After arranging a future rendezvous with Varys for the exchange of information, Daenerys soared towards the home of Tyrion. Eager to meet the infamous imp, Tyrion resided in the southern part of the city, not far from the Red Keep, though Varys informed her that Tyrion was likely out, busy soliciting funds for Joffrey's wedding from various nobles. Tywin, unsurprisingly, had not assigned him any worthwhile tasks. Arriving at Tyrion's residence and finding it deserted after waiting for a while, she decided to leave and flew directly to Dragonstone. At Dragonstone, the Red Priestess gradually regained consciousness after expelling a mouthful of blood, and Stannis, who had remained vigilantly at her side, hurriedly inquired about her vision. "You claim to have seen a black dragon in the sky?" Stannis was somewhat incredulous. He had followed closely behind the Red Priestess and had only glimpsed the shadow of a black bird. How could it have been a dragon? It may not necessarily have been a dragon. The black dragon is a harbinger I witnessed in the flames, but it is undoubtedly connected to the black dragon. It has been over a century since dragons graced this world. Stannis remained skeptical. The Lord of Light does not provide omens without reason, and I suffered great backlash to perceive this omen. Such occurrences cannot be trivial, and this omen is surely significant. Is it not true that a Targaryen girl still lives? As long as any of their bloodline endures, the possibility of dragons being reborn remains. If she truly possesses a dragon, it would pose a considerable obstacle to your unification of the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps even more formidable than Tywin himself. The Red Priestess spoke these words, her breath coming in labored gasps. Her injuries were far more severe than merely spitting blood. They had struck at her very core. This perplexed her greatly. Although her powers were not yet formidable, and she often had to draw strength from Stannis or obtain it through sacrifice, she believed that merely gazing into the flames for omens should pose no issue. Yet, she found herself suffering such severe backlash. Lying on her pillow, she brushed her hair aside and noticed several silver strands intermingled with her once jet-black locks. Hastily, she glanced at the ruby necklace hanging around her neck. It still emitted a faint red glow. Thankfully, it seemed unharmed, and the red-robed woman felt a surge of relief. "Are you still planning to leave for Dragonstone?" Stannis inquired. "I shall rest for a few days before departing. This time, I cannot delay His Majesty's unifying endeavor," she replied. Stannis had always harbored concerns that the red-robed woman might abandon him, and he did not wish for her to leave. However, upon learning that she intended to go again after her recovery, he could only nod in resignation. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, Drogon headed straight for Shireen's chamber. As he descended to the windowsill, Shireen immediately noticed him and hurriedly opened the window. "I thought you would never return," she said. A blend of disappointment and joy reflected in her expression. Drogon opened his satchel and produced some nuts he had gathered along the way, offering them to Shireen. This time, she did not hesitate and happily began to munch on the nuts. Drogon then pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to her. "Is this for me?" Shireen asked, somewhat puzzled as she accepted the parchment from Drogon. "The handwriting is quite atrocious," was her first impression upon seeing the letters. Yet, after reading the content, she was utterly astonished. "Someone can completely cure grayscale?" she asked in disbelief. Upon seeing Drogon nod, her eyes widened as she inquired, "Did you write this?" Drogon hesitated momentarily before nodding. Chapter 26. The Onion Knight's astonishment. Shireen was taken aback that Drogon not only understood the common tongue, but could also write. She recalled that the texts did not mention dragons being capable of writing. They merely stated that they were exceptionally intelligent and could comprehend human speech. "I still do not know your name," Shireen said quickly, realizing Drogon could write. Having had his identity revealed, Drogon no longer concealed his abilities. He flew to Shireen's small desk, picked up her quill, dipped it in ink, and wrote down Drogon, followed by a note instructing her not to disclose it to others. "I promise I won't tell anyone," Shireen affirmed, nodding earnestly. She understood that not only should she keep Drogon's name a secret, but she also could not speak of having encountered him. Though still young, she realized the immense repercussions of a dragon returning after 100 years of absence, and how many would desire to possess him, especially considering Drogon's remarkable intelligence. Observing the crooked letters Drogon had scrawled with his small claws, Shireen no longer found them unattractive. She had just mocked the writing as being ugly, unaware that it was indeed Drogon's handiwork. She was well aware of the challenge in teaching the Onion Knight to read, after so long. He could barely manage to read a book, yet Drogon, as a little dragon, could already write. Can grayscale truly be cured completely? Shireen asked once more, still struggling to believe it as she pressed Drogon for confirmation. Many remarked that she would not survive her childhood, ultimately. Her father sought out numerous distinguished physicians to manage her condition, yet the blemishes on her face would remain eternally. Because of this affliction, she was confined to her room, with her mother allowing her little freedom. There exists a cure, but not at this moment. Drogon continued to write. Shilin refrained from further inquiries. She was willing to wait, even if it took a considerable time, as long as there was hope for healing. Noticing her silence, Drogon surmised her thoughts. She could afford to wait, but her father could not. Contemplating this, he wrote again, "Where is the Onion Knight?" Shilin was taken aback that Drogon knew of Ser Davos, the Onion Knight. With a sorrowful expression, she recounted that her father had branded him a traitor and imprisoned him in the dungeon. "You can see him, can't you?" Drogon inquired. "I can visit the dungeon when the guard, who enjoys drinking, is on duty," Shilin replied. "I shall compose a letter for him. You must deliver it without peeking at its contents," Drogon insisted. "I promise." Shilin hesitated, pondering the significance of the letter that she was forbidden to read. Unbeknownst to her, her father had transformed from the devoted man who once scoured the land for treatment for her ailment into a duke consumed by ambition, devoted solely to the Red Woman and the Iron Throne. Had Shilin learned that her beloved duke father intended to burn her alive, it would have shattered her heart. Such a revelation would be unbearably cruel for a girl of her tender age. Once Shilin had assured him, Drogon spread out the parchment to write to the Onion Knight. It suddenly struck him that he knew only the title Onion Knight and not his true name. He paused to clarify with Shilin before resuming his writing. Understanding Drogon's desire to shield her from the letter, she turned away. "Ser Davos, soon Stannis will burn Shilin's uncle, and thereafter, he will also burn Shilin. If you wish to prevent her death, devise a means to get her off Dragonstone. When the time is ripe, I shall contact you. There will be someone to assist Shilin, and you will not remain in the dungeon for long." Davos would not fear punishment for secretly freeing Robert's bastard. His affection for Shilin would compel him to find a way to rescue her. Upon completion, Drogon rolled the parchment, requesting a thin string from Shilin to secure it. "Are you leaving again?" she asked, watching Drogon as he perched on the windowsill. Feeling a pang of sadness, having had no friends in her childhood, she had come to regard Drogon as one. He brought her treats and spoke of finding someone to heal her face. What else could he be but a friend? Drogon nodded and waved his crimson wings, launching himself into the sky. As he dwindled into a mere speck against the horizon, Shilin felt a twinge of melancholy. Yet it was not as profound as the sorrow she experienced during his initial departure. Even without a promise of when he would return, she felt assured he would come back. Gazing at the letter in her hands, Shilin realized that even if she were to read it, Drogon would remain unaware, and its contents likely held great significance for her. Otherwise, he would not have forbidden her from peeking. Suppressing the urge to glance, she awaited the moment when Clara would be on guard duty in the dungeon before seeking out Davos. 5 minutes later, upon arriving at the dungeon, she found Clara indeed fast asleep. Shireen approached the bars. Davos, with his hair and beard now streaked with gray and his facial scars still unhealed, approached her with humility, eager to continue his lessons in literacy. Instead of presenting a book, Shireen handed Davos a scroll of parchment. "What is this, Your Highness?" Davos inquired, somewhat perplexed as he accepted the scroll. "Someone requested that I deliver it to you. I am unaware of its contents," Shireen replied, weaving a small falsehood. "Who would ask the princess to bring a message to me?" Davos questioned, loosening the ropes around him in confusion as he unfurled the parchment. Over the past few days, he had been learning to read with Shireen and could slowly decipher texts, grasping the general meaning even if he could not recognize every word on the page. "Your Highness, who sent you this letter?" Davos asked, his chest heaving and his voice trembling as he posed the question. The contents were indeed shocking. The notion that Stannis would go so far as to burn his own daughter was unfathomable. "Sir Davos, he requested that I not disclose his affairs to anyone, and I have assured him of my silence." "What does it say?" Shireen queried, believing that relaying the message to her should not be considered a breach of trust. Observing the astonishment on Davos's face only fueled Shireen's curiosity about the letter's contents. Davos could tell by her expression that she had not yet perused the letter. It bore no wax seal, and she could have opened it on her way to the dungeon, yet she had refrained from doing so. This indicated that Shireen had indeed promised the Cinder that she would not look at the letter's contents, and that she held great trust in that individual. Though the letter's contents were somewhat outrageous, information received from the pirate captain suggested that soldiers opposing the Red Woman had been labeled as dark servants by Stannis, destined to be sacrificed to the Lord of Light when needed, receiving revelations from the flames. Following his defeat at King's Landing, Stannis had completely yielded to the Red Woman's influence, making it plausible that he could indeed burn his own daughter. Having lost his son, Davos regarded the kind and lovely Shireen as his own daughter. He could not bear to see her perish at the hands of the Red Woman. Do you believe the person who entrusted you with the letter is credible? Shireen hesitated to disclose the identity of the messenger, compelling Davos to inquire indirectly. Of course, he is trustworthy. He even mentioned he would find someone to heal my face, she replied, her faith in Drogon, the dragon, unwavering. Davos recognized that while Shireen appeared innocent and charming, she was by no means foolish. She could discern who had her best interests at heart and who did not. Chapter 27. The light of divinity, he can heal your affliction? Davos was acutely aware of the challenges in treating grayscale. Stannis had scoured half the continent to enlist the aid of numerous scholars in managing the disease, yet visible traces remained on his face. He could not fathom anyone possessing the capability to cure grayscale. When did he say he would treat you? Davos pressed on. He stated that it is not yet curable and urged me to wait a little longer. The identity of the messenger remained a secret to Shireen, and Davos was uncertain whether the Cinder was deceiving both himself and Shireen. The letter ominously proclaimed that Shireen's uncle would meet a fiery demise and hinted at the Cinder's imminent escape from the dungeon, truths that would soon be revealed. Whether the Cinder genuinely sought to rescue Shireen or harbored ulterior motives would soon become apparent. Davos resolved to wait for the next communication from the messenger before deciding on Shireen's fate. Upon departing Dragonstone, Drogon headed straight for the vast plains. His journey to Westeros had been arduous and slow, leaving him famished and nearly devoid of strength to fly. Clenching his teeth, he crossed the narrow sea and traversed the free cities, finally beholding the enchanting Dothraki Sea. Venturing deeper into the plains, he disregarded a smaller khalasar and instead opted for a larger one, comprising thousands. Drogon noted that his arrival did not incite significant panic. Even the task of dispersing the Dothraki near the food proved more laborious than usual. It seemed they had recognized him as a benevolent dragon, one who sought sustenance without causing harm. As he drove away the others, Drogon feasted while observing the crowd around him. Their eyes betrayed no fear. Instead, they gazed at him with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, occasionally whispering to one another. Since Drogon's previous visits to the plains, tales of his meat-stealing exploits had spread throughout the Dothraki Sea, revealing that he not only seized meat, but also indulged in mare's milk and Dothraki blood pies. Nonetheless, he always left behind coins, and according to Qarth, those coins could be exchanged for several times their worth in meat beyond the plains. Now, the Dothraki not only welcomed Drogon's presence, but eagerly anticipated it, hoping to witness the marvel of a true dragon while profiting greatly. After satisfying his hunger amidst the throng of thousands, Drogon, as customary, left behind 2 gold coins. A glance over the crowd revealed a few women kneeling in his direction, murmuring incantations he could not decipher. Drogon was taken aback by the reverence his mere act of generosity had invoked. Just as he prepared to take flight, he suddenly felt a convergence of pale yellow orbs in his mind. As he attuned to these luminous points and regarded the kneeling women, the term power of faith surfaced in his thoughts. During his last excursion to the plains, he had experienced a similar gathering of light, but had yet to comprehend its significance. Now, clarity dawned upon him. He recalled his studies on the white points absorbed from the immortals and the pale yellow orbs that coalesced, discovering that the yellow points could nourish the white ones, albeit to a negligible extent, imperceptible unless one was keenly attuned. Witnessing the peculiar aftermath of the Dothraki women's worship unveiled to him the means of collecting yellow points and subtly illuminated the nature of what he absorbed from the immortals. After some contemplation, he designated this phenomenon as the light of divinity. With the presence of the white orbs, he could absorb the yellow ones, embodying the power of faith. This force would nourish the divine light, ultimately benefiting his corporeal form. Enlightened by this connection, Drogon recognized an additional path to bolster his strength beyond mere consumption. It seemed prudent to bestow more coins upon them, he mused, observing the kneeling women. With a nod towards the woman who knelt before him, Zhaoging soared into the sky with a powerful flap of his wings, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar that echoed through the heavens. He then expelled a torrent of searing dragon fire into the vast expanse above. It seemed prudent to showcase his might, and in pursuit of gathering faith, Zhaoging did not hesitate to display his fiery prowess. The Dothraki on the ground, witnessing Zhaoging's display of power, were bewildered by what had provoked his wrath. Fearful of provoking the dragon further, they hesitated to flee, concerned that Zhaoging might target those who dared to run. A few astute individuals recalled Zhaoging's earlier gesture of acknowledgement towards the kneeling woman and followed suit, bowing in reverence. As more people knelt, a wave of submission swept over the crowd, transforming the standing figures into a sea of supplicants. Even the formidable KO of Qarth fell to his knees. Once Zhaoging concluded his roar, he sensed a trickle of yellow orbs beginning to surge toward him as the number of kneeling subjects increased. So too did the influx of faith. Surprised by the effectiveness of his mere display of strength, Zhaoging circled around Qarth and nodded in Ko's direction before taking to the skies once more. The Dothraki and Ko, feeling the recognition of Zhaoging, found their devotion deepening, thereby bestowing upon him a substantial amount of faith. 2 hours later, feeling the waves of golden light surrounding him, Zhaoging returned to Astapor, satisfied. After surveying the positions of the two dragons from the sky, he discerned the location of Daenerys' new abode. Finding a concealed spot, he stowed his pack and ascended once more, darting towards the golden dragon, Viserion, to commence his routine of dragon training. As Viserion soared joyfully alongside Rhaegal, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A glance over his shoulder revealed a small black dot hurtling towards him at great speed. He barely had time to shift his body, resulting in a collision with his wing that nearly sent him spiraling downwards. This impact, however, was softened by Zhaoging's restraint. Had he charged with full force, he would have likely punctured Viserion and suffered significant repercussions himself. Zhaoging had intended to strike Viserion's side, but the latter's evasive maneuver led to a glancing blow against his wing. Nevertheless, Zhaoging felt a surge of elation. His training had proven effective, enabling Viserion to react swiftly to his approach. Accustomed to Zhaoging's ambushes and playful sparring, both dragons had become vigilant, particularly today, as Zhaoging had been absent for a while, prompting them to frequently scan their surroundings for him. Meanwhile, in Daenerys' chambers, after discussing governance strategies for Astapor with Yora and others that morning, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Although she had intended to journey to the city of Yunkai that afternoon, the absence of Zhaoging had delayed their departure. While Daenerys was not overly anxious about reaching Yunkai, her prolonged wait for Zhaoging left her restless. He had never been gone for this long, and had it not been for the theft of Jiki's Firestone pouch, she would have already dispatched someone to search for him. Khaleesi, Zhaoging has arrived. Just as Daenerys contemplated taking a stroll, her maid Jiki burst in to deliver the news. Jiki was aware that Daenerys had been concerned about Drogon. Upon returning from a shopping excursion, he witnessed the three dragons engaged in a fierce battle in the sky and hurried to report back. "Where is he?" Daenerys inquired, a jolt of energy coursing through her upon hearing Drogon's name. "Up in the sky," Jiki replied. Without hesitation, Daenerys briskly exited the room and gazed upward, where the three dragons were locked in a tumultuous clash. Chapter 28. The struggle for supremacy. It seemed that every time Drogon returned from outside, he sought out a confrontation with Rhaegal and Viserion. Jiki cheerfully remarked, accompanying Daenerys as the designated cook for the dragons. Jiki had spent considerable time with them and discerned a pattern. Drogon often instigated fights, particularly when Rhaegal and Viserion were in high spirits. Eventually, she realized that Drogon appeared to be training their combat skills. It made sense why Missandei refrained from allowing them to be fed separately. Intentionally fostering competition for food was one of their training methods. The battle in the sky grew increasingly intense, punctuated by the roars and cries of Rhaegal and Viserion, with dragon scales occasionally drifting downwards. Observing their ferocious display, Daenerys felt not a trace of worry but rather immense joy. The fiercer they fought, the safer they became. After engaging in their skirmish for over 10 minutes, Drogon finally withdrew, and both Rhaegal and Viserion exhaled in relief. Drogon had returned, and after today's tussle, they could finally rest. As the two dragons matured, their intelligence also sharpened, and they had long since grasped Drogon's training regimen. Initially, they would flee when outmatched. But after several unsuccessful attempts to escape and enduring a few harsh beatings, they gradually learned to cooperate and summoned their full strength to confront Drogon. Drogon retrieved his backpack and flew to perch on Daenerys' shoulder, nuzzling her face with his small head. Has Mother of Dragons changed the spices? He mused to himself, detecting the subtle fragrance emanating from Daenerys. Surprised by Drogon's keen sense of smell, Daenerys realized he had discerned the delicate scent she had selected from the selection provided by Illyrio. Taking out a silk cloth, she began to clean the bloodstains from Drogon's scales. Meanwhile, she casually removed the large backpack from around his neck, weighing it in her hands and finding it unexpectedly heavy. Curiosity piqued, she wondered why Chi-Chi's firestone bag, which she believed contained only firestones and hay, was so weighty. She instinctively reached to open it. Those contents are not meant for your eyes, Drogon warned, swiftly flying atop the backpack and using his small claws to secure the opening. Inside, not only were there paper, pens, and ink, but also a letter of allegiance from Varys intended for Daenerys. While she would eventually see it, it was not the right time. Is there something within that I am not allowed to see? Daenerys' curiosity intensified upon hearing Drogon's thoughts. Pretending to be unfazed, she attempted to brush aside Drogon's claws to peer inside. However, despite her gentle push, she found she could not budge his grip, even when she exerted more force. Drogon remained steadfast, his little black claws unwavering. Peering down at Drogon's claws, Daenerys was astonished by his surprising strength. Undeterred, she channeled all her might into prying open the backpack, her face flushing with effort, yet Drogon's four claws remained immovable. What are you doing, Khaleesi? Chi-Chi, standing beside Daenerys, noticed something unusual in her expression and realized that she was forcefully pulling on Drogon's claws, leaving her quite puzzled. Chi-Chi, please help me, Daenerys said with frustration. At first, Chi-Chi thought Daenerys was merely playing with Drogon, but upon hearing her, she understood that Daenerys was indeed trying to pry open the little dragon's tiny claws. Did she not fear breaking them, given their diminutive size? Drogon, unwilling for his mother to discover the contents of the backpack, was taken aback by her persistence. Unable to free himself, he sought assistance from Chi-Chi. Fortunately, Yura was absent. Otherwise, he would likely have been roped into the fray as well. As Chi-Chi was compelled to intervene, Drogon seized the backpack and soared into the sky. Daenerys, unwilling to let him escape so easily, clutched the strap tightly. Drogon could certainly have yanked the backpack away by force, but that might injure his mother. Grasping the backpack, he found himself in a moment of indecision. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He quickly flew to his mother's side and gently scratched her ribs with his tiny claws. Before Daenerys could comprehend Drogon's intentions, she felt a tickle at her waist that nearly made her laugh, causing her grip to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, Drogon snatched the backpack. Enraged, Daenerys stomped her feet in frustration, yet she was powerless against Drogon, who soared high above. Seeing Daenerys in a predicament, Chi-Chi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Realizing that it was not the appropriate moment for amusement, her face flushed with suppressed mirth. Chi-Chi, Daenerys exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger as she glared at Chi-Chi. What else is in your backpack besides flint and hay? Struggling to contain her laughter, Chi-Chi swallowed hard before replying. Only those, nothing else. What on earth was Drogon hiding in that backpack? Daenerys felt a deep sense of frustration, yet she remained powerless to act. Hovering in the sky, Drogon breathed a sigh of relief. Women were indeed formidable adversaries. Had it not been for his sudden inspiration, recalling a method to deal with a former girlfriend from a past life, the secret within the backpack would have been unveiled. The paper and ink were manageable. He would simply find a place to hide them, for losing them would be inconsequential. However, the letter needed to be dispatched promptly. He located a severely dilapidated house, uninhabited, and concealed the paper, ink, and quill. From the backpack, he retrieved Varys's letter, sealed with a wax emblem shaped like a spider. He certainly could not hand it directly to Daenerys. Instead, he needed to find a messenger. This messenger was quickly identified. A man from the room where Varys resided happened to emerge, heading in the direction of the unsullied encampment. Drogon calculated his route and discreetly placed the letter in his path just before the man reached a deserted street corner. Having set the letter down, he took flight. As the man rounded the corner, he spotted the parchment lying in the middle of the path. With a puzzled glance around and finding nothing amiss, he cautiously picked up the scroll. Upon seeing the seal, he instantly recognized its origin. He had encountered Varys's distinctive emblem, the eight-legged spider, during his tenure as a member of the Kingsguard. Others conveyed that the seal upon the envelope bore the emblem of a family or a mark of office. Yet, devoid of any lineage, he utilized a spider. Without unsealing the scroll, he surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that it was naive to assume it had been inadvertently left behind. It was undoubtedly placed there deliberately, knowing his path. Approaching the roadside, he cautiously removed the seal and unfurled the scroll. "Your Majesty, I am Varys." Indeed, it was a missive from Varys, its contents astonishing him with the proposal of allegiance to Queen Daenerys, a notion he found hard to fathom. After a swift perusal, he retraced his steps, hastening to Daenerys' abode. He placed the letter upon the ground, and Drogon soared back to Daenerys' chamber. Having recently offended her, he hesitated to return. Yet knowing he had delivered the letter to Barristan, it was inevitable that it would reach Daenerys. Drogon was curious about the Mother of Dragons' reaction to Varys' fealty. Upon Drogon's rapid return, burdened with a satchel, Daenerys cast a sharp glance in his direction. She did not attempt to seize the bag. She was astute enough to discern that anything she was not meant to see was likely concealed within. Drogon feigned ignorance of Daenerys' expression, setting the satchel aside, opting to examine Daenerys' new quarters instead. A fleeting glance at the satchel on the table prompted Daenerys to turn her head away, an eerie atmosphere compelling Drogon to depart without delay. "Your Majesty, please take a look at this." At last, Drogon heard Barristan's voice, akin to a heavenly melody. Accepting the scroll, upon discerning its contents, Daenerys was met with both astonishment and skepticism. She was already aware of Varys' true identity. After all, he had been the one relaying her whereabouts to the usurpers, forcing her and her brother Viserys into a life of constant flight. Now, the notion of Varys pledging loyalty to her was almost beyond her grasp, difficult to accept. "Ser Barristan, what is your opinion on this offer of allegiance? Varys has caused my brother and me to flee relentlessly. His loyalty is hard to digest. Furthermore, if he truly desired to serve, should he not present himself in person? Is he fearful I might take his life? If Varys wished to eliminate you, you would have perished countless times over." Drogon could not restrain himself from interjecting. Varys' network spanned 3 continents, with only the little-known continent of Ulthos south of Essos devoid of his informants. Should he have desired the demise of the young Targaryen siblings, it would have been a trivial matter with ample opportunities at his disposal. Their survival thus far had been orchestrated perfectly by Varys, the master of intelligence, who could pursue them relentlessly without ever drawing the king's suspicion. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys recalled her earlier encounter with him, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Varys. Yet, why did Drogon express such sentiments? Reflecting on her tumultuous life of evasion since childhood, they had consistently managed to stay one step ahead of their pursuers. A stroke of extraordinary luck. The singular attempt on their lives via poison wine had been thwarted by Yura's vigilance. Could it be true, as Drogon suggested, that Varys had never genuinely sought their demise? "Your Majesty, although I have coexisted with Varys for many years, I do not possess an in-depth understanding of him. I perceive him as astute, possessing a deft touch, and adept at employing cunning schemes. He has not committed any overtly malevolent acts. Yet he is not engaged in particularly virtuous deeds either." After some contemplation, Varys responded. Upon hearing Varys' narration, Daenerys pondered over Drogon's thoughts. If he speaks truthfully, what motivates Varys to ostensibly protect his siblings? With this thought, an epiphany struck her, prompting her to inquire whether his absence and his promises to provide vital intelligence concerning King's Landing and Slaver's Bay, as well as to seek allies at an opportune moment, could be deemed credible. "You are his prospective queen, as long as you continue to treat the common folk with the same compassion you show to the liberated slaves. He shall not betray you." Upon hearing Daenerys' inquiry regarding Varys, Drogon recalled the underlying discord that would emerge between Varys and Daenerys in the future. Tricked indeed. Daenerys felt a surge of delight. Her question to Varys was merely a facade. Her true intent was to elicit Drogon's response. "I believe we cannot place complete trust in him." Ser Barristan hesitated before cautiously replying, unaware that her queen had already gleaned the answer she sought, leaving Drogon bewildered and uninformed. "Ser Barristan, fetch a banner. I shall instruct Drogon to inform Varys of my acceptance of his fealty," Daenerys commanded. Although she found it difficult to accept the allegiance of one who once sought her demise, she resolved to heed Drogon's instincts. "I have no desire to engage in such a mundane task." Upon hearing Daenerys' intention to compel him to fulfill his agreement with Varys, Drogon was filled with reluctance. "Your Majesty, I believe further consideration is warranted. After all, Varys' past conduct demands caution." Daenerys replied, her tone resolute and unwavering, leaving Ser Barristan no choice but to turn and retrieve the banner. Minutes later, Barristan returned bearing a large black flag emblazoned with a crimson three-headed dragon, the sigil of House Targaryen. "Drogon, Take this banner and soar above Astapor." Though acutely aware of Drogon's unwillingness, Daenerys sought to exact a small measure of retribution. Drogon turned his head, snorting in discontent. Daenerys reiterated her request, but Drogon remained unresponsive, prompting her to grit her teeth and declare, "Then let Viserion carry it." Drogon exited the chamber and ascended into the sky, capturing Viserion and gesturing animatedly while instructing him on how to grasp the banner with his claws and fly aloft. This was the covert signal agreed upon with Varys. Should Daenerys accept his allegiance, the dragon would soar over Astapor brandishing the Targaryen banner, and he would naturally comprehend the message. Observing Drogon instructing Viserion as if he were a mere human, Barristan was utterly astonished. As a member of the Kingsguard under the Mad King Aerys, he was well versed in the history of House Targaryen and possessed considerable knowledge of dragons. However, he had never heard of a dragon that could shrink after reaching maturity, nor had he ever witnessed a dragon as astute as Drogon. In his heart, he became increasingly convinced that Daenerys was destined to become the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, the true Queen of Dragons. Vermillion understood Drogon's intent and excitedly pawed at the banner, lifting it into the air. The surrounding soldiers and residents, having witnessed the recently descended Viserion, gazed in curiosity as it soared skyward, clutching a grand flag. Viserion did not ascend too high. The flag fluttered in the breeze. The three-headed dragon danced as if animated by life itself. Upon hearing the news, residents emerged from their homes, looking skyward in reverence, while devoted slaves knelt before the magnificent dragon and the grand banner. Daenerys, upon receiving the report, was exceptionally pleased, not anticipating such an impact from what was merely a display of a signal. As Viserion showcased the banner, Daenerys summoned Jorah and the others to a temporary council chamber. They too observed the giant dragon waving the flag in the sky, astonished and uncertain whether it was merely a display or held deeper significance. Within the council chamber, Barristan stood on Daenerys' left as her sworn sword, while Missandei occupied the right. Jorah and the Blood Rider, Daario Naharis, stood a short distance away from Daenerys. Among these familiar faces, Drogon also noticed a newcomer, resolute in countenance, with dark skin and a lean physique. Drogon surmised that this individual was the leader known as Grey Worm, chosen by the Unsullied. Upon liberating the Unsullied, Daenerys had learned his name and permitted him to change it. However, he expressed that the name Grey Worm symbolized his fortuitous encounter with Daenerys, thus he wished to retain it. Observing Drogon perched upon Daenerys' shoulder, Grey Worm felt a spark of curiosity, for it was his first time seeing Drogon up close. Compared to the other two dragons' massive forms, Drogon appeared nearly the size of a newborn dragon. Yet, having witnessed Drogon vanquishing Rhaegal's foes, he held no underestimation of Drogon's prowess. Grey Worm, skilled in combat and martial techniques, understood all too well the terrifying power harbored within such a small frame. Having been riveted by the sight, he scrutinized Drogon for a moment longer. "You all must have seen the banner in the sky. It is, in fact, a signal directed towards Varys, the Spider of King's Landing, signifying my acceptance of his fealty," Daenerys declared, once all were assembled. Upon her pronouncement, Jorah was the most visibly startled. He gazed at Daenerys in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless before voicing his opposition. "Your Grace, Varys is untrustworthy. He has consistently gathered intelligence on you and reported to King's Landing. The attempts on your life are likely orchestrated by him." After speaking, Jorah shifted his gaze towards Barristan, noting his calm demeanor. Suspecting that Barristan was already privy to this information while he had only just learned of it, he could not help but reminisce about the little girl who had once obediently listened to him since their days on the plains. Feeling a pang of nostalgia at the thought that the Queen had not consulted him on such a significant matter. "I am aware of this. He likely acted out of necessity," Daenerys recalled Drogon's thoughts, offering an explanation. Missandei and the others, unfamiliar with Varys, showed little reaction to the mention of his allegiance. However, this individual is cunning and deceitful, unworthy of trust. Recalling Varys's previous warnings, Jorah vehemently opposed him. Daenerys was taken aback by the intensity of Jorah's disdain for Varys. It was not merely a concern over Drogon's foresight, but rather an unsettling association that crept into her mind. After their escape from the House of the Undying, Daenerys had spoken of her 3 betrayals, and Jorah's peculiar demeanor at that time, coupled with Drogon's heartfelt communications, suggested that Jorah harbored his own issues. Did Jorah have some connection or entanglement with Varys, the Master of Whispers? As Jorah met Daenerys' incredulous gaze, He felt an inexplicable sense of unease, and the words he was about to utter were stifled. Ser Yora, although I have consented to his allegiance, I shall not place my complete trust in him, Daenerys asserted, suppressing her doubts. Once she finished speaking, Yora fell silent, refraining from further opposition. The Unsullied army's departure, originally scheduled for today, was postponed due to Drogon's absence. As dusk approached, Daenerys declared they would set out for Westeros the following morning, with 6 ships and over 20 generously provided by the benevolent Lord of Astapor. They had a total of 30 vessels temporarily docked there. The logistical challenge of feeding more than 8,000 Unsullied loomed large. Daenerys' followers were all seasoned warriors. And although Missandei had learned about military logistics under the Lord's guidance, she could not manage alone. She was left with no choice but to sift through the untrained Unsullied and the residents of Astapor to find non-combat personnel. It was at this moment that Daenerys realized the inadequacy of her resources. Her forces numbered less than 10,000, and without a properly managed city. Suitable candidates were hard to come by. Astapor had only managed to appoint a scholar, a doctor, and a priest to form a temporary council for city governance. And the thought of managing the 7 kingdoms in the future seemed even more daunting. The grand procession of over 8,000 individuals stretched several kilometers, resembling a sinuous dragon from above. Drogon had trailed the group for 2 days, feasting in the grasslands that had become his personal banquet hall. On the 3rd day, unable to bear the weight any longer, he soared back to Westeros, intent on visiting the Wall. Packing his belongings, he gathered paper and ink, along with a few dates and a honey-roasted duck for little Shireen, filling his backpack to the brim. After more than 3 hours, he arrived at Dragonstone, skillfully aiming for Shireen's window. Perched on the sill, he peered inside, but Shireen was absent. He decided to wait a while. If she did not appear soon, he would return after his visit to the Wall. Just as he was about to leave after 10 minutes, the door swung open, and Shireen entered, clutching 2 books. As she closed the door, she instinctively glanced at the window, where a small shadow fell across the room. Blinking in disbelief, she rushed to the window and opened it, revealing Drogon, indeed crouched there with his bulging backpack. Drogon, I truly missed you. Excited, Shilin gently caressed Zhuge's smooth back, yearning to embrace him. However, Zhuge did not wait for her to hold him. He flew into the room, perched himself atop the table, and retrieved his backpack. From within, he unveiled a honey-glazed roast duck wrapped in oiled paper, placing it on the table. The aroma was irresistible. Gazing at the golden roast duck, Shilin could not help but swallow hard. Dragonstone Island was devoid of resources, and Stannis had suffered a defeat, leaving him without even the funds to repair ships, let alone indulge in delicacies. He himself was not faring well, and naturally, Shilin was deprived of good food as well. Observing Shilin's eager expression, Zhuge surmised that her usual meals might lack quality. He was astonished that a single roast duck could incite such longing in a princess of her stature. Hastily, he unwrapped the oiled paper and gestured for Shilin to eat. Without hesitation, Shilin used both her small hands to tear off a duck leg and offered it to Zhuge, who, not in want of meat, shook his head and declined. However, he realized that if he did not partake, Shilin certainly would not either. So he tore a small piece from the duck's belly and placed it in his mouth. The duo swiftly consumed half of the roast duck, most of it finding its way into Shilin's petite stomach, while Zhuge merely nibbled at it symbolically. Shilin had no intention of finishing the other half herself. Instead, she meant to save it for Davos in the dungeon. Observing her meticulously wrap the remaining half of the roast duck, Zhuge understood it was meant for the Onion Knight. He then retrieved some dates from his bag, placing them on the table, preparing to take his leave. His destination was the Wall, and he had a long journey ahead, needing to make a stop at King's Landing first. Zhuge, where do you reside? Can you not stay with me a while longer? Shilin felt a pang of reluctance as she saw him preparing to depart. Zhuge raised his wing, pointing towards the southeast. Do you live in the Free Cities? Shilin recalled from her readings that the southeast of Dragonstone likely corresponded to the Free Cities. Upon seeing Zhuge shake his head, she continued, Is it farther than the Free Cities? Perhaps the Dothraki Sea or the lands of Long Summer. Zhuge was taken aback by her knowledge of Long Summer. He had underestimated her. When she still failed to guess correctly, Shilin furrowed her adorable brow in thought, then ventured, aside from the small island. There seems to be a Slaver's Bay, and beyond that lies the Red Waste. Is it Slaver's Bay? Zhuge grinned, revealing a row of fine, tiny teeth, and nodded affirmatively. I really guessed it right. Shilin exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. But it is so far. How did you manage to come here? You are so small. It must take you several days of flying. Also, don't dragons grow quickly? It's been 3 days since we last met, yet you seem unchanged. Have you not been eating well? Remembering the roast duck from earlier, Shilin worried that she had consumed Zhuoging's share. She glanced at the half-eaten roast duck wrapped in oiled paper and thought, perhaps Davos should forego his meal to allow Zhuoging to grow faster. Zhuoging did not expect this little girl to be so talkative. He was eager to leave and had no intention of pulling out paper and pen to converse. Instead, he gestured with his wing, indicating that he could grow larger. However, Shirin did not comprehend his meaning. Just as she was about to inquire, Zhuogong had already soared to the windowsill. It dawned on her that Zhuogong must have pressing matters to attend to, otherwise, he would engage in written conversation with her as he had done before. Chapter 31. The Iron Maiden. Zhuogong, remember to visit me often. She refrained from further pressing Zhuogong, gently caressing his neck with a sense of reluctance. Zhuogong understood that Shirin had only the Onion Knight as a companion here and could not venture out freely, spending her days in solitude with books. The fate of the Onion Knight remained uncertain. He needed to rescue Shirin swiftly to prevent her from enduring prolonged loneliness in such a desolate place. After bidding farewell to Shirin, Zhuogong took flight towards King's Landing, eager to ascertain whether Varys had left him any messages. After nearly an hour of flight, he arrived at King's Landing, making his way to the designated meeting spot with Varys, located in the squalid streets of the flea-bottom slums, where sewage ran rampant. Observing that the area was deserted, Zhuogong extracted a loose red brick from the wall, retrieving a scroll of parchment concealed within. Ascending to the rooftop, he carefully unfurled the parchment. The imminent wedding of Joffrey was noted, along with the engagement between Tyrion and Sansa. Tywin intended to thwart the alliance between Highgarden and the North by marrying Cersei to Loras, the brother of the young heir of Highgarden. Prince Oberyn Martell was also reported to be coming to King's Landing, possibly with ill intentions. Zhuogong held a favorable view of Oberyn, despite his roguish demeanor. He was loyal and compassionate, managing to care for each of his illegitimate daughters across the continent. Unfortunately, he had met a tragic end at the hands of the Mountain, indirectly leading to Tyrion's misfortunes and benefiting Cersei. Having reviewed the intelligence, Zhuogong sat on the rooftop, contemplating the current state of affairs in King's Landing. 2 blood-soaked weddings that could alter the continent's fate were on the horizon. While he had little concern for the life or death of the monstrous Joffrey, he could not bear to see Catelyn Stark and her children meet a horrific end. After a moment of reflection, he began to write. He noted that Walder Frey had secretly reached an agreement with Tywin to massacre the Stark children and the Northern and Riverlands nobles at Edmure's wedding. With Roose likely to betray them, Shireen was about to face danger, but they should not attempt to separate her from Tyrion. The price of forcing her betrayal would be steep. After considering this, he added a cautionary note to keep Oberyn at a safe distance from the mountain, wary of the perils that could arise from carelessness. Varys had previously urged Eddard Stark to acknowledge Joffrey's claim to the throne to preserve his life. Although Eddard ultimately met his demise, Varys had done his utmost. He had also attempted to rescue Sansa from King's Landing, only to be thwarted by Peter Baelish's swift intervention. Hearing of the impending ruthless slaughter of the Stark family, he would not remain passive. Zhuogong did not intend to inform anyone about Joffrey's Red Wedding. He would be pleased to witness Joffrey's demise himself. Nor did he reveal to Varys that Sansa would be taken by Littlefinger after Joffrey's death. Her safety would be severely compromised without Tyrion's protection. Having completed the letter intended for Varys, Zhuogong tucked the scroll into the crevice of the red brick, awaiting the upheaval in King's Landing. Departing from King's Landing, he set his course towards the wall, mentally referencing the map of Westeros in his mind as he flew. Crossing the renowned Trident River, a bird's-eye view revealed the impregnable Eagle's Nest city. I glimpsed Robb, who had utilized a marriage pact as a toll for the Twin Rivers Bridge, soaring over the neck and skimming past the ancient burial grounds of the forebears, finally hovering above Winterfell. At that moment, Winterfell was unrecognizable, its former splendor and vibrancy long extinguished. This largest stronghold of the north had been reduced to charred remnants. Only the sturdy walls and a few substantial structures remained, with a dozen workers diligently engaged in repairs. Zhaoging was aware that Theon was presently enduring the torturous whims of the sadistic flayed man. However, he had no intention of intervening, believing such suffering was deserved. Despite Theon having merely burned Winterfell without truly harming Bran and Rickon, as he prepared to hasten northward from Winterfell, he suddenly discerned a cluster of figures lurking at the forest's edge not far from the castle, their demeanor suggesting they were not engaged in ordinary activities. Were they plotting against Winterfell? With the North in disarray and the Stark family likely still absent, who would dare confront a Winterfell occupied by the flayed man? Zhaoging soared slightly farther into the forest, stealthily approaching the small assembly. Clad in dark gray attire, each individual bore at least one weapon, with most resting amidst the underbrush while a few stood guard. Ascending to the treetops, he drew near enough to overhear their conversation. What use is it to save that worthless wretch? We've traveled so far for nothing, two soldiers whispered amongst themselves. I've heard the Island Lord is unwilling to rescue his useless son. It was Yara who insisted on this venture, and look, it's just us few. Yara? Upon hearing this, Zhaoging scrutinized the group and indeed spotted a robust woman with slicked back hair. Without a keen eye, one might mistake her for a man. Zhaoging recalled that the flayed man had commanded his father, Balon Greyjoy, to expel the Ironborn from the north, accompanying a menacing letter to Balon that included Theon's head. If Balon did not withdraw his marauding Ironborn from the north, Theon would be presented to him piece by piece. Balon had little regard for Theon, intending to hand the Iron Islands to his sister Yara, and thus would hardly expend effort to negotiate for him. Moreover, with Theon now mutilated, stripped of the very means to carry on their lineage, it was improbable that he would acquiesce to the flayed man's demands. Yara, unable to bear the thought of her brother further tormented, had taken it upon herself to lead a rescue. What she did not anticipate was that when she stormed the dog pen to liberate Theon, she was met with his refusal, having been so thoroughly degraded that he could scarcely be called a man. Not only did she fail to rescue him, but she nearly lost herself in the process. It appeared that they had only recently arrived. By nightfall, they would likely infiltrate Winterfell. Following the failure to rescue Theon, the Ironborn, rebuffed by the flayed man, would soon welcome their new lord, the world's second most depraved individual, Captain Euron Greyjoy. A shiver of trepidation coursed through Zhaoging at the thought of him. Legend had it that he was at odds with his brother Balon, who had declared that as long as he ruled the Iron Islands, Euron would not be permitted to return. Euron publicly proclaims that he has traversed the entire world, even venturing into the smoldering volcanoes and rocky ruins of Valyria. Now, having encountered the Iron Lady Yara, he does not hesitate to create a bit of trouble for her. He delves deep into the jungle, landing in a clearing, and retrieves from his backpack paper, ink, a sealing wax, and parchment. This time, he has merely replenished his supply of parchment and ink, even bringing along the sealing wax. With a subtle press of his claw, he waits for the wax to dry before quietly soaring back above the troop, targeting a slumbering Iron Man. Releasing his grip, he lets the rolled letter fall. The sleeping bearded Iron Man is struck by the letter and immediately awakens, turning his head to see it on the ground. Someone's here, he calls out, stifling his voice. Hearing his shout, dozens of men spring to their feet, alert and scanning their surroundings. Upon seeing Yara approach with her men, the bearded one hands her the letter. Where did this come from? Yara inquires as she takes the scroll. I have no idea. It seems to have hit me on the head, he replies uncertainly. Chapter 32. Fateful encounter. Yara gazes at the four guards, who exchange innocent glances, their expressions betraying no knowledge of the matter. Aware that they have seen nothing, she examines the scroll closely. It appears no different from an ordinary letter, sealed with only 2 impressions of wax. Crushing the wax, she unfurls the parchment, and upon reading the first line, her brow furrows slightly. However, her eyes widen in disbelief at the subsequent lines. The contents declare that even if she were to find Theon, he would not accompany her. And it ominously states that her long-lost uncle Euron would return to the Iron Islands to kill her father Balon and seize control. The notion of her uncle Euron's sudden return is not entirely implausible, though she does not believe he would heed her father's summons. Yet the first claim seems utterly absurd. She can only imagine the torment Theon must be enduring. Surely he yearns for her to rescue him. How could he not wish to flee with her? Holding the letter, she observes her Iron Men, all of whom regard her with curiosity, eager to discern the contents of the parchment that had been silently conveyed in a guarded area. Noticing no signs of suspicion among her men, Yara remains vigilant. The ability to deliver the letter without a sound rather than using arrows raises her suspicions about them. Her greatest fear is that there may be a traitor among them, one who would turn against them at a critical moment, jeopardizing not only Theon's rescue but also their lives. However, given the circumstances, it is impossible to return to the Iron Islands with so many in tow. She must proceed with caution. From a distance, observing Yara receive the letter, Drogon continues his flight northward. As long as Yara informs her father, Drogon doubts that Balon will be adequately prepared for Euron's cunning. Neither brother is one to be underestimated. Even if Balon cannot best Euron, if he can merely cripple him, the message will not have been in vain. Over an hour later, the temperature drops significantly. A biting chill enveloping the air, and remnants of unmelted snow can be seen in the shadowed areas of the mountains. Drogon was aware that he was not far from the wall. After flying for less than 10 minutes amidst the biting wind and snow, he could faintly discern a colossal ice-blue wall in the distance. As he approached, the oppressive presence of the Wall of Absolute Despair became palpable. Towering approximately 200 meters high, the wall seemed to stretch endlessly, extending eastward to the sea and westward to the mountains. From the wooden table adorned with a map of Longshore Island, Drogon learned that the wall measured nearly 5 kilometers in total length. Its base was constructed from massive stones, while the wall itself was built from both colossal rocks and ice blocks, imbued with magical forces. At the foot of the wall stood a small fortress, the renowned Black Castle, predominantly inhabited by the Night's Watch. The remaining men were dispersed between the eastern end of the wall, known as Donghai Wong, and the western Shadow Tower. Aside from these 3 locations, there were scarcely any Night's Watch stationed in other fortifications or strongholds. The entire wall lacked a grand entrance, featuring only an underground tunnel that connected to the outside world. This tunnel was evenly lined with iron barriers designed to thwart intruders. In times of peril, the Night's Watch would dismantle them entirely, sealing the tunnel with enormous stones to isolate invading others or wildlings. Within the Black Castle, a spacious lift ascended directly to the top of the wall, regulated by a massive winch that transported personnel and goods. Compared to the invasion of the others thousands of years prior, the number of Night's Watch had drastically diminished. They were no longer the esteemed guardians of the realm, but had devolved into a refuge for thieves, rogues, and various criminals. Casting a distant glance at the Black Castle, Drogon veered to the side, intending to survey the wall itself, for the vicinity of the Black Castle was not a suitable place for admiration. Gently descending upon the wall, he noted its width of approximately 15 meters. Aside from large stones and logs scattered about, there were ballistae positioned every few hundred meters, though their dilapidated state called into question their operability. Standing atop the Wall of Absolute Despair made Drogon, who was already in a juvenile state, feel even more diminutive. Facing the harsh, frigid wind and inhaling the icy air, he felt as though his body and soul were being cleansed. Outside the wall lay a vast expanse of white, where only the ravaging wilderness and the distant, snow-laden forest could be faintly perceived. Drogon found it difficult to envision how the wildlings had managed to survive in such harsh conditions for millennia, ultimately being forced to scale the wall and retreat southward to escape the onslaught of the others. He conjectured that Jon Snow was likely not at the Black Castle during this period, having learned of his father Eddard's execution, his sister's confinement in King's Landing, and his brother Robb's march south. Jon had failed in his escape and subsequently joined the Rangers to scout the movements of the wildlings and others beyond the wall. Arriving above the Black Castle, he observed for a while. In such inclement weather, few ventured outside. Only the guards of the Night's Watch would huddle in corners to evade the storm. After hiding within the castle and watching for some time, he stealthily ventured outside to survey the surroundings, but found no sign of Jon or the corpulent Samwell. With no choice but to abandon his search, he reasoned that Jon was likely frolicking in the snow or hiding in a cave with a wildling woman, and he would not foolishly wait for him in the biting wind. Having departed from the Black Castle for less than 20 minutes, the weather began to warm. Drogon intended to procure some game to satiate his hunger and replenish his strength before continuing his flight, as he still had at least 3 hours to traverse to reach the grasslands. It would be unwise to fly on an empty stomach. The north, vast and sparsely populated, is a veritable paradise for wildlife. Accustomed to the succulent sheep and robust horses of the prairies, indulging in some wild game as a rare treat seemed quite delightful. After flying for 2 minutes over a dense thicket, Drogon spotted a robust wild deer leisurely grazing on the meadow, just as the deer noticed him. Still curious about this unfamiliar creature, it fell prey to his swift talon, which swiftly severed its throat, causing it to struggle briefly before succumbing. He effortlessly transported the deer, which was 10 times his size, to a nearby brook, where he skinned and gutted it with precision, deftly slicing the vibrant red meat into portions and arranging them on a stone. He gathered sticks of varying thickness to serve as firewood, setting up a roasting rack. Sitting on the ground, he retrieved a flint and a bundle of dry grass from his backpack. With nimble claws, he struck the flint, igniting the dry grass, and carefully placed it among the woodpile. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, The dry wood blazed into a brilliant yellow flame. Drogon then skewered the deer meat onto wooden sticks and placed them on the grill, applying a blend of spices, fine salt, and chopped green onions, while rotating the skewers. Before long, the marbled deer meat sizzled with tantalizing juices, dripping onto the fire with a satisfying hiss. As the meat gradually turned a golden brown, Drogon skewered another piece, removing the already roasted portion to enjoy while continuing to cook. The flavor was quite pleasing. Drogon mused to himself, recognizing that while it did not compare to Jichi's culinary skills, it far surpassed those of the Dothraki. Fortunately, the tenderness and vigor of the deer meat compensated for any shortcomings in his roasting technique. As he savored the succulent meat, his pace of consumption quickened, and soon he had devoured half of the robust deer. Suddenly, as he chewed, Drogon sensed a presence behind him and turned to look. Not far away, a group of individuals was ascending the hillside, a mix of men, women, and children. His gaze was quickly drawn to the towering figure of a burly man at the forefront, who stood at least 2.5 meters tall, clad in tattered garments, dragging behind him a wooden plank of equal width to his formidable frame, upon which lay another person. Chapter 33. A startling conspiracy. Odair. Bran. Recognizing the somewhat familiar scene and the imposing figure of Odair, Drogon swiftly identified them. He had not anticipated encountering them here, for the north was vast, and the likelihood of such a meeting was exceedingly slim. Upon spotting Drogon, they first noticed the blazing fire, and then the enormous chunk of deer meat held in his claws beside the blaze. Time seemed to freeze as Odair, the somewhat daft giant, came to a halt at the sight of Drogon brandishing the deer meat. Bran, lying on the plank, noticed Odair's pause and, sensing the strange expressions of the wild woman and the geo-siblings before him, exerted effort to turn his body and look ahead. Upon seeing the conspicuous fire, his striking blue eyes widened in astonishment as they landed on Drogon. They had traveled north, careful to avoid densely populated areas, fearful of being discovered and met with ill intent or reported to the searching kin. To their surprise, they encountered Drogon after merely crossing a hillside. Upon seeing Drogon, the two ice wolves emitted low growls of unease. "What is that?" inquired the youngest, Rhaegal, as he attempted to soothe the restless dire wolf. "That is a dragon. A true dragon," exclaimed the wild woman Osha, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at Drogon. "A dragon?" Rhaegal's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Haven't they disappeared for over a century? How could one possibly appear now?" Bran, lying on the wooden planks, asked with curiosity. "Do you remember the fiery comet from some time ago?" "That was the omen of the dragon's birth," Osha replied eagerly, having suspected that the comet could not have appeared due to human influence. Both Jojen and his sister remained silent, their curiosity piqued as they watched Drogon, who had momentarily paused before resuming his hearty feast of roasted meat. "Is he roasting meat for himself?" Rhaegal questioned, glancing around in confusion. "Dragons are exceedingly intelligent creatures. Roasting meat is not a challenge for them," Osha remarked, her admiration for dragons evident, as if she possessed an intimate understanding of them. "Is he sprinkling seasoning on it?" Rhaegal was once again taken aback, observing Drogon hovering above the meat, casting down an assortment of spices. This time, even Osha found herself at a loss for words. A dragon that could roast meat was already impressive, but one that added seasoning was beyond her imagination. Unable to suppress a gulp, Rhaegal heard the sound of two others swallowing nearby. Although they had subsisted on the occasional stolen morsels from Osha or her hunting endeavors, they had only managed to hastily roast what little they could without attracting attention to their campfire. On several occasions, they suffered from stomach ailments, never indulging in a leisurely barbecue akin to Drogon's, which included the addition of spices. After completing the last piece of roasted meat, Drogon extinguished the fire and, rather than continuing to eat, flapped his wings and soared before Bran and the others. Gazing at Bran, whose striking auburn hair and delicate features bore a semblance of frailty as he lay on the wooden planks, Drogon found it difficult to reconcile that this was the future ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the guardian of the realm. The sight of Bran invoked memories of the visions he had witnessed within the Hall of Faces. Upon reflection, Drogon realized that only Bran, as the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, possessed the capacity to wield such a multitude of crossbows and the might of Valyrian steel. He vividly recalled how that net could withstand even the flames of dragon fire. Though those were mere manifestations and not necessarily destined to occur, the implications were unmistakably clear. Despite harboring doubts about Bran, Drogon was perplexed. As the last dragon in existence, and with Jon, the final Targaryen bloodline, present, Bran should have been eager to support him, rather than considering his demise. He reflected on the future Bran, who would be far removed from the innocent youth he currently appeared to be. Recalling the simple embrace shared with his long-lost brother Jon and sister Arya, as well as the calm recounting of Sansa's harrowing experiences with the sadistic Ramsay Bolton. Bran had even found the disposition to praise Sansa for her wedding gown on the night she wed the very man who had tormented her. Drogon felt increasingly uneasy. Bran seemed to drift further away from humanity. The prospect of such a being ascending to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms was a cause for concern. The memories of the blood-soaked dragon dance, the transformation of Viserion into an ice dragon, and the sight of Rhaegar's blood mingling with the sea haunted him, alongside the bitter regret of his own demise at the hands of the crossbow. The Red Priestess curses the false king, the immortals siphon life, and Bran's icy indifference engulfs him. The major events gradually coalesce in his mind: the cataclysm of Valyria, the frenzied nature of House Targaryen, the blood dragon dance of the dragonkind's extinction, the deaths of Viserion and Rhaegal, Jon's betrayal of Daenerys, and ultimately his own tragic demise. The dragonkind faces annihilation once more, and a staggering conspiracy unfurls within Drogon's heart. Previously, the Red Priestess had employed leeches to curse the false queen, leading to the sequential deaths of 3 false kings. The Onion Knight, Davos, once doubted their connection to the curses, yet Stannis remained unwavering in his belief. No one could prove whether the demise of those 3 false kings was a consequence of the Lord of Light manipulating the human subconscious. Did this chain of events ultimately precipitate the extinction of House Targaryen and the eradication of dragons? Were these outcomes orchestrated by the gods through an unseen hand? The old gods, the new gods, the Lord of Light, and the immortals all subtly wield their influence through their followers, propagating doctrines and absorbing the power of faith. Among the deities, the most formidable are undoubtedly the Lord of Light, whom the Red Priestess serves, and the old gods, represented by the Green Seer. Stannis, supported by the Red Priestess, meets his downfall, and she shifts her allegiance to Daenerys. Had the Red Priestess survived until the end, the Seven Kingdoms would inevitably have become the realm of the Lord of Light's adherents. Bran ultimately ascends as the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Drogon envisions a future where not only the north but all corners of Westeros will be adorned with weirwood trees, the old gods' influence pervasive. The gods do not manifest in true form. They expand their reach solely through their followers, while the dragons remain mere entities. During the reign of House Targaryen, many across the continent revered dragons, even kneeling before the dragons or the Targaryen sigil. Could it be that the existence of dragons hindered the expansion of the gods' followers, leading to the gradual extinction of the dragonkind? Even the Targaryens, who could hatch dragons, have dwindled in numbers until their eventual extinction? The more Drogon pondered, the more alarmed he became, solidifying his convictions. As he gazed at Bran, he contemplated silencing this future Green Seer within the wall, thereby severing the lineage of the Green Seers. "Do you wish to kill me?" A sudden voice pierced his reverie, awakening Drogon from his thoughts. Upon hearing Bran's words, the Stark siblings and Reek instantly heightened their vigilance, the growls of the 2 dire wolves growing deeper, while the wildling Osha regarded Drogon with astonishment, puzzled as to why a dragon that could roast meat would contemplate harming Bran. Truly, the future Green Seer possessed an astute awareness. Once he regained his composure, Drogon marveled silently. He had relinquished the notion of slaying Bran. Not only would it be unjust to kill one who knew so little, but times had also changed. He was no longer the same Drogon, nor would Daenerys remain the woman she once was. Feeling a sense of ease, Drogon glanced at the 2 direwolves, their formidable size already surpassing that of a large dog, even in their youth. He flapped his wings and soared toward one of the direwolves, his speed catching all off guard. "Summer!" Bran could only shout in alarm as Drogon soared past Summer, ascending into the heavens and heading southward. Such soft fur. Rubbing his small black claws, Drogon was taken aback by the unexpected softness of the seemingly formidable ice wolf. "Fear not," he merely patted Summer's head. Observing Bran's concerned gaze fixed on Summer, the wild woman Osha reassured him, noting the remnants of black pepper atop Summer's head. At that moment, Bran finally relaxed, though his body was already drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. Chapter 34. Astonishment. The memory of Drogon's piercing gaze lingered in his mind, as if the dragon could see right through him. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Not even his father's stern looks during his misdeeds had evoked such an intensity. The pressure stemmed not only from those eyes, but also from the overwhelming sense of insignificance he felt before the small dragon, akin to standing before a colossal beast. Yet, how could this be? He was but a mere child. Bran, why did that little dragon attempt to kill you? As Drogon vanished into the distance, Jojen relaxed as well. I do not know, but I am certain he truly intended to kill me. I cannot fathom why he suddenly changed his mind. Bran recalled the earlier encounter, still shaken. If he had wished to slay us, we would have had no chance to resist, not even with the 2 ice wolves. Osha gazed in the direction Drogon had flown, affirming with conviction. Witnessing the spectacle of Drogon's flight, none among them voiced dissent. Was that roasted meat meant for us? Rhaegal, sensing the tension had dissipated, fixed his eyes on the venison roasting in the distance, his excitement palpable. Upon Bran's nod, Rhaegal eagerly dashed over, tearing off 2 pieces. One for Bran and one for himself. To their surprise, they discovered the small dragoness culinary skills surpassed even the finest roasts they had tasted in Winterfell. Although Osha was not particularly tempted, she would not miss the opportunity to savor dragon-cooked meat and approached to tear off a piece as well. Not long after Drogon departed from the north, a band of wildlings approached beyond the wall, among them a strikingly beautiful brown-haired wild woman, and Jon Snow, who had shed his Night's Watch black garb. They were led by a man with a golden beard, clad in thick leather, equipped with ropes, preparing to scale the wall. In King's Landing, at the end of a filthy, chaotic street in the slums, a burly man with disheveled hair entered, limping painfully. Through the matted strands, a scar ran horizontally across his brow. Wading through the muck, he seemed weary, leaning against a low wall to inspect his limp, then nonchalantly glanced around. With one careful hand, he removed a loose red brick from the wall, retrieved a scroll of parchment, slipped it into his sleeve, and replaced the brick. Feeling sufficiently rested, he limped out of the alley. The man disguised as the limping giant was none other than Varys. After extracting the scroll, he changed his disguise once more before returning home. Upon unrolling the parchment, he did not find the significant upheaval in King's Landing that Drogon had described. Yet the contents still took him by surprise. Among the most astonishing events is the impending red wedding orchestrated by Walder Frey. Although this letter was penned by a mysterious individual, Varys remained skeptical of its authenticity. Has House Frey lost its sanity? How dare they brazenly trample upon the centuries-old tradition of guest right in Westeros, conspiring to murder the nobility of the North and the Riverlands during a wedding feast? The twins, situated between the North and the Riverlands, may not be weak, but the Freys are ill-equipped to simultaneously confront the nobles of both regions. Varys is acutely aware of the Frey family's origins, having amassed wealth through toll collection, a practice that has long been looked down upon by many nobles. Despite their considerable fortune, they have struggled to penetrate the upper echelons of highborn society, a goal that has eluded generations of Frey heads. Walder has long sought a marriage alliance with House Tully of Riverrun, only to be rebuffed by Catelyn's father, Lord Tully, who refused to arrange a match for Edmure. Consequently, Edmure remains unmarried at the age of 25, after finally seizing the opportunity to ally with the young wolf, Robb Stark. Walder finds himself faced with the humiliation of Robb breaking their betrothal to marry another woman, a bitter pill for one so concerned with appearances. Coupled with the incentives promised by Tywin Lannister, the Freys may well be driven to desperate measures. The mysterious individual has merely informed Varys of Walder's scheming without divulging the means to act upon it. Is he to personally deliver a message to Robb? Varys ponders the intentions of this enigmatic figure. Due to Joffrey's tyrannical whims, Varys was unable to save Ned Stark. But now he sees a chance to rescue his wife and children, and he is more than willing to seize it. The second matter addressed in the letter pertains to Tyrion's mistress, Shae. Since Tyrion's engagement to Sansa Stark, Varys has contemplated sending Shae to Pentos. For with Cersei and Tywin in the mix, her exposure could spell disaster, not only for her, but also for Tyrion. Although Tyrion's tenure as Hand of the King was brief, Varys recognizes his potential and believes the realm requires such a leader. In recent days, Varys had been preparing to gift Shae with gold and diamonds, enabling her to live a life of luxury in Pentos, but to his surprise, the mysterious figure advised against sending Shae away from King's Landing, even suggesting she might betray him. Varys believes that, given Shae's deep affection for Tyrion, even if Tyrion were to neglect her due to his engagement to Sansa, she would not turn against him. Understanding human nature is a forte of Peter Baelish, particularly when it concerns a lovesick woman, yet it is not Varys' strong suit. Suddenly, Varys realizes that his intention to discreetly send Shae away without informing Tyrion could lead her to believe it was Tyrion's directive. Once a maid serving Sansa Stark, Shae already feels constrained. If she were to learn that Tyrion sought to cast her aside, would she not be driven by love to spite him? Varys contemplates this for quite some time, feeling this dilemma to be more taxing than training his little birds. Though he has come to understand that Shae may indeed betray Tyrion, he finds himself questioning the gravity of such a betrayal. A mere whore's treachery could hardly carry significant repercussions. Nonetheless, this revelation does not deter him from abandoning his plan to send Shae away. The third matter pertains to Prince Oberyn Martell. Oberyn has long been haunted by the death of his sister, Elia. His desire for vengeance extends to the Mountain, who not only killed his sister but also crushed her children, and he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Tywin, who commanded the Mountain. It is highly probable that Oberyn's visit to King's Landing is motivated by a desire to confront the Mountain. Varys is puzzled as to why the mysterious individual is invested in Oberyn's fate. Does he seek to leverage him to gain favor with Dorne? Varys speculates that the contents of the letter must not draw too close to the Mountain, lest it lead to his own demise. Does this imply that Oberyn should be discouraged from seeking out the Mountain? Uncertain of the true meaning, he resolves to dispatch more little birds to keep tabs on Oberyn's movements. The letter fails to mention the tumultuous upheaval in King's Landing that preoccupies Varys, who, despite having sent his little birds to investigate, has found no trace of what could be termed a great disturbance. He cannot help but wonder if the mysterious figure's plan is flawed. He finds it hard to believe that, given the potential for significant upheaval, he, the master of intelligence, would uncover nothing. In a lavish abode, a stout man of around 1 meter and 20 centimeters emerges from the doorway. His beard is unruly, and a deep scar stretches from his left forehead to his right chin, nearly bisecting his face. Following him is a lean swordsman with slicked-back hair, carrying a long sword slung across his shoulder. Chapter 35. Tyrion, it seems they do not hold you in high regard, former hand of the king. The lean swordsman jests at the scarred face. I am not merely a former hand. I saved their lives. They may forget my kindness, but you, former commander of the City Watch, do not intend to assist me either? During your tenure, you certainly profited handsomely, my Lord Podrick. The imp, Tyrion, emphasizes Podrick's title with a hint of sarcasm. You still do not know me? Money is meant to be spent. It cannot be hoarded. Podrick fiddles with a wooden trinket hanging from his waist, a token of his knighthood, as nobles often favor such adornments. Tyrion does not genuinely intend to solicit funds from Podrick. Extracting coins from this brutish mercenary, who only values wealth, is more arduous than obtaining a free service from a courtesan. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he takes a sip and contemplates whom to approach next for financial assistance. During the defense of King's Landing, he held his ground until the very end, nearly cleaved in two before his father, Duke Tywin, arrived with reinforcements. To his dismay, he awoke in a dark, damp chamber, left to recuperate. Instead of commending his valor, his father stripped him of the title of Hand, and in a fit of rage, Tyrion demanded his inheritance rights to Casterly Rock. Tywin not only denied him, but also humiliated him, calling him the disgrace of House Lannister, asserting that had it not been for the inability to prove that Tyrion was not his spawn, he would have fed him to the direwolves. From a young age, Tyrion understood that he lacked the towering stature and striking looks of his brother Jaime, nor could he rival his martial prowess. His sister Cersei was beautiful and alluring, a vital pawn in the marriage alliances of powerful families. As a dwarf, he could only immerse himself in books, broadening his knowledge, in hopes of one day showcasing his talents and proving that he was no longer the shame of House Lannister. At long last, fate granted him such an opportunity. During his tenure as Prime Minister, he dutifully managed the affairs of King's Landing with great precision. When faced with Stannis' relentless siege, he stood atop the castle walls, personally directing the defense and bolstering the spirits of his men, only to sustain grave injuries and lose consciousness in the end. All his efforts not only went unrecognized by his father, Tywin, but were also completely obliterated, leaving him feeling discarded like refuse. Serving as Prime Minister allowed him to apply a lifetime of learning, and he savored the taste of power. Although his father's appointment of him as Chancellor of the Exchequer seemed intended to complicate his position, he did not refuse. Aspiring to excel in the role and thereby regain a foothold within the power center of King's Landing. Little did he anticipate that after days of tireless effort and eloquent persuasion, bearing the banner of House Lannister and invoking the authority of his former position, he would not gather a single coin but instead become the target of mockery. As he sat in a chair, drowning his sorrows in drink, Varys entered with calm nonchalance. "Why are you here drinking away your troubles, my lord, with your wedding approaching?" Upon seeing Varys, Podrick discreetly exited the room. What am I but a pitiful beggar, desperately seeking alms? Tyrion remarked, shaking his cup, his gaze slightly blurred. How goes the collection for the royal wedding? Varys inquired further. Not a single copper has been gathered. If my nephew sees his meager wedding, he will surely despise me even more, Tyrion replied, smacking his lips, seemingly indifferent. Highgarden is traditionally bountiful. I imagine the Queen of Thorns would not wish her granddaughter's wedding to be overly modest, Varys reminded him. The Queen of Thorns. Tyrion straightened up, his dark, greenish eyes flickering. How could he have forgotten her? Thank you for the reminder, Lord Varys, he said, suddenly filled with hope. I am not a lord, Varys replied languidly. Despite holding a position at the small council as the astute master of whisperers, Varys bore no title of nobility. Tyrion fell silent. His gaze lowered as he pondered how to persuade the sharp-witted and formidable Queen of Thorns. What do you intend to do about Shae? Varys broached the critical topic. At the mention of her name, Tyrion's brow furrowed deeply. I believe you should find a way to send her away from King's Landing. She is in grave danger here. And should my father or sister discover her presence, she could very well be hanged. Although Tyrion was loath to part with Shae, her safety compelled him to consider her departure. What if she refuses? Varys pressed on. Taken aback by Varys's question, Tyrion sighed in resignation. I do not know what to do. Varys had intended to hear Tyrion's strategy but found that their thoughts aligned. However, according to the enigmatic whispers, their plans were unfeasible. Varys recognized that Shae's presence not only endangered her, but also implicated Tyrion. With no viable solution at hand, he could only keep a watchful eye on her surroundings and be prepared to act swiftly should any threat arise. Do you still remember Daenerys, whom I mentioned some time ago? Varys inquired, shifting the topic. Tyrion puzzled over why Varys was bringing up the distant Targaryen girl again and casually responded. You mentioned she hatched 3 dragons. Indeed, my little bird has just returned with news that those 3 dragons breathe fire, incinerating over 50 of the Qarth warriors who invaded their estate, compelling the Qarth royalty and their leaders to allow them to depart unscathed. Her dragons can breathe fire now? And have killed so many? I thought you said they were newly hatched, Tyrion exclaimed, both astonished and skeptical. The 3 dragons were indeed recently born, and I too did not anticipate their rapid growth, but it is as it is, Varys affirmed. Aegon I wielded 3 dragons to ignite the conquest war, forging the Iron Throne with dragon fire and 1,000 swords, allowing the Targaryen family to dominate the 7 kingdoms for nearly 3 centuries. Tyrion recalled that those dragons only became formidable once they matured, though slaying over 50 warriors paled in comparison to large-scale battles. The dragon's swift ascendancy in a small skirmish was completely beyond Tyrion's imagination. Have you informed my father of this? Tyrion asked after a moment of contemplation. I have only just received the news and have not yet had the opportunity to convey it to your esteemed father. What do you believe Daenerys' strength will be now that she possesses dragons? One cannot seize the Iron Throne solely with dragons, Tyrion remarked dismissively. I have heard she commands over 8,000 trained Unsullied, having liberated slaves from one of the cities of Slavers Bay, Astapor, and is preparing to march on Yunkai to free the slaves there. What are Unsullied? Although Tyrion was well-read, his knowledge of distant lands was limited. Varys glanced down at the pitiful souls below, raising an eyebrow. Are they formidable? Tyrion began to grasp Varys' implication. They are no less capable than the Kingsguard. And in certain respects, they are even superior, Varys replied honestly. Tyrion recognized that his experience in command was scant, having only led the hill tribes once and defended King's Landing once. What do you intend by telling me this? Tyrion questioned, his intelligence evident. Rather than languishing in obscurity here, have you not considered other opportunities? Varys gazed at Tyrion, hinting at something more. Tyrion felt a moment of disbelief, staring into Varys' eyes. He had not anticipated that Varys, as the master of whispers in King's Landing, would dare to suggest such a thing to him. A Lannister. His nephew was the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, his sister was the Queen Dowager, and his father, Tywin, held the reins of power. Yet Varys was urging him to betray them. While Daenerys Targaryen posed no immediate threat to King's Landing, it was evident that as she grew stronger, she would inevitably become a menace. It seems you are quite content with your position as master of coin and eager to assist your good nephew, Tyrion remarked. As Tyrion stared intently at him, Varys exhibited no fear, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of Tyrion betraying him. After speaking, Varys left Tyrion to ponder his current predicament. Memories of Joffrey's misdeeds resurfacing in his mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. I wish you joy in your forthcoming marriage. Varys remarked before turning to exit the room. Observing Varys's broad silhouette, Tyrion found that the excitement he had felt about negotiating with the Queen of Thorns had dissipated. His mind troubled by the matters concerning Shae and Varys's recent words. He lifted his goblet and took another sip. In order to fulfill the task assigned by the deity, Varys had no choice but to approach Tyrion, yet he did not obtain the definitive answers he sought. Now was not the time to send Tyrion to the slave bay, and he would have to devise another plan. On his return journey from the north, Drogon indulged in a hearty feast on the plains, simultaneously harvesting a surge of faith's power. The divine light within him grew slightly brighter, and his physical prowess gradually intensified, albeit at a painfully slow rate, far inferior to the rapid gains he had experienced upon first receiving the divine light. By the time he returned to Daenerys, the army had nearly reached Yunkai. Jorah and Barristan were unable to dissuade Daenerys from her intention to conquer Yunkai, and instead began strategizing how to seize the city. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the army arrived at a point 5 kilometers from Yunkai. Daenerys commanded the erection of tents for the night, accompanied by Jorah and 3 others. She rode towards a nearby rise to observe the situation in Yunkai from a distance. The city was perched atop a small hill, encircled at its base by a circular wall, densely populated with houses of various sizes. At the summit, 2 grand pyramids towered, serving as residences for the slave masters, who referred to themselves as the Wise, in stark contrast to the benevolent lords of Astapor. At that moment, soldiers patrolled the walls of Yunkai, and shadows wielding weapons could be discerned within. A line of tents surrounded the outer wall, indicating a considerable presence. It seems they are aware of our impending arrival, Jorah remarked, having discerned the situation in Yunkai. Can you estimate their forces? Daenerys inquired of Jorah and the others. From this distance, it's difficult. The walls are too high. A preliminary assessment suggests around 3,000 within the city, with approximately 2,000 outside, Barristan replied. Though he was a member of the Kingsguard, he had commanded troops in battle and possessed considerable experience. Who are those outside the walls? Daenerys pressed. They are likely mercenaries, though I cannot ascertain their exact identity. I will investigate shortly, Jorah responded. After calculating the opposing forces and their potential combat power, Daenerys spoke. If we engage them, what are our chances of victory? We are bound to win, but at a significant cost, and subsequent assaults on the city will incur even greater losses, Barristan replied. Having witnessed the training methods and combat proficiency of the Unsullied during their march, which were indeed formidable, in a one-on-one confrontation, he believed he could triumph over an Unsullied. However, facing 3 simultaneously would present a daunting challenge, especially considering the prowess of the Unsullied commander, Grey Worm. Barristan, despite his youth, acknowledged that victory was far from guaranteed. Jorah, convey the message to the noble lord, urging him to surrender outside the city. If he refuses, we shall breach the gates, and none shall survive the onslaught. The mercenary group shall also engage him in negotiations, acting as the enforcers for the noble lord. Should we conquer Yunkai, he will gain not a single coin. Daenerys is reluctant to sacrifice too many Unsullied for the sake of Yunkai, as they constitute the very foundation of her campaign in Westeros. Upon returning to the army, Jorah and his companions did not retreat to their tents immediately, but deliberated on further details. Only after their discussions concluded did they return to their respective quarters. Wherever Daenerys was, Drogon remained nearby. Missandei even fashioned a soft nest at the tent's corner for this purpose. So be it, thought Drogon. He had no objections to the nest, as having a bed was a waste for him. After the others departed, Daenerys did not retire to sleep right away. Instead, she lay on her side, absent-mindedly stroking the dragon while contemplating her concerns. With repeated strokes, Drogon began to understand why the cat he once cared for had enjoyed rubbing against him and lying by his side. The sensation of being stroked was indeed delightful. Occasionally, he would become so comfortable that he would doze off, only to awaken the next morning to find the mother of dragons beside him. In the morning, Jorah conveyed the news of negotiations into the city of Yunkai. By afternoon, the gates of Yunkai swung open, and a grand palanquin emerged, carried by 8 bearers, followed by 4 individuals transporting a large chest. Aware that the noble lord of Yunkai was approaching, Daenerys had already instructed her people to prepare a temporary meeting hall. Seated within the palanquin, Lord Razdal of Yunkai occasionally glanced at the neatly arranged Unsullied, recognizing their combat prowess as a fellow slave master. He contemplated the disparity in strength between Yunkai and them. A sudden roar of a dragon interrupted his thoughts. High above, Rhaegal and Viserion circled overhead. Recalling the tales of dragon fire consuming the masters of Astapor, Razdal's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the legends of true dragons were indeed valid. Upon disembarking, he noticed Drogon perched on Daenerys' shoulder and instinctively took a half-step back, puzzled by the dragon's diminutive size compared to its soaring brethren. Yet, he dared not underestimate it. Who knew whether this little dragon might unleash fire upon him? The visitor was Lord Razdal Moa Raz of Yunkai, a member of the ancient noble house of Meereen. After the formal introduction, he continued to present Daenerys. Before you stands the Stormborn, the Unburnt, the Mother of Dragons. Daenerys Targaryen. I come to negotiate for peace, and as a gesture of goodwill, I bring you generous gifts, declared Lord Razdal, clapping his hands. For slaves set down 2 bronze chests before him, and Razdal opened them to reveal one filled with gleaming gold coins and the other brimming with dazzling gems and jewelry of every hue. Gazing upon the 2 grand chests of wealth, Drogon's eyes sparkled with wonder. He had never encountered such a spectacle in all his lives. Razdal questioned his own perceptions. He did not detect greed in Daenerys' eyes, yet he noticed a distinct gleam in the eyes of the small dragon resting upon her shoulder. Chapter 37. The Second Son's mercenary group. He believed that Daenerys was making a strenuous effort to conceal her true emotions. With a smile, she remarked, "If you are willing to leave Yunkai, in addition to what I have already offered, we will bestow upon you gifts that rival your current possessions, allowing you to fully experience the generosity of Yunkai's noble ruler." Razdal scoffed inwardly, considering that this queen, who had barbarically seized 8,000 unsullied, had likely never encountered such a wealth of gold and jewels. Casting a casual glance at the 2 bronze chests, Daenerys exhibited no hint of greed. She commanded over 8,000 elite warriors, and with them, gold and jewels would naturally follow. Reflecting on the frail slave who had trembled while carrying the treasure moments ago, Daenerys completely discarded her fleeting compassion for the noble lord. "For the sake of these gifts, I shall spare your lives, provided that you voluntarily release your slaves. Otherwise, once I conquer Yunkai, redeeming your lives will not be so simple." Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Razdal was incensed. "You have seized Astapor through deceit and barbarism. Yunkai is fortified with tall, sturdy walls, fierce warriors, and powerful allies. If you believe that 3 immature dragons can secure Yunkai for you, beware that we shall slay your dragons." Hiss! Drogon roared at Razdal, sparks flying towards him, nearly igniting his splendid robe. "Your men claimed you would ensure my safety." Razdal frantically swatted at the flames springing up on his garments, exclaiming in exasperation, "I did promise you that, but if you provoke me and my dragon, I cannot be held responsible." Daenerys replied with a smile. "Bring up the chests, we are leaving." Realizing further negotiation was futile, Razdal addressed the 4 slaves. Witnessing Drogon nearly ignite the noble lord, the frail slaves hesitated, inching closer to the chests. Just as one reached out, Drogon let out a fierce roar, a clear warning. Threatening to kill anyone who dared to take the chests, Drogon was not one to be trifled with. Seeing Drogon's menacing demeanor, Razdal dared not utter another word. After all, 2 larger dragons still soared above, and should his outburst attract them, his demise would be in vain. With a furious flourish of his sleeve, Razdal boarded his sedan chair, leaving without a backward glance. Once the slaver had departed, Drogon landed atop the chest filled with gold, grasping a handful of coins. The sound of them cascading through his claws sent his heart racing. Most of the coins were freshly minted, gleaming brilliantly. Although he had seized a considerable amount of silver and gold in the Zallo estate and Astapor, none had been so resplendently presented in bronze chests. Noticing the glimmer of gold dancing in Drogon's fiery eyes, Daenerys chuckled and instructed Missandei to fetch a small cloth pouch, preparing a bag specifically for him. The gold within the pouch paled in comparison to the treasure in the chest, yet Drogon indulged himself, using his claws to scoop up several more handfuls before finally relenting. "Sir Yora, have you ascertained which mercenary company encircles the city walls? In just over an hour, the time for negotiations with the mercenary company will arrive, and Daenerys wishes to understand her counterparts. They are the Second Sons, a formidable band comprising approximately 2,000 members, steeped in history and not lacking in martial prowess. Some knights or nobles have previously joined this mercenary group to hone their skills." After hearing Yora's report, Daenerys could not suppress her concerns. Although the Unsullied are formidable, they would sustain considerable losses in a confrontation with the mercenaries, and she could scarcely imagine how many would remain to lay siege afterward. An hour later, the Second Sons arrived as promised, 3 men in total. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a grotesque scar across his left cheek. Yura introduced the trio, identifying the central figure as Mero, the leader of the Second Sons. To his right stood a man of shorter stature named Pranda, while to his left was a dashing individual with a bushy beard, known as Dario. Is this truly one of the Mother of Dragons' paramours? He is not unhandsome, but he shall have no hope with me around. Upon seeing Dario, Yura sensed something amiss. Paramour? Daenerys was bewildered by the connotation of the term in Yura's mind, and it appeared that he discerned some connection between her and Dario. Glancing at Dario, she acknowledged his masculine charm, yet she felt no inclination towards him. As Daenerys regarded him, Dario flashed a self-satisfied smile and nodded. You are the Mother of Dragons? Mero said with a hint of surprise, casting a glance at Yura as he approached. He was halted by Varys just as he neared Daenerys. Can you still wield your sword, old man? Mero jested, observing Varys's white hair. Killing you would pose no challenge. Varys replied with an unaffected smile. Humph. Mero sidestepped and continued. I thought you looked familiar. A whore I once had was clad in this very blue garb, though she wore nothing beneath it. He gestured as if to lift Daenerys' skirts. Yura nearly erupted in flames. Had the Second Sons not been invited, he would have incinerated them on the spot. Varys, ever the vigilant protector of Daenerys, swiftly drew his half-length sword. I am no unblooded lord. I see that your little dragon is rather formidable. Mero merely tilted his head in response to Yura's threat. Do you not desire my second sons? Kneel before me, and I shall acquiesce. Mero declared as he settled into a chair, surveying the room. Suddenly, Mero felt a sharp pain in his neck, a shadow darting past his vision. Blood gushing forth from the wound. At that moment, Dario and Pranda finally grasped the situation, hastily drawing their curved daggers and long swords, astonished as they beheld Yura, now poised steadily on Daenerys' shoulder. They had not been mistaken. The swift strike that had grazed Mero's neck was indeed from the little dragon. Its speed so great that by the time they comprehended the event, it had already returned to rest upon Daenerys' shoulder. As Yura and others grasped their necks in confusion, they quickly took hold of their swords, equally astonished as they turned their gazes toward Drogo. They were aware of Drogo's formidable prowess. After all, he had previously defeated the likes of Rhaegal and Viserion with ease. However, they never anticipated the sheer speed and precision of his movements. With a single, fluid motion, he swung his wings to slice through the air, leaving even Mero, the subject of this encounter, bewildered. Mero, clutching his bleeding throat in agony, was engulfed by a profound sense of fear. He harbored no doubt that Drogo could effortlessly sever his throat with a mere flap of his wings. Why is your mouth not so filthy anymore? Drogo inquired calmly, his gaze fixed upon Mero. He mused that he had perhaps aimed incorrectly earlier, contemplating whether he should have struck lower to allow Mero to experience the pain of Sion. Yet, he resolved to test this theory in their ensuing confrontation, determined to render Mero utterly ineffectual. Daenerys, filled with a sense of satisfaction, gently caressed Drogo's back. Previously, she had relished the act of patting his head, only to realize after several evaded attempts that he preferred not to have his head touched. Chapter 38. Varys' little bird observing Mero bleeding profusely. Daenerys showed no inclination to summon assistance for bandaging. Having endured numerous provocations from him, she had long desired for Yura and the others to apprehend Mero. Yet she understood that such actions were not permissible, especially following the incident in Astapor, where she had been compelled to burn the good masters. Should she act recklessly again? She feared that no one would trust her in the future, branding her as a queen lacking integrity and prone to impulsive decisions. Faced with Drogo's tranquil demeanor, Dario and his companion, despite drawing their weapons, dared not make a move. They were acutely aware that raising their weapons would seal Mero's fate, likely resulting in an even graver outcome for themselves. Mero had lost the brash bravado he had previously displayed. He tore a strip from his garment to staunch the bleeding from his neck. Drogo had not severed his windpipe, but had merely inflicted a deep gash upon his throat. Mero, how much are you being offered by the Lord of Yunkai? I can provide you with double that amount. Surely you can still articulate your thoughts, Daenerys remarked, eyeing Mero, whose chest was stained with blood, with a smile. You speak. Mero attempted to respond, but the pain in his throat rendered his words incomprehensible. He gestured toward Pranda, his voice struggling to form coherent sentences. If the Second Sons had not maintained their reputation, they would have disbanded long ago. Moreover, you cannot possibly offer more than the Lord of Yunkai. Pranda retorted, undeterred. I can present territories and titles that he cannot provide. And when we formally assault Yunkai, Do you truly believe you will have another opportunity to claim wealth? Daenerys concluded, casting a sweeping glance at the three captains of the Second Sons. Mother of Dragons, with all due respect, relying solely on 8,000 unsullied will not suffice for you to become the Queen of Westeros. Daario interjected politely. You are indeed correct. My dragons are maturing, and my army will grow stronger. It is not too late for you to join us now, Daenerys asserted. Upon hearing her words, Rio remained silent but nodded with a smile, directing his attention back to Mero. Please, no. Mero, unable to restrain himself, attempted to speak again, but his throat betrayed him, compelling Pranda to speak on his behalf. We possess cavalry and infantry, each battle-hardened and not easily vanquished. Pranda dismissed Daenerys' invitation with a wave of his hand. You must be aware of the formidable prowess of my Unsullied. Do you truly believe that 2,000 can stand a chance against 8,000? Or have you resigned yourselves to the prospect of accepting the Lord's bounty only to flee when faced with defeat, just as you were about to unleash a tirade? The presence of Zhaoging instilled a measure of caution, prompting you to declare a rendezvous on the battlefield. Once the trio departed, Daenerys furrowed her brow in contemplation of her subsequent strategies. The failure to negotiate with the Lord's second son left her with no option but to consider a direct assault, a resolution she had not desired. At that moment, a soldier of the Unsullied entered, presenting Grey Worm with a rolled parchment. Upon inquiring, Grey Worm handed the note to Varys, explaining that while patrolling the perimeter of the camp, they had observed a young boy attempting to approach the tent. When they pursued him, he fled, leaving behind the scroll. Varys examined the scroll, noting its lack of wax seal, merely bound with a simple piece of twine. Finding no immediate concerns, he passed it to Daenerys. Upon unrolling it, her expression shifted between joy and trepidation as she shared it with Yora and the others. The message was inscribed in Valyrian script, which Grey Worm could also decipher. It is from Varys' little birds, he remarked, observing a coded message that had been prearranged with Varys. With the city walls heavily guarded and the Second Son's forces stationed beyond, Yora posed a pertinent question. How had the boy managed to traverse such defenses? The boy had not come from the direction of the Dreadfort, but rather from some other location beyond the city. Grey Worm, having gleaned from Missandei that Yora had queries, noted that Yora's command of the common tongue was still somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Grey Worm's explanation, the group surmised that the boy might have escaped the city prior to the establishment of stringent defenses or had employed some means to elude capture. They had already perused the contents of the letter, which spoke of a small entrance within the Dreadfort, intended for those who required ingress or egress after the main gates were sealed at night. However, this passage was now under strict surveillance. Although there was a small door for covert entry, the number of guards had increased significantly, making it difficult for fewer individuals to infiltrate. After reviewing the letter, Yora remarked that access through the small door would be limited to those with formidable combat abilities. Varys analyzed the situation, suggesting that after vanquishing the Second Son's forces, they should make their way through the small entrance. However arduous that may prove, it would be preferable to sustaining losses in a siege. While a confrontation with the Second Son's faction was inevitable, minimizing the casualties of the siege was a favorable development. The group convened and resolved to launch an assault on the Second Son's forces the following night, finalizing the particulars before returning to their tent. Illyria had prepared exquisite pastries and delectable dishes for Daenerys, a small bowl of beet soup, a platter of plums, and 2 bottles of red wine. Zhaoging, having satiated his hunger on the plains, merely took a few plums as a snack. Daenerys, who seldom indulged in wine, sought a small measure of red wine to soothe her nerves on the eve of battle. Red wine was ill-suited for hearty feasts, and Zhaoging favored kumis and a certain fiery liquor of unknown origin, which had a spicy kick that seemed to stoke the flames within him. Daenerys, rarely indulging in a glass of red wine, was accompanied by Drogo for a few rounds. However, before she could finish her first glass, he had already consumed 2. Accustomed to feasting heartily and drinking liberally on the plains, his slow sipping felt intolerably tedious. He could down a bottle in mere moments. Concerned about the impending battle, Daenerys found herself drinking a few more glasses. Her tolerance was low, and after half a bottle, she began to feel slightly tipsy, her head leaning against Drogo's shoulder. In her hazy state, memories of her mother, whom she had never seen, her brother Rhaegar, whom she had never met, and her brother Viserys, who often climbed into her bed to recount tales of the 7 kingdoms, surfaced. She even found herself reminiscing about her father, Aerys, known as the Mad King. As these thoughts washed over her, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped her. Once, the House of the Dragon had thrived across 4 continents, yet now she stood solitary. At that moment, she felt like the little girl who longed for home, yet remained uncertain of where it was. Revered as the mother of dragons and queen of the 7 kingdoms, she aspired to reclaim the Iron Throne in her realm. Perhaps then she would truly find her home. But could she return to Westeros and truly take her rightful seat upon the Iron Throne? Despite her relentless self-encouragement and dedication to this quest, the looming shadow of the city of Yunkai filled her with trepidation, fear of failure, fear that the Unsullied would suffer grievous losses in their assault on Yunkai, rendering her incapable of pursuing Westeros. A pang of regret flickered through her for not heeding Jorah's counsel to abandon Yunkai. Drogo, sensing Daenerys' loneliness and recalling his own past, gently nudged her hand. Listening to his unspoken words and feeling the warmth radiating from his body, Daenerys wiped away a tear and felt a surge of strength. She was not alone. She had Drogo, and also Rhaegal Viserion, Jorah, her father's Kingsguard Barristan, Missandei, Grey Worm, and Little Khalasar. Yunkai was merely her first official battle. She still had to conquer Meereen, liberate all the slaves of Slaver's Bay, and face the challenges posed by King's Landing and the Lords of the 7 Kingdoms. If a mere city like Yunkai could intimidate her, how could she muster the courage to vie for the Iron Throne? In that moment, Daenerys felt herself returning to the queen that Jorah and the others believed her to be. "Thank you, Drogo," she said sincerely, embracing him. Without Drogo, she would have long lost her greatest support in Qarth. Without him, there would be no Barristan, no Unsullied, and no Iron Throne. Observing Daenerys' newfound confidence, Drogo silently vowed never to allow history to repeat itself. He would eliminate all obstacles and assist the Mother of Dragons in ascending to the Iron Throne. Chapter 39. The romantic recollecting her thoughts, Daenerys rose from the bed, tidied herself, and prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, 2 muffled thuds echoed from outside the tent, followed by the entrance of an Unsullied clad in a spiked helmet. "Who are you?" Daenerys demanded loudly. Grey Worm and the Unsullied Wounty intrude upon her tent without an announcement. "Your Majesty, it is I, Daario. Command the removal of the spiked helmet," revealing a charming smile. Just as he smiled halfway, he noticed Drogon soaring onto Daenerys' shoulder, and his expression instantly froze. He recalled that there would be handmaidens within Daenerys' tent, yet he did not expect that the small dragon would be with her, rather than with the other 2 dragons. Having witnessed Drogon's swift and precise execution of Marrow, and having triumphed in several matches at the Meereen arena, Daario, despite his battle-hardened experience, felt no confidence in the presence of Drogon. "Commander Daario, what brings you here at night?" Knowing Daario had infiltrated secretly, and likely with ill intentions, Daenerys displayed no signs of fear. Having seen Drogon intimidate the Sons of the Harpy, what threat could one Daario pose? Observing that Drogon did not seem inclined to attack him, Daario gradually regained his composure. "Your Majesty, I initially came to assassinate you, as per the wishes of Marrow, the leader of the Sons of the Harpy, and his lieutenant, Pranda. However, I do not concur with their decision. It seems you have devised a better plan," Daenerys remarked, regarding Daario with a furrowed brow, uncertain of his meaning. With a flourish, Daario removed a cloth bag from his shoulder and emptied its contents onto the ground, revealing 2 severed heads, one bearing a long scar, those of Marrow and Pranda. Daenerys was taken aback by Daario's ruthless method of allegiance, reminiscent of her past with Zero, prompting her to frown delicately. Drogon, however, was unfazed, understanding that Daario was intent on winning the favor of Daenerys, the queen. "What is it that you desire?" Daenerys inquired, wishing to distance herself from any uncontrollable danger. "Your grace and beauty have captivated me." Daario's eyes sparkled with fervor. Daenerys gazed into Daario's eyes, replying, "The last person to utter such words met their demise at my hands. Then he surely lacked my sincerity." Daario maintained his smile, seemingly unperturbed. Daenerys did not doubt Daario's words. She perceived in his eyes a void similar to that of Zero's. Yet the stakes were too high for her to easily grant refuge to one who had so casually slain his own commander. She had transformed into someone who was no longer merely the mother of dragons, reliant on her youthful dragons. Her dragons were now capable of incinerating foes many times their size, and she commanded the Unsullied, wielding an army of nearly 10,000 elite troops. She would not sacrifice herself for a mere fleet of ships. "I cannot acquiesce to your request," Daenerys resolutely refused. "Your judgment is premature, for you do not yet know me. Dario seemed undeterred by her response. Your readiness to eliminate your own commander gives me pause. How can I trust that you will not turn your blade upon me one day? I did not join the Sons of the Harpy merely to listen to the arrogant Meera and the inept Planda. My sole intention was to immerse myself in this experience for personal growth. To you, I offer only my heartfelt sincerity, which disallows me from acting otherwise. What a romantic fool. As Dario professed his sentimental and somewhat nauseating declarations to Daenerys, Yora could not help but scoff internally. Utter your oath of fealty. Daenerys, too, was growing weary of Dario's theatrics. Drawing his curved arak from his waist, Dario knelt on one knee, the blade resting upon his thigh. The Sons of the Harpy shall be yours, my queen. My sword, my heart, my life all belong to you. I accept your fealty, Daenerys stated solemnly. Her acceptance of Dario was primarily due to Yora's acknowledgement of his presence and the absence of any objection to her accepting his allegiance. Although Daenerys remained oblivious to the term paramour, she trusted that Dario would not act against her interests. Otherwise, Yora would surely have opposed him. My queen, I propose we seize Yunkai tonight. Dario stood, asserting his suggestion. Why tonight? Daenerys inquired, harboring no suspicion of any ulterior motives from Dario. The deaths of Meera and Planda have yet to spread. The wise masters of Yunkai remain unaware. Should they learn of it, their defenses would tighten. I am aware of a small entrance that leads into the city, with just 2 or 3 of my men. We can gain access and open the main gates for the army to enter Yunkai. A small entrance. Is it unguarded? Daenerys feigned ignorance. There are guards, but in minimal numbers. A few skilled fighters can dispatch them with ease. As Dario concluded, Daenerys furrowed her brow. Varys's little birds had not reported such simplicity of access. Was Dario hastily orchestrating a trap for her? Daenerys found herself in a quandary, glancing at Yora, who exhibited no reaction. Whom should she trust, him or Varys? Feeling increasingly torn, she finally declared, "Let us deliberate this matter after I have convened with Yora and the others." Of course, Dario replied. In the council chamber, summoned at such a late hour, Barristan and Yora expressed their confusion upon seeing Dario present, nearly drawing their swords. After Daenerys explained Dario's presence, they relaxed, and she shared his plan. Upon hearing it, Yora and the others regarded Dario with skepticism, and he sensed the tension. When did you last visit that small entrance? Yora probed. I have not. Some mercenaries from the Sons of the Harpy enter through there at night for amusement. Yora exchanged glances with the others. Are you suggesting we could take our best fighters inside and capture them all? Barristan interjected. Daenerys's capable subordinates were akin to commanding officers. If this were the case, she would be left with no one to rely upon. Do you know about that small entrance? Dario seemed to have discerned the reasons behind their scrutinizing gazes, including Daenerys's expression upon first hearing the plan. A moment of silence enveloped the group as they turned their attention towards Daenerys, awaiting her decision. The small gate was under strict guard by numerous soldiers, and sending a few individuals there would be tantamount to suicide. Daenerys fixed her gaze on Dario, eager to hear his explanation. Upon hearing the circumstances, Dario's countenance shifted slightly. He had just professed his unwavering loyalty to Daenerys, yet shortly thereafter, he was leading her commanders into a potential trap, making his assurances difficult to trust. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured that perhaps the small gate had only been heavily fortified after the mercenaries' departure. Chapter 40. Infiltration. He could only speculate about the timing. Unaware of the reasons for the heightened security at the small gate, he understood that the mercenaries had no motive to deceive him, yet his reasoning evidently lacked conviction. The others remained silent, and ultimately, Daenerys resolved that Yora, Grey Worm, and Dario would select 100 unsullied and the finest mercenaries to mount a forceful assault on the small gate. Once inside, they would swiftly open the main gate, while she awaited their signal outside. It would be a formidable challenge for 100 men to enter through the small gate. 30 might barely suffice. Dario whispered his concerns, but his words went unacknowledged. He recognized his lack of authority in this situation and turned to Daenerys, hoping she would put her faith in him. Your Majesty, selecting 100 unsullied should suffice. We need not recruit more mercenaries, suggested Varys. Yora and Grey Worm exchanged glances, surprised by Daenerys' trust in Dario. And even Dario looked astonished at her confidence. They understood that while Daenerys may not possess extensive knowledge of warfare, she was certainly aware that if Dario's loyalty was feigned, allowing mercenaries to infiltrate would leave their forces vulnerable. Daenerys was acutely aware of Varys' rationale and recognized the validity in Dario's argument. Their original plan had been to defeat the Sons of the Harpy and then send a contingent to stealthily reinforce the attack on the small gate, coordinating their efforts. The mercenary group boasted skilled fighters, and selecting individuals from both teams would yield better results than relying solely on the Unsullied. This strategy was devised to minimize losses, especially concerning Yora and Grey Worm, as they could hardly sustain further injuries. I must insist that 3 individuals would suffice. Drogon, unaware of Daenerys' unwavering trust in Daario, sensed her dilemma and, after expressing his thoughts, left her side to soar towards Yora and Grey Worm. Observing Drogon's actions, both Daario and the others felt a surge of hope. They had witnessed Drogon's formidable prowess firsthand, and his capabilities extended beyond mere throat-cutting. He could breathe fire. A single dragon capable of matching 30 skilled warriors. Yet, upon seeing Drogon prepare to depart, Daenerys felt not elation, but trepidation. According to Varys' informant, at least 100 guards were stationed at the small gate. No matter Drogon's might, in a chaotic melee, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to evade all assaults. Should misfortune befall him, the consequences would be dire. Grey Worm, select 4 Unsullied. Daario, choose 3 mercenaries, and together with Yora, infiltrate the small gate tonight. Merely sending 3 individuals left Daenerys feeling uneasy. Not only was she concerned about their safety, but also about the potential losses to Drogon and Yora. Upon learning that Daenerys intended to dispatch a larger group, Drogon hurriedly returned to her side, extending his right claw for inspection. He dexterously retracted 2 of his talons before presenting his claw to Daenerys. The assembly in the council chamber stared in astonishment at Drogon's actions. Momentarily taken aback before comprehending his intention, he understood Daenerys' words and advocated for only 3 to infiltrate through the small door. Daenerys was nearly amused by Drogon's gesture and approach to grasp his little black claw, stating that 3 individuals were insufficient, as she feared for their safety. 3 or 10 makes little difference to me. With more people, I must also heed their safety. Drogon recognized the mother of dragons' concerns. Yet he believed Daario had compelling reasons for proposing a trio. Ultimately, the difference in numbers bore little significance to Drogon, as a larger contingent might risk exposure. After a moment's reflection, Drogon extended an additional talon, proposing to increase the number by 1. Daenerys laughed and released his claw, instructing Varys, select 2 Unsullied to accompany Yora and Daario. The 5 of you shall venture forth with Drogon. Once the team was confirmed, Varys chose the Unsullied, and upon their arrival, Daario pointed to a rudimentary map he had sketched of the area, explaining the locations of the small door and the larger gate they planned to breach. They established a signal with Daenerys, ready to breach the gate upon its recognition. With everything agreed upon, Daario led the 4 men and 1 dragon under the cover of darkness towards a small entrance on the western side of the city, where they could faintly perceive 4 guards stationed at the entrance. The quintet concealed themselves in the shadows, with Daario designating a bird call as their signal. Once he entered through the small door and dealt with the guards inside, the other 4 were to eliminate the exterior guards and swiftly follow. Listening to their discussions from a low altitude, Drogon paid little heed to their content, despite his capability to single-handedly eliminate all adversaries and open the gate. He refrained from such actions. Doing so would only render Daenerys' followers increasingly inept. His role was to provide support from the sidelines. With his current defensive prowess, he was nearly impervious to harm unless pinned down and relentlessly stabbed. Moreover, his astonishing speed ensured he would not remain stationary in the face of swords and daggers. Once their deliberations concluded, Daario strode confidently from the shadows toward the small door. The guards spotted him from a distance and immediately grew vigilant. Upon recognizing his attire and the distinct, curved Arak blade, they relaxed their guard. Although Daario had never entered the city of Yunkai through the small door, the guards frequently interacted with the Second Son's mercenaries and were somewhat familiar with their captain. Upon Daario revealing his identity, the guards permitted him entry. Drogon had already taken to the sky, following Daario as he passed through the city walls. While the night affected his vision, it did so to a lesser extent than it would for a human. From his aerial vantage, he discerned the approximate number of stationed soldiers. In addition to the 10 or so within the gate, the alleys leading from the small door into the city were filled with soldiers, totaling around 150. Upon witnessing such a multitude of soldiers, Drogon could not help but reflect on the significance of intelligence. Had it not been for Varys' little birds, Daenerys might have recklessly dispatched Yora and the others into peril. Not only would they have struggled to open the city gates, but survival itself would have been in jeopardy. After entering, Daario surveyed the interior and, as he walked, emitted a bird-like call. The sudden sound startled the 10 guards, leaving them momentarily perplexed. Before they could react, Dario swiftly drew his curved dagger and dispatched 2 guards beside the door with a decisive slash. Only then did the remaining 8 guards realize they had been deceived, brandishing their spears toward Dario. Unfazed by the encroaching guards, Dario cautiously observed his surroundings while retreating. As he neared the door, he heard the sounds of combat outside. Seizing the opportune moment, he stepped forward and slashed open a guard's abdomen. Taking advantage of the other's momentary hesitation, he sidestepped and unlatched the door, allowing Yora and the others to rush in. As they burst through the entrance, the guards in the narrow alley heard the commotion and charged in with swords drawn and shields raised, thrusting their spears into the confined space. Witnessing the growing number of adversaries, Dario felt a surge of trepidation. Had Daenerys not received prior intelligence, he and his companions would have undoubtedly faced certain death had they entered recklessly. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he realized their fate rested entirely upon the Queen's dragons. No matter how confident he felt, he was not arrogant enough to confront an enemy vastly outnumbering him single-handedly. The 5 of them formed a defensive circle, backs pressed together, ready to protect themselves while seeking opportunities to attack. The guards surrounded them and began probing their defenses, gradually fracturing their formation. As the number of adversaries increased, injuries began to mount, and their stamina waned rapidly. Chapter 41. The might of dragons. Seeing the moment was ripe, Drogon swooped down upon an injured Unsullied, his wingtip brushing past a guard attacking him, blood gushing forth as the guard clutched his throat and collapsed, convulsing before falling still. After dispatching one adversary, Drogon soared toward the guards besieging Yora, rending one guard's neck with a claw, severing the carotid artery and causing a more copious flow of blood than that of the previously slain guard. With 2 of their number slain, the remaining guards began to sense something amiss. Drogon's speed was astonishing, and in the darkness, they could only glimpse a shadow flitting past before a comrade fell, clutching his neck. While battling alongside Yora, they also had to remain vigilant for the lurking shadow that could strike at any moment. In the ebb and flow of combat, Yora and his companions gradually regained the upper hand and reformed their defensive stance. Drogon refrained from indiscriminate slaughter or arson. He only intervened when danger loomed for his companions, expertly transitioning his dragon training instincts into the art of combat. Observing that Drogon occasionally came to their aid in times of peril, the 5 warriors fought with renewed vigor, and in merely 10 minutes, they had vanquished foes many times their number. They hastened toward the designated exit, with Drogon soaring above, meticulously surveying the terrain and the guards. The main gate evidently received news of the intrusion at the small door and was hastily making its way toward them. Zhaogang was acutely aware of the substantial physical exertion endured by Xiao La and his companions. He soared to a rooftop, transforming into his full-bodied form, his 15-meter wingspan casting a shadow over the entire street, obscuring the moonlight. Both Xiao La's group and the guards gazed up in terror, witnessing a colossal dark silhouette looming above them, reminiscent of a demon's descent. Dario, upon seeing the crimson wings illuminated by the moonlight, realized that a dragon occupied the sky. Inquiring from Xiao La, he learned that it was Zhaogang, who had the astonishing ability to alter his size. This full form was far more terrifying, exceeding the size of the other 2 dragons that frequently soared above by more than double. The guards of Yuan Kai had never encountered such a massive dragon before, and their advance was abruptly halted. A resounding roar echoed through the night sky, reverberating throughout the entirety of Yuan Kai, causing all the guards to turn in fear towards the source of the sound. Simultaneously, the lord and the slaves of Yuan Kai, awakened by the commotion, scrambled out of their rooms in search of its origin. The lords, disregarding the presence of their concubines, hastily donned their trousers and rushed toward the city walls, not anticipating that Daenerys would launch her assault without awaiting their response, and with the dragon joining the fray. Observing the dazed guards, Zhaogang unleashed a torrent of black and red dragon flames, engulfing dozens of them in an instant. The remaining guards, already paralyzed by fear, found their courage utterly obliterated by the menacing shadow and the encroaching flames. They discarded their weapons and fled, leaving the gate unguarded. Witnessing the guards' retreat, Zhaogang refrained from further fiery assaults, instead gliding low along the city walls. His massive silhouette enveloped the fortifications of Yuan Kai, his claws brushing over the heads of the guards, who no longer dared to remain atop the walls, hastily descending to safety. 2 distant roars, significantly weaker than Zhaogang's, emanated from afar. Rhaegal and Viserion, who had initially surrounded Daenerys, upon hearing Zhaoging's thunderous roar, could no longer bear to stay among the troops and followed him, swiftly spiraling above the city walls. The morale of the Yuan-Kai guards crumbled in an instant. Not a single soul dared to raise a spear in defiance. Without needing to observe the signals Daario had issued, Daenerys understood that the moment for the siege had arrived, commanding the Unsullied and mercenaries to charge toward the gates. With no guards to impede them, Xiao La and his companions swiftly opened the gates, welcoming the army into the city. Daenerys instructed a portion of the Unsullied to apprehend the lords, while others were tasked with eliminating all resisting forces within Yuan-Kai. Upon encountering slaves, they severed the collars from their necks, restoring their freedom, and strictly forbade the mercenaries from looting or pillaging. The lords of Yuan-Kai were predominantly guarded by slaves, and as the Unsullied liberated the other slaves and the looming dragon instilled fear, the guard slave soldiers surrendered en masse, leading to the siege's conclusion in less than half an hour. Almost all the lords were captured, the slaves gradually freed, and following the army's entry into the city, Xiao La and his companions guided them to seize the lords' residences, calming the panicked slaves and restoring order to Yuan-Kai. Having settled down to a considerable extent, Yora and Grey Worm, along with their comrades, returned to the council chamber, each bearing wounds from the recent battle. Among them, a pure one known as Little Sparrow was gravely injured, requiring the support of Grey Worm to walk. Missandei meticulously recorded their military achievements, expressing her intention to reward them generously. Upon their return to the Seven Kingdoms, she vowed to grant them titles and lands. Observing the bloodied five, Daenerys solemnly promised, "You shall receive no less than what you deserve. I ask for no reward, merely to remain by your majesty's side." Grey Worm stepped forward to assert, "You shall indeed remain by my side, and rewards are yours by right. You are not slaves, and contributions warrant recompense. You are my officers, the leaders of the Unsullied. And you shall no longer refer to yourselves as little ones but as my esteemed warriors," Daenerys replied, gazing into Grey Worm's eyes. "Yes, your majesty," Grey Worm acknowledged, stepping back to his original position. "What is your name? How severe are your injuries?" Daenerys inquired with concern as she approached the gravely wounded Little Sparrow. "Your majesty, I am Little Sparrow, merely a slight wound. I shall recover in a few days." Observing the youth, who appeared 2 or 3 years younger than Grey Worm, Daenerys turned to Missandei, instructing her to summon the finest healers from Astapor to tend to her heroes, ensuring they bore no lingering ailments, for she wished to see them on the battlefield again. Witnessing the excitement of the five, Tyrion could not help but admire the prowess of the Mother of Dragons. After a night of relentless activity, Daenerys finally found rest as dawn approached, sleeping for less than 2 hours. However, she was soon awakened by Irri, who informed her that the freed slaves of Astapor wished to meet her. After a swift grooming, Daenerys and Missandei made their way to the Astapor Square, now filled with men, women, and children, all possessing notably dark, gaunt features, save for the stark white marks around their necks where collars had once been. On the raised platform, Varys, Yora, and Daario awaited her arrival. As Daenerys, flanked by Tyrion, ascended the platform, the crowd stirred restlessly, eager to draw nearer to her. Missandei stepped forward, proclaiming, "Behold the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, who has shattered your chains and liberated you from your oppressor." Upon hearing this, Daenerys raised her voice, declaring, "You are now free to go wherever you wish. I shall distribute the wealth of your former master as compensation for your years of servitude. You are free." Yet, the former slaves did not disperse. Instead, they remained fixated on Daenerys, causing her to feel perplexed, as did those on the platform. "Are you going to Misa?" A lean young man suddenly called out. "Misa," echoed another voice, followed by a chorus of Misa that swelled like a tide, engulfing the entire Astapor Square. "What are they chanting?" Daenerys' eyes brightened as she turned to Missandei. "That is the old Valyrian word for mother," Missandei replied. Missandei gazed at the excited crowd, responding with delight. Upon her words, a faint smile graced the faces of Barristan and Yora. Although they had initially dissuaded Daenerys from attacking Yunkai for the sake of 20,000 useless slaves, witnessing the liberated Yunkai slaves stirred a sense of fulfillment within them. Listening to the title that once brought her pain, Daenerys felt an unusual sensation. She gently descended from the platform, and the enthusiastic crowd began to move closer. Despite being halted by the Unsullied spears, Daenerys quickly commanded the Unsullied to withdraw their weapons. As she approached the throng, Barristan and the others exchanged worried glances. But their concerns dissipated upon seeing Drogon perched upon her shoulder. They had witnessed Drogon's formidable prowess during the siege, saving Yora and the others from severe injury or death, as he unleashed dragon fire upon the gate guards. They even pondered whether their presence was superfluous, for Drogon alone could have conquered the gates. As Daenerys advanced towards them, the Yunkai people reached out in supplication, yearning to touch the liberator, Missandei. The once crowded Yunkians instinctively parted to make way for her. Observing their gaunt faces and eager gazes, Daenerys felt a pang of shame for the fleeting regret that had crossed her mind regarding the liberation of the Yunkai slaves. Following the path they created, the crowd that had longed to touch her hesitated, sensing a flicker of fear in their eyes, which revealed their trepidation towards Drogon. Despite Drogon being merely a young dragon, the terror of the great beast from the previous night lingered in their minds, and they dared not approach. He does not wish to harm you. There is no need for fear, Daenerys proclaimed to the surrounding throng in Valyrian. Upon hearing her words and seeing Drogon's gentle demeanor, a few brave Yunkians cautiously approached, tentatively reaching out to touch her arm and shoulder, though none dared to come close to Drogon. Inspired by the fervent atmosphere, Daenerys extended her hand, initiating contact with the nearby Yunkians. The voice of Missandei rose in volume, as two robust Yunkians lifted Daenerys onto their shoulders, carrying her toward the center of the square amidst a throng of admirers. As Daenerys beheld the fervent and reverent gazes of the Yunkai people, an unprecedented smile of joy illuminated her face. In the distance, the circling Rhaegal and Viserion seemed to sense the atmosphere of the square, soaring overhead and roaring with exhilaration. In the bustling city of Riverrun, within the council chamber, Robb addressed his mother, Catelyn. "We cannot go. Walder surely harbors resentment for your broken betrothal and has allied with the Lannisters to conspire against us," she urged. Holding a model of the terrain, Robb furrowed his brow. That letter must be a provocation from Tywin, intended to thwart the alliance between the North and Riverrun. My broken engagement is unjust. But has not Uncle Edmure already pledged to marry his daughter? This is precisely what Walder has always desired. Robb, you are unaware of the intricacies surrounding Lord Walder and his family. When I initially sought him out, he had long harbored resentment over your grandfather's absence from his 3 weddings. Furthermore, do you know why your Uncle Edmure remained unengaged for so long? Catelyn fixed her gaze upon Robb. Is it because of Walder? Robb inquired hesitantly. Catelyn nodded and continued. When your uncle was 12, Walder sought to betroth his daughter to him. Your grandfather, wishing to avoid an alliance with House Frye and concerned about your uncle marrying too early, refused. Yet, he remained undeterred. 2 years later, when his other daughters came of age, he proposed again, only to be rebuffed once more by your grandfather. Consequently, your grandfather has postponed your uncle's marriage to this day, fearing that Walder would harbor a grudge and disrupt the stability of the Riverlands. After listening to his mother, Robb pondered for a moment before responding. If my uncle agrees to wed his daughter, would it not fulfill Walder's desire? Moreover, I do not perceive Walder as particularly vengeful. Noticing his mother was about to speak again, he added, your father has consistently declined any alliance with House Frye. Upon learning that I would marry his daughter, he promptly dispatched nearly all the soldiers from Riverrun to assist me, leaving fewer than 500 to defend the castle. Besides, Riverrun is situated between the North and the Riverlands. If he were to dare violate the rights of guests and harm the nobles from both regions during the wedding, how could Riverrun maintain its standing? Furthermore, my scouts have reported no unusual activity from Lord Walder. That letter must surely be a ploy by Tywin. Fearing she could not persuade her mother, Robb added, you must recognize the impossibility of such a notion. Catelyn, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Robb's analysis, recalled the contents of that mysterious letter and felt a chill run down her spine. No, she admonished herself. She had already lost her husband. Her eldest daughter was trapped in King's Landing, and her youngest daughter and 2 sons were missing. She could not risk losing her eldest son as well. If you must go, then take an army and weapons to the wedding. Otherwise, I shall not permit your departure. Catelyn's tone was resolute. Robb gazed at his mother in astonishment, realizing that she had yet to recover from the incident with Jaime. Which noble in the 7 kingdoms would dare attend a wedding with an army and weapons? If word spread, he, the young wolf, would surely become the subject of ridicule. Walder might even retract his uncle's betrothal, severing the alliance between the North and Riverrun, an outcome he could not bear. He still sought vengeance for his father Ed, rescue his sister, and prove himself as a capable warrior like his father. How could he return to the North in disgrace, only to be mocked by House Stark? Mother, you must understand that this is utterly impossible, Robb insisted, his eyes locked on Catelyn. I have already lost my husband, I will not allow you to take such risks. Catelyn remained unyielding. You captured Tyrion in pursuit of vengeance for Bran, leading to my father's demise and leaving your sisters trapped in King's Landing. In your effort to save your sister, you released Jaime, which resulted in House Stark executing prisoners, ultimately driving me away and costing me half my forces. Now, you wish to prevent the alliance between the North and Riverrun for my safety? Do you seek to further restrict my freedom? Seeing her mother still unwilling to relent, Robb could no longer suppress the words that had long weighed heavily on his heart. As he spoke, Catelyn's expression grew increasingly vacant. She had not anticipated that Robb harbored such deep resentment towards her, all stemming from her own actions, leaving her feeling as if her heart had turned to ash. Observing his mother's dazed demeanor, Robb felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Mother, he murmured before turning to leave the room. Robb, I beg you, do not go, Catelyn implored, grasping Robb's arm with desperation. Looking at his mother's tear-streaked face, Robb maintained a stoic silence as he gently pried her fingers away and continued to walk outside. Robb, if you must go, promise me you will wear soft armor. Conceal a dagger and bring ample guards. Station 1,000 soldiers outside the twins. Otherwise, I shall never allow you to leave, even if it costs me my life. Catelyn cried out, her voice filled with anguish from behind him. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, Robb bowed his head in contemplation before replying, I promise you. Chapter 43. The beginning. After Robb's departure, Catelyn remained uneasy and sought out her uncle, Blackfish Brynden, to discuss how to respond to the potential threat of the Red Wedding. Blackfish had seen the mysterious letter and was equally astonished, struggling to believe that Walder would exploit his nephew Edmure's wedding to massacre nobles from both regions. However, if he were to act on such a heinous plan, the consequences would be unfathomable. Aware of Catelyn's attempts to persuade Robb, he suggested that even if they attended the wedding, they must remain vigilant. Should anything transpire, facing Walder's wrath would be preferable to being slaughtered outright. Catelyn feared Robb would not heed her counsel and wished for Blackfish to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring that none of this reached Lysa. Though Robb did not believe that Walder would attempt to harm them, he understood the necessity of precaution and conferred with trusted commanders on how to handle any potential assassination attempts. The twins spanned both banks of the river, comprised of 2 castles connected by a bridge, serving as the essential thoroughfare from the north to the south. The Fry family had amassed wealth by levying tolls on the bridge, much to the disdain of other nobles who regarded them as beneath their station. Yet they continued to revel in their prosperity. Despite being merely a lord, Walder's family was vast. He had 7 wives, each more fertile than the last, and his relatives were not far behind in this regard. Thus, the Freys were derisively labeled by the nobility as a family capable of birthing an army. On the day of Edmure's wedding, as they approached the twins, Catelyn felt her heart race and glanced at Robb, signaling him to be cautious. The guards at the twins were led by Walder's son, Dwayne, who, upon seeing Robb arrive with 1,000 soldiers, inquired warily, "Is it the North's sincerity to bring such a retinue to a wedding?" Robb felt a twinge of embarrassment at Dwayne's question, yet under his mother's relentless pressure, he had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, he had already prepared an excuse. I fear that Tywin's army roams nearby, and I am concerned he may attempt to launch a surprise attack during the wedding. Oomph. The young wolf certainly thinks ahead, Dwayne remarked with a hint of derision. Devon mockingly remarked that the nobleman accompanying Robb could enter, while the 1,000 soldiers would have to wait outside until the wedding concluded. A wry smile briefly masked Robb's discomfort as he was surrounded by a multitude of guards while entering the twins. Seeing the significantly increased number of guards, Devon could not help but curse inwardly. Upon entering the wedding hall, they were greeted by elegantly arranged candelabras and sumptuous delicacies, while musicians played enchanting melodies. Walder sat at the head table, welcoming Robb and his entourage. Noticing the size of Robb's escort and the noble guests, Walder subtly furrowed his brow. As they entered the hall, Catelyn cautiously surveyed the layout and the presence of the Freys, detecting no irregularities. Once the guests were seated, Robb stood to apologize for breaking his marriage vow. Walder called for Talisa to step forward, eager to scrutinize the one who would replace his daughter as Robb's bride. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, her figure commendable, though obscured by her garments. Yet he believed the curves beneath must be exquisite. No wonder such a splendid form could entice King Robb to forsake his oath. Walder squinted, admiring Talisa, making her uneasy as she nervously glanced at Robb, who could only gesture for her to endure the moment. After his remarks, Walder paid no further attention to Talisa and continued. expressing that their Duke Edmure must be growing impatient, and she would soon meet her new husband. He then descended from the head table, leading his daughter towards Edmure, who stood grimly, losing confidence in his bride's appearance upon witnessing Walder's other daughters. Approaching the head table, Walder glanced at Edmure before lifting the veil from his daughter's face, revealing a striking beauty with large eyes. Edmure, who had initially averted his gaze, slowly raised his head only after the veil was lifted. Upon beholding his bride's visage, Edmure's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Walder possessed such a stunning daughter. Had he known, he would have readily consented to the union instead of vehemently opposing it. With the wedding vows exchanged, the feast commenced, with Robb's party and the Freys seated across from each other, toasting and celebrating, the atmosphere lively and exuberant. Still devoid of any irregularities. "I shall step outside for a moment," Catelyn's uncle, Blackfish, declared, downing a couple of drinks before leaving his seat. As he passed by Lothar, he accidentally stumbled, only to be caught by Lothar's outstretched hand. Blackfish nodded in acknowledgement and cast a casual glance at Catelyn before continuing on his way. Upon seeing her uncle exit through the main door, Catelyn took a hearty gulp of red wine, attempting to quell her inner turmoil. Outside, the tables were already being served, and Blackfish, observing his surroundings, ventured forward before slipping into a nearby haystack. Ensuring no one was watching, he produced flint and ignited the dry hay, then swiftly made his way back. "Uncle." Blackfish had barely exited the haystack when he suddenly heard a soft call. He paused, listening intently, but hearing nothing further. He assumed it was a mistake and hurried back towards the wedding hall, hiding behind a cart. Arya was about to call for Blackfish once more when a contingent of Frey soldiers appeared in the distance. She was uncertain whether the blazing haystack in the far-off field had any connection to her uncle Blackfish, and hastily fell silent. Arya had witnessed the gruesome execution of her father, Eddard, in its entirety, and just as she was impulsively inclined to blame Joffrey, the Night's Watch intervened, forcibly dragging her away and saving her life. In a roundabout manner, she learned that her uncle Edmure was to wed in this place, and that her mother and brother had also arrived, prompting her to seek them out. As Blackfish approached the hall's entrance, he heard someone outside urgently shouting for help to extinguish the flames. The hall was filled with chaos, and the outside cries went unheard. Grasping a goblet of red wine and a bottle from a nearby table, he staggered up to the second floor. Shortly after his ascent, a burly nobleman, seemingly unconcerned, rose from his seat, glanced at the staircase to ensure no one was watching, and followed him upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Blackfish gently pushed against the doors of several rooms, all of which were locked. Suddenly, he forcefully flung open a door, entering a small, dark chamber, where a startled gasp echoed in the gloom. Drawing his dagger, he lunged at the source of the sound, the blade sinking into flesh. He withdrew it and struck twice more, then turned to stab at another shadow nearby. Hearing his companion scream, the others in the room rushed to respond. But it was too late. The sharp dagger had already slit one man's throat. The remaining occupant, witnessing the brutal slaying of his comrades, hastily attempted to flee, only to be fatally stabbed in the back by Blackfish. Emerging from the room, Blackfish spotted the robust nobleman who had just ascended the stairs slipping into another chamber. As he prepared to follow him, the hall door swung open, and a Frey soldier burst in, shouting that the place was ablaze. Without hesitation, Blackfish dashed to the musicians and hurled a large drum into the center of the hall. The sudden disruption brought an immediate silence, though it lasted scarcely a second. The northern lords and their guards, who had been seated, drew hidden daggers and lunged at the Frey table. After several had been stabbed, the Freys, albeit a moment too late, retaliated. Chapter 44. Miscalculation. The door to a small, dark room on the second floor suddenly swung open, and three figures emerged, brandishing crossbows aimed at Robb in the hall below. Robb's guards, having shielded him since the drum fell, were preoccupied with the Freys and had neglected the second floor. Thud. One crossbow bolt missed Robb but struck Talisa, who was escaping with him, in the back. No, Talisa. Realizing something was amiss with Talisa, Robb turned to see she had been hit by the arrow. Supporting her, he prepared to lower her to the ground. "Your Grace, we must leave. The Freys will soon surge in." One of his guards urged him anxiously. Robb understood that now was not the time to assess her injury. He could only drag Talisa towards safety with the guard's assistance. The crossbowman on the second floor had only managed to fire one shot before Blackfish and another nobleman dealt with him, while chaos reigned throughout the hall. As the Blackfish hurled the large drum down, Catelyn's guard plunged a dagger into Loras's back, but he narrowly evaded the strike, missing a vital blow. At that moment, the two men were locked in a fierce duel with their daggers. Catelyn caught sight of the crossbow bolt that had struck Talisa and was about to rush to her aid when a horrifying scream pierced the air. Her guard had been struck in the eye by Loras and was writhing in agony, consumed with rage towards the traitorous northern vassal Loras. Catelyn seized a carving knife from the table and thrust it fiercely into Loras's back. Unfortunately, the blade penetrated only a quarter of the way before being thwarted by his armor. Feeling the sharp pain in his back, Loras turned to face Catelyn, who was raising her blade to strike again. Just as he prepared to retaliate with his dagger, a searing pain shot through his throat and blood gushed forth. Clutching his neck, he gasped for breath, but to no avail. With great effort, he turned his head, locking eyes with the Blackfish's merciless gaze, and with a final, reluctant gasp, he collapsed. After slaying Loras, Catelyn joined forces with Robb. The Blackfish, observing the lifeless Talisa and Robb's vacant stare, felt a surge of helplessness, and he could only support Talisa while ushering Robb towards the exit. Walder, witnessing the unraveling of his carefully laid plans, commanded his two guards to pursue them as Robb was about to escape through the door. If Robb were not killed today, the Fry house would face annihilation. He did not harbor any illusions that Tywin, that cunning old fox, would fulfill his promises if he failed to eliminate Robb. Before Robb and his party could flee the premises, a contingent of soldiers charged in from outside, encircling them. Their guards had no choice but to form a protective barrier around Robb and Catelyn as they prepared to face the onslaught. Gradually, Robb emerged from his stupor. He tenderly caressed Talisa's cold cheek, accepted the long sword from a guard, and shouted as he charged forward. His wife, his children, he blamed himself for their untimely demise. Regretting that he had not heeded his mother's desperate pleas, consumed instead by a desire to reclaim his lost honor. Now, all he yearned for was to vanquish every foe that stood in his way. Despite their valiant efforts, the enemy numbers swelled, and even Catelyn joined the fray. As the adversaries multiplied around them, despair began to envelop Catelyn. She never imagined that she and Robb would meet their end here. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance, causing both sides to momentarily cease their combat and draw back. "It's our people," Robb exclaimed, pointing towards a rider approaching on horseback. Within moments, a company of over 100 cavalrymen arrived, wielding their swords to cut down the surrounding Fry soldiers. Swiftly rescuing Robb and the other surviving nobles, who were hoisted onto horses as they charged towards the city gates. All along the route, Fry soldiers attempted to intercept them, but were met with fierce resistance from the outer ranks. At the city gates, the northern forces held their ground, only beginning to retreat after Robb and his companions had successfully escaped. The cavalry raced out of the gates, heading towards the riverlands, while the infantry remained behind to provide cover. As they journeyed, the relentless pursuit of their enemies continued, and the cavalry that had initially escorted Robb out of Riverrun was nearly annihilated. A day later, the remaining horsemen fortuitously encountered patrol soldiers from the town of Duskendale, allowing them to switch mounts and return home. Upon witnessing Robb and a dozen others return, drenched in blood from what was meant to be a joyous wedding, the northern nobles were taken aback. Once they learned the cause, they could scarcely believe that Walder had dared to commit murder amidst the festivities. Upon returning to Duskendale, Robb immediately commanded his men to apprehend all those affiliated with the Freys, awaiting their fate. It was then revealed that over 300 men loyal to the Freys had cleverly concocted excuses to leave Duskendale just hours prior, their whereabouts unknown. Robb soon realized that the Freys had meticulously planned their escape. Among the noble attendees of the wedding, only a handful returned, prompting Robb to order a consolidation of forces within Duskendale to bolster defenses. Surrounded on three sides by water, Duskendale was a fortress difficult to besiege, even for the combined might of Riverrun and Tywin. After securing the city's defenses, Robb clutched the lifeless body of his wife, Talisa, refusing to let go, consumed by overwhelming regret. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Green Fork, the Hound and Arya rode together slowly forward, Arya's eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed towards Riverrun. Last night, she had intended to slip into the wedding hall to find her mother and brother. But before she could enter, she witnessed a violent clash between the Freys and the Northmen. She had seen her brother Robb's dire wolf, Grey Wind, slain by the arrows of the Freys, and as she turned to seek her mother, she was struck unconscious, only to awaken on horseback. "Will mother and the others escape?" Arya asked the Hound, wiping away her tears. The Hound, the fierce Sandor Clegane, had survived the battle for King's Landing, a sworn protector of Joffrey. and the younger brother of the formidable mountain. In his youth, the mountain had pressed Sandor's face into a brazier, leaving half of it marred by grotesque scars, with one ear reduced to a mere remnant. The raging fires of King's Landing had awakened deep-seated fears within him, compelling him to abandon his post and flee the city. No one could have anticipated the Freys would audaciously attack guests at a wedding. If Walder had the audacity to execute such a plan, he must have been thoroughly prepared, ensuring that not a single northern noble would escape, particularly Arya's mother and brother. The Hound, his expression impassive, analyzed the situation. But I think I saw my uncle stealthily igniting a haystack. He must know something. Arya, unwilling to accept the Hound's grim assessment, recalled her uncle Blackfish's demeanor and retorted. The Hound contemplated before responding. Even if they sensed something amiss, it would already be too late. Arya understood the truth in the Hound's words, yet she clung to disbelief, staring blankly at Riverrun. A day later, Varys received news from Duskendale. Upon learning that Robb and Catelyn had returned, he exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in the Tower of the Hand in King's Landing, Tywin Lannister seized a goblet from the table and hurled it to the ground in a fit of rage, his fury palpable. The meticulously orchestrated Red Wedding had gone awry, and it was no wonder the Freys had remained second-rate nobility for generations. They were only fit to collect tolls on bridges. The plan has been completely derailed, and the opportunity for Tyrion's marriage has been squandered, compelling him to reassess the political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms. In the council chamber of Dragonstone, the news that Robb had not perished was utterly astonishing. How could this be? No one could possibly escape from such a dire predicament. The Red Priestess gazed at Stannis in disbelief. The truth remained that he had indeed survived. Had there been a misstep by the Lord of Light? A flicker of doubt regarding the deity stirred within Stannis. My lord cannot err. There must be a flaw in our approach. It seems your power is even weaker than I had anticipated, the Red Priestess remarked, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing her words, Stannis felt a pang in his heart, and the image of a young Shireen, so endearing in her infancy, surfaced in his mind. Chapter 45. The Benevolence of the Mysterious One in Tyrion's Residence. 3 days had elapsed since the wedding, and shortly after he rose from his chair, he received the news of the Red Wedding. At first, upon hearing that Walder had initiated the Red Wedding, Tyrion's immediate reaction was that his brother-in-law Robb and his nominal mother-in-law were doomed. However, upon further inquiry, he discovered that they had inexplicably escaped back to Riverrun, a notion that seemed almost unbelievable. He struggled to comprehend how, under such meticulous planning, Walder would allow their retreat. Approaching Sansa, who was lost in thought by the window, Tyrion conveyed the news. The shock of the revelation elicited nearly identical reactions from both Sansa and Tyrion, which soon transformed from despair to elation, relieved that her mother and brother had evaded their fate. 3 days later, in Yunkai, after several days of chaos, order began to gradually restore. Daenerys accepted the counsel of Yora and others to establish her base in Yunkai, intending to liberate the last city of slavery, Meereen, once stability was achieved. Aside from training the dragons, Drogon felt as though he was merely eating and sleeping, on the verge of transforming from a dragon into something resembling a pig. On the surface, all appeared normal in Yunkai. After days of rigorous and fearful training, the results for Rhaegal and Viserion were evident. They were now adept at evading the Night King's spear, and it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary crossbow ambushes to wound them. Drogon contemplated a return to Westeros to assess the situation further. As a dragon, he felt an acute sense of responsibility. 3 hours later, upon arriving at the first stop, Dragonstone, Drogon flew to Shireen's window, where he found her seemingly awaiting his arrival, though she did not exhibit the same excitement as before. Drogon, you've finally come. Davos said you would, Shireen exclaimed eagerly. Davos's urgency in seeking him signaled that something significant had occurred. Drogon retrieved food from his pack and offered it to Shireen, then took out paper and pen to inquire whether Davos had emerged from the dungeons. Shireen was surprised that Drogon knew Davos would be released and proceeded to relay Davos's message to him. Davos hoped that Drogon would arrange for someone to escort Shireen to a concealed location on Dragonstone. Why do you want to send me away? Is it because father burned uncle? After conveying Davos's instructions, Shireen pouted and questioned Drogon. Shireen possessed remarkable intelligence and, as expected, discerned the reason for her departure from Dragonstone. Jon Snow could not help but feel a deep pity for her. Anyone would find it distressing to learn that a father, once cherished, might wish to bring about one's demise. Jon gently squeezed Shireen's small hand in a gesture of comfort. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Yet she remained resolute and did not weep. Jon was uncertain of the extent to which his presence might influence this world. Shireen's uncle had been burned alive. And would Stannis' act of burning his daughter occur prematurely? He was reluctant to take such a risk. Wait for me. He left behind 2 words for Shireen before bidding her farewell and soaring towards King's Landing. Upon arriving in the squalid, flea-ridden quarters of King's Landing an hour later, he retrieved the letter left by Varys, which contained the following information. Tyrion was wed to Sansa, and Joffrey's wedding was scheduled for the following day. Robb Stark would indeed attend the infamous Red Wedding, and he, along with Catelyn and a dozen other nobles, managed to escape back to Riverrun. Other news remained largely unchanged. Imagining Tyrion's life post-marriage to Sansa, Jon could easily envision the struggles he faced, endlessly confined in the same chamber, gazing upon Sansa's enchanting beauty yet refraining from indulging in his desires. It must have been an excruciating trial for Tyrion. As for Robb, he had attended the Red Wedding and escaped. It appeared Varys had successfully transmitted the message to them. Despite having received the warning, they had still leapt into the inferno. Jon found himself at a loss for words regarding their choices. Opting not to leave a message for Varys, Jon decided to seek him out directly. Arriving at Varys' residence in the northern part of the city, he observed the courtyard from a nearby tree for a while, noticing no signs of comings and goings. He flew to the rooftop to compose a letter for Varys before returning to the tree to wait in silence. The dwelling assigned to the male sorcerer was merely a secretive refuge, and the likelihood of finding him there was slim. After waiting for over 20 minutes, he finally spotted Varys strolling leisurely from a distant alley. Without hesitation, he descended and placed the letter upon the stone table. Upon opening the courtyard gate, Varys instinctively glanced at the stone table. Just as he was about to turn away, his gaze fell upon the familiar parchment. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he glanced at the towering trees beyond the courtyard and then at a distant edifice, suspecting that a pair of eyes might be observing him from those locations. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he returned his focus to the parchment. The script appeared different, more aesthetically pleasing, yet still bore the signature of the mysterious figure. The contents were straightforward, requesting him to dispatch someone to Dragonstone to assist a young girl of considerable significance. She was the niece of the late King Robert and the daughter of Duke Stannis. Varys furrowed his brow upon reading the initial part of the letter. He had heard of this girl, who had suffered from grayscale since childhood. Although cured, she bore terrifying scars upon her face. He could not fathom why the enigmatic figure near Queen Daenerys would orchestrate her clandestine removal from Dragonstone. Was there a conspiracy against Stannis at play? As this thought coursed through his mind, he continued reading, only to discover that the mysterious figure's intention in smuggling Shireen was to save her. Stannis, heeding the counsel of the Red Priestess Melisandre, sacrificially burned the uncle of Shireen, and there looms the possibility that he may doom Shireen herself to the same fate. Upon perusing the entirety of the missive, Varys was inexplicably engulfed by a surge of indignation. He had not anticipated that the resolute and iron-willed Stannis could be so bewitched by the Red Woman as to contemplate the immolation of his own flesh and blood. Scarred by the malevolent sorcery of a warlock in his youth, Varys harbored an intense aversion to the arcane and an even more profound loathing for capricious witchcraft. Following Tyrion's grievous injuries while guarding King's Landing, Varys had paid him a visit. Motivated by both gratitude for Tyrion's triumph over the bewitched forces of Stannis and an appreciation for his acumen as a statesman. However, upon discovering Stannis' intent to sacrifice his own daughter, Varys felt compelled to intervene, irrespective of whether a mysterious figure had implored him for assistance. The rationale behind the mysterious figure's clandestine rescue of Shireen did not elicit joy in Varys. Although he had consented to pledge allegiance to Daenerys, it was not a decision made lightly. Moreover, he was somewhat wary of the enigmatic machinations and schemes of this mysterious individual. Previously, when informed of the Red Wedding plan by Walder for the Stark family, Varys had been left in the dark regarding the individual's true intentions. After much contemplation, he resolved to send a warning to Robb Stark, aiming to spare them from calamity. In hindsight, could it be that the mysterious figure anticipated Varys' unwillingness to stand idly by while Catelyn and her children faced death, thus orchestrating their salvation through his hand? Regardless of the motives behind the mysterious figure's rescue of Robb, Varys had now discerned the purpose behind the rescue of Shireen and would not question the individual's intentions to exploit her. With Stannis poised to sacrifice his own daughter, it was inconceivable that Daenerys would leverage Shireen against him. Chapter 46. Humiliation. Varys found himself ensnared in a web of deceit and intrigue. Thus he regarded the mysterious figure S cunning with trepidation. Yet, amidst the chaos, he perceived a flicker of benevolence in the figure S heart through the act of rescuing Meereen, which cultivated a semblance of recognition within him. With such an ally at Queen Daenerys' side, the prospect of uniting the Seven Kingdoms appeared to draw nearer to his aspirations. Unexpectedly, Drogon feared that Varys would misinterpret his motives for rescuing Meereen and, in an effort to clarify, disclosed his rationale. To his astonishment, this revelation garnered Varys' approval, marking an unforeseen triumph. After a moment of contemplation before the stone, Varys devised a plan for Meereen's safe harbor. He returned to his chamber to pen his strategy, placing it on the stone table before retreating once more. Upon Varys' return to his quarters, Drogon descended from the lofty branches of a tree, seizing a parchment and soaring to the rooftop. Observing Varys' plans, he could not suppress a frown, specifically the furrow above his eyes. While Varys' method of escorting Meereen from Dragonstone was feasible, Drogon harbored reservations regarding the proposed means of transporting her to Pentos. Varys intended to contact a merchant vessel upon securing Meereen, concealing her within a wooden crate disguised as cargo, from which she would be escorted to her designated refuge upon reaching Pentos. Drogon could vividly envision the heart-wrenching scene of Meereen sorrowfully departing from Dragonstone, confined within a dark, lonely box, traversing the treacherous seas, only to arrive in an utterly unfamiliar land. Such an ordeal was far too burdensome for a mere 10-year-old girl to endure. Varys was also aware that this predicament was somewhat unjust to Meereen, yet this method was deemed the safest, considering her unique identity and the potential risk of exposure. Drogon ultimately dismissed Varys' plan, assigning him solely the task of escorting Meereen from Dragonstone. After careful contemplation, Drogon penned a letter to Varys and placed it back on the desk. Estimating that enough time had passed, Varys pushed open the door and stepped outside, where he indeed discovered the note on the table. He was convinced that the mysterious figure must undoubtedly be a shapeshifter, adeptly controlling a remarkably clever little bird. For such fluid communication was otherwise implausible. After a moment of hesitation upon reading the contents of the paper, Varys composed his response. With the letter in hand, Drogon returned to Dragonstone to inform Meereen of the scheduled time and location. Upon realizing that her departure from Dragonstone was imminent, Meereen felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. This was the place where she had grown up, yet she understood the necessity of leaving. A few days prior, when her father came to visit her, she sensed that he was no longer the same person she once knew. After completing his letter to Meereen, Drogon did not rush to leave. Tomorrow marked the wedding day of the little monster Joffrey, and he intended to witness this momentous occasion in bloodied history. Observing Drogon as he retrieved a plethora of delectable treats from his backpack to share with her, Meereen, sensing no intention of departure, tentatively inquired if he was not in a hurry to leave today. Drogon nodded, indicating that he would indeed depart the following morning. With the news that he would not leave until tomorrow, Meereen's gloom dissipated, and as they dined, she eagerly questioned Drogon about where he would take her. Upon learning that her destination was Pentos, Meereen immediately recalled the books she had read about the place, vividly imagining her future life there. "Will you come to see me after I go to Pentos?" she asked. Drogon nodded affirmatively. "Is Pentos the largest city in the free trade city-states?" Meereen continued, to which Drogon again nodded. Curious, she bombarded him with questions about the city, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes about other cities within the free trade city-states. Listening to her incessant chatter, Drogon found himself regretting his decision to stay. Had he known it would be like this, he might have preferred to spend the night perched on a tree branch. Nevertheless, he genuinely admired Meereen's extensive knowledge. At such a tender age, she was remarkably well informed. Once they finished the backpack full of treats, Meereen seemed to tire of speaking, and after chatting with Drogon for a while longer, she drifted into a deep slumber. Drogon, lying beside her, soon followed suit. At dawn, Drogon awoke, noticing Meereen curled up like a little cat, sleeping soundly. Without disturbing her, he quietly opened the window and flew away. On his journey towards King's Landing, he caught several large fish at Blackwater Bay to satisfy his hunger before continuing his flight. After circling around King's Landing, he noticed a verdant estate by the seaside, adorned with colorful banners and lanterns, nestled beneath a grand tree. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the estate was furnished with long tables and chairs, the ground covered in opulent carpets, while servants bustled among the guests, presenting an array of fruits and delicacies upon the tables. His gaze quickly settled upon a long table where both men and women, elegantly attired and exuding sophistication, were seated. At the head of the table sat a young and handsome man adorned with a golden crown. To his right was a stately blonde lady in her 30s, her eyes sparkling with allure. To his left, a gentleman with silver-streaked hair maintained a dignified posture, his visage betraying no signs of age. He swiftly surmised their identities. The crowned youth must be Joffrey, with the possibility of Cersei and Tywin beside him. As he shifted his gaze down the table, he finally spotted Tyrion, whose lower half was obscured beneath the table. He was the only dwarf in the realm who could occupy such a place. With his tousled blonde hair and a faint crimson scar crossing his face, he bore the mark of his experiences during the defense of King's Landing. Beside him sat a tall, willowy figure with deep auburn hair cascading over her shoulders, her pale complexion and solemn demeanor starkly contrasting with the festive atmosphere. The gathering was lively with guests presenting gifts to Joffrey. The father of the young Rose bestowed upon his son-in-law a golden chalice, symbolizing his royal status, while Tywin, the hand of the king, gifted him a newly forged Valyrian steel sword, and Tyrion presented a book, signifying his hopes for Joffrey to become a wise ruler. As Tyrion delivered his well-wishing remarks, Joffrey's lips twitched in annoyance, yet he remained silent, the relationship between the uncle and nephew appearing deceptively cordial. Once the gift-giving concluded, the wedding feast commenced. 5 dwarves, clad in a variety of costumes and equipped with an assortment of props, took to the stage to perform a dramatization of the War of the Five Kings. Among them, Tyrion's expression was the most troubled. While the other guests displayed a spectrum of reactions, some laughed heartily, others frowned slightly, some glanced at Tyrion for his response, and others were taken aback by Joffrey's antics. Those privy to their familial ties were astonished that Joffrey would publicly humiliate his uncle during such a momentous occasion, while others were simply bewildered. As Joffrey laughed uproariously, the young Rose felt increasingly uncomfortable. After learning of Joffrey's monstrous reputation from Sansa, she had approached the situation with caution, never anticipating that Joffrey would prove to be even more depraved than she had imagined. Witnessing Tyrion's public humiliation, Varys furrowed his brow, contemplating how to persuade him to leave King's Landing. Cersei, observing her son's frenzied laughter, occasionally joined in, her gaze drifting toward Tyrion's dark expression, relishing the moment. Tywin, however, maintained a stoic demeanor as he watched his grandson disgrace the Lannister name. As the dwarves concluded their performance, Joffrey remained unwilling to relent, raising his golden chalice and demanding that Tyrion toast him. The wedding banquet fell into an abrupt silence, with some displaying solemn expressions while others wore looks of eager anticipation. Cersei never imagined that her long-desired ambitions would be ruthlessly executed upon her brother, whom she had never wished to acknowledge, by her own son, filling her heart with a perverse sense of satisfaction. Chapter 47. The Purple Wedding. Behold, our magnificent cake. Just as the standoff between uncle and nephew reached a stalemate, the timely intervention of Little Rose relieved the tension, prompting Joffrey to redirect his focus as several attendants wheeled in an enormous cake. After slicing the cake, Little Rose offered him the first bite. Suddenly, Joffrey called out to the departing Tyrion and Sansa, "My dear uncle, do you intend to watch me perish?" Reluctantly, Tyrion approached and filled a golden cup with red wine for Joffrey. After consuming a couple of sips, Joffrey opened his mouth to summon Tyrion once more for another refill. Yet only coughs emerged from his lips as he struggled to breathe. Tyrion immediately sensed something amiss and instructed a nearby servant, "Quickly, fetch a physician." Others gradually recognized the gravity of the situation. Joffrey was not merely coughing but appeared to be choking, gasping for air. Little Rose, holding the cake, was at a loss. Standing closest to Joffrey and aware that he was not choking for the expected reasons, Varys, who had been watching the farce unfold with a scowl, also discerned Joffrey's alarming condition, his heart racing in dread. Could this indeed be the upheaval foretold by the mysterious one? He never anticipated that such a cataclysm would culminate in the murder of the king. Meanwhile, Cersei had dashed from the high table, cradling the lifeless Joffrey in her arms, wailing uncontrollably. On the dais, Tyrion silently retrieved the fallen golden cup, which contained the wine he had poured for Joffrey. It was him. He has murdered the king. Guards, seize him. Cersei, clutching Joffrey's now lifeless body, her eyes bulging and face turning a ghastly purple, cast a venomous glare at Tyrion as she screamed in anguish. Below, Varys observed the captured Tyrion, his breath quickening. Was this all the machinations of the mysterious figure? Poisoning Joffrey, framing Tyrion, coercing him to ally with Queen Daenerys? The more Varys contemplated, the more terrifying the implications became, as he grew increasingly wary of the mysterious one's influence. He surmised that this scheme had been orchestrated by the enigmatic figure, for despite his extensive inquiries into the upheaval in King's Landing, he had uncovered no trace of evidence. Given the meticulous secrecy of the plan, only the architect could possess foreknowledge. Varys settled into his seat, keenly observing the guests around him, searching for the executor of this plot, firmly believing that Tyrion would not stoop to poison Joffrey. Suddenly, he spotted a corpulent servant approaching Sansa, seizing her and attempting to lead her away. Sansa appeared to recognize the servant and hesitated momentarily before vacating her seat amidst the chaos. Watching her being taken away, Varys refrained from intervening. He was uncertain who sought to take Sansa, and any obstruction at such a critical moment could render her a target of Cersei's wrath, who might very well accuse her of conspiring against Joffrey. Casting his gaze around, Varys noticed Shae, standing with a platter, staring in shock at the guards apprehending Tyrion. The moment had arrived. He slowly rose from his seat. Daenerys observed the three fools being taken away, and with Joffrey still alive. The three fools could not possibly ascend to the throne of the North. Daenerys was perplexed as to why Petyr Baelish would still want to abduct the three fools. This greatest instigator of the Seven Kingdoms was surely plotting some new scheme. The wedding feast descended into chaos, with Tyrion being escorted away. While the physician hurried to examine Joffrey, and guests rushed to depart, fearful of being implicated in the king's demise. After the tumultuous spectacle, Daenerys stealthily slipped into the kitchen and pantry, filling 2 large bags with provisions before departing King's Landing for Dragonstone. The aftermath of the king's assassination would be handled by Varys. Upon leaving the wedding, Varys discreetly sought out Shae. Without Tyrion's protection and the cover of Sansa's maidservant status, Shae had nowhere to hide. Cersei had already been informed of Shae's identity through other handmaidens. And though she was reluctant to seize Shae due to Tyrion's influence, her wrath towards him only intensified. Shae's predicament was dire. Once she processed the implications of Joffrey's death, it would be time to dispose of her. Despite Varys elucidating the gravity of the situation, Shae remained unwilling to depart, insisting she would wait until Tyrion was safe before leaving, fully aware that if she left, she would never see him again. With his attempts at persuasion proving futile and unable to disclose his intentions to whisk Tyrion away, Varys resorted to luring Shae into a secluded alley, where he seized the opportunity to render her unconscious. Having grown up amidst the chaos of the impoverished slums of Lys, Varys was far from a powerless eunuch. He summoned 2 of his hidden subordinates, discreetly transporting Shae away. This had been a reluctant yet premeditated strategy. After ensuring Shae's safety, Varys proceeded to confirm the readiness of the men assigned to assist in escorting Shireen. This too was a matter of utmost importance. At Blackwater Bay, Sansa followed a rotund servant as they rowed a small boat to a remote shore. Shortly after their arrival, a vessel emerged from the mist before them. As the servant prepared to transfer Sansa to another ship, a sword suddenly emerged from the fog, piercing his chest. Sansa turned in shock, her gaze landing on the narrow-faced, squint-eyed man with a small mustache, Petyr Baelish. "Why did you kill Ser Dantos?" Sansa inquired, her expression darkening. The rotund servant was none other than the drunken knight Ser Dantos, whom Sansa had rescued from Joffrey's clutches and who had been made a fool by the king. "For your safety and mine, I had no choice." Petyr raised an eyebrow, explaining, "We could have taken him with us." Sansa struggled to comprehend Petyr's actions, unwilling to witness the man who had saved her fall victim to ignorance. With a slight smirk, Petyr replied, "Do you grasp what we have done? We have murdered the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. If word spreads, Cersei will hunt us down to the farthest corners of Westeros." Sansa's eyes widened in disbelief at Petyr's words. "We killed Joffrey? You are reckless." As he spoke, Petyr lifted his hand towards Sansa's delicate neck. Sansa recoiled slightly, only to realize Petyr intended to remove the crystal necklace adorning her. The necklace was a gift from Tormund a few days ago, which she initially had no desire to accept. However, Tormund insisted that it was a treasured heirloom of their family, meant to express gratitude for Sansa's life-saving intervention. Reluctantly, Sansa agreed to wear it. Upon noticing the necklace in Petyr's hands, Sansa was taken aback to discover that one of the crystal pendants had mysteriously vanished. Petyr, with a subtle motion, squeezed the empty spot, suggesting that with a mere pinch, the concealed poison would seep into the golden chalice. After this revelation, he carelessly tossed the necklace onto Tormund's lifeless body. Observing Petyr's actions, Sansa felt a tumultuous rise within her. She had unwittingly become the true architect of the murder of the king of the Seven Kingdoms. She recalled who had touched her neck during the wedding, and a kind yet aged visage emerged in her mind. It became clear why that queen had invited her to visit and inquired about Joffrey. Sansa had never imagined that the queen would undertake such a bold act to prevent her granddaughter from marrying the monstrous Joffrey. Chapter 48. Departure. Why did you wish to kill Joffrey? Sansa still struggled to comprehend Peter's motives. Is it not for your sake? Peter's gaze was fervent. Uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny, Sansa averted her eyes and asked, "Where are we headed now?" "To the Eyrie, to your aunt's place." Seeing Sansa retreat, Peter remained patient. He had an abundance of tolerance for women. "Why not go to Riverrun? My mother and brother are there," Sansa inquired, astonished. After narrowly escaping King's Landing, she had hoped to return to her mother, only to find that Peter intended to take her to the Eyrie. Although her Aunt Lisa resided there, Sansa had only met her once in childhood. In contrast, Riverrun, while not her home, offered the presence of her mother and brother. The place is already besieged by Tywin and the forces of the twins. Not even a sparrow could fly in. "Do you believe we could enter?" After hearing Peter's explanation, Sansa ceased to argue. She understood the necessity of cooperation. It would serve her well to navigate this precarious situation. The Eyrie was certainly preferable to King's Landing, where she no longer had to tread cautiously, living in constant fear. There, she could await her mother or devise a plan to return to Winterfell. In King's Landing, she was coerced by Joffrey to witness her father's severed head on a pike, nearly stripped of her clothing in front of a jeering crowd, and faced the threat of being assaulted by a mob of ruffians, all while Tywin forced her into an unwanted marriage with the imp, Tyrion. Now, she was no longer the naive girl who dreamt of a prince on a white horse. She yearned solely to reunite with her family. At last, freed from the hellish clutches of King's Landing, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Even if others mistakenly believed her to be Joffrey's murderer, she would not return to the place that had haunted her with countless nightmares. Uncertain of the fate that might befall her nominal husband Tyrion, who had aided her countless times, Sansa pondered the fact that, as a fellow Lannister, the Queen Cersei would likely refrain from condemning him to death. Gazing at the increasingly distant King's Landing, her thoughts drifted to Dragonstone. With wide eyes, Shireen beheld 2 large bags of provisions. Her earlier disappointment at not seeing Drogon dissipating in an instant. "Where did you procure these 2 hefty bags of food? Your strength is truly remarkable," she exclaimed, as she began to untie the bags. Upon opening them, she was astonished to discover an unprecedented abundance of food, with many pastries and fruits she had never encountered before. Securing the door, Shireen chatted with Drogon while indulging in the feast. Once she had finished, Drogon produced paper and pen, inscribing several lines for her to convey to Ser Davos, instructing him to escort her to a designated location before dawn the following day, where a ship would await. With the knowledge that she would soon depart the island where she had grown up, Shireen felt a twinge of melancholy. After conversing with Drogon a while longer, she sought out Davos, and the day swiftly passed. As dawn broke the next day, Davos knocked on Shireen's door as promised. Her belongings and books were already packed. She cast a lingering glance at her small room and at Drogon, who was hiding beneath the bed, before stepping out with Davos. Once they had exited, Drogon emerged from his hiding place, opened a small window, and soared towards the agreed-upon location. Davos, carrying their luggage, quietly circumvented the station guards and made his way to the less accessible side of Dragonstone, where the waters were too shallow for large vessels to dock. Upon reaching the shore, a small boat appeared in the distance, suggesting that it had been waiting for some time. The solitary occupant of the boat was a robust man with a kind face and dark skin, clearly accustomed to life at sea. The burly man nodded at Davos, who carefully assisted Shireen onto the boat. As it set off towards the west, Shireen maintained a serious expression, casting a final glance back at Dragonstone and waving goodbye to Davos. As Dragonstone gradually receded from view, Shireen looked up at the sky, where a small black dot was closely following their vessel. Fortunate to have Drogon by her side, she reassured herself. After boarding, she thanked the boatman and inquired about his origins. Finding him somewhat taciturn, she opted to remain silent and withdrew a book to read slowly. 3 hours later, a distant island came into view, roughly 3 times the size of Dragonstone. This was their destination, Driftwood Isle. After navigating past the island's dock, the small boat anchored at a secluded, desolate shore. The burly man assisted Shireen in unloading her luggage, glancing around at the barren, rocky surroundings, perplexed as to why the overseer had instructed him to leave a young girl in such a place. Having set her down, he prepared to depart, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Noticing Shireen's composure in the desolate setting, which even seemed to please her, He curiously gazed at the sky. A seabird was circling overhead, a creature he recalled had followed their boat throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Shireen, amidst her reading, frequently glanced at the bird, setting aside his intrigue. The burly man bid farewell to Shireen, rowing away towards the opposite side of Driftwood Isle. As the small boat receded into the distance, Drogon descended to the ground. How long until the large ship arrives? This place is truly desolate, Shilin remarked, casting a glance around her. The thought of being left alone here filled her with unease. Drogon did not respond to her, but instead waved his wings. Are you asking me to keep my distance? Shilin, accustomed to Drogon's gestures, recognized that this was not a farewell. Puzzled, she took a few steps back, only to see Drogon beckoning her again, prompting her to retreat further. Once he deemed the distance sufficient, Drogon expended a bit of magical energy to initiate his transformation. With a puff, Shilin felt a flash before her eyes, and a colossal creature materialized before her, causing her to stumble back in shock. With her mouth agape and eyes widened, she blinked repeatedly, finally confirming the reality of what she beheld. A dragon, as large as the boat she had just seen, was staring at her with fiery eyes. Drogon, is that really you? She asked, still struggling to comprehend the sudden transformation from a small creature to a giant dragon. When Drogon nodded, her excitement surged. I've never read in books that dragons can change size. How do you manage that? Previously, Shilin had thought Drogon was simply small due to some ailment, as she had read of dragons that grew exceptionally slowly, some with heads no larger than an apple at maturity. She was astonished to learn that Drogon was not ill but could indeed alter his size, bringing her immense joy. Drogon lay down, spreading his wings to form a staircase and looking at Shilin. Can I really ride you? She inquired, her excitement palpable. She adored tales of dragon riders and had often envisioned herself atop a dragon, yet never imagined she would actually have the opportunity to ride a giant dragon. With exhilaration, she grabbed her satchel and cautiously stepped onto Drogon's crimson wings, unsteadily making her way to his back. She gently touched his glossy scales, momentarily unsure where to settle. Drogon gestured for her to open her satchel and then bit out a cotton jacket for her to wear. Obediently, Shilin donned the thick garment, wrapping herself snugly until only her small face was visible. No wonder Drogon had insisted she dress warmly last night. He intended to take her flying. A thought that filled her heart with joy. Once Shilin was securely seated, Drogon pushed off the ground, his wings flapping powerfully, lifting off without any need for a running start. Shilin's face turned pale with anxiety as she tightly gripped Drogon's neck spikes, lying flat against his back, too frightened to move until they soared high into the sky and glided smoothly. Only then did she dare to slowly open her eyes, gazing down at the vast ocean from the heights and tilting her head to admire the azure sky. Shilin felt as though she had transformed into a little bird, soaring freely in the heavens. This was the life of freedom she had always yearned for. The burly man rowing away in a small boat felt a pang of unease for Shireen, glancing back at the desolate shore. He could not see the diminutive figure, yet his gaze was drawn to a colossal silhouette soaring in the sky, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the sea. What was that? How could it be so immense? The sight conjured tales of dragons in his mind, and he finally grasped why the overseer had left a little girl on the shore. It was evident now that a dragon would come to claim her. The man, in his simple-mindedness, pondered this revelation. The reason Drogon did not take Shireen from Longshore Island was out of fear of being spotted by the Red Woman or others. Thus, he had Varys send Shireen to the sparsely populated Chowtu Island for their departure. With Shireen in tow, Drogon did not fly swiftly, taking 2 hours to reach the skies above Pantos, where he sought a coastal area far from the docks to land and await Varys' arrangements for Shireen's reception. Upon dismounting from Drogon's back, Shireen felt a lingering thrill, having immensely enjoyed the sensation of soaring through the heavens. Although the remote coast was sparsely populated, there were still eyes upon Drogon. He was indifferent to this attention, for the Mother of Dragons had already gained considerable power, and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were engrossed in civil war, unlikely to be foolish enough to seek her trouble from thousands of miles away. Even if an audacious soul dared to approach, he would have no cause for concern. After Drogon had diminished in size and shared a modest meal with Shireen, a small boat sent by Pantos soon arrived. Once Shireen confirmed the identity of her escorts, she boarded the vessel, while Drogon continued to follow above. Upon reaching the shore, Shireen was guided into a small courtyard, where a maid attended to her. Only after ensuring Shireen was comfortably settled did Drogon feel at ease to depart. Flying back to Yuan-Kai. This marked his longest absence and the most prolonged hunger he had endured, prompting him to feast heartily on the grasslands before returning to Yunkai. Finding no sign of the Mother of Dragons at her residence, Zhuge made his way to the council chamber. Indeed, she was there. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. After 2 days apart, the Mother of Dragons, initially furrowing her brow, soon relaxed and beckoned Zhuge to her. He complied, landing in her palm, where she gently stroked his back and affectionately nuzzled him against her face before placing him on her shoulder. Listening quietly from her shoulder, Zhuge gradually comprehended the situation. Varys' little bird had delivered new intelligence. In Astapor, a butcher named Cleon was rallying the residents to overthrow the Triad Council left by Daenerys, intending to enslave the families of the benevolent and to castrate their sons, training new Unsullied. Moreover, unrest brewed in Yunkai as well. Although the wise lords had been captured, their subordinates were disseminating rumors. They claimed Daenerys was poised to unify Essos, the Bay of Slavers, the Bay of Tears, and all surrounding islands of the lands of Long Summer, intending to abolish slavery and execute all slave masters. They had already reached out to the leaders of New and Old Qarth to unite against Daenerys. Zhuge had anticipated trouble in Astapor, but he had not expected it to manifest so swiftly. A city that has maintained slavery for over a millennium cannot possibly preserve its dominion by merely executing a few slave masters, without a garrison, and appointing 3 powerless representatives. Yet, these are circumstances beyond control. Daenerys trusts only Jorah and Varys, both of whom cannot remain in Astapor, nor can they be stationed there. Daenerys intends to liberate the Unsullied and all slaves by burning the benevolent masters in Astapor, capturing the benevolent lord in Yunkai, thereby granting freedom to another 200,000 slaves. Her next objective is to advance towards Meereen, prompting the leaders of other city-states to feel increasingly insecure and seek solutions. Slaves are the source of wealth for their masters, the foundation upon which their power and luxurious lives are built. Daenerys aims to sever their financial lifelines, imprison or execute them, which naturally incites desperate resistance. After deliberation with her council, Daenerys decides to postpone her plans for Meereen to first address the butchers inciting rebellion in Astapor, instructing Varys' little birds to keep a keen eye on Yunkai and other cities, reporting back to Daenerys at all times. Daenerys remains in Yunkai while Jorah and Grey Worm lead 3,000 Unsullied to quell the butchers' uprising in Astapor. After capturing Yunkai, they acquire over 30 large ships, sufficient to transport the 3,000 Unsullied by sea to Astapor. As plans are finalized, Daenerys leans back in her chair, massaging her temples, contemplating how to govern Astapor post-rebellion. A portion of the Unsullied must remain to maintain stability, yet she also needs to appoint a trustworthy subordinate who understands governance. Reflecting on her previous experiences, Daenerys begins to reconsider her approach in Astapor. Besides mercy, you require blood and fire. A ruler who is solely merciful is not a competent ruler, Drogon remarks, observing Daenerys' fatigue. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys straightens herself, resisting the urge to glance at him. Drogon is right. Perhaps she has indeed been excessively merciful. She never anticipated that the former slave, the butcher, would seek to enslave the children of the benevolent masters, garnering the support of the majority of Astapor's populace. It seems Drogon truly is the reincarnation of Balerion the Black Dread, having lived for over 2 centuries and served multiple Targaryen monarchs. Otherwise, how could he possess such understanding of governance? Legends claim that dragons can inherit memories, and it appears to be true. Capture the butcher Cleon and the other conspirators of the rebellion and promptly deliver them to Yunkai. I shall personally pronounce their death sentences. Those who participated in the rebellion will be imprisoned as well, and if the numbers are excessive, they shall be recorded for future punishment. Initially, Daenerys only intended to condemn the butcher Cleon, disregarding the other residents he incited. However, upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, she swiftly alters her decision. After Daenerys' pronouncement, both Varys and Jorah exchange approving glances, recognizing the relief in each other's eyes. Drogon did not expect Daenerys to change her decision so abruptly. Yet the deterrent effect is evidently stronger. My lady, who do you believe should govern Astapor on my behalf after the rebellion is quelled? Daenerys inquired of Missandei, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her bright eyes. Jorah and the others also turned their gaze towards Missandei, for she alone possessed a modicum of administrative knowledge, while the rest were merely adept with swords and blades. Missandei lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, then surveyed the other members of the council before hesitantly stating, "Your Majesty, it seems you lack individuals with expertise in this area." At that moment, Drogon too pondered how to resolve this dilemma. The cunning imp Tyrion, being the hand of the king, was unlikely to manage a city, and even if Varys returned, he had his own obligations. If the Mother of Dragons could establish an institution akin to a citadel of learning under her royal name, nurturing talent across various fields, would she not alleviate the burden of governance in Astapor, the Bay of Slaves, and indeed the Seven Kingdoms? Drogon suddenly envisioned this citadel of learning. Chapter 50. Planning the citadel of learning may be regarded as an alternative form of school, cultivating physicians, scholars, and educators to serve the king, the major nobility, and various factions, essentially operating as a neutral organization. The Chancellor of the King's Council and Grand Maester, along with the Maester from Winterfell and the Night's Watch Scholar, all hailed from this citadel. They were categorized by their depth of knowledge into ranks such as Grand Maester, Doctor, Scholar, Assistant Scholar, and Apprentice. However, the curriculum of the citadel was somewhat narrow. A school could cultivate multifaceted talents. Besides physicians, scholars, and educators, it could also nurture administrative talents adept in governance, preparing financial ministers to augment the Mother of Dragons' coffers, alongside other agricultural experts vital for the welfare of the populace. As Drogon envisioned the embryonic form of this educational institution, he became increasingly convinced of its merit, yet pondered how to convey this notion to Daenerys. Should he continue writing letters? "I have heard that there exists a citadel of learning in Westeros, imparting knowledge to physicians, historians, and others. Might we not also establish such a citadel to cultivate individuals skilled in governance and logistical management?" Daenerys hesitated briefly before speaking. "What a remarkable synchronicity. Am I not also a mere servant to the Mother of Dragons?" Drogon was astonished that he and Daenerys had conceived of the citadel nearly simultaneously. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Missandei and Jorah exchanged looks, their eyes alight with anticipation, admiration, and reverence. This citadel was affiliated with House Hightower, primarily fostering physicians, scholars, and educators to serve the major nobility and factions, maintaining an almost complete neutrality. Barristan, concerned that Missandei and Grey Worm might be unaware of the citadel, took it upon himself to elucidate. "Should your Majesty establish the citadel of learning, it could teach not only physicians and scholars, but also management of affairs and languages. Any skills we require could be imparted." Upon hearing this vision of the citadel, Missandei immediately contemplated its potential multifaceted benefits. Scholars vow to remain unmarried, childless, and ungranted rewards. You may require those who join the citadel to pledge their loyalty solely to you. Jorah suggested from the sidelines. Grey Worm and Daario offered no suggestions. Yet this did not hinder their acceptance of Daenerys' proposal regarding the citadel, particularly Daario, whose eyes reflected admiration and infatuation that even the most oblivious could discern. Indeed, they are all astute individuals. Observing the assembly as they strategized, Zhaogang could not help but marvel at their intellect. Their minds were no less sharp than those of modern individuals, yet they merely required a slight nudge in the right direction. Surely, a vow is unnecessary. Such a restriction would limit the number of individuals entering the academy and hinder its influence in this realm. After all, Daenerys aims to unite the Seven Kingdoms as their queen. Would she truly fear that they would not pledge their allegiance after joining the academy? Upon hearing the suggestion from Law, Zhaogang felt an internal dissent. However, Jorah's words also reflected the limitations of this world. Who could genuinely cultivate talent for the benefit of others without personal gain? The Hightower family likely harbored selfish motives, wishing to maintain their neutral position and avoid the ravages of war. As Dany's followers gazed at her with ardent admiration, her cheeks flushed slightly. This was Zhaogang's idea, yet she had appropriated it for her own use. Desperate for talent, she had no choice but to risk exposure by voicing his thoughts. After considering the various proposals, Dany resolved to embrace them all. But then she heard Zhaogang's dissent regarding Jorah's sentiments. Having liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, her mindset was anything but ordinary. She immediately envisioned that if they were to heed Zhaogang's advice and impose oaths on those entering the academy, not only the citizens of Slavers Bay would seek admission, but also individuals from the surrounding regions, such as the Painful Bay, the lands of Always Summer, and even Westeros itself. If the academy were to flourish, scholars from other continents would undoubtedly be drawn to it, and the name of the academy would resonate throughout the world. Its students would spread across every corner, and as the founder, she would be acknowledged by the world. The thought of such a scenario ignited a fervor within Dany, causing her face to bloom with excitement. Regaining her composure, she boldly asserted, I have liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, and I will also free those of Meereen. In the future, I shall cross the narrow sea to seize the Iron Throne. Should I fear that they might oppose me once they are educated? If they desire to learn and meet the Academy's criteria, they shall not need to swear any oaths to join. Upon hearing that there would be no restrictions to join the Academy, Jorah was about to object. But as he caught the appreciative gaze of Varys and the resolute looks of Missandei and Grey Worm, he found his words failing him. In their eyes, he glimpsed the emergence of a new queen, a ruler unlike any seen across the 4 continents. After Dany finished speaking, Zhaogang regarded her with newfound respect. Could Daenerys truly be the fabled Dragon Queen? How could this be the same person who once set King's Landing ablaze in a fit of rage? Perhaps the previous narratives had been sheer fabrications. At that moment, Dany felt restless under Zhaogang's penetrating gaze. Turning away, she addressed Missandei, saying, Let us discuss the establishment of the Academy in greater detail later. Jorah and Grey Worm, you must lead the forces to Astapor immediately to quell the rebellion. Yes, Your Majesty. Jorah and Grey Worm bowed in obedience, their acknowledgement of Dany's authority more resolute than ever before. Upon returning to her quarters, Dany eagerly conferred with Missandei about the plans for the Academy. Firstly, regarding the naming issue, as Westeros already possesses a scholarly city, it would be inappropriate to designate it as such. Thus, it was ultimately named the Academy. Secondly, concerning the location, Daenerys wishes to establish the Academy in Westeros, which, as it stands, is unattainable in the near future. She considers the insights of Drogon, acknowledging that the Academy need not be singular, with the possibility of establishing branch academies in the future. Therefore, she plans to wait until Astapor is stabilized and Meereen is secured before deciding on the Academy's location. In the meantime, she intends to find a site in Yunkai to erect the Academy and nurture potential talents. The subjects offered at the Academy will tentatively include governance, language, medicine, and history, with additional subjects to be introduced gradually. The fundamental requirement for admission is literacy. The Academy is not a remedial program and will not teach from the most basic level unless the illiterate possess extraordinary talents, in which case exceptions may be made. Regardless of whether applicants are male or female, young or old, noble or commoner, as long as they possess a certain level of knowledge and have no malicious conduct, they may enter the Academy. Tuition will be self-funded, with provisions for waiving fees for those in dire financial straits. The most pressing need is for talented individuals, and Daenerys plans to publicly recruit various talents, offering positions as teachers or students based on their depth of knowledge. Most knowledge in Westeros is predominantly held within the scholarly city, and the majority of books are also found there, with only the nobility possessing a few volumes. Shireen, born into a royal household, certainly has access to ample reading material, a need easily fulfilled by Stannis, while the children of common folk, even after becoming literate, find it difficult to obtain books. Furthermore, in this world, books are crafted from parchment, and the value of knowledge aside, the cost of parchment itself is quite substantial. As Daenerys establishes the Academy, she plans to invest significantly in acquiring various books to enrich the library in preparation for the Academy's future. In Chapter 51, Recruiting Talents, Daenerys, as Queen, also assumes the role of the Academy's highest authority, with Missandei appointed as the head of the language department and a governance instructor, while other departmental heads will be appointed following the talent recruitment process. With the plan finalized, Daenerys feels a profound sense of satisfaction. However, Drogon senses a disquieting undercurrent, retreating to contemplate in solitude. Throughout the planning process, Daenerys played a pivotal role, contributing numerous innovative suggestions, ideas that he, as a native of this world, could naturally conceive. Yet, if there were an abundance of modern thought within these notions, it would be exceedingly unusual. In the stillness of the night, as he reflects on the details of the plan, Drogon realizes something profoundly unsettling. Daenerys seems to be aware of his thoughts. This revelation sends a chill through him, as his greatest fear is that Daenerys has discerned his identity as a time traveler. Recalling their interactions, he is reassured that she has not perceived this truth. Even if she is adept at feigning ignorance and performing, Drogon doubts she could maintain her pretense if she were to discover his origins. Did I overthink it? Daenerys possesses an extraordinary talent, yet she cannot discern the thoughts residing in her heart. Jon was uncertain, otherwise he would have inevitably exposed his identity as a time traveler by now. After a moment of calm contemplation at high altitude, he commenced the practice of clearing his mind. striving to achieve a state of thoughtlessness. However, the more he endeavored, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Plagued by the fear that Daenerys might uncover his true identity and the multitude of secrets he harbored. After several hours of practice, he finally managed to suppress his distractions around midnight, and he sat motionless on a tree trunk until dawn, achieving a semblance of inner tranquility. Daenerys found Jon's sudden nocturnal absence somewhat peculiar, yet she paid it little heed, for it was not the first time he had spent the night away from his chamber. After formulating the academy plan overnight, Daenerys issued 2 proclamations in the name of the Queen the following day in the Plaza of Dragonstone. The first announcement stated that anyone who believed they possessed special talents in certain areas could register at the plaza, thereby accepting the Queen's employment or selection to further their studies in the forthcoming academy. These special talents encompassed a wide range of fields, from urban and national governance to metallurgy and agriculture. The second proclamation declared that the Queen would invest substantial sums to collect various books. Any book that was compiled and bound could be sold, with pricing determined by the content. These proclamations swiftly spread throughout the streets of Dragonstone. Yet the majority of the populace remained hesitant, struggling to comprehend the significance of the first announcement. It was not until a bold individual tentatively approached the registration office to disclose their expertise, registering their name and residence before departing joyfully, that more people began to visit the plaza to enlist. In contrast to the burgeoning activity at the talent registration office, the book collection site remained rather desolate, with scarcely anyone in attendance. Observing the scene from the plaza, Jon surmised the reason for the scarcity of books. As a city rooted in slavery, the inhabitants lacked the need for literature. The benevolent rulers busied themselves with training slaves, indulging in a life of excess and revelry, leaving little time for reading. The true centers of knowledge were confined to Westeros. Indeed, even Westeros lacked certain resources, as the professors of the Citadel primarily comprised healers and scholars, focusing predominantly on medicine, continental history, and the sigils and maxims of noble families. Knowledge that served the ruling class or pertained to the preservation of life was the only form recorded in written texts, resulting in an acute scarcity of other types of literature. To suggest the existence of books on construction, manufacturing, or agriculture was a stretch. It was likely that even language learning resources were non-existent. Contemplating this, Jon could not help but ponder, why not author my own works? Such an endeavor would yield far greater influence on this world. That would be the true academy. As Daenerys observed the bustling registration scene, she paused, her ears attuned to Jon's inner musings, her eyes darting with realization. To author my own works? She was profoundly shaken by the thought. Witnessing the emptiness of the book collection point stirred a sense of urgency within her. Lacking familiarity with the Citadel, she later sought counsel from Barristan and Yura, learning that it was indeed a bastion of knowledge in Westeros, housing the majority of the continent's literature. She was also aware that the variety of academic texts was limited. If, as Zhuiging had claimed, she were to author her own works, the library of the Academy would undoubtedly surpass that of the bookstores in both quantity and comprehensiveness, thereby exerting a greater influence on the continent. Even if Daenerys could not pen her own books, she understood the tremendous allure that authorship held for those who were erudite and gifted. Observing Daenerys's restless eyes and fluctuating expressions, Zhuiging maintained his composure, silently continuing to watch the lively square. At that moment, the expansive Yuan-Kai Square was teeming with people, with many there to register while a larger crowd had gathered simply to witness the spectacle. Although most of those nurtured by Yuan-Kai were servile, wise rulers also required various slaves to attend to their needs, including those of considerable talent. The 2 announcements, having circulated widely, had reached every corner of Yuan-Kai by midday, drawing dockworkers and merchants to the square to partake in the excitement. As Daenerys surveyed the enthusiastic residents of Yuan-Kai, she was surprised to discover that there were indeed many talented individuals among them. After several hours of registration, the roster reflected not only skilled craftsmen adept at constructing dwellings, but also knowledgeable farmers proficient in rice cultivation, healers capable of treating ailments, and educators with a firm grasp of fundamental knowledge. One educator, who caught Daenerys' attention, was a frail old man responsible for teaching the noble children to read, write, and perform simple calculations. In addition to them, a few anxious musicians and artists approached to inquire about the possibility of registering, and Miss Hand, with Daenerys' consent, included them in the roster. The record not only documented the names, addresses, backgrounds, and specialties of the applicants, but also meticulously noted their aspirations for future arrangements. Over there, Someone intends to sell a dozen books, but he demands to join the academy first, remarked the maid, Ellie, as she approached Daenerys. Join the academy? Daenerys expressed her curiosity and made her way to the book acquisition point. A man, leaning on a cane and dressed in tattered clothing, stood at the table awaiting her arrival. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, and Daenerys was struck by his haggard appearance. His hair was graying and disheveled, and he appeared to be in his 50s. Upon seeing Daenerys, his once dull eyes sparkled with a flicker of vitality. With great effort, he leaned on his cane and lowered himself to one knee, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Daenerys looked on in astonishment at the middle-aged man struggling to kneel before her, perplexed as to why he would perform such a grand gesture despite his physical limitations. "You are Daenerys?" Barristan suddenly stepped forward, addressing the man on the ground. "Sir Barristan, it has been a long time." The middle-aged man responded with a brief smile upon seeing Barristan. Chapter 52. A true pitfall. As Daenerys regarded Barristan with a puzzled expression, he introduced, "Your Majesty, this is Count Daenerys, who served under your brother, Prince Rhaegar, and fought alongside me in the Battle of the Trident." Upon learning that the man was a former retainer of her brother Rhaegar, Daenerys hastily moved to assist Dylan to his feet, asking, "Count Dylan, what brings you to Yunkai?" Daeron, despite being an earl, appeared to Daenerys as if he were a mere vagabond. Casting a glance at the equally perplexed Barristan, Daeron offered a wry smile and recounted, "I was gravely injured in the Battle of the Trident and fell into the Green Fork amidst the chaos. It was only upon awakening that I learned of Prince Rhaegar's demise. Reluctant to pledge allegiance to Robert and fearing for my family's safety, I chose to wander in foreign lands." Barristan understood Robert's intense hatred for Rhaegar, who had wronged his betrothed, Lyanna Stark. Although Robert had granted amnesty to Barristan, a member of the King's Guard under King Aerys, he would surely not spare Daeron, a loyal vassal of Rhaegar. Thus, his departure was indeed a desperate measure. "Earl Daeron, the Academy is in dire need of a scholar such as yourself. Please keep these books close. No need to donate them to the institution." Daenerys joyfully remarked upon learning of Daeron's connection to her brother, Rhaegar. Despite his disheveled appearance, Daeron's books were remarkably well kept, reflecting the deep affection he held for them. Naturally, she had no intention of seizing what he cherished. "Your Majesty, I willingly donate these books to the Academy as a humble contribution. I implore you to accept them." He insisted. Prior to this, he had observed the book collection point from afar and noted that only a few volumes were gathered. His own books had been perused numerous times, and he willingly donated them at the Academy's inception. Upon hearing his words, Daenerys ceased her refusal and instructed Eerie to ensure the books were packed securely to prevent damage. "Daeron, I thought you had perished. I never imagined you had journeyed abroad," Barristan exclaimed, elated at the reunion with an old friend. Recognizing that Barristan must have much to discuss, Daenerys asked him to accompany Daeron for the time being, assuring him that she could rely on Drogon. As Daenerys walked away, she pondered how best to accommodate Daeron, knowing that Barristan would have valuable insights given his familiarity with him. With her brother's former vassal joining their ranks, Daenerys felt a renewed confidence in the establishment of the Academy. The registration process continued until dusk, with Missandei later returning with Eerie and others to compile the list of registrants. As Daenerys surveyed the collected books, she recalled Drogon's heartfelt words from earlier that day and turned to Missandei, saying, "Missandei, you are proficient in numerous languages. Could you perhaps author a language-learning book for the Academy's future instruction?" The notion of authoring a language book had never crossed the weary Missandei's mind. She had always possessed a gift for languages and had served as a translator for several wise lords, acquiring her linguistic knowledge through oral exchanges before gradually becoming acquainted with written forms. There were even obscure dialects she could only speak, having never encountered a dedicated language-learning text. The prospect of creating such a book filled her with immense satisfaction, as it would greatly benefit students in acquiring new languages. With the establishment of the Academy on the horizon, the idea of many individuals learning from her authored language books was profoundly gratifying. Missandei became increasingly exhilarated as she contemplated the unexpected utility of her linguistic talents, which she once deemed insignificant, now poised to culminate in the creation of a book. For someone who had once endured the shackles of slavery, this notion was almost beyond belief. "Your Majesty, I am eager to compose a language-learning manual, which I shall use to enlighten others." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly affirmed her intentions to Daenerys. Indeed, Drogon observed Missandei's fervor, striving to maintain his composure, yet unable to restrain himself any longer. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended from Daenerys' shoulder and soared into the sky. Daenerys, taken aback by Drogon's sudden departure, was left puzzled, recalling that he had uttered indeed just before his flight, the meaning of which eluded her. Unable to derive any conclusions, she redirected her focus to the animated Missandei, engaging her in discussions about the structure of the language-learning book. The Mother of Dragons truly comprehended my innermost thoughts. I have been ensnared in a web of deception, only now realizing my true role as a mere supporting character, while Daenerys reigns as the genuine protagonist. What a masterful performer she is, having deceived me for so long. I can no longer endure this. It is more distressing than being stripped bare before her. Despite the absence of garments to be removed, Drogon internally lamented, unable to suppress a deep sigh, contemplating the depths of his predicament. Having been ensnared by the treacherous skills of the game, he felt overwhelmed, especially as Daenerys seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his thoughts, an experience that felt increasingly oppressive. After a moment of frustration, he gradually regained his composure, reflecting on his interactions with Daenerys. He began to recognize that while she may be privy to some of his thoughts, there were many more that eluded her grasp. Perhaps the reality was not as dire as he had imagined. Not all of his musings were accessible to her, and there seemed to be certain limitations on her understanding. What, then, were the thoughts that remained hidden from Daenerys, and what were these constraints? After much contemplation, Drogon could not discern a clear answer. He resolved to devise a test involving Daenerys, to ascertain what restricted her insight into his inner musings. Naturally, this experiment must remain clandestine, lest it jeopardize their relationship. Another sleepless night ensued as Drogon spent the evening perched on a branch, practicing meditation. The following day, the registration and acquisition of books continued, albeit with a significant decrease in onlookers and applicants. After careful consideration, Daenerys resolved to conduct face-to-face evaluations of yesterday's registrants. Essentially interviews to assess their qualifications and determine if they met the criteria for admission into the academy, or if they were suitable for teaching or administrative roles. Of course, the interviews could only provide a general assessment, as there were subjects such as agriculture, construction, and music that could not be accurately evaluated. Given that the interviewers were novices in those fields, merely spectators unable to grasp the intricacies involved, Daeron had already arranged accommodations last night. When Daenerys inquired about Barristan's level of knowledge, he suggested that Daeron could serve as an instructor. The army would soon depart for Meereen, allowing Daeron to oversee Yunkai. His considerable knowledge would enable him to manage a contingent of troops and assist Daenerys in governing Yunkai without difficulty. Daeron was also appointed as one of the officials participating in the interviews, alongside Daenerys, Missandei, Yora, and Barristan, who had been somewhat reluctantly summoned to serve as officials. Although they were skilled in combat, their rich experiences meant that, even if they were not specialists in certain areas, they could still gauge the general competence of the interviewees. Neither of them had anticipated a day when they would sit at a table to evaluate others, and they felt an overwhelming sense of novelty, as did the others, all of whom had never encountered such an experience. In Chapter 53, The Interviews, Drogon remained still. It was only during the interviews that Daenerys arrived. Appearing somewhat distracted as he perched upon her shoulder, his mind seemingly adrift, unwilling to dwell on his thoughts. Unaware of Drogon's whereabouts the previous night, Daenerys noticed his apparent discontent and gently stroked his back in a gesture of comfort. If only, Drogon internally lamented, abruptly stifling his thoughts as he continued to avert his gaze. As Daenerys sensed a flicker of dissatisfaction from Drogon, but noticed he remained silent. She wondered whom he might be upset with, her concern shifting to the forthcoming interviews. The first candidate was a gaunt elder whom Daenerys had previously observed, a tutor to the noble's children. What areas of knowledge do you possess? What are your specialties? Please share what you taught while in service to the noble, Missandei. Presiding over the interview, posed the initial question. The diminutive figure recounted his experiences teaching Valyrian and Giscari to the noble's children, instructing them in literacy, writing, arithmetic, and the simple history of Yunkai. Arata, having never witnessed such a scene, felt somewhat anxious. Please summarize the content you usually teach, including your methods of calculation, Daeron interjected, as this was a domain in which he excelled. As Arata recounted his experiences as a tutor in the noble's household, Daeron listened attentively, taking notes. Once Arata finished, Daeron nodded to Missandei, signaling the transition to the next candidate. Having assessed Arata's account, Drogon concluded that his knowledge was akin to that of a third-grade student, with arithmetic skills barely reaching second-grade level. Just as he reached this conclusion, he cautiously glanced at Daenerys, only to find her watching Aerys depart, her expression unchanged. Did she notice? Drogon pondered, deducing that Daenerys was likely oblivious to his earlier thoughts. Yet, he soon perceived her gaze shifting toward him, piquing his curiosity. Had she sensed something? Suppressing his doubts, he resolved to continue observing. The next candidate was a healer who, aside from treating common colds and fevers or performing simple bandaging, was ill-equipped to handle more severe ailments. Drogon compared him to a clinic doctor. As I appraised the situation while observing Daenerys' changing expressions, I endeavored to discern the patterns of her scrutiny. After the healer departed, a man in his 40s, clad in a linen long coat and possessing lustrous black hair, entered the room carrying a wooden board and a long-shaped satchel. The others present were somewhat taken aback by his attire and the items he bore. However, I instantly recognized him as an artist. Following his self-introduction, he commenced to showcase his artistic prowess. From his satchel, he retrieved quills of varying sizes and several colorful ink pots, unfurling a large piece of parchment which he secured to the wooden board with clamps and twine. The parchment appeared custom-made, devoid of any visible seams. Once everything was prepared, the artist, named Huntley, positioned the board on his lap, steadied it with his left hand, and lifted his gaze to observe Daenerys, poised to begin his work. Upon realizing Huntley intended to paint her, Daenerys hastily sat up straight, adjusted her attire, and glanced at Missandei beside her. Seeing her nod, she felt reassured and offered a slight smile, awaiting Huntley's brush. Soon, she would no longer need to preen before a tarnished mirror each day. I couldn't help but internally scoff at the thought of Daenerys spending over half an hour each day primping before a blurred copper reflection. Suddenly, Daenerys shot me a sharp glare, her smile vanishing in an instant. Noticing Missandei's look of surprise, she clenched her teeth and forced a smile back onto her face. Witnessing such a pronounced reaction from the mother of dragons elicited a knowing satisfaction within me, tinged with a hint of vindictive pleasure. As the minutes passed, the others grew restless, yet they dared not show any sign of impatience, for Huntley had yet to complete the portrait. Having never experienced being a model before, Daenerys' expression gradually became less natural. She feared her presence might delay the interview, yet Huntley remained calm and collected, methodically switching quills and refining the details of the portrait. After an additional 20 minutes, the portrait was finally complete, and Daenerys felt an immense sense of relief. Setting down his brush atop the ink pot, Huntley stood to reveal Daenerys' likeness. "Wow!" Missandei exclaimed, while Jorah and the others, though silent, gaped in astonishment at the painting. Daenerys felt she had never seen herself so vividly depicted. The figure in the painting wore a light blue garment, her silver hair intricately braided and cascading down her back, with 2 strands framing her face. Her exquisite features exuded nobility, and the hint of a smile at her lips carried an air of authority. "Is this truly me?" Daenerys found herself reaching up to touch her cheek. What words had I used to describe her before? Ah, yes, something about a queenly presence. Could this be what I meant? She felt a flutter of embarrassment at the thought. As she looked around at the other officials present for the interview, they all wore expressions of genuine awe, devoid of pretense. Masterful artistry. I silently lauded Huntley as I gazed upon Daenerys' portrait. Although I possessed no expertise in painting, I recognized Huntley's skill to be remarkable. Not only in this realm, but also, I surmised, he would be considered a professional artist in my previous life. I never anticipated encountering such talent in a place as modest as Yunkai. "Your Majesty, let this portrait serve as a humble gift from me to you. I earnestly implore you to accept it." Hunterley, pleased with the public's reaction, presented the painting to Daenerys after she had admired it. "I believe it must be of considerable value. Such a gift is indeed extravagant." Daenerys graciously declined, intending to set the portrait aside. "Without your Majesty's regal presence, I could not have captured this likeness. It rightfully belongs to you," Hunterley extolled. Noting that the artist was unwilling to accept payment, Daenerys did not press the matter further. She could not allow her portrait to be lost to the world. After expressing her gratitude, she instructed Missandei to put the portrait away. Missandei, somewhat unfamiliar with the art of painting, acknowledged Hunterley's talent, but chose to consult the opinions of other officials. "I believe Hunterley's artistic prowess has reached the pinnacle of the continent," declared Barristan, a former Kingsguard who had witnessed numerous works in King's Landing. Jorah and Daario nodded in agreement. As nobles themselves, they concurred with Barristan's assessment. Missandei recorded the interview's conclusions on paper, thanked Hunterley once more, and then asked him to rest before the next round of interviews. The The subsequent candidates represented a wide array of talents: farmers, various craftsmen, blacksmiths, and musicians, yet those well-versed in governance, history, and languages were notably scarce. By the end of the day's interviews, Drogon had discerned the patterns of Daenerys' ability to probe into his thoughts. Arriving at a tentative conclusion, he could only lament his previous solitude, which had fostered a habit of talking to himself. Arriving in this world had not altered that tendency. Despite shedding his human form, what Daenerys could perceive was likely just his internal monologue. As a dragon, he lacked the capacity for human speech, rendering him unable to distinguish between contemplation and soliloquy. After numerous tests, he finally grasped this pattern. With this understanding, Drogon no longer feared that Daenerys would uncover any secrets he wished to keep hidden, as long as he made a concerted effort to quell his habit of self-talk. She would glean nothing. However, the task proved far more daunting than it sounded. For the first 2 nights, he practiced meditating on a tree branch, surrounded by darkness. With the moon and stars above, faced with such solitude, he found nothing to say, yet in crowded settings, or when confronted with certain matters, he could not resist the urge to voice his thoughts. Alas, this wretched habit of mine, Drogon lamented, feeling quite helpless in his struggle to silence the voice within. Chapter 54. Everyone wants to kill Joffrey. Once the academy was established, it was impractical to offer every conceivable course. This enrollment not only prepared for the academy's founding, but also aimed to assess talent, ensuring that suitable individuals would be available when needed. Through careful categorization and evaluation during the interviews, applicants were classified according to their skills. The subjects initially planned for instruction included governance, medicine, languages, and scholarship, with potential expansions into construction, music, and painting in the future. Governance encompassed a broad spectrum, including city management, military logistics, and national administration, with specific content to be further delineated. Scholars are individuals endowed with a wealth of knowledge encompassing fundamental history, geography, noble relations, family crests, and more. Upon becoming formal scholars, they acquire the qualifications to teach others. In the midst of establishing the academy, Missandei dedicates her time to authoring language-learning texts. Beginning with the most widely spoken tongue on the continent, the common tongue, predominantly used in Westeros. The Unsullied primarily communicate in Valyrian, including Grey Worm, who only began to learn the common tongue after aligning with Daenerys, guided by Jorah or Missandei. Their learning methods are limited to oral instruction. However, should Missandei compose a specialized language learning book, it would not only facilitate their studies, but also enable them to master the written form. An essential skill for Grey Worm and others in his position. As one of Daenerys' most prominent military officers, he must not only be proficient in speaking and writing the common tongue, but also adept in arithmetic and familiar with the geography and basic history of Westeros and the surrounding regions of Slaver's Bay. Otherwise, he would struggle to comprehend military strategies in the future. With the availability of language texts, not only Grey Worm, but also other Unsullied officers could benefit. Observing Missandei's industrious efforts in authoring the language book, Daeron felt a surge of ambition, though he recognized the impossibility of usurping her acclaim. After thoroughly understanding the fundamental framework of the academy, he anticipated its future influence. There was no need for oaths, regardless of status or gender. Anyone possessing talent could gain entry. Daeron envisioned the academy's immense potential. Now, with Queen Daenerys encouraging the compilation of texts, more gifted and knowledgeable individuals would be drawn to join, significantly amplifying the academy's influence. Daeron, having joined the academy at such an early stage, felt a profound desire to contribute through authorship. Thus, he began to contemplate the best approach to embark upon. Simultaneously with the academy's preparations, Daenerys received news from Astapor. The rebel leader, the Butcher Cleon, along with other instigators, had been captured and was en route back. Unfortunately, Jorah and his companions arrived too late. Upon reaching Astapor, they discovered that Cleon had already instigated the rebellion, castrating the boys from the good master's households to create new Unsullied. Fortunately, they arrived in time to rescue 3 members of the temporary council who were on the verge of execution. Daenerys had not anticipated that the children she once spared would now become the new Unsullied. Following Daenerys' orders, Jorah and Grey Worm quelled the rebellion, leaving 1,000 Unsullied to maintain order while the rest returned to Yunkai. A day later, Jorah and his companions returned, bringing with them Cleon and over a dozen other rebel leaders from Astapor. Cleon, tall and dark-skinned, had previously been a slave, though he appeared to have endured little hardship. Once brought to the execution ground, Cleon and several other leaders attempted to plead their cases, but Daenerys promptly instructed Missandei to announce their various charges of rebellion, including the overthrow of the temporary council left by Daenerys, the castration of the benevolent lord's offspring, and the aspiration to become the king of Astapor, while disregarding Daenerys, the rightful queen. Daenerys would never allow the slaves she liberated to be shackled once more, nor would she permit those she conquered in Astapor to serve another's interests. The reason for summoning them all back to Yunkai for public execution was to serve as a warning to the local lords and those who conspired with the old and new Giscari and other factions. Any attempt to encroach upon her city would meet with the same fate as Cleon and his ilk. As the heads rolled onto the ground, the onlookers erupted in commotion, astonished that Queen Daenerys would treat those she once saved with such ruthlessness. They began to perceive that Daenerys was not merely the Messiah they had envisioned. Daenerys left 1,000 unsullied in Yunkai, appointing Dario to manage the city temporarily, while she led the remaining 6,000 unsullied and 2,000 Second Sons mercenaries from Yunkai to Meereen. Drogon, having resolved his own concerns, could no longer remain idle and flew out of Yunkai once more. Shireen, newly arrived in a foreign land, must have felt quite out of place. He first visited her in Pentos before proceeding to King's Landing. The situation in King's Landing had not changed significantly in recent days. Tyrion was soon to be tried for the murder of the king, while the Stark matriarch and her children held fast at Riverrun. The news of the Red Wedding spread throughout the north and the Riverlands, and the betrayal of House Stark by the Bannerman Roose was known among the northern lords, who banded together to march on Winterfell in pursuit of the elusive Ramsay, only to discover he had long since abandoned the castle. In a letter, Varys mentioned a piece of information that Drogon had already anticipated. The Night's Watch scholar Maester Aemon reported to King's Landing and the major houses that the Night's Watch had definitively detected the movement of the White Walkers, who were advancing toward the wall. The Night's Watch had fulfilled their duty, yet Cersei, Tywin, and the other nobles of King's Landing were skeptical of the reports concerning the White Walkers, preoccupied with their internal strife. They paid little heed to the Night's Watch's call for assistance. With the wall, which had stood for a millennium, in place, they dismissed any threat posed by the White Walkers. Drogon, however, regarded the White Walkers with utmost seriousness. He would not allow Viserion to transform into an ice dragon and obliterate the wall. Nonetheless, Drogon did not believe that the presence of the wall would ensure peace for Westeros. He was acutely aware of the terror posed by the Night King's army of the dead. A mere 1,000 members of the Night's Watch could not hope to halt the Night King. Varys suspected that Joffrey's death was linked to a mysterious figure. After extensive investigation, he only uncovered the corpse of the jester, Dantos, realizing that the portly servant who had whisked Sansa away at the wedding was none other than Dantos. This led him to suspect a connection between Joffrey's demise and Dantos, who had been silenced for facilitating Sansa's escape. However, that was all he could ascertain. He reluctantly inquired discreetly about the true mastermind behind King's death. Drogon had no intention of concealing the identity of the true orchestrator behind Joffrey's poisoning from Varys, as he relied on Varys to effectively manage the dissemination of this information. After leaving a message for Varys, he swiftly returned to Daenerys, his speed having increased by nearly half compared to his initial arrival in King's Landing, making the journey akin to a mere errand. In the dungeons of King's Landing, the disheveled Tyrion, clad in prison garb, huddled in a corner atop a pile of hay, contemplating the circumstances surrounding Joffrey's demise. Many harbored intentions to eliminate Joffrey. Thus, he methodically sought to eliminate suspects. The least likely perpetrator was his sister Cersei, for despite Joffrey's impulsive execution of Ned Stark, she would never conspire to harm her own son. His father, Tywin, however, presented a more ambiguous case. For the sake of family interests, he might not shy away from the idea of murdering his own grandson, especially when considering that Tommen, the heir, was significantly more obedient than Joffrey. Chapter 55. A brotherly dialogue. He then pondered other families that might be implicated in Joffrey's murder. Prince Oberyn of Dorne harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Lannisters, and being a skilled poisoner, he was a prime suspect. The Queen of the Reach, Marjorie's mother, might also have wished to prevent her daughter from marrying Joffrey, favoring Tommen instead. As for Tyrion himself, despite his disdain for his nephew, whom he had struck in anger, he had never entertained thoughts of murder. While he was engaged in this analysis, the cell door swung open, revealing the tall and handsome Jaime, who entered with a Valyrian steel sword sheathed at his side. This sword was forged from the melted remnants of House Stark's ice, a process that had required Tywin to scour the continent for a blacksmith capable of working Valyrian steel. The great sword was gifted to Jaime, while the smaller blade was bestowed upon King Joffrey. Tywin had long lamented the absence of a Valyrian sword in their family by killing Ned Stark and seizing ice. He had finally fulfilled that desire. "Cersei and father intend to put you on trial for the murder of the king," Jaime informed Tyrion, who appeared unkempt and unshaven. "They know I would never kill Joffrey," Tyrion retorted, his mismatched eyes blazing with indignation. "I told them so, yet they refused to listen," Jaime replied with resignation. Hearing this, Tyrion ground his teeth in frustration. They had always sought his demise, and this time they had finally seized an opportunity to act. He recalled a recent conversation with his father, Tywin, regarding a reward he sought. It was almost laughable. He had hoped to re-establish himself at the heart of power in King's Landing as the master of coin, soliciting funds for Joffrey's wedding, only to find himself imprisoned instead. Sansa had left King's Landing, and her whereabouts were unknown. Jaime then shared a revelation that left Tyrion in shock. "Sansa is gone." Tyrion felt a chill run through him. With Joffrey's recent death, Sansa's disappearance was inextricably linked to the tragedy. And as her husband and the one who had poisoned Joffrey, his own culpability became increasingly difficult to dispel. "I will plead with father to spare you. There is no need for excessive concern," Jaime reassured him, perceiving the despondency etched on Tyrion's face. However, Tyrion held little hope for Jaime's words. If Tywin could be so easily swayed, he would not be the formidable Tywin Lannister. He would relish the opportunity to rid himself of the disgrace that Tyrion represented, a chance too valuable for him to overlook. Tyrion could already envision the scene of his impending trial. And then there was Shae, confined in the dungeon, her fate unknown. In contrast to Sansa, Tyrion felt a deeper concern for Shae's safety. Without him, his sister Cersei would undoubtedly turn her wrath upon her. He pondered whether Varys had managed to persuade her to leave. Observing Tyrion lost in thought, Jaime patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him to await news. Before departing the dungeon, on the very day Daenerys left, Varys arrived at the hideout. On his way, he received a message from the little birds, revealing that Queen Daenerys intended to establish an academy. Unlike the Citadel, entry to this institution required no oaths. Anyone, noble or common, young or old, who met the criteria could join. He could scarcely believe that the once timid and fragile Targaryen had such formidable ambition. In her, he sensed the hope of realizing his own ideals, invigorating his portly frame. Yet, the message brought him a twinge of disappointment. There remained no word regarding the mysterious figure. Daenerys was still surrounded by Jorah Mormont and his companions, with only the addition of Leo. Based on Varys's understanding of these individuals, none could embody the enigmatic presence he simultaneously feared and admired. Cautiously unsealing the missive from Daenerys, he returned to his quarters and unfolded it. To his astonishment, he discovered that the masterminds behind Joffrey's assassination were none other than the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, and Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. Varys was taken aback. During his conversation with Olenna, he had cautioned her about Baelish's treachery, yet she had chosen to collude with him. As he grasped the letter, he fell into contemplation. Olenna's motive for wanting Joffrey dead was straightforward. She wished to prevent her granddaughter from marrying that capricious product of incest. With Joffrey's demise, the youthful Tommen would be wed to the gentle Margaery, and it was well known that Tommen, whether as a king or husband, far surpassed Joffrey in worth. As for Littlefinger's reasons for conspiring to eliminate Joffrey, Varys was reluctant to speculate, yet he found himself compelled to do so. The greatest schemer in the Seven Kingdoms was someone he wished to avoid engaging with. Since Eddard Stark's arrival, Varys had been covertly observing Baelish's every move. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms was largely instigated by him, just as others remained unaware of Varys's true objectives. He too was in the dark regarding the ultimate purpose behind Baelish's machinations. Most intrigues in King's Landing bore his fingerprints. The machinations against House Stark could be seen as retribution for his unrequited love for Catelyn. Now he found Baelish conspiring with Olenna to poison Joffrey. What could possibly be his motive? He had observed Baelish gazing intently at the Iron Throne on several occasions. Could it be that his ambition lay there? Yet, how could that be? Despite holding the position of Master of Coin and having a seat at the Small Council, Baelish's true identity and background were not significantly more formidable than his own, merely possessing one crucial advantage. Even amidst the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms and the brutal conflicts among the noble houses, It was inconceivable that Peter could ascend to the Iron Throne. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms had always been determined by the might of one's fist, yet those who claimed such power were invariably ancient nobles with legacies spanning millennia. Even if Peter commanded an army, the great lords would never bow to a lord hailing from a mere island. Much like Varys, who yearned to establish a realm of peace where the populace could thrive, he had never contemplated claiming the Iron Throne for himself. He understood the impossibility of such a notion and thus sought a wise sovereign capable of realizing his ideals. Regardless of Peter's motives behind conspiring to poison Joffrey, the knowledge of this plot served as a significant leverage against him, which he intended to exploit to the fullest. With the City of Storms besieged, Peter would undoubtedly refrain from heading there with Sansa, likely making their way to the Vale and the Eyrie instead. This prompted Varys to furrow his brow in contemplation of Peter's intentions. The distance from Yunkai to Meereen was merely half that to Astapor. Yet the journey consumed an equal measure of time. The winding mountain paths constrained the large army to march in 3 columns. And despite the 30 vessels arriving from Astapor post-rebellion, the total of 20 ships from Yunkai proved insufficient for the army's needs. Each ship, accommodating only 100 soldiers alongside sailors and crew, exacerbated the logistical challenges. When Drogon returned to the ranks, they found themselves navigating narrow mountain trails. The length of their formation stretching 5 or 6 kilometers, with some segments proving treacherous even for horsemen. The central supply and baggage train faced even greater difficulties, with certain siege engines requiring a dozen men to maneuver. At this juncture, Daenerys had dismounted and was walking slowly when Drogon alighted upon her shoulder, invigorating her weary body with a renewed sense of strength. She found herself increasingly reliant on Drogon, reflecting on the comfort and confidence his presence imbued her with. After a brief respite on the mountain path, just as they prepared to continue, Yora approached Daenerys with a troubled expression, reporting that there seemed to be complications ahead. The Dothraki, born as natural scouts, had not required the constant protection of the Blood Riders since the arrival of the Queen's Guard, instead leading the smaller factions of the Khalasar. As Yora led them over a small rise, both Daenerys and Drogon beheld a horrifying sight, a young girl crucified by the roadside. Rather than being affixed in a traditional cruciform, she was fashioned into a grotesque signpost, her right hand nailed to her chest. Though Drogon had witnessed such brutality before, the visceral reality struck him profoundly. The expression on the girl's face and the state of her body indicated she had not been dead prior to her gruesome display. Overwhelmed by the sheer cruelty of the scene, Daenerys and Missandei instinctively covered their mouths, unable to fathom that anyone could treat a child in such a horrific manner. As one progresses half a mile further, one encounters a signpost featuring a girl, a sight that may extend endlessly towards Meereen. Although the Dothraki are notorious for their brutality and indifference towards life and death, they would not stoop to such cruelty against a young girl, especially when there are dozens more such signposts ahead. Your Grace, I have instructed my men to lower the girl from the sign in advance, so you need not witness her distress, Yora remarked, observing Daenerys' troubled expression. Do not remove her just yet. Allow me to see the faces of each of them before you do. I fear that without witnessing their suffering, I may forget their pain, Daenerys replied. Her face darkened as she gazed at the tormented visage of the little girl, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. They all deserve to die? The soul of a modern man surged within Drogon, filled with indignation. He was uncertain whether he could restrain himself from soaring to Meereen to incinerate the slave masters before finishing his inspection of the signposts. As they drew nearer to Meereen, the expressions of Daenerys and her companions grew increasingly grim. They had already encountered 100 signposts yet had not yet reached the city. Despite her resolve to view all the signposts, Daenerys struggled through the last 100, her chest feeling as though it was ablaze with fury that had nowhere to escape. Drogon, unable to bear the sight any longer, flew to the plains, waiting until the time felt right to rejoin the army, now less than 2 kilometers from Meereen. The city of Meereen was perched atop a colossal hill, visible from afar with its numerous towering pyramids, the tallest reaching 100 meters, crowned by a massive statue of a griffin. The slave masters of the 3 cities and slavers Bay considered themselves the progeny of the griffin, reveling in the construction of pyramids, perhaps as a means to assert their exalted status. Upon completing the inspection of all 113 signposts, Daenerys' countenance had turned as dark as a stormy sea as she commanded her army to form ranks at the gates of Meereen. The gates were crowded with lavishly dressed self-proclaimed great masters of Meereen, while the walls were lined with slaves. who had already received word of Daenerys' approach and had gathered to witness her forces assemble. The contrast between the elegantly clad masters on the gate and the harrowing plight of the little girls depicted on the signposts was stark. As the troops completed their formation, the gates of Meereen opened slightly, revealing a knight clad in armor, riding a red horse and wielding a lance, his presence perplexing Daenerys' party. The knight dismounted at the gate, removed his trousers, and spoke a few words, likely in Giscari. His antics drew laughter from the masters atop the gate. "He mocks the unsullied and dares to challenge us," Missandei translated. Daenerys squinted slightly, ready to inquire which of her men would volunteer for the duel. Before she could speak, Daario stepped forward, saying, "My queen, allow me to fight for you." Just as he finished, Jorah and Grey Worm also emerged from the ranks to request the opportunity to battle. After a moment's contemplation, Daenerys nodded at Daario and instructed her men to bring forth his horse. "There is no need for a horse to deal with him." Daario confidently shook his head, while Daenerys cast a slightly worried glance in his direction, refraining from calling for assistance. As Daario stepped out of the formation, the knight on his red steed urged his horse forward, its front hooves pounding towards Daario. Observing the knight's lance approach with increasing proximity, Daario stood unperturbed, without even drawing his weapon, causing a flicker of tension among Daenerys, Jorah, and the others. It was only when the red horse was less than 20 meters away that he calmly unsheathed his curved arak from his waist. In the blink of an eye, the distance vanished and the knight's lance thrust toward Daario. Anticipating the attack, Daario sidestepped effortlessly, allowing the lance to pass by. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he severed the horse's front leg with his sharp blade. The red steed let out a mournful cry as it collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the knight fell alongside it. Daario approached the knight, who was attempting to rise, and with a deft swing of his arak, sent the knight's head soaring into the air. Sheathing his weapon, he strode a few steps forward, disrobed, and faced the city gate. Daario's clean and decisive method of killing elicited gasps of astonishment from those atop the city tower. "What a show-off," was the inner remark of Zora, who had grown accustomed to such new expressions from Daenerys. Seeing Daario restore her honor, Daenerys smiled and nodded at him, to which Daario responded with a gracious bow. Upon Daario's return to the ranks, Daenerys surveyed the lords and slaves before proclaiming loudly, "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. Not long ago, I liberated the slaves of Astapor and Yunkai, severing their chains, and now I have arrived in Meereen to cut yours as well and grant you freedom. On my journey to Meereen, I encountered a signpost made from the remains of 113 child slaves. Among them, I believe there are your children or sisters. When I liberate Meereen, it will signify the end of the Lord's tyranny." After her declaration, she gestured to her troops, and a dozen trebuchets were rolled to the front lines. The lords, taken aback by Daenerys' sudden assault on the city, hastily attempted to flee to the tower, creating a chaotic surge of bodies. Amidst the chaos, a whistling sound sliced through the air above, followed by a resounding crash as a wooden barrel shattered on the open ground within the city walls, releasing a cascade of broken, variously colored slave collars. Chapter 57. The two dragons warm up. Gazing at the scattered collars, both the lords and the slaves were momentarily stunned. As the slaves bent down to retrieve the shattered collars, the lords realized that Daenerys was not merely attacking the city, but rather waging a psychological battle. Once they grasped the situation, the lords hurriedly commanded their slaves to retreat to their chambers, fearful of letting them out. Yet the collars continued to rain down, striking rooftops, walls, and trees, leaving the lords and their free subjects overwhelmed in the chaos. The collars had been cast into the city of Meereen, and Daenerys awaited the response of the slaves within, ordering her forces to set up camp outside the city to allow the army a moment of respite. Under the cloak of night, Daenerys convened with her subordinates within the confines of their tent, when she received a message via Varys' little birds. This time, the young messenger did not depart, but chose to remain and guide them. Upon learning that the sewers provided a means of clandestine entry into Meereen, Daenerys commanded Grey Worm to lead a dozen men disguised as slaves to follow the boy at dawn in search of the sewer exit. Having gathered some understanding of the exit's location, Grey Worm, along with his men, armed themselves with short blades and, accompanied by the small boy, journeyed to a spot approximately 500 meters from the northern wall of Meereen. The area was overgrown with weeds, concealing a trench hidden beneath reeds towering over their heads. They navigated the trench to the base of the city wall, where the sewage outlet was securely barred by an iron grate. Grey Worm produced a prepared pry bar, and the four of them worked in unison to lever open the embedded iron grate, squeezing through into the sewer. Inside, the murky water barely reached their calves, and guided by the boy, they swiftly located the exit. The boy then led them to an abandoned stable nearby, where dozens of slaves had gathered. A young slave was quietly persuading those around him, recounting tales he had heard at the docks just days prior, about the mother of dragons, Daenerys. He spoke of how she had commanded her great dragons to incinerate the benevolent masters in Astapor, severing the collars of the unsullied and winning their loyalty. He mentioned her conquest in Yunkai, imprisoning all the noble masters and liberating all the slaves, tales they could scarcely believe. Grey Worm entered the stable, observing the young slave from a distance, curious to hear his thoughts. In my youth, I participated in 2 slave revolts, both of which ended in failure. This leg of mine was broken during the second uprising, and I have no desire for my other leg to share the same fate, remarked an older slave with graying hair. I remember that revolt. He was fortunate. Many faced gruesome fates, for the masters despise our insurrections, chimed in another middle-aged slave. Noticing the opportune moment, Grey Worm stepped forward into the throng and proclaimed, "The mother of dragons, Daenerys, has come to liberate you. If you lack the courage to rise, you shall never taste freedom." The presence of unfamiliar faces accompanying Grey Worm heightened the slave's wariness. "Who are you?" The young slave, who had been rallying the others, inquired with confusion. "If you were on the walls during the day, you would have seen us," Grey Worm replied, surveying the gathering of dozens. The young slave's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you unsullied?" Upon receiving Grey Worm's nod, another young slave hesitated before speaking. "The masters forbid us from touching weapons. We only have hoes. How can we confront the masters and their minions?" Without uttering a word, Grey Worm gestured to his men, who then lowered their bags to reveal finely crafted short swords. As the glimmering blades caught the light, the atmosphere in the stable shifted, and the slaves began to stir with anticipation. "Seize your weapons, slay the masters, and open the gates to welcome Daenerys, the liberator." Grey Worm raised his sword and called out, "Kill the masters! Kill the masters!" As the Grey Worm brandished a curved dagger, the slaves felt an immediate surge of bloodlust. They stepped forward to seize short blades, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces, eagerly awaiting the Grey Worm's command to venture forth and slay the great lord. "You shall divide into 8 squads to follow my lead. Gather from the alleyways towards the city gate. Upon encountering the great lord and his subordinates, strike them down without mercy. The rest shall accompany me to the city gate to welcome the queen's entrance." The Grey Worm allocated the personnel, leading a contingent of over 20 to charge out from the stables. Each squad, helmed by a purity officer, dispersed to create chaos, while the Grey Worm stealthily approached the vicinity of the city gate to assess the guards' disposition. Within 10 minutes, the sounds of battle and cries erupted from the nearby buildings, drawing the attention of the gate officers, who commanded their subordinates to investigate. Before the scouts could return, more fighting echoed from other locales, instilling a sense of unease in the Great Lordess officers. Recalling the collars projected into the mists during the day, one officer quickly surmised the unfolding events and summoned several subordinates to notify all of the Great Lord, while dispatching a dozen guards to assess the tumultuous situation and prevent any rush to seize the gate. The Grey Worm, concealed in shadows, noted the significant reduction in gate guards, aware that reinforcements would soon arrive. Seizing the moment amid the guards' panic, he charged forth with a cadre of purity and slaves. Blades raised, the gate officer, preoccupied with the concern of an assault, was taken aback when over 20 figures burst forth from a narrow alley, their sharp, short blades glinting ominously in the moonlight. These were not mere slaves. As the thought formed in his mind, a short blade struck before him. He attempted to parry, but the formidable prowess of his adversary was immediately apparent. With time pressing, the Grey Worm resorted to a desperate fighting style, sustaining a cut to his arm while swiftly dispatching the gate officer. He pressed onward against the remaining foes. Faced with such relentless opposition, the guards, already beset by trepidation, faltered further upon witnessing their officer fall to 2 swift strikes, losing the will to fight as they fled, weapons in hand. The Grey Worm swiftly reached the city gate, dispatching 2 guards with his blade, unfastening the latch, and joining forces with his companions to fling open the massive doors. Daenerys had long awaited at a distance, and upon hearing the gate's movement, she commanded her army to surge forward, the shields of the purity deflecting the rain of arrows from the battlements. At that moment, Rhaegal and Viserion soared above the walls, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that enveloped the guards, who screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Some even leaping from the towering walls in a desperate bid for escape. After spewing forth 2 blasts of dragon fire, the dragons utilized their immense jaws, sharp claws, and powerful tails to assail the wall's defenders. Now as large as ponies, they were impervious to ordinary blades, and their countless encounters with Drogon had fortified their combat experience, enhancing their defensive capabilities and resilience to a level far superior to their former selves. Amidst the chaos, they deftly evaded spears hurled from unseen assailants, sustaining only minor scratches on their wings throughout the siege, a testament to their rigorous training. Drogon did not partake in this assault. Instead, he observed the performance of the 2 dragons, intending to adjust future dragon training strategies accordingly. After the Grand Army surged through the city gates, the majority of the enslaved within responded by aiding the Unsullied and mercenaries in their quest to locate the hidden masters and liberate those imprisoned in the dungeons. Chapter 58. Willingness to be enslaved. The masters were utterly unprepared for the rapid breach of the city gates by Daenerys' forces, leaving them with no avenue for escape, and they were nearly all captured. Daenerys ordered the removal of all slave collars within the city, and on that very day, she issued a proclamation inviting the enslaved to expose the atrocities committed by their masters. She vowed to select 113 of the most heinous offenders to be executed on gallows in Meereen, seeking retribution for the girl depicted on the signpost outside the city. Those masters whose crimes were deemed lesser were imprisoned, awaiting judgment. Initially, the liberated slaves of Meereen were hesitant to reveal the misdeeds of their masters. However, as a few courageous individuals stepped forward to recount their abuses and the brutal murders of their former companions, others gradually began to join in. By the end of the morning, a list of those to be executed had been compiled. They were gathered along the narrow paths of Meereen, escorted by the Unsullied to face their punishment. One by one, they were affixed to the gallows, positioned 20 meters apart, their anguished cries echoing along the route leading to the Great Pyramid. Observing their pitiful state, Drogon felt a sense of satisfaction, devoid of any sympathy. Surely, they had not anticipated such a fate when they had taken the life of a young girl. The day following Daenerys' ascension in Meereen, she commanded the demolition of the colossal statue symbolizing the city's power, replacing it with the banner of the 3-headed dragon. 3 days later, order began to be restored in Meereen. Besides the masters hanging from the gallows, Daenerys had also imprisoned over 60 particularly vile masters. In the council chamber, several individuals convened to report and deliberate on 3 critical matters concerning the Bay of Slaves. Astapor housed a garrison of 1,000 Unsullied, providing some reassurance. However, their presence only served to intimidate the local enslaved and benevolent lords, as the city remained in a state of disarray. Although the liberated slaves lacked the ambition of Butcher Clan, they were likely to cultivate other aspirations over time. In Yunkai, with Dario and 1,000 Unsullied present, the local noble lords were kept in check while some governance was enacted. The former slaves, having received resettlement funds from Daenerys, had begun to acquire their own homes. However, according to intelligence from Varys, the lords of Yunkai were secretly in contact with leaders from New Guise and other regions, plotting to reclaim their power. In addition to the stability issues, the 3 cities of the Bay of Slaves faced a significant food crisis. All 3 were cities built upon the institution of slavery, with their economies reliant on the trade of enslaved individuals. Slave owners would profit and subsequently sustain their slaves, perpetuating this cycle. Now that they were all free people, most lacked any marketable skills. After exhausting the resettlement funds provided by Daenerys, they found themselves without means of livelihood. Even those with skills faced a lack of employment opportunities. What infuriated Daenerys the most was the arrival of nobles and merchants from Qarth and the lands of Always Summer to Meereen, seeking to purchase slaves. Shockingly, many Meereenese expressed a desire to sell themselves to these outsiders. Even after Daenerys intervened, they bore resentment, as if she had thwarted their chance at a better life. Upon witnessing this scene, Drogon was reminded of the film The Shawshank Redemption, where an elderly African-American man, having spent decades in prison, found himself ill-equipped to adapt to life outside, and even contemplated returning to prison to spend the remainder of his days. The slaves of Meereen had been conditioned from a young age by their masters, some deeply ingrained with servitude, existing solely to please their owners. Moreover, as Dario mentioned, slaves possessing a particular skill, once purchased, often lived quite comfortably, with adequate housing and sustenance. Not all masters were cruel to their slaves. Drogon pondered how Daenerys could possibly sustain hundreds of thousands of mouths, relying solely on the gold, jewels, and diamonds pilfered from slave masters was evidently insufficient. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for the clever imp Tyrion, wishing these troubles could be left for him to resolve. After Yora reported on the basic situations in the 3 regions, Daario revealed his recent undertakings. "My queen, I have seized 52 great ships from the Harpy. Why did you take their ships?" Daenerys furrowed her brow. The Harpy has already been frightened. With the sons of the Harpy seizing their vessels, they likely wouldn't dare resist. "I know you have a fondness for large ships, so I took the liberty," Daario replied nonchalantly. Daenerys refrained from expressing her opinion. She had nearly sacrificed herself in marriage to the great merchant Xaro for the sake of a few ships. "Ser Yora, how many great ships do we possess in total?" Upon hearing that she had regained 52 ships, Daenerys felt a flicker of excitement. "Your Majesty, combined with the others, we now have a total of 106 ships." Daenerys' eyes sparkled. "Does this mean I can cross the narrow sea to assault King's Landing?" "Unfortunately, that may not be feasible. While the ships can transport all the Unsullied and the Sons of the Harpy, even if you take the Unsullied stationed in Astapor and Yunkai, abandoning Meereen would not suffice. 10,000 men would be inadequate to confront the soldiers of King's Landing, who are well-versed in combat against the North and Stannis, and are similarly numerous." The light in Daenerys' eyes dimmed instantly. 10,000 was far too few. Besides, she had no intention of relinquishing Slaver's Bay. If she abandoned this place, what would she be as a liberator? What merit would her vows hold? Who would believe her promises? She resolved to be a diligent queen of Slaver's Bay, to govern it well before contemplating an assault on King's Landing. At that moment, an Unsullied announced that a noble from Meereen wished to meet Daenerys. Having concluded all necessary discussions, Daenerys declared the meeting over and instructed the Unsullied to bring the noble in. "Your Majesty, I am Zizdalar Zalarak, of the ancient Zalarak family. I come to beseech you to release my father and allow him to return to the Temple of Mercy." A young nobleman with slightly curled hair and a short beard entered. "Is your father imprisoned?" Daenerys inquired. "He was nailed to a wooden frame by your orders, and due to his advanced age and frailty, he has already perished," Zizdalar replied, bitterness lacing his words. Listening to Zizdalar's resentful remarks, Daenerys' expression darkened. "I must avenge the girl who became a landmark. He cannot be removed yet. My father does not agree to have them nailed upon the wooden frame, and he is powerless to change the situation." Sezadara defended himself, stating, "No vengeful spirits reside upon the frame." Zhaogang scoffed at his words. The heinous acts revealed by the slaves were irrefutable, their guilt meticulously documented beyond any possibility of defense. Even if his father disapproved, he had committed numerous other transgressions. Daenerys wholeheartedly concurred with Zhaogang, asserting that not every noble nailed to the frame had been wrongfully condemned. He had received his just punishment. Could I, as a son, grant him the mercy of sparing his corpse from the crow's pecking? Observing Daenerys' unwillingness to pardon his father, Sezadara knelt once more in supplication. "You are aware of his suffering at the hands of the crows. Have you considered the plight of those young girls?" Daenerys replied, her countenance grave. At this moment, Sezadara found himself at a loss for words, left with no recourse but to remain prostrate. Chapter 59, The Trial, Your Majesty. Baelistan signaled discreetly from the side. Daenerys grasped Baelistan's intent. The noble had already faced punishment, and he wished for her to display an aspect of mercy. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "I permit you to take his body for burial. You may leave." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Sezadara, upon hearing Daenerys' acquiescence, promptly rose, bowing in gratitude before exiting the council chamber. Zhaogang stood upon the shoulder of the Dragon Queen as they returned to their quarters, silently counting the days. It was nearly time for Tyrion to face his judgment. He pondered whether, in the absence of Shae's betrayal, Tyrion would still find himself reduced to a duel to determine his fate. In King's Landing, Tyrion was led from the dungeons, shackled and restrained, into a hall filled with the nobility of the realm. The presiding judge, his father Tywin, sat upon the Iron Throne, flanked by the 2 associate judges, Mace, the father of the Tyrell heir, and Oberyn Martell. Tywin declared the trial to commence, and the first witness to take the stand was the newly appointed Kingsguard, Meereen, who had been a steadfast protector of King Joffrey. "During my service to King Joffrey, I witnessed Tyrion assaulting His Majesty on multiple occasions, once during King Robert's visit to Winterfell, and again in King's Landing, where Joffrey, due to his familial ties, chose not to hold Tyrion accountable. Little did we know that Tyrion would ultimately commit regicide." Meereen spoke with a countenance of sorrow and indignation, recounting the instance where Tyrion had struck Joffrey. Do you have any defense against Sir Meren's testimony? Tywin inquired from his elevated seat. My actions were born of fraternal concern. My dear sister failed to provide him with adequate guidance. Thus I took it upon myself to educate him, Tyrion replied. I believe my esteemed father, Duke Tywin, has engaged in similar endeavors. Otherwise, Joffrey would not have become a beloved king. Tyrion cast a glance at Cersei, who turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Aware of his son's irrepressible tongue, Tywin chose to remain silent. Next, Cersei took the stand, asserting that Tyrion had never harbored affection for Joffrey, and that his assaults were not acts of love or education, but merely expressions of frustration. Tyrion refrained from responding to his sister's accusations. Lord Tyrion harbored profound sympathy for former Prime Minister Eddard and exhibited great care towards Lady Sansa. When Varys took the stand, he did not hesitate to stoke the flames against Tyrion. Tyrion glared at Varys, perplexed as to why he would utter such detrimental words against him. Varys merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Do you not recall that I defended King's Landing from Stannis' ravages? Tyrion retorted, his voice laced with indignation. I certainly remember. Yet that does not prevent me from speaking the truth, Varys replied. Tyrion loathed the truth. The witnesses spoke veracity, and the evidence presented was all detrimental to him. Joffrey had betrayed and murdered Eddard, yet Tyrion felt compassion for him. He had repeatedly clashed with Joffrey due to his daughter Sansa, ultimately marrying her in the end. Tyrion understood that they were all coerced by his sister Cersei and his father Tywin to testify against him, intent on his demise. As Tyrion pondered, Maester Pycelle tremulously approached the witness stand, the weight of his scholarly chain rendering him unable to lift his head. If Ser Jorah were to witness this scene, he would surely scoff. Pycelle showed no signs of age when in bed. Pycelle quivered as he extracted a piece of parchment from his sleeve, stammering, upon examination. I have determined that King Joffrey died of poisoning, specifically a most rare toxin known as the Strangler. At the mention of the Strangler, Prince Oberyn Martell leaned forward, a frown creasing his brow. It appeared that Prince Oberyn was familiar with this poison. Noticing Oberyn's reaction, Cersei inquired, what does this mean? With a nonchalant air, Oberyn replied, I am indeed skilled in the art of poison. Do you suspect that I was the cause of Joffrey's demise? He cast a glance at Cersei, reclining back in his chair, seemingly unconcerned. I would never presume it to be your doing. I merely seek your perspective on this toxin, Cersei responded casually. I am not well versed in its composition. Let us continue to hear the Maester's analysis, she added, clearly disinclined to elaborate further. With Oberyn's reticence, the attention shifted back to Pycelle. The Strangler is concocted from a blend of several deadly toxins. Upon investigation, I discovered that several herbs and potions had been stolen. Sir Meren discovered the corpse of Joffrey's jester, Dantos, in a secluded area of the docks, and upon his remains, this was found. Pycelle then produced the crystal necklace once worn by Sansa. This was a necklace belonging to Tyrion's wife, Sansa, and after Joffrey's death, there were reports of Dantos masquerading as a servant to escort Sansa away. Among the shattered remnants of the necklace, I found traces of the Strangler's poison, Pycelle revealed, delivering a startling revelation that left the court gasping in astonishment. Whispers filled the hall as they speculated about Sansa, who had nearly suffered public humiliation at Joffrey's hands, now considered the one who had poisoned him. Tyrion gazed vacantly at the pale blue necklace in Pycelle's hand. When he first laid eyes on it, he had inquired about the identity of the benefactor who gifted Sansa such an ornament. She was candid, revealing that it was Tyrion's own uncle, Dantos, who had bestowed the precious heirloom upon her in gratitude for her life-saving intervention, urging her to wear it always. Little did Tyrion suspect that poison lay hidden within its delicate design. Although he remained skeptical of Sansa being the mastermind behind Joffrey's demise, believing her merely an accomplice or a pawn, this revelation only solidified the grim truth that he, as her husband, was now implicated as a co-conspirator. You thought that being a Lannister would spare you from death, thus you dared to remain. But my son shall not die in vain. As the king of the Seven Kingdoms, your treachery is not limited to your nephew. You have murdered your sovereign, an offense punishable by death, for which no one can absolve you, Cersei declared, casting a glance at their father, Tywin, before directing a venomous stare at Tyrion. Tywin regarded his daughter with an inscrutable expression, choosing silence. James, sensing his sister Cersei's rising agitation, felt urgency. Faced with the futility of persuading her to retract her demand for Tyrion's execution, he turned to their father, Tywin. Tywin, albeit slightly relenting towards Tyrion, stipulated that Jaime must relinquish his position in the Kingsguard, inherit the title of Lord of Casterly Rock, and marry a noblewoman to ensure the continuation of House Lannister. Tywin agreed to spare the imp's life, contingent upon Tyrion admitting guilt for Joffrey's murder and subsequently requesting clemency. Tywin would then decree Tyrion's exile to the Wall as a Night's Watchman, a path to survival. Upon learning of this bargain, Tyrion remained noncommittal. He harbored doubts about his father's integrity and the likelihood of receiving mercy, especially with Cersei, who loathed him deeply, lingering nearby. She despised him for his very existence, believing it to be the cause of their mother's death, and resented him for his childhood antics that often tormented her, including the time he had poisoned her soup. She harbored a profound animosity for his oppositional nature and his violent acts against her son. Chapter 60. The Judgment of the Gods. Jaime's proposed course of action mirrored the path that had led to Eddard's treason conviction. Tyrion was resolute in avoiding such a fate. Cersei's words had effectively sealed off any hope for leniency from Tywin, leaving Tyrion to ponder the implications of having lost an uncontrollable grandson and gained an unruly daughter. Confronted by Cersei's hatred, Jaime's helplessness, and their father's cold gaze, Tyrion understood that his chances of survival were bleak. "Can you admit to your crimes?" Tywin inquired. Tyrion surveyed the judges seated atop the dais, the noblemen surrounding Cersei, and the new king, Taming, who discreetly observed from the second tier. The young Taming, who once clamored for tales of the Seven Kingdoms and laughed heartily at Tyrion's stories, now averted his gaze, seemingly eager to distance himself from the unfolding drama. Below, the nobles had begun to chant, "Death to the regicide." Off with his head. Gazing at those nobles who he had once saved, yet now clamored to take his life, Tyrion's long-standing resentment towards his father and sister, coupled with his righteous fury towards the ungrateful nobles, erupted violently. "I am guilty. My sin lies in being born a Lannister. My sin lies in being a dwarf. My sin lies in saving you ungrateful wretches. Yet, I do not confess to murdering Joffrey. I only wish I had slain that monstrous little fiend. I not only desire his death, but yours as well. To kill you, I would willingly descend into the depths of hell." Tyrion's voice was hoarse with emotion. "Kill him! Kill him!" The nobles in the audience, stirred by Tyrion's bitter, curse-laden words, rose en masse, shouting fervently. Observing the hypocritical fervor of the crowd, Tyrion sneered coldly and fixed his gaze upon his father, Tywin, declaring, "I demand a trial by combat." The hall fell into an immediate silence. A trial by combat is a time-honored means of adjudication in Westeros, allowing defendants unable to mount an effective defense against their charges to seek acquittal through combat. The parties involved may either be the accuser and the accused or champions representing them. Although a judge may reject this method, it is exceedingly rare for one to do so. Trial by combat is revered as a divine judgment. Should the judge dismiss the defendant's appeal, the public would perceive the verdict as unjust and tainted with falsehood, making it difficult for them to accept. Tywin was taken aback by Tyrion's choice of survival. Glancing at the assembled nobles who were watching him intently, he nodded. "As the judge, I grant your request." Initially, Cersei intended to rise in opposition to Tyrion's demand, but, upon reconsideration, settled back into her seat, her expression laced with intrigue. Varys did not anticipate the trial to veer towards combat. He had intended to discreetly escort Tyrion away before the execution followed his conviction. Now, he found Tyrion's demand for a trial by combat surprising. James furrowed his brow with concern, while Cersei, poised to object, unexpectedly calmed herself. Other nobles either pondered in silence or remained indifferent, awaiting the spectacle. Upon noticing Prince Oberyn Martell's contemplative expression, Varys felt a sudden chill. A thought struck him, and he turned to glance at Cersei. Could the mysterious figure's words regarding Oberyn be coming to fruition here? If so, it suggested that this enigmatic individual possessed not only widespread knowledge, but perhaps even prophetic abilities. How else could he have foreseen Tyrion's demand for a trial by combat? Would Oberyn, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Lannisters, step forth as Tyrion's champion? Varys had always instructed his little birds to keep a watchful eye on Oberyn's movements, to inform him immediately should he seek trouble with the Mountain. However, he soon realized that Oberyn frequented brothels with his paramour nearly every day and had interacted with Tyrion, the former master of coin and envoy. Tywin, too, had sought Oberyn for some undisclosed matter. Beyond these observations, Varys found no evidence of Oberyn seeking conflict with the Mountain, leading him to temporarily set aside any correspondence regarding Oberyn from Daenerys. Varys had not anticipated that their meeting would occur amidst the trial by combat. It seemed imperative to relay the mysterious man's message to Oberyn as soon as possible, Varys contemplated. He cast a glance at Oberyn, who had risen from the judgment seat, and also stood up from his own position. In the dungeon, as he observed Jaime entering with a grim countenance, Tyrion was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. "Is Podrick unwilling to fight for me?" he asked urgently. Podrick had previously substituted for Tyrion in the trial by combat at the Eyrie, defeating the Knights of the Vale and rescuing Tyrion from the grasp of Catelyn Stark. His choice of trial by combat this time was primarily due to Podrick, a mercenary whose skills were commendable, and Tyrion believed he could still save him. Cersei had promised Podrick a noble lady, who would inherit a fine castle. Thus he would no longer fight on Tyrion's behalf. Tyrion's expression instantly fell, with Podrick elevated to knighthood and granted a castle. How could he possibly risk himself for Tyrion's sake? "If Podrick will not come, I shall fight myself. I am certain Cersei and father would relish the spectacle of the mountain tearing a dwarf asunder," Tyrion declared with a bitter laugh. "I will find a way to rescue you," Jaime insisted, unwilling to abandon his brother. "How will you achieve that? Storm the heavily guarded docks?" "I am certain Cersei has already dispatched someone to keep a close watch on you. At the slightest hint of movement, she would have you seized as well," Tyrion retorted, harboring little hope for Jaime's plan. "I cannot bear to watch you perish." Jaime's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What choice do I have as a dwarf born into House Lannister?" Tyrion felt a similar ache in his heart. "Take care of yourself." Jaime could no longer bear to witness Tyrion's impending doom, feeling utterly powerless. Tyrion extended his left hand, and Jaime halted, grasping Tyrion's small palm tightly before placing his gilded right hand atop it, then turning to depart from the cell. After Jaime left, Tyrion squatted on a haystack, gazing vacantly out of the narrow window of his cell. He had never imagined he would find himself in such dire straits. He reminisced about the glory of once serving as Hand of the King, recalling the fervor with which he rallied the soldiers atop the walls of King's Landing as they chanted "Long live the half-man." He remembered the harrowing moment when he nearly met his end, the fear of death palpable. Now, all those who once stood by him were departing. The mercenary Podrick had forsaken him for coin, Sansa had left, and he pondered whether she would worry for her scapegoat husband. Had Shae returned safely to Pentos? Observing Varys' comments during the trial, he held little hope for that outcome. Only Jaime truly cared for him, and now even he seemed to have relinquished faith in Tyrion. The sky outside had descended into darkness, with only a few noble houses flickering dimly with candlelight. A tall, thin figure wielding a torch traversed the filthy alleyways. "Lord Oberyn, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." As Oberyn turned the corner, a broad figure suddenly appeared before him, raising a torch to reveal a glistening bald head reflecting the light. Chapter 61: Unexpected Encounter. Varys. Oberyn had not anticipated encountering Varys here. "Are you here to fight in Tyrion's stead?" Varys sidestepped the nearby torch and inquired nonchalantly. Oberyn scrutinized Varys with piercing eyes and retorted, "Am I to be concerned with that wretched Cersei as well? I am not a pawn of the Queen. I merely came to convey a piece of advice on behalf of someone." "What advice?" Oberyn disregarded Varys' initial remark and asked in a grave tone. "Do not venture too close to the mountain. Heed caution lest you be slain." Varys relayed the words of Gregor Clegane to Oberyn. Oberyn initially believed that Varys had come to dissuade him from fighting in Tyrion's place, only to realize that he was there to caution him about the mount. "Who sent you? Does Tyrion already know of my return? Or perhaps Jaime?" Oberyn could not fathom who else might be concerned about Tyrion's fate enough to send a warning. "Neither Tyrion nor Jaime, but someone else entirely," Varys replied, his answer surprising Oberyn. From his observations during the trial, it seemed that aside from Jaime, no one cared about Tyrion's life, not even Varys himself. Although Varys had not provided any damning testimony against Tyrion, his words were nonetheless detrimental to Tyrion's cause. "Thank you for your concern. I shall exercise caution." Seeing that Varys was reluctant to disclose the identity of the shadowy figure, Oberyn did not press further. With the message conveyed, Varys spoke no more and slowly vanished into the depths of the alley. Watching Varys depart, Oberyn fell into contemplation. He was well aware of the mountain, not solely because he was about to confront him, but because the mountain had slain his sister and cast her child to their demise upon the castle walls. He had shared a particularly close bond with his sister Elia, often trailing her like a shadow. He would never forget the agony he felt upon learning that Robert had seized King's Landing, receiving the news of his sister's death. His hatred for the mountain was profound, but it was equally directed toward Tywin, who had commanded the mountain. Bound by family interests, he had been unable to exact vengeance. But now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, he could not let it slip away. What he had not anticipated was that Varys and his mysterious benefactor would discern his intentions, arriving ahead of him to offer a timely warning. Oberyn was acutely aware of the Mountain's formidable prowess. Not only was he immensely strong, but he was also remarkably swift, rendering him a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, even such formidable odds would not deter Oberyn from his quest for vengeance. Tyrion had envisioned that Podrick might come to bid him farewell. Or perhaps his sister Cersei would arrive to mock him in his moment of helplessness, yet he had not expected the arrival of Prince Oberyn Martell. As he regarded Tyrion, Oberyn recalled the first time they met, when Tyrion had been a mere infant. Prior to their arrival in King's Landing, he and his sister had heard tales of a monstrous offspring born to House Lannister. Eager to witness this oddity, he had been thoroughly disappointed upon meeting Tyrion. Save for a slightly larger head, Tyrion appeared entirely normal, only to later discover that he had ceased to grow after the age of 10. Upon hearing the arrival of Oberyn, Tyrion was even more astonished than when he first laid eyes upon him. As Oberyn entered King's Landing, he did not conceal his disdain for the Lannisters. It would have been more fitting for Oberyn to witness the Lannisters engage in mutual destruction. Instead, he was now aiding Tyrion in his battle against the formidable Mountain. Tyrion was acutely aware of the animosity between Oberyn, the Lannisters, and the Mountain. He could only surmise that Oberyn's desire to vanquish the Mountain outweighed his vendetta against House Lannister. Perhaps he could not exact vengeance upon his father Tywin, and was thus compelled to settle for the death of the Mountain instead. Regardless, this was monumental news for Tyrion. The spear technique of Dorne was unparalleled, and Prince Oberyn was its finest practitioner. With Oberyn in the fray, Tyrion's chances of survival had dramatically increased. After bidding farewell to Oberyn, a glimmer of hope ignited within Tyrion, and he reclined on the grass, drifting into a tranquil slumber. The following day, at a seaside tournament, Oberyn donned light armor and shared drinks with his mistress, Illyria. In the distance, Tyrion watched with growing concern. This was already Oberyn's third cup of wine, and he feared that intoxication might impair his performance in the arena. In the stands, Tywin sat regally in the center, flanked by Cersei and another judge, the Duke of Highgarden, Mace. Jaime stood below, observing Oberyn as he prepared to enter the contest. As the moment approached, Oberyn downed his final drink, shared a passionate kiss with Illyria, and accepted the spear handed to him by his attendant before descending into the arena. The Mountain, clad in heavy armor, helmet affixed, and wielding a massive sword, strode into the arena. Tywin proclaimed the commencement of the match, and the two combatants quickly clashed. Oberyn, agile and deft, wielded his spear with precision, while the Mountain, powerful and formidable, moved with surprising speed. They exchanged blows, neither gaining a definitive advantage. Oberyn, aware of the Mountain's strength, avoided direct confrontation, circling around him and seizing opportunities to strike. As time passed, the Mountain sustained several minor injuries. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow on Oberyn, the Mountain grew agitated, bellowing as he unleashed a flurry of strikes that forced Oberyn to retreat. Watching with bated breath, the imp Tyrion felt a pang of dread. They were, after all, two peas in a pod. Should Oberyn fall, Tyrion's fate would be sealed as well. The Mountain rampaged, and Oberyn found himself in dire straits. Rolling and retreating to evade his relentless onslaught, his spear cleaved in twain. Yet, Oberyn appeared undaunted. He skillfully dodged the attacks, received a new spear from his entourage, and pressed on. The Mountain, having expended considerable energy in his furious assault, found himself vulnerable. With his new spear, Oberyn launched a series of relentless strikes that caught the Mountain off guard, piercing his arm and nearly causing his heavy sword to drop. Seizing the opportunity, Oberyn maneuvered behind him, swiftly driving his spear into the back of the Mountain's calf, incapacitating him. Gradually, Oberyn gained the upper hand, circling the Mountain while vociferously demanding, "Do you remember Elia Martell? The poor woman you murdered, her children cast to their deaths upon the city walls. Speak. Who commanded you to commit such atrocities? Reveal their name, and I shall grant you a swift death." Oberyn's emotions surged as he glared at Tywin, questioning the Mountain with fervor. "Speak up. Who instructed you to do this? Was it him?" Oberyn's spear pointed menacingly at Tywin in the stands. "I demand you tell me." As the Mountain lay half prostrate, silent, Oberyn leaped forward, plunging his weapon into the creature's chest and forcefully withdrawing it, sending a spray of blood into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Jaime could not suppress a smile. The Mountain was doomed. Yet Tyrion remained tense, his gaze fixed on the fallen brute, uneasy until the mountain was assuredly dead. Name him. Who ordered you to kill my sister? To throw her child to his demise. Tywin, repeatedly threatened by the spear, grew increasingly grim, his eyes glinting with malice. Cersei cast a venomous glance at Tyrion, then turned to the raging Oberyn, her teeth clenched tightly. Chapter 62, Rebirth Speak. Was it him? You would not even spare the infant you devoured. What are you truly afraid of? Are you terrified of the dragon's rebirth seeking vengeance upon you? Your retribution is imminent. Do not delude yourselves into thinking Dorne will once again aim its crossbows at the dragon. Oberyn furiously pointed at Tywin, berating him as if unleashing years of pent-up rage. Varys watched the still-breathing mountain with greater concern than Tyrion, finally comprehending the meaning behind the mysterious letter. He wished to warn Oberyn to tread carefully. But the latter was consumed by rage, oblivious to any caution. Suddenly, as Oberyn approached the mountain, the creature struck his calf, causing him to stumble to the ground. The mountain seized the front of his clothing, attempting to lift him. In that moment of surprise, Oberyn recalled Varys's warning and quickly drew another dagger from his thigh, thrusting it violently towards the mountain's face. Just as the mountain raised his arm, pain shot through him. Before he could react, his eyes were brutally pierced. His arm froze in mid-motion. Feeling the immense strength of the mountain and the agony of his grasp, Oberyn abandoned any thoughts of tormenting him further, driving the dagger in until the mountain relinquished his hold, then ceasing his frenzied strikes. As he sensed the mountain had finally succumbed to silence, Oberyn rose from the ground. Gazing at the lifeless form marred with gaping wounds, the mountain was irrevocably dead. Surviving this ordeal, Oberyn instinctively unfastened his light armor, his palm revealing a patch of flesh torn from his body, wrinkled and crumpled. It was evident how powerful the mountain's grip had been. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have certainly met the same fate as his sister Elia, with no hope of vengeance to follow. He cast a glance at Varys, who stood with the other nobles. Without his counsel, Oberyn would not have had the foresight to carry 2 daggers at his side, nor would he have reacted swiftly enough to strike the mountain. As he surveyed the utterly defeated mountain, Tyrion descended to express his gratitude to Oberyn. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, someone rushed past him, embracing Oberyn deeply. The recent scene had instilled a profound fear in Ellaria. She had anticipated witnessing Oberyn's gruesome demise. Aware that none who faced the mountain of the gods emerged unscathed, she understood that the creature derived immense pleasure from the torture of his adversaries. To her astonishment, Oberyn managed to turn the tide, even while being overwhelmed. As Oberyn triumphed against all odds, Jaime approached Tyrion with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Humph! Casting a fierce glare at Tyrion and Oberyn, Cersei lifted her skirts and departed the arena. Tywin slowly rose from his seat, proclaiming Oberyn the victor and Tyrion exonerated, before casting a cold glance at Oberyn, who was with his mistress and exiting the arena himself. The noble families, caught off guard by the defeat of the mountain, regarded Tyrion with a mix of apprehension and hurriedly withdrew. They had not anticipated that Tyrion could yet rise again. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tyrion approached Oberyn to express his formal gratitude. You saw it. I too was nearly slain. Oberyn glanced at the long trail of blood left by the mountain's removal, still haunted by the near brush with death. Given the mountain's penchant for sadistically dispatching his foes, he shuddered to imagine his own fate had he not prevailed. Having just parted from Oberyn, Ellaria observed his expression and rushed to embrace him, planting a kiss on his cheek as a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Tyrion approached solemnly, stating, I shall remember this day as kindness, and bowed deeply. You should be grateful to Varys, not to me. I owe him my thanks as well. Oberyn replied. Though he acknowledged his own role in rescuing Tyrion, he did not wish to claim undue credit. Varys? Tyrion was taken aback to discover Varys's involvement. The very individual who had spoken of his closeness to House Stark during the trial. Ellaria, nestled against Oberyn, looked at him in surprise. She had never heard Oberyn mention Varys's assistance. On my way to the dungeons to find you, Varys intercepted me, advising me to keep my distance from the mountain during the duel, lest I become a careless victim. Oberyn recounted, still filled with relief from the previous night's events. Is that why you concealed 2 daggers at your thighs? Ellaria inquired, recalling Oberyn's peculiar preparations that morning. I am all too aware of the consequences of being caught at close quarters with the mountain. Thus, I took extra precautions. Little did I know they would be put to such use. Had my reactions been even a moment slower, the blood on the ground would have been mine, not the mountain's, Oberyn remarked, casting a wary glance at the still fresh bloodstains. But how could Varys have foreseen your confrontation with the mountain? Tyrion questioned, puzzled. I do not comprehend how he came to know, for even I did not foresee it despite his prior warnings. However, when he cautioned me last night, he mentioned that he was merely relaying a warning to me. It was not he who predicted my potential demise, Oberyn concluded, leaving Tyrion deep in thought. He pondered who could possess the foresight to anticipate his decision to engage in a trial by combat, a choice he had made on a whim. Not only that, but he also foresaw that Oberyn might carelessly meet his demise. Could it be her? Tyrion suddenly recalled that Varys had once advised him to leave King's Landing and serve Daenerys, the mother of dragons. Last night, Varys had mentioned conveying a warning to Oberyn on behalf of another. Since Varys had urged him to pledge allegiance to the mother of dragons, he must be secretly serving her. It had to be her, Tyrion was certain in his heart. I see you know who commissioned Varys? Oberyn inquired, noticing Tyrion's unusual expression. I can only speculate, and I am uncertain. I would need to ask him to know for sure, Tyrion replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal anything from Oberyn on this matter. When you ascertain the truth, do not forget to inform me, Oberyn said, clearly aware that he must personally thank the one who had alerted him. Very well, I shall tell you. Bidding farewell to Oberyn, Tyrion returned to his residence, where the vast courtyard lay desolate. Sansa had fled King's Landing, Shae was nowhere to be found, and the servants had long since deserted him, leaving him utterly alone. He poured himself a glass of red wine from the cabinet and took a gentle sip, surprised that he could once again savor the taste of the wine. After finishing 2 glasses, he refrained from drinking more. There would be ample opportunities to indulge in wine later, and he had matters to attend to now. Stepping outside, he wandered through the surrounding alleys and soon realized he was being followed, prompting him to head straight towards the eastern residential area of the city. After traversing 2 filthy and chaotic streets, he paused in front of a small courtyard adorned with several large trees. He knocked rhythmically on the door twice, and soon he heard the sound of a door opening within the courtyard. The gate creaked open just enough for Varys's bald head to peek out. Chapter 63. The clever little dragon. It seemed he had anticipated Tyrion's arrival, as he let Tyrion inside, and then cautiously glanced down the street before gently closing the door. You remain ever so cautious. Is it because of your precious little treasure? Tyrion teased as Varys secured the door. It is merely a habit of our profession. I wonder what brings you to my humble abode, my lord? Varys inquired, a slight frown of confusion upon his brow. You should know better than I. Tyrion dismissed Varys's formality. Varys's brow furrowed even deeper, seemingly deep in thought. Do you recall the testimony you provided during the trial? Tyrion's voice held a hint of menace. Whether I speak those words or not changes nothing, does it? If I say nothing, my father and sister will not let me off easily. Having heard Oberyn's words, Tyrion no longer harbored resentment towards Varys. His earlier inquiry was merely a remnant of the trial's lingering bitterness. Where is Shae? He cut straight to the point. I have yet to congratulate you on regaining your freedom. Varys did not answer Tyrion's question, but instead offered him a slight bow. It appeared that Shae had indeed been sent away by him. Tyrion sighed softly, having already deduced the outcome. Your love for each other is truly enviable. I must go find her, Tyrion declared resolutely. Do you truly intend to spend the rest of your days with her? Varys asked, gazing intently into Tyrion's eyes. I accompanied Shae to serve the mother of dragons, Daenerys. She surely wouldn't mind, would she? Tyrion gazed towards the east. I believe the mother of dragons would welcome an additional handmaiden. Varys shrugged. Tyrion immediately opposed. I shall not allow her to serve as a handmaiden. Then you must take good care of her. Tyrion remained silent, gently nodding. The one who alerted Prince Oberyn was indeed the mother of dragons, wasn't he it? Tyrion posed a concerned inquiry. No, Varys shook his head. Not so. Tyrion was taken aback by his misjudgment. Observing Tyrion's puzzled expression, Varys added, it should not be. Should not be? Tyrion grew increasingly perplexed, as if Varys himself were uncertain about who had instructed him to convey such counsel. You may find it hard to believe, but I have never met the mother of dragons, Daenerys. Tyrion truly found this hard to accept, asking how one could pledge loyalty without a personal audience. A subordinate of the Queen reached out to me, shared some news, and then requested my allegiance to Daenerys, along with the task of delivering you to Slaver's Bay. Who was this subordinate? Only one subordinate contacted Varys, the astute master of whispers in King's Landing. Tyrion felt this was far too informal. Unless that subordinate bore a significant and distinguished identity. I do not know who he is, Varys admitted, somewhat helplessly. Tyrion found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though Varys had been ensnared, unaware of who had compelled him to serve the Mother of Dragons, yet willingly undertaking such service. Varys understood Tyrion's unvoiced concerns. Recalling the dread he felt upon first reading the cryptic parchment from the mysterious figure, it remained astonishing to him. He seemed to know almost everything concerning me, including events yet to unfold and actions I might take, but had not yet contemplated, Varys mused. Listening to Varys' account, even Tyrion, the very subject of this discussion, felt a chilling unease, to know that which had not even crossed one's mind. What a terrifying capability. Is he a green seer? Tyrion ventured to inquire, drawing from his considerable knowledge of the arcane. As far as I know, green seers can only foresee vague futures. They cannot predict the careless demise of Oberyn. Varys had delved deeper into the mysteries than Tyrion. He recalled Oberyn's words about receiving counsel that left him uncertain of inadvertently approaching the mountain of madness, leading to his demise. Tyrion, too, found himself at a loss for words. He is also aware of the Red Wedding, where the Stark matriarch and her offspring were betrayed, hinting at my potential to save them, and he understands the puppeteer behind Joffrey's Purple Wedding. Varys did not withhold this information, continuing to speak. In the future, as the two of them collaborate, these matters would eventually be disclosed to Tyrion. I mentioned that the deadly trap devised by Vard and my father could not possibly allow them to escape. It turns out you were the one who delivered the message. Who, then, is the mastermind behind the Purple Wedding? In comparison to the Red Wedding, Tyrion is far more preoccupied with the near-fatal Purple Wedding plot. It was a conspiracy orchestrated by Petyr Baelish and the Queen of Thorns. Petyr Baelish? The Queen of Thorns had previously crossed his mind, but he never anticipated that Petyr Baelish's shadow loomed over the entire affair. Why did he wish to eliminate Joffrey? Tyrion found himself in a state of perplexity. There are numerous astonishing deeds accomplished by Petyr Baelish that you remain unaware of, including your wrongful capture by Catelyn and the death of Lord Aaron before the Eyrie, all of which are intricately linked to him. Varys speaks of the unfathomable. Tyrion could hardly fathom that the mastermind behind his near demise during the trial in the Eyrie was none other than the brothel-keeping treasurer, Petyr Baelish. Indeed, as Varys had remarked, he engages in acts that are utterly unexpected of him. What could his true intentions be? Tyrion echoed a query once posed to Varys. I cannot decipher it either. Perhaps only the enigmatic figure possesses the answer. An enigmatic figure? Upon uttering the words, Tyrion recalled that the mysterious individual mentioned by Varys must refer to Daenerys' elusive subordinate, who calls himself the Mysterious Man. Although aware that Tyrion had already surmised this, Varys nonetheless responded, Do your little birds and the slavers bay not know who the Mysterious Man is? Having uncovered no trace of information regarding this figure, Varys felt a twinge of frustration. However, I am aware that this mysterious man should be capable of commanding dragons. Or perhaps it is the queen who has instructed the dragons to assist him. Varys recalled the account from the stout man of Dragonstone. Dragons? Tyrion inquired, perplexed. He remembered those 3 young dragons seemed to have only hatched a little over a year ago. Indeed, dragons. They are said to be as colossal as mammoths, with wingspans nearing 20 meters. Yet, it is not merely the size of the dragons that is remarkable. They can shift between their adult and juvenile forms. What? Tyrion felt a sense of awe that eclipsed all previous revelations in his life. He had never encountered a dragon capable of changing size in any tome. And how could a dragon possibly alter its dimensions? I cannot explain why they can change size, yet the reality remains. It is not solely the dragon named Drogon that possesses this ability. The other 2 dragons are unable to transform and are merely the size of small ponies. Varys found himself unable to elucidate the inexplicable. Just as he concluded, a thought struck him. He had long suspected that the mysterious man was a shapeshifter, capable of directing clever little birds to deliver messages. Could it be that the creature delivering messages to him was that dragon, capable of altering its size? Chapter 64. Managing affairs of state. Varys pondered this possibility, yet new questions arose in his mind. If a shapeshifter could control animals, it implied total dominion. The more powerful the creature, the more challenging it is for a shapeshifter to exert control. To command dragons, the shapeshifter's abilities must be exceptionally potent. Moreover, even if the mysterious man could control dragons, how could Daenerys possibly consent to such control? As Varys pondered over the matter, he found himself increasingly perplexed, ultimately conceding to the situation. He cautioned Tyrion, I understand your curiosity regarding the identity of the mysterious figure, but he has warned me against seeking him out or inquiring about him. Therefore, once you arrive in Slaver's Bay, refrained from openly questioning the queen and others about this enigma. Such sentiments were indeed disheartening. Tyrion rolled his eyes. Varys empathized with Tyrion's feelings. Having experienced similar turmoil in the past, and continuing to endure it. You are not the only one traveling to Slaver's Bay. A young girl will accompany you as well. Who is joining us? Tyrion felt he had exhausted his capacity for surprise. You ought to be aware of her, Shireen Baratheon, the daughter of Stannis, Varys continued, delivering another shock to Tyrion. The little girl who suffered from grayscale in her childhood? Tyrion could not suppress his incredulity any longer. Isn't Queen Daenerys concerned that Stannis' forces might march upon Slaver's Bay to retrieve his daughter? Stannis had become increasingly subservient to the Red Priestess, having already burned Shireen's uncle, and might yet sacrifice her. The mysterious figure arranged for the Onion Knight to secretly escort Shireen away, and I was tasked with delivering her to Dragonstone. From there, she will ride a dragon across the narrow sea to Pentos, where I have arranged for her to stay in a small courtyard beside Shireen. Varys elucidated to Tyrion. Tyrion was taken aback by Stannis' madness in pursuit of the Iron Throne, to the extent of being willing to burn his own daughter. Shireen crossing the narrow sea on a dragon? Aren't dragons the mounts of Queen Daenerys? He inquired, voicing his doubts. Dragons are a proud species. They do not permit just anyone to ride them. Even the dragon riders must undergo extensive training before they can mount a dragon, Varys explained. Thus, the mysterious figure must possess the ability to command dragons, or perhaps the queen has granted her consent for Shireen to ride. Is the mysterious figure rescuing Shireen purely out of goodwill, with no ulterior motives? Tyrion sought to glean more about this enigmatic figure in Daenerys' company. What other motives could there be? To threaten Stannis into relinquishing the Iron Throne? Varys countered with a question. Tyrion had a fair understanding of Stannis. Even if he were not ensnared by the Red Priestess, no one could coerce him into abandoning his claim to the throne through threats against his daughter. The mysterious figure's willingness to go to such lengths for an unrelated young girl suggested a measure of compassion, which engendered a degree of respect for him in Tyrion's mind. Where has Sansa gone? Tyrion finally recalled his legitimate wife after a lengthy discussion. She was taken by Peter. She should be en route to the Eyrie. Why would Peter take Sansa when Robb is still alive? Tyrion pondered. He was aware that many had coveted Sansa in the past, particularly under the assumption that Robb might be dead, including himself, who had married Sansa due to his father's plot against Robb. However, after the Red Wedding, harming Robb would prove exceedingly difficult, rendering Peter's abduction of Sansa seemingly pointless. To comprehend the intentions of Peter, one must inquire directly with him. I remain oblivious to his desires. Varys remains perplexed by Peter's motives. Is there a way to rescue her? Although marrying Sansa was not Tyrion's original intent, he cannot bring himself to harm her. As he prepares to flee with Shae, the legitimacy of his union with Sansa has effectively become a mere formality. Yet he does not wish for her to remain in the company of an elderly man. I will devise a plan. Varys understands that Sansa's association with Peter may not bode well for her. When can I journey to Pentos? After enduring a harrowing trial of life and death, Tyrion has grown despondent and disinterested in remaining in King's Landing, especially with a vengeful sister ever eager to end his life and a father, Tywin, who wishes for his eternal disappearance. As long as you wish to depart, tomorrow night should suffice. After contemplating, Tyrion acknowledges that there is nothing in King's Landing worth clinging to, and he nods in agreement for tomorrow night. Tyrion learns from Varys about the current state of Slaver's Bay and discovers that Varys has already pledged allegiance to the Mother of Dragons, becoming one of her Queen's Guard. Daenerys has now captured 3 cities in Slaver's Bay, commanding an army of 10,000 and a fleet of hundreds of ships. Tyrion is once again profoundly astonished to hear that Daenerys intends to establish a school. He never anticipated that the young Targaryen girl possessed such audacity. There is no requirement for any oaths of fealty. Anyone who meets the criteria may join, fundamentally appending traditional societal norms. Furthermore, the encouragement of authorship and scholarship greatly entices those well-versed in knowledge and expertise. Tyrion can foresee that the future institution will surpass the Citadel, emerging as the most influential center of learning across the 4 continents, and he finds himself eager to visit Slaver's Bay. In Meereen, within the grandest of pyramids, Daenerys is engaged in governance. Having decided to temporarily oversee Slaver's Bay, she must acclimate herself to these responsibilities. In the vast hall, Daenerys sits regally, flanked by the Queen's Guard, while Drogon dozes upon her shoulder. The elder before her is the 3rd minor matter she has attended to thus far. Esteemed Mother of Dragons, I am Puka, once a servant to the great Lord Targaryen, The elderly man introduces himself, appearing to be in his 60s. Do you speak the common tongue? Daenerys inquires, surprised by the elder's introduction. I was once a teacher, instructing the children of the great lord in reading and writing. Since your arrival, I have departed from their household. Now, with nothing to occupy my time, I beseech you to allow me to return to the Lord and teach the children once more. The man bows his head after making his request. Do you wish to return to a life of servitude? Daenerys asks, astonished. Despite having encountered individuals eager to join slave traders, she is taken aback by the genuine desire expressed by this man. The Lord did not enslave or mistreat me. I was well fed, and I hope you will grant my request. The elder kneels, resolute in his stance. Then go if you wish. Just ensure you are compensated for your labor. In the hazy twilight between slumber and wakefulness, Drogon feebly uttered his thoughts. Although he lacked a deep understanding of state governance, as a modern individual, he had absorbed enough knowledge from an early age to resolve many matters with contemporary reasoning. This was not the first time he had indirectly guided Daenerys, who learned swiftly, albeit with some reservations. She selectively embraced certain insights while feigning ignorance of others, fearful that Drogon might uncover her clandestine eavesdropping. Unbeknownst to her, he had already outmaneuvered her numerous times. Drogon was quite amused by Daenerys' subtle maneuvers, as the trivial matters at hand were inconsequential in their resolution. Chapter 65. Unbreakable hatred. Upon hearing Drogon's musings, Daenerys pondered before responding. You may return to the service of the great lord, but he must adequately compensate you for your contributions. Merely providing for your sustenance and shelter is clearly insufficient to atone for the knowledge you impart, to prevent the great lord from enslaving you once more. I require that you both sign an agreement detailing the content of your teachings and your monthly remuneration. Should I discover that you have failed to formalize this agreement or that compensation has not been duly rendered, you shall no longer be able to instruct those children. I also have good news to share. I am about to establish an academy in Meereen. As long as you meet the requisite level of knowledge, you may enter the academy to delve into more profound studies. Should your erudition suffice, you could even impart knowledge to others. There will be a fee for entering the academy, and I shall provide you with appropriate remuneration for teaching others. I believe you would wish to share your learning with more children, wouldn't you? Having comprehended Daenerys' words, Puka eagerly inquired, May I also enter the academy? Certainly. We are in dire need of knowledgeable individuals like you who are passionate about educating children. Once Meereen stabilized, Daenerys conferred with others to establish the academy in Meereen, located to the east of the largest pyramid where she resided, adjacent to a smaller pyramid. Astapor and Yunkai would also establish branch academies, though on a much smaller scale than Meereen. After Puka left, a boy of about 13 entered, adorned in a pale yellow noble attire. Clearly a child of the great lord. Do you have a message for Her Majesty? Missandei inquired, standing beside Daenerys. Your Majesty, I am Malada, and I wish to petition you to execute the slave who murdered my father and mother. The boy, Malada, said timidly, glancing at Daenerys upon the dais. Upon hearing the boy recount the slave's heinous acts, Daenerys remained largely unperturbed and inquired, Where is that slave now? Only one of them has been imprisoned in your dungeon. The other two have faced no repercussions, Malada replied, seeking a definitive answer from her. This was not the first instance Daenerys had encountered regarding the great lord's accusations against his slaves. On the very night she seized Meereen, many slaves had risen to voice their grievances. Beyond aiding Grey Worm in capturing the city gates, a greater number had united, as Malada described, to spontaneously retaliate against the great lord who had once oppressed them. The slaves, subjected to the relentless exploitation, oppression, and even cruelty of their master, would undoubtedly unleash a terrifying fury when presented with an opportunity for revenge. It would not be an exaggeration to say they would employ every means at their disposal. Although the Unsullied intervened to halt these extreme acts of retribution upon entering the city, they were powerless to rectify the atrocities that had already transpired. Following the siege, the Unsullied merely apprehended a few slaves who had committed excessive murders and heinous acts, while most were not pursued further. Daenerys, having gained experience in handling such matters, inquired about the names of 3 specific slaves. I only know that my slave is called Ares. The other 2 must be known to Ares, replied Malada, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. I shall have Ares interrogated and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves, Daenerys declared, nodding toward Missandei. Just as Missandei was about to speak, Malada interjected loudly, You won't kill them, will you? That will be determined through a trial, Daenerys responded with patience. They killed my father and my mother, They deserve to die. Malata's agitation grew as she failed to receive the answer she desired. Unperturbed by the boy's fervor, Daenerys asked, "Have you not abused or killed any slaves? They are all baseborn. How could they treat my mother in such a manner?" Malata protested, advancing forward, only to be restrained by the Unsullied, still struggling. "Take her away." Knowing that further words would be futile, Daenerys commanded the Unsullied below. Concerning the age-old enmity between the master and the slave, she found no viable solution. Missandei, accustomed to such events, announced the next petitioner. The individual who approached had previously sought an audience with Daenerys on more than one occasion. He was Sithera, who had requested the retrieval of his father's body from the gallows. "Your Majesty, I come to beseech you to reopen the arena. Meereen has no slaves left. And without the arena, Meereen will cease to be Meereen. It will be abandoned," Sithera implored, kneeling as he entered the hall. Upon hearing his request, Daenerys' expression darkened. The Meereen arena was notorious for its slaves engaging in mutual slaughter to entertain the master, and she could not possibly allow its reopening. While she might permit slaves to continue serving their master in exchange for compensation, she would never allow this emblematic structure of bondage to reopen. "Your Majesty, the arena is not solely populated by slaves. There are also free men who enter to showcase their valor, sharpen their wills, and earn substantial rewards. This has been a hallmark of Meereen for millennia, and you could also collect significant fees from the arena to bolster your army," Sithera persisted, undeterred by Daenerys' refusal. As she contemplated his words, Daenerys noticed Daario seemed poised to speak and nodded in his direction. "Your Majesty, before joining the Second Sons, I also fought in the Meereen arena. Indeed, as he mentioned, it is not just slaves. Many mercenaries hone their skills there," Daario stated before stepping back. "One is willing to strike, and the other to bear it. If there is profit to be made, why not indulge?" Drogon found a certain pleasure in witnessing the fervor of arena duels, as the electrifying atmosphere ignited a fervent passion within him. Daenerys was most apprehensive about the prospect of the great masters once again deriving amusement from the blood of slaves. If the participants in the games were to be entirely voluntary, it could indeed be reopened, and she genuinely required funds to sustain the Unsullied and the Second Sons. Hence, I can consent to the reopening of the arena, provided that all participants are fully willing and not coerced. Otherwise, it shall be closed once more. Thank you, Your Majesty." With his objective achieved, Xysdala departed with great joy. Ever since he had executed 113 great masters, Xysdala had gradually become the spokesperson for the masters of Meereen, frequently appealing to Daenerys on various matters. After Xysdala's departure, Daenerys met with several others, dealing primarily with trivial concerns, which left Drogon utterly exasperated. Surely, one could find someone to handle such minor issues, or appoint a city lord. The queen should not be burdened with these matters. Observing Daenerys, the Dragon Queen, engrossed in mundane affairs for 2 consecutive days, Drogon remarked to himself, "The regions of Slavers Bay differed significantly from Westeros. There, the 7 kingdoms each had their own governance, with most lands granted to lords and nobles. A king only needed to manage King's Landing and the prominent noble houses. Unlike Daenerys, who had no subordinates and felt compelled to manage everything herself, she risked exhausting her strength before even launching an assault on King's Landing. Temporarily appointing a city lord to oversee Slavers Bay would indeed be a prudent solution." Chapter 66. Having a child is sufficient. Upon hearing Drogon's thoughts, Daenerys felt a sense of helplessness, yet she had no alternative. She was nearing her limit and intended to focus on more crucial matters the following day. Regarding Drogon's suggestion of appointing a city lord, Daenerys acknowledged its feasibility. While Meereen did not require one at the moment, both Astapor and Yunkai needed someone to oversee them. Yunkai had Darren, but Astapor still lacked a suitable candidate. The next day, Meereen issued 2 announcements. Similar to those initially released by Yunkai, one sought individuals with knowledge and expertise, while the other offered a handsome price for books in preparation for establishing an academy. Within hours of the announcements, the response was more fervent than that of Yunkai, with a greater collection of books. By the end of the day, both the quantity and quality of talent far exceeded that of Yunkai, which was attributable to the unique characteristics of Meereen's slaves. Astapor primarily trained Unsullied, while Yunkai's slaves were mostly bed slaves. Meereen had the fewest slaves, yet those they cultivated were relatively skilled individuals, such as teachers, translators, advisors, and healers. Moreover, Meereen boasted a large arena, attracting nobles and merchants from distant lands, including Qarth and Asshai, who sought thrill and excitement. This affluent demographic propelled Meereen's development, ensuring the city's prosperity while simultaneously drawing in more talented individuals who eagerly enrolled upon hearing of Daenerys' plans for the academy, eager to showcase their abilities. Seeing the abundance of highly skilled individuals, Daenerys felt increasingly confident about issestablishing an academy. During Missandei's compilation of language texts, both Jorah and Daenerys were often present, with Jorah imparting numerous book-writing techniques to Missandei under Daenerys' guidance. Although Jorah possessed a lesser command of languages compared to Missandei, his understanding of language pedagogy from his previous life enabled him to teach her without difficulty. Having never engaged in the task of writing a book before, Missandei initially intended to seek Daenerys' feedback on her work. She was utterly astonished to discover Daenerys' profound knowledge, as many techniques were entirely new to her. Believing herself to be exceptionally gifted in language, Missandei came to realize that Daenerys' linguistic talent was equally formidable. Noticing Missandei's admiring gaze, Daenerys felt a twinge of embarrassment. Most of her suggestions had been discreetly relayed to Missandei in Jorah's absence. Fearing exposure, yet unbeknownst to her, Jorah was already aware of her secret eavesdropping. While sharing linguistic techniques with Missandei, Daenerys marveled at Jorah's legacy, astonished that even language skills could be passed down. After adopting Daenerys' recommendations, Missandei's writing speed surged, and she was confident that her authored texts would facilitate language learning with greater ease and effectiveness. Having spent several days in the Vale, Jorah surmised that the verdict regarding Tyrion was likely imminent, and with time to spare, he resolved to investigate. In King's Landing, the Royal Council meeting had just concluded, leaving only Tywin and Cersei in the chamber. Once Tommen is wed, you shall marry Loras and move to Highgarden, swiftly conceive his child, Tywin instructed Cersei. But what of my child? He is still young. I cannot abandon him, Cersei retorted. Tywin gazed at her, perplexed as to why Cersei was now reneging on an arrangement they had settled long before Tyrion's engagement. With me in King's Landing, you need not worry about him, Tywin asserted, suppressing his irritation. My daughter has been cast into the hands of those savages in Dorne. My son is ensnared by the charms of a Highgarden harlot. And you expect me to go to Highgarden like a sow to bear children? I refuse to leave King's Landing. I wish to remain with my son. Cersei shot back defiantly. You only think of your son. Do you not consider the family? Tywin shouted at her. You care solely for the family, never for us. You treat us as mere pawns to be exchanged at your whim. I shall not be subject to your manipulation any longer, Cersei replied resolutely. Tywin stepped closer to Cersei, locking eyes with her. Whether you are subject to my will is not for you to decide. Whether you marry Loras is not your choice either. You once insisted that I marry Robert and bear his child promptly. Now you wish for me to bear Loras's child. Do you desire the same outcome as before? She challenged. What are you implying? Tywin glanced momentarily aside before turning back. You know precisely what I mean, Cersei replied, bitterness lacing her words. Tywin narrowed his eyes slightly, stating, marry Loras on schedule. Do not make me repeat myself. Perhaps in your heart, it suffices to merely possess a child, regardless of whose child it truly is. Am I correct in my assertion? Cersei, undeterred by her father Tywin's admonitions, spoke with self-absorption. Tywin gazed at his daughter Cersei, his brow furrowing in silence. Nevertheless, I shall not abandon my son, Cersei declared, turning her back on Tywin as she prepared to leave. Do you presume me oblivious to your desires? As long as I reside in King's Landing, it is not your prerogative to dictate the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Tywin bellowed at Cersei, who was on the verge of exiting. Upon hearing her father's words, Cersei paused, turning to cast an angry glare at Tywin, gritting her teeth before storming out of the council chamber. Your Majesty. As Cersei walked with her head bowed, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out. She lifted her gaze to find it was Maester Qyburn, who was fitting a prosthetic hand for Jaime. Nodding, she intended to move on, but abruptly halted and turned back to Qyburn. Upon greeting her, Qyburn noticed that Cersei's expression was amiss and was about to depart when he realized she was staring at him, uncertain of her intentions. Cersei had taken Qyburn in after he was expelled from the Citadel for conducting unethical experiments in alchemy, recognizing his potential. Maester Qyburn, I have matters to discuss with you. Please accompany me. With that, Cersei advanced, leaving Qyburn bewildered, who could only follow silently in her wake. Meanwhile, Daario arrived in King's Landing and, upon discovering a message from Varys, learned that the trial by combat against Tyrion had concluded, with the Mountain dead and Oberyn nearly slain. Contemplating the Mountain's demise, Daario speculated on his brother the Hound's reaction to this news, likely feeling as though he had lost his life's purpose. The fervent obsession to confront his brother the Mountain during Daenerys' fiery assault on King's Landing would now be devoid of its foundation. One could only wonder what would ensue. From Varys, Daario learned that Tyrion had set sail for Pentos the previous night and would arrive today. He resolved to journey to Pentos at once to await Tyrion's arrival. Over an hour later, Daario descended into a courtyard in Pentos, noticing an open window in one of the rooms, and promptly flew inside. Shireen, engrossed in her reading, quickly set her book aside upon seeing Daario, rushing to the window to allow him to perch upon her hand. "Daario, when shall I be able to visit Slaver's Bay? I find it exceedingly dull here all alone." She gently stroked the sleek, dark scales on Daario's back, her small lips pursing in inquiry. Since her arrival, Daario had advised her to venture out as little as possible, although the governor's guards were stationed outside the courtyard and would accompany her on the streets. There remained an inherent danger. Should someone recognize Shireen in his absence, he would be unable to intervene in time. Chapter 67. Companion Shireen was acutely aware of her situation and had complied, refraining from leaving the premises. Each day, she quietly occupied herself in her room or the courtyard with her books, occasionally engaging in light conversation with her maidservants. Upon hearing Shireen's question, Daario broke into a smile, revealing a row of small teeth, before landing on the table to pen a note indicating they would depart tomorrow. "Is it truly so? We can leave tomorrow?" The sudden prospect of happiness left Shireen momentarily incredulous. Observing her joy, Daario nodded his small head in affirmation. Although Shireen had long grown accustomed to spending quiet days alone in her home, it did not signify that she disliked the lively atmosphere. "Will you accompany me to Slaver's Bay?" Shireen inquired once more. In truth, she also wished to ask Daenerys why he did not simply fly her directly to Slaver's Bay. But she refrained, considering that Daenerys must have her reasons for not taking her along. Daenerys nodded. He certainly intended to escort Shireen to Slaver's Bay, for he could not bear the thought of her traveling with Tyrion alone. He recalled how Tyrion and Varys had once encountered Yura, who had recognized Tyrion's true identity while en route to Slaver's Bay. Yura, seeking redemption, had abducted Tyrion. To their misfortune, they then encountered slavers and were captured, nearly leading to Tyrion's grievous fate. Fortunately, his cunning had preserved his life. "There are 2 others who will accompany us, and you shall meet them tomorrow." Daenerys continued to write. Upon learning that others would also be journeying to Slaver's Bay, Shireen began to grasp Daenerys' reluctance to fly her there directly. Perhaps those 2 individuals possessed some significance. Such thoughts swirled in her mind. After spending most of the day in the courtyard with Shireen, Daenerys ventured out before nightfall to indulge in a hearty meal on the grasslands, returning with a generous supply of Dothraki horse meat and blood pies. Pentos was not far from the Dothraki Sea, and given Daenerys' current speed, a round trip would take merely an hour. Shireen was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of delectable food Daenerys had procured in such a short time, yet having eaten quite enough during the day. She only sampled a morsel, intending to save the rest for their journey the following day. On the morning of their departure, 2 carriages halted before Shireen's modest abode, accompanied by 5 guards. Struggling with her small bundle and books, Shireen climbed aboard the carriage. The previous day, Daenerys had sent a secret message to the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, using the agreed-upon signal with Varys, instructing him to prepare the carriages and guards for their journey. As Shireen settled into the carriage, it did not set off immediately. After a brief interval, she heard the courtyard gate creak open, suggesting that someone was emerging. Cautiously lifting the carriage's fabric curtain, she beheld a man and woman stepping out, one tall and the other short. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the man was a dwarf, bearing a diagonal scar across his face. The dwarf cast a glance at Shireen's carriage and, upon noticing her peeking through the curtain, flashed her a smile. Shireen hastily withdrew her head, instantly reminded of one person, Tyrion Lannister, the imp of House Lannister. She had not anticipated that Daenerys would invite him to accompany her to Slaver's Bay. However, Tyrion's nephew was a king, his sister the Queen Regent, and his father the Hand of the King. How could he possibly be traveling to Slaver's Bay with her? Shireen was well aware of the Lannisters, given her father Stannis' rivalry with them. As Daenerys caught sight of the enchanting visage of Shae in the sky, he could not help but marvel at the allure that captivated Tyrion. Indeed, she was breathtaking, possessing a charm that surpassed even that of Meereen. Only after Tyrion boarded the carriage did both vehicles slowly set forth, making their way beyond the city's confines. 20 minutes later, the carriage emerged from Pentos. After leaving the city, Drogon soared into the carriage where Shireen was seated. The guards stationed outside the carriage merely glimpsed a shadow entering, and, upon knocking on the door to inquire, were relieved to learn she was unharmed, dismissing the incident as a mere figment of their imagination. Once the carriage had journeyed a bit further and halted in an uninhabited clearing, Tyrion was the first to alight, followed closely by Shireen, who wore a satisfied smile. After being knocked unconscious by Varys and delivered to Pentos, Shireen had believed she would never see Tyrion again, having witnessed his capture and the venomous glare of Queen Cersei. Uncertain whether King Joffrey was truly slain by Tyrion, she was acutely aware that Cersei would not easily forgive him, and the threat of death loomed over Tyrion. It was then that she comprehended why Tyrion had warned her about the dangers of remaining in King's Landing, should Cersei discover her existence. It was highly probable she would face execution. Shireen had long thought that Tyrion wished to rid himself of her, sending her to Pentos to pursue a noble life with Sansa. Only after Joffrey's demise did she realize the depths of animosity between Cersei and Tyrion, a sibling relationship so fraught that it had descended into a desire for mutual destruction. To her astonishment, in the midst of her melancholy the previous night, Tyrion had appeared before her, igniting a feeling of unparalleled happiness within her. When Tyrion revealed his plans to journey to the distant Slaver's Bay, Shireen offered no objections. As long as she could be with Tyrion, she would go anywhere. Curiously, she noted that a resident from the adjacent courtyard would also accompany them, and it seemed Tyrion was already aware of this. When she inquired about this person, Tyrion merely mentioned it was a woman, and it dawned on her that he was not referring to someone with whom he shared a romantic connection, further piquing her curiosity. As the carriage came to a stop, Shireen peered out of the window, along with Drogon. The moment Drogon stepped out, Tyrion, Shireen, the coachman, and the guards gathered around him. The coachman and guards, both stunned, worked diligently to calm the restless horses, preventing them from bolting at the sight of Drogon. Tyrion and Shireen stared wide-eyed at the dragon hovering in the air, its crimson wings gently unfurling. Tyrion was somewhat prepared, having received news of Drogon from Varys, but Shireen had never encountered a true dragon, nor had she heard of one reappearing after a century of absence. Despite Drogon's diminutive size, she felt an indescribable, haunting pressure emanating from him. Upon noticing Tyrion's gaze, Drogon flashed a toothy grin as a form of greeting. This was Tyrion's first encounter with Drogon, although Drogon had seen Tyrion during Joffrey's wedding. "Greetings. I am Shireen Baratheon, and this is Drogon," Shireen introduced, taking the initiative as Drogon stepped out of the carriage. Only then did Tyrion shift his attention back from Drogon to Shireen. Shae was captivated by the dragon soaring above, paying little heed to the young girl, Shireen. It was only when she introduced herself that Shae noticed the remnants of grayscale on Shireen's face and realized that she bore the same surname as the current king. With astonishment, she turned to Tyrion, eager to inquire about Shireen's identity. "Hello, Shireen. I am Tyrion Lannister, and this is Shae," he declared. Afterward, Tyrion quietly informed Shae. She is the niece of King Stannis, the daughter of the Duke of Stannis. Though Stannis proclaimed himself the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion did not acknowledge this. For Tommen still held the title of king in name, and moreover, Tyrion was on the verge of serving Queen Daenerys. "Let us converse as we make our way to my carriage," Tyrion proposed after a brief engagement beneath the carriage. Shireen was eager to become better acquainted with the former hand of the king. "Please wait a moment," Shireen exclaimed before hastily retreating into the carriage, returning with a substantial bag filled with delectable treats that Drogon had brought the previous night. The two carriages provided by Governor Illyrio of Pentos were exceedingly spacious and comfortable, allowing the three of them and the dragon to sit without feeling cramped. The interior of the carriage was lavishly decorated, complete with a wine cabinet and small tables, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. Tyrion retrieved a bottle of red wine and glasses from the cabinet, pouring a glass and extending it towards Shireen. The young girl had never tasted red wine before. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the glass. Tyrion then poured himself and Shae a glass as well. And just as he set the bottle down, he noticed Drogon sitting beside Shireen, fixated on the wine bottle. "Would you like a glass as well?" Tyrion inquired tentatively. Upon hearing Tyrion's question, Shae turned her curious gaze towards Drogon, unable to believe that a dragon would partake in red wine. Although Drogon seldom consumed wine, as a small dragon, he felt inclined to join in the toast, nodding in agreement. Shae was taken aback that the dragon not only understood the question but actually wished to drink wine. She found herself intrigued, eager to see how Drogon would manage to drink without hands. Would Shireen have to feed him? Shireen had previously witnessed Drogon consuming Meer's milk and a potent firewater, both of which she had tried. She found the taste of Meer's milk quite disagreeable, while the firewater had nearly choked her. Tyrion was aware that dragons were intelligent creatures, capable of comprehending simple human speech, yet a dragon drinking red wine was a rarity throughout the history of House Targaryen. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Tyrion raised his glass in a toast. Drogon gently lifted the wine glass with his wing, balancing on his claws to clink glasses with the three of them. Shae had never imagined she would one day toast with a dragon. In her excitement, she nearly spilled the wine, and Tyrion was not much better off, almost choking on his drink. Drogon tilted his head back and downed half a glass of red wine in one gulp, then looked at Tyrion, who still had a small portion left in his glass. In his homeland, it was customary to drink deeply as a sign of affection, though this was only their second meeting and their first drinking together. Drogon had long harbored thoughts of the imp, and half a glass simply would not suffice. Tyrion observed as Drogon drained his goblet of red wine, holding his gaze on his own cup, perplexed by the unfolding scene. Casting a glance at his half-filled glass and then at Drogon's empty one, he wondered if the dragon expected him to finish his drink as well. Wasn't wine meant to be savored in small sips? He pondered, yet felt reluctant to voice his thoughts, especially since Drogon remained fixated on his cup. Hastily, he lifted his glass and downed the remaining wine. Only after Tyrion had finished did Drogon extend his cup towards him, prompting him to refill it. Shireen watched the spectacle with surprise. She had not anticipated Drogon to be such a hearty drinker, downing half a goblet in a single gulp and requesting more from Tyrion. A smile tugged at her lips as she observed the astonished expressions of Tyrion and Shireen. And it wasn't until Tyrion poured more wine that she recalled the provisions she had brought along. Unwrapping the oil paper from her bag, she revealed roasted lamb chops, honey-glazed duck, and smoked horse meat, knowing that Drogon relished the combination of meat and mare's milk. Tyrion had not expected Shireen's bag to contain such a feast. He felt a tad out of place eating meat while drinking wine. Nevertheless, he tore off a piece of duck and urged Shireen to bring forth the fruits and other dishes to accompany the meat. After savoring a few bites of the chewy smoked horse meat, Drogon raised his goblet and toasted with the trio, subsequently finishing off another half cup of wine. Witnessing Drogon's unyielding thirst, Tyrion hesitated momentarily before taking 2 hefty gulps himself, emptying his glass. Setting his cup down, he noticed that Drogon still desired more, prompting him to refill the wine. Seeing Tyrion and Drogon enjoying their drinks, Shireen chose not to interrupt. As her gaze wandered around the carriage, she spotted a book resting on the bedside table, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Having exhausted the books at home, she had never seen the cover of this particular book belonging to Tyrion. Unable to contain her curiosity, she politely inquired, "My Lord Tyrion, may I take a look at that book?" Tyrion, slightly concerned about the prospect of inebriation and uncertain of Drogon's drinking capacity, glanced at the bedside and replied, "Of course, and I have other books as well. Feel free to take any that pique your interest." Recognizing the spark of enthusiasm in Shireen's eyes, Tyrion discerned that she too shared a passion for reading. "Really? That would be splendid," Shireen exclaimed joyfully upon learning of the additional books available. "I have books at home as well. I shall bring them to you upon my return." After perusing the first couple of pages, Shireen remained keen on sharing her own literary treasures with Tyrion. Tyrion smiled and nodded, then asked, "Have you and Drogon known each other for long?" Shireen glanced at the dragon beside her, pondering her response. "Not too long, perhaps a little over a month." "What sorts of books do you typically read?" Tyrion continued his inquiry. "Many," Shireen replied, her delicate brow furrowing as she thought. "I have read The Conquest of Westeros by Aegon the Conqueror, The Seven Gods Chronicle, and Travelogues of Essos." Upon hearing that Shireen's reading material was diverse and extensive, Tyrion's gaze flickered across the half of her face obscured by the gray veil, evoking thoughts of his own circumstances. "Can you comprehend this book?" Tyrion inquired, glancing at the volume titled Political History and Affairs that Shireen held. "I can understand some of it. I previously read the autobiography of Vassos, which contains a wealth of information about the political matters he managed during his reign." Tyrion was taken aback by Shireen's wide-ranging interests, astonished that she had even delved into such an obscure work as the autobiography of Vassos. Reflecting on his own situation since the age of 10, he recognized that Shireen indeed had ample time to devote to her studies. Noticing the rapport between Tyrion and Shireen, Drogon realized his objective had been achieved. During their conversation, he clinked glasses with Tyrion once more, As another cup of wine was consumed, Drogon observed that the table was nearly cleared by his own gluttony. He lifted his wing to prevent Tyrion from pouring more wine. Seeing Drogon's gesture, Tyrion let out an internal sigh of relief. Should he continue to drink in such increments? Inebriation was inevitable. Long since disinterested in red wine, Drogon had finished the food and, lifting the right curtain, soared out of the window to Shireen's carriage, gathering the remaining food, mare's milk liquor, and a jar of firewater. As Tyrion pondered Drogon's intentions upon witnessing him exit through the window, he was surprised to see Drogon enter the carriage, clutching a bag that was several times larger than his own body. In the astonished gazes of those present, Drogon placed the bag on the table, revealing a bounty of food, a wineskin, and a jar of liquor. Tyrion caught a whiff of the firewater from the jar. While he relished red wine and seldom parted from his cup at home, he had never tasted the liquor contained within the jar, its potency evident even through the lid. Observing Drogon adeptly arranging the food and jar, Tyrion felt a twinge of apprehension. Once everything was set, Drogon seized a piece of horse meat with his left wing and nudged the wineskin with his right, clearly indicating that Tyrion should pour some wine. Upon lifting the wineskin, Tyrion discerned it contained mare's milk liquor. He rinsed his red wine glass with water and poured half a glass of the mare's milk liquor. Seeing Tyrion only fill the glass halfway, Drogon became somewhat perturbed and gestured towards the cup with his wing. Momentarily confused by Drogon's indication, Tyrion failed to grasp his meaning. Drogon wants you to fill it to the brim. Shireen interjected, reminding him that Drogon typically consumed several large gulps at once, so half a glass was hardly sufficient. Although mare's milk liquor was brewed from mare's milk, overindulgence could still lead to intoxication, especially since Tyrion had already downed several glasses of red wine. After a brief hesitation, he filled the glass to the top. Noting Tyrion's somewhat uneasy expression, Drogon did not assume he feared intoxication, but rather that he was unaccustomed to mare's milk liquor. Though Drogon wished to convey, "I'll drink my fill, you may do as you please," he could not articulate it. Instead, merely grasping his cup and gesturing in the middle of it with his wing. Shae, who had been intently observing Drogon, noticed a series of humanoid gestures from the dragon. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Shireen what it might signify. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of Tyrion and Shae directed at Drogon, Shireen recalled her own interactions with the dragon and chuckled, explaining that Drogon was indicating he had finished his drink and that Tyrion could stop at half. Tyrion was taken aback by Drogon's apparent ability to read the room. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he mused that consuming 2 more cups of mare's milk would hardly intoxicate him, and he certainly wouldn't allow concern for his dignity to deter him. Even though the mare's milk had a rather strong flavor, he could manage it, having previously endured the harsh bruise of the Night's Watch during his journey to the Wall with Jon. With a proactive gesture, he lifted his cup and clinked it with Drogon's, downing the contents without a flicker of emotion. It was at this moment that Drogon realized he had misinterpreted the situation. Tyrion's change in demeanor had likely stemmed from other matters. After finishing the mare's milk and taking a hearty bite of horse meat, Drogon observed that Tyrion had not eaten much. With a gentle nudge of his wing, he indicated the meat in the pouch, encouraging Tyrion to partake more. This time, Tyrion understood the cue and took a piece of horse meat, savoring it slowly. Having just consumed the tart mare's milk, the rich, marbled smoked horse meat became increasingly appealing with each chew. Tyrion found himself relishing the robust experience of hearty feasting and drinking. He poured a small amount of mare's milk into a cup and offered it to Shae, hoping she would join in. However, the pungent aroma of the mare's milk repulsed her, and she declined, opting instead for a small piece of horse meat to nibble on. Not wishing to press the matter, Tyrion filled both cups again, raised one to Drogon, and drank deeply before returning to the meat. As Tyrion gradually became immersed in the revelry, Drogon felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of enjoyment. Sharing a drink between man and dragon was far more gratifying than drinking alone. After finishing a pouch of mare's milk, Drogon began to feel a slight buzz, while Tyrion was already somewhat tipsy. Tossing the empty pouch aside, Tyrion eagerly grasped a jug of fire wine. Noticing the squint in his eyes, Shae recognized that he had reached his limit and might soon succumb to inebriation. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment to intervene. Any attempt to stop him would likely provoke his ire. Casting a glance at Drogon, she observed the dragon leisurely devouring chunks of meat, showing no signs of drunkenness whatsoever. She scanned Drogon's diminutive form, perplexed by how such a small creature could consume so much meat and drink. Tyrion uncorked the jug, and a potent aroma surged forth. even in his slightly dazed state. He tilted his head at the intensity of the scent. Shireen instinctively moved back half a meter, wary of the overwhelming fumes, prompting Shae to shift away from Tyrion. Although somewhat intoxicated, Tyrion remained aware that the jug contained no ordinary spirit, momentarily hesitating in his pouring. Drogon was well aware of the potency of fire wine. Even the most fearless Dothraki warrior would not dare to drink a full cup in one go, and only a dragon, imbued with the essence of fire, could consume it with abandon. As the dragon soared, it halted Tyrion's hand from pouring wine, gesturing at the bottom third of the cup with its claw. Was he only to fill the bottom of the cup? Tyrion felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Half a cup would have sufficed. But merely a bottomful pour was an affront. Resolute, he filled the cup to the brim, deciding to indulge in a night of inebriation. Observing Tyrion serve himself an entire glass, Drogon couldn't help but grin, reminding him silently that he had only himself to blame for this choice. After savoring a couple of bites of meat, Drogon raised his cup to clink with Tyrion's, tilted his head back, and gulped down the entire contents of his glass in one go. A burp escaped him, releasing a plume of alcoholic vapor mixed with smoke and embers, startling Shae. Tyrion's slightly glazed eyes filled with trepidation. Surely, this fiery liquor was not intended solely for dragons? Would it scorch his throat? Yet, with the cup filled, he steeled himself to partake. As the cup approached his lips, the potent aroma seized his breath, and after swallowing hard, he closed his eyes and took a generous swig. Coughing, he barely managed to swallow a portion before the remainder erupted from his mouth, splattering all over Shae. Clutching his throat, he bent over, gasping and choking, his face flushed and his neck thickening with strain. "Water," he blurted out, his voice rasping. Shae, disregarding her soiled attire, hastily grabbed a nearby water jug and poured a glass for him. After gulping down several mouthfuls, Tyrion felt a modicum of relief in his throat, though his stomach still burned painfully, leaving him gasping for air to quell the heat within. Observing Tyrion's predicament, Drogon trembled with mirth, relishing the consequences of his bravado. Shae found herself torn between laughter and embarrassment, her cheeks reddening as she turned away, pretending to read. After sipping more from the water Shae had offered, Tyrion gradually regained his composure and remarked, "What manner of drink is this? Surely it must be brewed especially for you by the Queen?" Despite knowing Drogon would not respond, he couldn't resist the inquiry. At Tyrion's question, Drogon erupted into laughter. "This is the firewater brewed by the Dothraki, a drink only the fiercest Dothraki call can endure." Shae interjected, recalling the moment she had taken a mere sip and was met with a fit of coughs, learning of the drink's name and origin from Drogon. Upon hearing the words "the fiercest Dothraki call," Tyrion was reminded of Shae's frequent exclamations of "my mighty warriors." Determined to finish the drink, he resolved to consume it, even if it meant sipping slowly. With newfound determination, he took another bite of meat and raised his cup once more. Drogon, surprised by Tyrion's audacity to drink again, exchanged glances and prepared to down another round. Jiang Zhuang finished yet another full cup, and Tyrion's eyelids involuntarily twitched. However, this time he no longer forced himself. He merely took a small sip. As soon as he swallowed it, he hurriedly drank several large gulps of water and took a bite of meat. Shireen was taken aback that Tyrion would continue to drink. Little did she know that her response had provoked him, compelling him to finish the remaining liquor in his cup. A small flask of the fiery drink could fill 4 or 5 cups, and while Jiang Zhuang took his servings generously, Tyrion sipped cautiously. By the time Jiang Zhuang finished the flask, Tyrion had managed to consume the remaining half cup. At this point, his face was already flushed, and his gaze was hazy. Upon finishing the last sip, he seemed to have accomplished his mission and collapsed onto the table. Shireen and Shae exchanged glances before turning their attention to Jiang Zhuang, whose skin radiated a faint red glow, his eyes bright and captivating like 2 blazing candles. Shireen recognized that Jiang Zhuang had not overindulged, seeing Tyrion incapacitated by him. She felt somewhat awkward and bid farewell to Shae, taking the book from the bedside with her. Jiang Zhuang, unfazed, accompanied Shireen out of the carriage and back into hers. By this time, the 2 carriages had ventured far from Pentos, making their way southeast along the main road. "Jiang Zhuang, you actually got the imp Tyrion drunk," Shireen exclaimed excitedly as she entered the carriage, finding amusement in seeing Tyrion sprawled across the table. Jiang Zhuang merely scoffed, not considering the act of intoxication to be significant. After all, he was a dragon. Although he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he refrained from indulging in the meat, knowing that others would be left wanting. He still needed to forage on the grasslands for sustenance to support his growth. He and Shireen had already depleted their provisions and required more supplies. After parting ways with Shireen, Jiang Zhuang meticulously scanned the surroundings for any hidden dangers before feeling secure enough to soar toward the grasslands. In the present day, nearly no Dothraki were unaware of the existence of the black dragon Jiang Zhuang, each hoping that their Khalasar might attract his attention. Upon entering the grasslands, he wasted no time and swiftly concluded his business, consuming and discarding coins, and by the last Khalasar, he managed to both eat and pack his food. An hour later, the carriage guards were astonished to see Jiang Zhuang returning soon after his departure, carrying a cloth bag as large as a warhorse beneath him. They found it hard to fathom how such a small dragon could effortlessly bear something many times larger than itself while soaring through the sky. Jiang Zhuang transformed back into his juvenile form when he was far from the carriage, leaving the guards unaware of his adult appearance. He halted the carriage and guards, setting down the large cloth bag and instructing Shireen to summon Shai to distribute the food, some to be stored in the carriage and some to be shared with the guards and drivers. Upon seeing the contents of the bag, the drivers and guards were filled with envy. They had only brought along dried provisions and water, expecting to feast only when passing through prosperous areas. They never anticipated that Jiang Zhuang would return with such a wealth of delectable food after just an hour. The food left by Shireen and her companions was scant. Jiang Zhuang had already satisfied his hunger, leaving only a few fruits as snacks, with more than half of the food in the bag reserved for the 7 guards and drivers. They could hardly fathom that the provisions brought by Drogon included a share for them, comprising not only an assortment of delicacies, but also mare's milk wine. The carriage paused for a brief respite, allowing the guards to satiate their hunger before resuming their journey. The following morning, Tyrion groggily opened his eyes to the lavishly adorned carriage, taking a moment to recollect that he was indeed inside it. Reflecting on the previous day's revelry, he realized with astonishment that he had been intoxicated by a little dragon. Upon noticing Tyrion's awakening, Shay hurriedly poured him a glass of water. "Where have we arrived?" Tyrion inquired, suppressing a headache. "I am uncertain of our location," Shay replied, "but the guards mentioned a small town ahead where we can rest for the night." "Did you know you have slept for a day and a night?" Shay was taken aback by the extent of Tyrion's inebriation. "How could I sleep for so long?" Tyrion mused, equally surprised by his own slumber. He lifted the curtain to gaze outside, where the morning light flooded the carriage, blinding him momentarily. After stepping out to relieve himself and washing his face, Tyrion found himself momentarily lost, unsure of what to do next. Although he was aware that a mysterious figure had invited him to assist Queen Daenerys at Slaver's Bay, he remained uncertain about how Daenerys would regard him, a Lannister. In the council chamber of King's Landing, all the ministers had gathered, yet the most significant of them all, the Hand of the King, Tywin, had yet to arrive, leaving the others to wait patiently. Another half-hour passed without Tywin's presence, causing restlessness among the assembly. "Lord Tywin must be fatigued, which is why he is delayed," remarked the master of ships, Mace. Upon hearing Mace's words, silence ensued. No one cared to engage with this unwelcome master of ships, the Duke of Highgarden, and the ineffectual son of the Queen of Thorns. Cersei cast him a disdainful glance before turning away. The Grand Maester Pycelle trembled as he counted the heavy chains of his learned necklace, while Varys stood with his hands tucked within his sleeves. Resembling a monk in deep meditation, Cersei shifted in her chair, betraying her impatience. Suddenly, the doors of the council chamber swung open with force, leading everyone to believe it was Tywin, only to find the King's Guard, Meereen, entering with a grave expression. Meereen approached Cersei and whispered something in her ear. "What?" Cersei exclaimed, immediately rising from her seat and striding towards the exit. The others, noticing her intense reaction, sensed the gravity of the situation and followed suit. Upon exiting, Cersei hurried toward the Hand's tower, encountering a flustered Jaime along the way. The group hastened for another 5 minutes until they reached the Hand's tower, where guards were already stationed at the entrance. Cersei and Jaime rushed into Tywin's chambers, finding 2 guards stationed by the door, while a maid trembled nearby, wiping her tears. "Father!" Cersei cried out, dashing toward Tywin, who lay in bed clad in a gray nightgown. Upon seeing her father's lifeless form, his face a ghastly shade of blue, Jaime was immediately reminded of his recently deceased son, Joffrey. The similarities in their deaths were chillingly uncanny. Strangled, Pycelle approached the bedside, confirming the thoughts that lingered in Jaime's mind. "Quickly, find Tyrion." Once again, the name of the strangler escaped Pycelle's lips. Cersei glared at the guards in golden cloaks stationed outside the door. Chapter 71. The Slayer of Fathers. Jaime's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the lifeless body of his father, whose demise was irrevocable. With a clenched jaw, he exited the room. Pycelle knelt beside the corpse, meticulously examining the cause of Tywin's death, while Maester's shock rendered him speechless, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Varys cast a glance at Tywin's corpse, which bore a striking resemblance to Joffrey's, then looked at Cersei, who had collapsed beside the bed in tears, before expressionlessly leaving Tywin's chamber. Minutes later, the gold cloaks of the Kingsguard, assigned to apprehend Tyrion, reported back that his residence had been vacated, and upon searching, they discovered that all significant belongings had been removed. Alongside Tyrion, Tywin's cupbearer had vanished as well. Pycelle had already confirmed that remnants of the Strangler's poison lingered in the goblet that Tywin had drunk from. Tyrion, you have caused the death of our mother, of my child, and now my father. I shall capture you and tear you asunder. Cersei vowed through gritted teeth after hearing the report. Seal all docks and thoroughfares. Search the entire city for Tyrion. Cersei commanded, rising to her feet and addressing the gold cloaks beside her. The news of Tywin's death swiftly spread throughout King's Landing, accompanied by the shocking revelation of Tyrion's patricide, instilling fear among the nobility regarding Tyrion's ruthless nature. After resting in a small town for a night, 2 carriages departed at dawn, traveling eastward along the broad river. Once Tyrion had sobered from his inebriation, Drogon refrained from offering him more wine. During their time on the plains, Tyrion only indulged in mare's milk occasionally, rarely consuming strong spirits, having been drunkenly incapacitated by Drogon. Tyrion feared further libations and abstained from even red wine. By day, he studied with Shireen, engaging in discussions about literature, while at night, he embraced a new life with Shae, blissfully ignorant that he had transformed from a regicide to a patricide, now a wanted man in King's Landing. Drogon took it upon himself to provide for the entire party and the guards and drivers, who initially believed this escort duty to be arduous, were pleasantly surprised by the sight of a true dragon and the sumptuous meals they enjoyed, wishing that their journey would prolong before reaching their destination. Observing Shireen diligently learn the ways of governance from Tyrion within the carriage, Drogon pondered whether Daenerys would soon gain another female advisor, in addition to Missandei. Suddenly, while explaining matters to Shireen, Tyrion felt the carriage lurch violently, a disturbance far beyond mere bumps. The water cup on the table rippled with intricate waves. Drogon sensed the anomaly as well. He rushed to the window, lifting the curtain and leaping out, with Tyrion following suit, pushing open the carriage door. Outside, chaos ensued among the guards, their warhorses restless and stamping their hooves. From the distance, a cacophony of neighs and shouts mingled with the swirling dust, indicating the presence of no fewer than several hundred individuals. Hearing the distant clamor, the 5 guards wore expressions of grim despair, having anticipated a fortunate escort, only to encounter the very individuals they most wished to avoid. As he gazed at the dust rising in the distance, Tyrion's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily instruct Shireen and Celis, who trailed behind him, to return to the carriage. The cavalry swiftly approached the carriage, not rushing to attack, but instead dividing into 2 groups to encircle it. From the ranks emerged an individual, his braided hair shining, with a bronzed complexion and almond-shaped eyes. His robust physique showed no trace of excess, as he seemed intent on discerning who occupied the opulent carriages they had surrounded. Yora had long recognized the identity of the horseman, soaring into the air from the carriage to observe this band of raiding Dothraki. The leader of the guards, Alvin, was taken aback that the Dothraki would venture across the broad river to raid this side. Upon seeing the Dothraki call, he could only approach with resignation, hoping that after paying a ransom, this band would spare them. Just as Alvin was about to speak, he noticed that the Dothraki call's gaze was not directed at him, but rather slightly lifted towards the sky behind him. Turning around, he discovered that the small black dragon, which had been keeping company with the little girl in the same carriage, was now gracefully hovering above them with its wings unfurled. Other Dothraki warriors in the party also spotted the dragon suspended in the air. Just as Alvin was about to utter a word, another Dothraki stepped forward from the group, approaching the first call and whispering a few words after glancing at Yora. Alvin, possessing a rudimentary understanding of Dothraki, caught snippets of conversation regarding a dragon god and its progeny. A dragon god? Alvin glanced at Yora, contemplating that while the small dragon was indeed powerful, it was still far from what the Dothraki warrior had referred to as a dragon god. Rogo, the call, also recognized Yora's distinction. The small dragon bore a remarkable resemblance to the black dragon frequently seen in the Dothraki Sea, trading gold for roasted meat, albeit much smaller, akin to a newborn dragon. He and his bloodriders speculated whether this small dragon might be the offspring revered by their people as the dragon god. Regardless of any connection between the airborne dragon and the dragon god, Rhaegal had no intention of attacking the carriages. Angering the dragon god would be an affront that their Khalasar could not endure. Rhaegal took several steps back and spoke a few words to his companions. A dozen Dothraki warriors dismounted, unstrapping their backpacks and wineskins from their horses, and crossed past Alvin to place their offerings on the ground, merely 3 meters from Yora. Alvin and the other guards watched in astonishment as the Dothraki, instead of demanding a ransom, presented food and mare's milk to the small black dragon. Though Tyrion was aware that Yora could grow larger, he remained concerned about the sheer number of horsemen. Even if Yora did expand, he could not possibly protect them all. To his surprise, the horsemen not only refrained from attacking the carriage but instead offered them sustenance and drink. Shireen and Celis, curious after a prolonged silence, peeked through the window curtain and were met with the sight of the Dothraki presenting their offerings. Upon encountering the horsemen, Shireen surmised they were likely the Dothraki from the vast steppes several dozen kilometers across the river. She was well aware that Drogon frequently traversed the plains to procure roasted meat, and thus felt no fear. Observing the mound of food and wine piled upon the ground, Drogon expressed his satisfaction with the performance of the Khalasar, nodding towards Shireen, who was peering out curiously, instantly comprehending Drogon's intent. Shireen returned to her carriage and retrieved his backpack. Noticing Drogon extend 3 clawed fingers, she bravely approached Khal Rhaegal, offering him the 3 gleaming gold coins. As Rhaegal beheld the backpack in Shireen's possession, a flicker of recognition crossed his face, and with a prompt from a nearby bloodrider, he realized it might belong to the dragon god. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spotted a small bell hanging from the backpack, identical to one adorning his own braid. This bell served as a mark of honor for a Khal who had triumphed over formidable foes. The more bells one possessed, the greater the number of adversaries vanquished. Unbeknownst to Rhaegal, this particular backpack had been adorned with a bell by Missandei after it became Drogon's exclusive satchel, symbolizing his victory over the immortals. Chapter 72. The Winds of the Steppe. As Rhaegal observed Shireen approaching, he hastily dismounted and graciously accepted the 3 radiant coins, bowing respectfully towards Drogon. He was uncertain why the dragon god's backpack was in Drogon's possession, yet he was nearly convinced that even if Drogon were not the progeny of the dragon god, he shared an exceptionally close bond with him. The 2 dragons not only bore a striking resemblance to one another, but also utilized identical backpacks, and upon receiving the goods, they had generously compensated their benefactors. Having secured the gold, Rhaegal swiftly mounted his steed and waved to the horsemen, who promptly dismantled their encirclement and converged towards him, trailing behind as they gradually receded into the distance. Thus, an episode of potential peril dissipated without incident. The guards and drivers exhaled in relief. Their gazes toward Drogon transformed from apprehension to gratitude. Not only had Drogon provided them with sustenance and wine, but he had also indirectly spared their lives. Although they remained oblivious to the reasons behind the Dothraki's offering of food to Drogon, they understood that this small black dragon was undoubtedly more than just a creature of brute strength. Otherwise, the unruly Khal would not have willingly abandoned his plunder to bestow gifts upon him. Was the food and wine Drogon procured previously from the Dothraki as well? Shireen pondered aloud. Observing that Drogon merely cast a glance her way, she seized her coin pouch and dashed outside. Tyrion speculated that Drogon must have dealt with the Dothraki on multiple occasions. Shireen nodded enthusiastically, responding that Drogon would often venture to the Dothraki Sea whenever hunger struck, frequently returning with delightful treats for her. Tyrion deduced that Drogon must have only visited the Dothraki Sea after growing larger. Otherwise, that Dothraki Khal would have recognized him immediately rather than hesitating before producing food. He was aware that 3 gold coins could easily procure many times the amount of food present. Captain Alwyn, it seems you can comprehend Dothraki. What did they say just now? Tyrion inquired of Alwyn. I possess only a limited understanding, yet they seem to have mentioned the dragon god and his offspring. Alwyn hesitated to respond. Tyrion was taken aback to learn that Drogon had been venerated as a dragon god by the Dothraki. This suggests that his connection to the plains extends beyond mere procurement of sustenance. It is likely that even Drogon remains oblivious to the true reason for his divine status. which emerged after he rescued the defeated Dothraki mother and child. He harbors a strong aversion to the actions of those who, after victory, indiscriminately violate Dothraki women. When he encounters such behavior, he intervenes, dispersing the Dothraki engaged in such acts. Should they remain obstinate, Drogon might even offer the Dothraki men a complimentary bungee jump. Following several rescues, a greater number of Dothraki women began to pay homage to him, and the name of the dragon god gradually spread. Over time, the victorious Khalasar, in adherence to the will of the dragon god, forbade their men from assaulting the women of the vanquished, instead capturing men and children to sell into slavery, thus transforming the prevailing ethos across the plains. The women, left without their men, naturally gravitated towards the victorious Khalasar, eventually forming unions with their men, thereby escaping the fate of violation while finding new support. After the Dothraki departed, the guards, at Tyrion's behest, gathered the scattered provisions from the ground for temporary storage. Following this harrowing encounter, the group felt a renewed sense of security regarding their journey ahead. At the wall, Jon Snow, pierced by several arrows, was carefully assisted down from his horse by his Night's Watch brothers. Upon witnessing the return of his long-lost friend, Samwell Tarly felt a wave of relief wash over him after confirming that Jon was not in mortal peril. As Maester Aemon tended to Jon's wounds, Sam stood by, assisting him, having become somewhat of Aemon's apprentice. Aemon not only imparted medical knowledge to him, but also frequently guided him in scholarly pursuits, nurturing him as a potential successor. Despite Sam's rotund physique and lack of combat prowess, he exhibited remarkable aptitude in learning and medicine, prompting Aemon to forsake another potential heir in favor of him. Jon, wounded yet determined, managed to return to the Black Castle, finally collapsing in relief upon seeing Sam, regaining consciousness only after his injuries were treated. The two entered the realm beyond the wall, with Jon, as a member of the Night's Watch Rangers, delving deep into the wilderness to gather intelligence on the wildlings, ultimately infiltrating their ranks as a spy. Having gathered sufficient information, he learned of the impending assault on the wall by the wildlings and resolutely parted ways with the wildling woman Ygritte, returning to the Black Castle to deliver the warning. Meanwhile, Sam, serving as the aide to Commander Mormont, entered the wall to meet with Lord Castor of Castle Black, the man who had married his daughter only to sacrifice his son to the White Walkers while raising his daughter. As Sam and Jon exchanged tales of their experiences over the past 2 months, Jon prepared to report crucial intelligence to Commander Mormont. However, just as Jon was about to seek out Mormont, Sam reluctantly revealed that the commander had been slain by a traitor and that he and Gilly had narrowly escaped. Mormont is dead? Jon could hardly believe his ears. That bear-like man, who had been both stern and caring towards him, was dead. Who were the traitors? Jon gritted his teeth and inquired. Even though he was not present by Mormont's side at the time of the betrayal, it did not hinder his desire for vengeance. Sam, aware of Jon's sentiments for Mormont, slowly revealed the names of the 12 traitors, who now assumes command of the Night's Watch. Jon had little time to mourn Mormont. He was eager to inform the current leader of the Night's Watch about Mance's plans. Sir Alliser had taken on the role of acting commander. Sam delivered another piece of troubling news to Jon. Alliser? Jon already sensed the grim fate awaiting him upon encountering Alliser. Ever since Jon joined the Night's Watch, Alliser had harbored disdain for him, the illegitimate son of a northern lord, often opposing him. You might also encounter someone you wish to avoid, Sam stated, observing Jon's troubled expression. Who? Janos. Who is Janos? The name was unfamiliar to Jon. Sam explained, you may not know him, but he knows you. During your father's tenure as Hand of the King, he betrayed your father and aligned himself with Queen Cersei. When the imp Tyrion became Hand of the King, he dismissed Janos from his command of the King's Landing garrison and sent him to the Night's Watch. Upon hearing Tyrion's name, Jon recalled Tyrion's self-deprecating words that had once provided him solace. All dwarfs in the realm are the bastards of their fathers. After Tyrion assumed his position, he had no trust in Janos, who had previously betrayed the former Hand of the King and appointed the mercenary Bowen instead, as the most formidable aide to the Hand. Tyrion certainly would not employ someone aligned with his sister Cersei, out of respect for Eddard and in pursuit of vengeance. Tyrion condemned Janos for his treachery against the former Hand and dispatched him to the Night's Watch. Chapter 73. Anomaly. Joining the Night's Watch was akin to bidding farewell to the past. Jon could not avenge his father Eddard. However, Janos maintained a close relationship with Alliser, now serving as one of the commanders of the Night's Watch. The thought of these two passing judgment on his unauthorized alliance with the wildlings filled Jon with dread. Enduring the pain, He donned his garments and made his way to a hall where Maester Aemon, Alliser, and Janos awaited him at the long table. "My lord Jon, do you acknowledge that you killed the traitor Corinne and pledged yourself to the wildlings, recognizing King Mance as your sovereign?" Alliser inquired with his usual sarcasm upon Jon's entrance. "I did indeed slay Corinne, but it was at his own request in his wounded state. Only by killing him would Mance believe my allegiance to the wildlings was genuine." Jon defended himself. "Who can attest that Corinne instructed you to kill him?" Janos interjected. Jon hesitated before responding. "No one can prove it. It was just the two of us." "Very well. Then why did you not remain with Mance, but instead secretly traverse the wall and return to Castle Black?" Alicia cast a glance at the attentive bachelor of Aemon, eager to discern how Jon would further justify himself. "Regardless of your current beliefs, the wildling King Mance has united all the tribes beyond the wall, preparing to strike here. Moreover, the wildling Lieutenant Tormund and the men of the Free Folk have already entered the wall and are likely to have met, poised to join forces with Mance in their assault. Mance's coalition of wildlings numbers over 100,000, and with our meager forces, we cannot hope to withstand their onslaught. Should they breach the wall, they will ravage the lands like locusts, and the northern armies would be powerless to halt their migration." Upon hearing Jon's report, the three seated at the long table were taken aback. Although Alicia had long harbored prejudice against Jon, he found himself believing the words of this illegitimate son of Lord Eddard. This lad, profoundly influenced by Eddard, had exhibited a strong sense of justice since joining the Night's Watch, looking down upon the motley crew of the Night's Watch. The long-standing animosity prompted Alicia to press Jon further, inquiring how he could be certain that Mance would confide in him, a former member of the Night's Watch, with such critical information. "Because I killed the one-handed Colin, revealing to the Night's Watch that they knew of Castor's secret and did nothing about it. I also slept with a wildling woman," Jon replied through gritted teeth, the image of Castor delivering a newborn to the others still vivid in his mind. Upon hearing Jon's words, Aemon, who had been slightly inclined to listen, suddenly turned to look at Alicia, while Janos simultaneously directed his gaze toward her, seeking to verify the truth of Jon's claims. Alicia's expression darkened, her eyes instinctively lowering as she sought to change the subject. "You claim you have broken the Night's Watch vow against marriage? If that constitutes a breach of oath, then the Night's Watch men have long ceased to exist." Aemon turned his head away from Alicia, fixing his gaze ahead. Alicia felt a sense of unease and refrained from responding, while Janos, deeply concerned about the news regarding the others, questioned, "Is it true that the others cannot be killed? How many are there?" "They can indeed be slain with dragonglass daggers or Valyrian steel weapons. Their exact number is around 10,000 or more, as they have the ability to resurrect the fallen, causing their ranks to swell. We cannot ascertain their current strength," Jon replied, casting a wary glance at the one who had betrayed his own father, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Janos had heard rumors of the others since his arrival at the wall. Initially, he believed these tales to be fabrications spun by the Night's Watch to elevate their own stature. Gradually, he came to understand that these were not mere stories meant to frighten disobedient children. The others were indeed real. He had intended to wield his authority as the former commander of the garrison to instill fear within the ranks of the Night's Watch. Yet he found himself facing an imminent wildling siege, with the prospect of contending against the even more terrifying army of the others looming ahead. Thoughts of fleeing the wall began to take root in his mind. However, he was acutely aware that the noble houses would seize any Night's Watchman found attempting to escape, and the timing for such an act was far from opportune. "Maester Aemon, how should we deal with Jon?" Alicia inquired, glancing at the elderly man beside her. It seemed that the time was not ripe for addressing Jon, but rather for contemplating how to resist the wildlings and confront the White Walkers. These were the true duties of the Night's Watch. Aemon spoke somewhat haltingly, yet none dared to oppose the words of this venerable, silver-haired elder of House Targaryen. Jon was granted the freedom to roam, and Aemon summoned Sam to feed the ravens and prepare paper and ink, for he intended to once again convey messages to the noble houses, seeking their aid. 8 days later, the magnificent pyramid of Meereen loomed in the distance. The guards and drivers, filled with joy yet tinged with reluctance, realized that their 10-day journey, fraught with danger yet blessed with happiness, was nearing its conclusion, an unforgettable chapter in their lives. Emerging from the carriage and gazing at the towering pyramid ahead, Shireen's eyes widened with excitement. She had not anticipated such a grand edifice in a small city of the Slaver's Bay. Tyrion and Shae also disembarked, marveling at the city perched atop the great hill, which would soon become their new abode. As they approached the gates of Meereen, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The guards informed Tyrion that the city gates were shut, preventing their entry. Tyrion furrowed his brow upon receiving this news. Closing the gates in broad daylight? This seems rather unusual. Nearby, Dario, who had been idly watching Shireen read, also expressed surprise. Meereen had never before closed its gates during the day. Before Tyrion could step out of the carriage, Dario flung open the curtain and leapt outside to inspect the gates, which were indeed closed. Outside, a number of Meereen's residents and merchants awaited entry. Regardless of the circumstances within the city, Dario could not afford to remain outside. He soared to the parapet above the gate and hissed at the Unsullied guarding the walls. The Unsullied had previously seen Dario emerge from a carriage outside the city. Upon observing him alight upon the battlements without entering, the commanding officer quickly grasped his intention and ordered the sentinels to open the gates. The Queen's decree was to keep the gates shut unless under extraordinary circumstances. However, with Dario present, even if the gates were opened for the carriage, the Queen would not hold him accountable. As the gates swung open, the residents lingering outside did not rush in. They recognized Dario and the two carriages, and knowing the gates had been opened at his behest, they hesitated to enter before him. Once Dario and the two carriages passed through, the residents and merchants followed slowly into the city, after which the guards promptly closed the gates once more. Chapter 74. The Fool Varys upon entering the city. Dario began to comprehend the reason behind the daytime closure of the gates. Chaos reigned within. The once orderly streets were now embroiled in tumult, as the ornate masters and their freedmen clashed vigorously with the former slaves. The two factions grappled and tugged at one another, hurling stones from the ground, and fortunately, without any weapons at hand, or else blood would have surely flowed in the streets. Tyrion and Shireen, along with the others, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the chaotic throng before them. Just moments ago, they had observed the tranquil city of Meereen from a distance, convinced that it housed a scene of peace and stability. To their astonishment, upon entering, they were met with the current turmoil. The carriage could hardly proceed smoothly. Drogon, sensing the unrest, surmised the cause of the riot. As the carriage struggled to navigate through the chaos, he soared ahead, unleashing a thunderous roar that pierced the air. At the sound of his mighty bellow, the warring factions momentarily paused, their gazes drawn skyward. The sight of Drogon, spewing smoke and sparks in his fury, quickly quelled their skirmish. Few among them were aware of Drogon's ability to alter his size. Many residents of Meereen, and even those from Slaver's Bay, believed that Daenerys, the mother of dragons, possessed 4 dragons, 3 large and 1 small. Even Varys had once been misled into thinking Daenerys owned 4 dragons, until his little birds uncovered the truth of Drogon's transformation. They had witnessed the spectacle of the 3 dragons engaged in combat, and had seen Daenerys' trio of dragons soar the night she besieged the city, with the largest dwarfing the other 2 combined. Though Drogon appeared as a mere hatchling now, the onlookers dared not underestimate him. Some had witnessed this small dragon in fierce battle alongside his larger brethren. With Drogon's irritated roar echoing through the streets, the crowd swiftly parted, creating a passage for the carriage. Not long after the carriage moved forward, 2 resounding roars echoed from the distant sky. Rhaegal and Viserion, having heard Drogon's powerful call, flew over to investigate what their leader had been up to after several days of anxiety from not seeing him. The moment they heard Drogon had arrived, their curiosity propelled them to come and see. As Tyrion beheld the 2 majestic dragons circling overhead, he truly felt the awe that dragons inspired, far surpassing the visual impact of Drogon alone. Shireen and Jon Snow had also exited the carriage, their eyes drawn upward to the spectacle of Rhaegal and Viserion gliding gracefully through the air. Drogon contemplated that he had been too busy to train them in recent days, promising to catch up on their lessons once time permitted. The chaotic crowd in Meereen instinctively ceased their fighting at the sight of the soaring dragons. Uncertain whether the dragons had come at the behest of Daenerys, they feared that their ongoing brawl might provoke the creatures, knowing that the wrath of a dragon could spell disaster for them all. Having navigated through the tumult to the largest pyramid where Daenerys resided, Drogon instructed his guards to wait momentarily as he led Tyrion and the others inside. Upon entering Daenerys' abode, they found it devoid of occupants, prompting Drogon to guide them towards the council chamber. The guards stationed there recognized Drogon and allowed them entry without hindrance. At this moment, Daenerys was somewhat agitated, conferring with her subordinates on how to address the precarious situation in Meereen. Suddenly, the doors of the council chamber swung open and Drogon entered, accompanied by a man and a woman, one tall and the other short. The The sight of this peculiar trio, a dwarf, a strikingly beautiful woman, and a young girl with a disfigured half-face, left the council members momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Drogon's presence, they might have suspected that the three had mistakenly wandered into the council chamber. Noticing the strange expressions on Daenerys and Barristan's faces as they regarded him, Tyrion suddenly felt an ominous premonition. They had no idea why he was there. Realizing this, even his thick skin felt a twinge of embarrassment. On the way, he had contemplated how Daenerys, the queen, would react to encountering a Lannister, given the historical animosity between their houses and what position she might bestow upon him. He never anticipated such an awkward situation would arise. My Lord Tyrion has come without prior notice. I would have surely gone out to greet him, he mused. As the four exchanged bewildered glances, Barristan was the first to shatter the tension. He glanced at Daenerys, who appeared equally perplexed, clearly unaware of Tyrion's arrival in Meereen. Tyrion, feeling somewhat at a loss, finally spoke. I heard the Mother of Dragons was in Meereen, so I decided to come. Internally, he had already scolded Varys multiple times for his ineptitude in communicating with the mysterious party, arriving to pledge allegiance to the queen while leaving him, a former hand of the king, in such a compromising position. It was I who brought them here, Drogon interjected, sensing the awkwardness of the situation and hastily reassuring Daenerys to prevent any disapproval regarding Tyrion and his companions. He had intended to discreetly introduce them to Daenerys, but was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Previously, Daenerys had learned about Tyrion from Drogon and had discreetly inquired with Barristan about him and other prominent figures from King's Landing. She was aware that during his tenure as Hand of the King, Tyrion had managed the affairs of the capital with remarkable efficiency and had even commanded the defense against Stannis' relentless assault until Tywin's reinforcements arrived. Despite her deep-seated hatred for Jaime, the Kingsguard who had slain her father, and her subsequent animosity towards the entire Lannister family, she held a profound respect for Tyrion, who had risen to the position of Hand despite his stature and had bravely defended King's Landing, ultimately sustaining severe injuries in the process. Moreover, with Drogon bringing them, it seemed they had come to pledge allegiance to her. Daenerys' demeanor quickly normalized, and she smiled, nodding at Tyrion. Seeing that Daenerys did not hold his Lannister heritage against him, Tyrion finally felt a sense of relief. Somewhat awkward, it was not only Tyrion who felt discomfort. Shireen perceived that Daenerys was also somewhat uneasy about her presence. After all, her uncle Robert had slain Daenerys' brother Rhaegar and usurped the Iron Throne, making her a Baratheon, unlikely to be welcomed. Shae, standing beside Tyrion, had never been subjected to such scrutiny in such a setting, which intensified her feelings of inferiority regarding her status, fearing that her true identity might be unveiled. If I am not mistaken, this must be Shireen Baratheon, daughter of Lord Stannis. Balon continued his introduction. Your Majesty. Shireen hastily performed his standard curtsy. Before arriving here, Shireen had inquired about Meereen from Drogon and learned that he was one of the 3 dragons belonging to the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys. Deep down, she did not recognize her father Stannis' claim to kingship, so addressing Daenerys as Your Majesty posed little challenge. Daenerys momentarily faltered upon hearing the name Baratheon. She had not anticipated that Drogon would bring the niece of the usurper Robert. However, upon noticing the remnants of Shireen's affliction on one side of her face and recalling Drogon's earlier thoughts, she decided to overlook the familial conflicts regarding the Iron Throne and offered Shireen a faint smile and a nod. Shireen was anxious, aware that Drogon had not informed Daenerys of her arrival, but upon seeing Daenerys' gentle smile, her worries dissipated and she smiled back. This is my wife, Shae. Tyrion introduced her to Daenerys. Upon hearing Tyrion's introduction, Shae was taken aback, casting an incredulous glance at him, her eyes welling with tears. And after a brief moment of shock, she nervously performed a curtsy she had only recently mastered. The absence of a surname in Tyrion's introduction led the onlookers to surmise that Shae's origins were rather humble, lacking even a family name. Welcome to Meereen. Daenerys nodded at Shae and addressed the trio, gesturing for Missandei to bring chairs from the edges of the hall. She then resumed the previous discussion, asking, Daario, who do you believe is the mastermind behind the Harpy's children? Just as Daario was about to respond, Tyrion stepped forward as if he had something to say. Daenerys looked at Tyrion, seemingly inquiring about his intent. Your Majesty, may we take our leave for the time being? Tyrion, aware that Drogon had inadvertently led them into the council chamber, felt it prudent to excuse himself, believing it best to withdraw while Daenerys was to discuss matters of state. Drogon, however, was oblivious to such nuances and Tyrion could not simply remain there. "There's no need to leave. You may stay seated." Daenerys interrupted Tyrion, recognizing that Drogon had brought him to Meereen and surmising his purpose for being there. Naturally, she had no objections to him listening in on the council meeting. Tyrion was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Daenerys, upon suddenly encountering him, to not only spare him the embarrassment of being a Lannister, but also to permit him to attend the council discussions. The others in the conference hall cast surprised glances at Daenerys, bewildered by her immediate trust in Tyrion Lannister upon their first meeting. Among them, Jorah was the most astonished. Having followed Daenerys since Pentos, he was acutely aware of her deep-seated hatred for the usurper Robert and the Kingslayer Jaime. Today, she not only welcomed Robert's niece with a smile, but also embraced Tyrion, allowing him to participate in the council meeting with such trust. Was it merely because they were brought by Drogon? Jorah could only speculate, yet he found himself in disagreement with Queen Daenerys' decision. While Drogon was undoubtedly trustworthy, the same could not be said for those he brought. Jorah believed it would be far easier to deceive a dragon than a person. Therefore, Daenerys should have taken the time to assess Tyrion before making her decision. However, with Daenerys having spoken, he could not openly voice his dissent and resolved to investigate later why Tyrion would abandon the promising situation of House Lannister to ally with Daenerys. After aligning himself with Daenerys, Varys was solely responsible for relaying local news from Slavers Bay to her in Meereen, while all information regarding Westeros was transmitted to Drogon through the Spider's Lair. He personally thought that delivering news to the mysterious figure was tantamount to conveying it to Queen Daenerys of Slavers Bay. The truth was that Daenerys and her followers were oblivious to many affairs in Westeros, including the Red Wedding in Riverrun and the Purple Wedding in King's Landing. This ignorance extended to sending Tyrion to Meereen, resulting in a rather awkward situation in the council chamber, which inadvertently compromised Tyrion. When Tyrion saw Daenerys permit him to remain as an observer, he hesitated but refrained from saying more, silently grateful for her trust. However, his presence was somewhat justifiable. While Shireen's presence was decidedly inappropriate in the council, he was not concerned that Shireen would divulge the meeting's contents to others, but rather that, as his kin, she ought not to remain. She would feel uncomfortable. Thus, he gently pulled Shireen aside and glanced at Daenerys, intending to escort her out. Daenerys nodded, having perceived Shireen's discomfort, suggesting it would be better for her to wait outside for Tyrion. As Tyrion walked towards the exit, Shireen instinctively stood to follow him. "You may stay." Tyrion suddenly turned and addressed Shireen. Her lips parted in surprise, uncertain of why Tyrion wanted her to remain. The others exchanged puzzled looks. Having already discerned that Shireen was merely Tyrion's kin and thus should not participate in council matters. Yet, they were equally perplexed as to why such a young girl would be invited to the meeting at all. Shireen can learn as well. Drogon understood Tyrion's intentions. As the assembly gazed at Shireen in astonishment, they gradually speculated about the reason behind Tyrion's request for her to stay, questioning what political experience a mere child could possess. After sending Shireen away, Tyrion took his seat, and Daenerys turned to Jorah, instructing him to explain to their new friend the causes of the unrest in Meereen. Listening to Daenerys, Drogon perked up his ears. When he departed, Meereen appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath it, tumultuous currents churned. Merely 3 days prior, a series of murders targeting the Unsullied and the New Free Folk had transpired in Meereen. One of the New Free Folk was a builder who had registered in the square. The assailant wore a golden helmet resembling a harpy, and after the killings, would leave behind a simple harpy insignia, reminiscent of the blood letters left by the slaves after the death of the Great Master. Dario's men captured an individual who claimed to be a son of the harpy, yet Dario gleaned no valuable information from him. Just as Daenerys was preparing to interrogate him publicly, he was secretly slain by Missandei, who was the young leader of the slave uprising instigated when the Grey Worm infiltrated Meereen. Missandei had implored Daenerys to execute the captured son of the harpy and to utilize the Unsullied to suppress all rebellious Great Masters and sons of the harpy. Daenerys initially considered following Missandei's counsel, but was persuaded by Barristan to opt for a public trial. They had not anticipated that Missandei would disregard Daenerys' orders, succumbing to his hatred for the Great Masters and privately executing the imprisoned son of the harpy. Daenerys was incensed by Missandei's insubordination and unilateral decision, leaving her unable to provide an explanation to the populace for the abruptly halted public trial, which led her to publicly behead Missandei. Chapter 76. A matter to resolve. The new free folk of Meereen had long regarded Missandei as a hero of the slave uprising, and upon Daenerys' execution of him, their outrage erupted. They not only turned against Daenerys, but also assaulted the great masters and their subordinates, igniting the current turmoil. After listening to Yora's account, Drogon contemplated the origins of this insurrection. Daenerys' decision to execute Missandei was not erroneous. Regardless of Missandei's motivations for privately killing the son of the Harpy, whether driven by vengeance or a sense of pride from his leadership in the uprising, he openly defied Daenerys' decree by executing the son of the Harpy, who had been apprehended and declared for public trial. Daenerys, whether to uphold her own authority or to maintain the integrity of the law, had to put him to death. This reminded Drogon of the moment Robb Stark executed the head of House Karstark, a remarkably similar situation. However, the Karstark head, Rhaegal, had merely executed 2 young captives. Despite their unique status, they were still prisoners. Robb's reasoning for beheading Rhaegal stemmed from his own moral convictions. Yet, in the throes of conflict between 2 armies, how much value does morality hold? Moreover, Rhaegal's motivation for executing the captives primarily arose from Robb's mother, Catelyn, releasing Jaime in exchange for her daughter in King's Landing. Robb failed to consider who Rhaegal would seek vengeance upon after the loss of his son. In his frustration with no outlet, Rhaegal chose to kill the captives. Robb, adhering solely to his self-imposed moral standards, disregarded the pleas of his wife, mother, and subordinates, and ultimately beheaded Rhaegal, resulting in a significant loss of military strength. To speak candidly, Robb's downfall was entirely of his own making, and now, Daenerys' execution of Missandei stands in stark contrast to Robb's actions. The former freedmen's resentment towards Daenerys, whom they once regarded as a savior, can be charitably attributed to her naive ignorance, as their minds are occupied only with a simplistic dichotomy of good and evil and a deep-seated animosity towards the great ruler. To put it bluntly, their ignorance is profound, and they lack a sense of gratitude. They fail to contemplate the reasons behind Daenerys' decision to execute Missandei, nor do they consider the consequences of Missandei's betrayal of her queen. Their contempt for the queen who liberated them all is, in truth, rather cheap. This is the sentiment that Drogon harbors towards the freedmen involved in the Meereen uprising. Upon hearing the reasons for the rebellion, Tyrion is reminded of the battle for King's Landing, in which he was wounded. The nobles he protected did not advocate for him during his trial, but rather blindfoldedly accused him of regicide. Daenerys liberated every slave in Meereen, yet, merely for eliminating a man who deserved death. She is met with widespread animosity and attacks from the very slaves she freed. Tyrion himself feels that she is unjustly treated. Sitting in her chair, Missandei furrows her brow, reflecting on the origins and ramifications of the Meereen rebellion, attempting to glean insights from the books she has previously read. Daenerys, who initially harbored a tinge of guilt for killing Missandei, finds her doubts vanish upon hearing Drogon's thoughts. She realizes she did not slay the wrong person, nor has she wronged the slaves of Meereen. The recent uprising brings to mind the events of Astapor from a fortnight prior, allowing her a renewed understanding of the elusive psychology of slaves. Gathering her thoughts, Daenerys, along with Tyrion and the others, quietly contemplates. She resumes the council meeting, which had been interrupted by their unexpected arrival, and inquires of Daario. Based on your experiences in the Slaver's Bay, do you know the origins of the Harpy? Upon hearing Daenerys' question, Daario furrows his brow and reflects before responding that the organization is shrouded in mystery. He knows little, only that it seems to be formed by the nobles of the Bay of Tears and the old and new guys, as well as the slave masters of Slaver's Bay, tasked with safeguarding their interests, lacking a fixed headquarters or supreme leader. Daenerys nods, about to speak further, when the doors of the council chamber are suddenly thrust open, and an unsullied enters, approaching Grey Worm to hand him a scroll. Grey Worm passes the scroll to Varys, who examines it, and, upon recognizing Varys' secret mark, hands it to Daenerys. As she unfolds the scroll, Daenerys' expression darkens further with each line she reads. Upon finishing, she informs the assembled council that the benevolent lord has secretly conspired with the nobles of New Guise, preparing to attack both Yunkai and Astapor, who will simultaneously face their assault. This indicates a coordinated offensive on all fronts. Connecting this to today's slave uprising in Meereen, Drogon realizes this is a premeditated large-scale operation. The others, upon hearing Daenerys' announcement, furrow their brows in concern. Ser Yora, what proposals do you have? After a moment of digesting the news, Daenerys inquired of Yora. Astapor and Yunkai need to send reinforcements. It is unlikely that the city can be held with merely 1,000 unsullied, Yora replied with a furrowed brow. Meereen must also strengthen its defenses to guard against the Harpy's treachery. Daenerys nodded and then turned to her left. Grey Worm, what are your thoughts? I am willing to lead the unsullied to Yunkai or Astapor, Grey Worm declared resolutely. Your Grace, Grey Worm should not go to Yunkai or Astapor. He must remain here to protect you. Varys countered after hearing Grey Worm's words. The Harpy's target is you. Yunkai and Astapor can be reclaimed even if lost. Varys had always prioritized Daenerys' safety. I have your protection. That is sufficient, Daenerys responded, adding silently in her heart, and Drogon. The city of Meereen is in turmoil. If we are attacked from outside, this pyramid will no longer be safe, Varys continued to oppose. Daenerys understood Varys' intentions were for her well-being, yet she was unwilling to relinquish the 2,000 unsullied stationed at Yunkai and Astapor. Moreover, her brother Rhaegar's former bannerman, Daeron, remained in Yunkai, and she did not wish for his demise under her command. After some contemplation, Daenerys commanded, Dario, you will lead 2,000 second sons to support Astapor. Grey Worm. Instruct Little Sparrow to take 2,000 unsullied to assist Yunkai and work alongside Daeron to secure it. Though Dario longed to remain by Daenerys' side, upon learning of his assignment to Astapor, he realized this was not the time to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Your Grace, I only need to take 1,000 men. The remaining members of the Second Sons can gather intelligence for you in Meereen regarding the Harpy. The Harpy's children were concealed among the ordinary populace of Meereen, making them difficult to detect. They donned golden Harpy helmets only when committing murder. The Unsullied struggled in their reconnaissance, whereas the Second Sons thrived in taverns, brothels, and bathhouses, places where information could be easily obtained. Chapter 77. Find something to do. Daenerys wholeheartedly acknowledged the Second Son's adeptness at gathering intelligence, nodding as she said, 1,000 men is too few. I will provide you with another 1,000 unsullied to ensure Astapor's safety. Yes, my queen, Dario affirmed. After arranging Dario's deployment, Daenerys smiled at Tyrion, inquiring if he had any sound advice. Tyrion, initially believing he was merely an observer, was taken aback by Daenerys' question. However, he had been contemplating solutions to the crisis, and after a moment's thought, he remarked, I believe the local lord must know the Harpy's situation best. Reminded by Tyrion, Daenerys recalled the representative from Meereen, Shastar, who had repeatedly petitioned her. She turned to Grey Worm and ordered, Send for Shastar. I wish to question him. After issuing instructions to the Grey Worms, Daenerys turned her gaze towards Tyrion. No longer hesitating, Tyrion continued, explaining that the insurrection among the former slaves of Meereen was primarily due to Her Majesty executing the heroes they held dear. They only understood that Her Majesty had executed Missandei because she had secretly slain the son of the Harpy, yet they could not comprehend the reasoning behind Her Majesty's actions. He suggested that they could find individuals among the freedmen who were respected and understood Her Majesty's decisions to proclaim Missandei's transgressions and extol Her Majesty's accomplishments in liberating Meereen. Simultaneously, it should be emphasized that both the freedmen and the masters are subjects of Her Majesty, and any mutual killings would be subject to legal repercussions. Upon hearing Tyrion's counsel, Drogon silently acknowledged him. Daenerys nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing Tyrion's advice. The animosity and conflict between the masters and the newly freed was deeply rooted. Even if this rebellion were forcibly quelled, similar minor conflicts would inevitably arise in the future. Tyrion's proposal could gradually dissolve their discord and establish the significance of law in their hearts. Daenerys wholly embraced Tyrion's suggestion and assigned Yora to oversee the matter. After issuing her instructions to Yora, Daenerys smiled at Shireen, uncertain whether this young Baratheon girl could offer valuable insights. Noticing Daenerys' gaze upon her, Shireen felt a surge of nervousness. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, I think Drogon could fly above the areas of unrest with the other two dragons. Perhaps that might deter them from fighting amongst themselves. Shireen had long understood from her readings the formidable intimidation that dragons imposed upon the common populace, and she had observed the fear that the residents of Meereen held for the great beasts on her way to the pyramid. By hovering above the tumultuous crowd, she believed the newly freed would be disinclined to engage in conflict with the masters, while Drogon's fully grown form would undoubtedly have a more potent impact. Shireen recognized that Drogon was no ordinary dragon and might be reluctant to undertake such a task. However, the other two dragons, though significantly smaller than Drogon, would still serve as an effective deterrent. Once Shireen concluded her suggestion, the eyes of the assembly brightened with realization, immediately recalling the awe-inspiring effect of the dragons. With a dragon looming nearby, not only would the freedmen and masters refrain from fighting, but even those present would hesitate to engage in conflict. As for Rhaegal and Viserion, Drogon could not deny a tinge of envy. They seemed to spend their days merely fulfilling their assigned training tasks, eating and sleeping, occasionally meandering around Meereen. Unlike himself, who was constantly preoccupied and bustling about, this hardly resembled the life befitting a dragon. Yet, what could he do? Everything was for the sake of survival. Ever since he experienced the sorcerer's eerie abilities firsthand, glimpsed his own death in the visions, and speculated on the gods' machinations, Drogon had no choice but to toil for his very existence. Drogon nodded in approval of Shireen's suggestion, perched upon Daenerys' shoulder. Upon hearing Shireen's words, Daenerys' immediate concern was not the feasibility of Shireen's suggestion, but rather the realization of Shireen's apparent familiarity with Drogon. When had they become acquainted? And why was she unaware of it? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly noticed that the members of the council were all gazing at her, awaiting her endorsement of Shireen's proposal. Quickly snapping back to reality, she nodded and expressed her approval, recognizing that they had little else to occupy their time. Shireen, feeling a surge of excitement at having her suggestion accepted, caught Daenerys' glance, which seemed to inquire if she had any further recommendations. Uncertain if she had misinterpreted the moment, Shireen pondered briefly before shaking her head. Although she had additional ideas, she hesitated to voice them for fear of being incorrect. Drogon, aware of the chaos unfolding outside, swiftly departed the council chamber following Shireen's suggestion. He soon located the two dragons soaring carefree in the skies. Upon spotting Drogon, Rhaegal and Viserion initially assumed he intended to incite a skirmish between them. It was only when Drogon approached, gesturing and roaring, that they comprehended his true purpose. Together, they ascended above the tumultuous melee, surveying the scene below, before diving directly into the fray. The combatants, who were preoccupied with hurling stones and engaging in hand-to-hand combat, were suddenly startled by a resounding cry and looked up to see a colossal silhouette charging towards them. In fear, they hastily ceased their hostilities and prostrated themselves to evade the dragon's onslaught. Once they regained their footing, confusion reigned as they wondered why a creature known to refrain from attacking humans would do so today. As Rhaegal soared past, the brawl resumed, and witnessing this, he was nearly provoked into unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. However, this time, he did not merely glide over. Instead, he descended into the midst of the crowd, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. The enraged dragon's presence compelled the free folk and the great masters to abandon their conflict, fleeing as far as they could. Once the humans dispersed, Rhaegal proceeded to another gathering of combatants, continuing his intimidation of the newly liberated and the great masters. After clarifying the situation with the two dragons, Drogon returned to the council chamber, where Daenerys was currently issuing commands. Ser Jorah, lead 500 Unsullied to secure the area around the citadel, ensuring its safety and minimizing the impact of the unrest on its construction. The 1,000 Sons of the Harpy are temporarily under your command, tasked with gathering intelligence on the Harpy's offspring within the city. At once, Your Grace, replied Jorah, accepting his orders. Daenerys continued, addressing Grey Worm, arrange for 1,000 Unsullied to guard the walls of Meereen by day and 2,000 at night. The remaining forces will suppress the insurrection and maintain order in Meereen. Should they encounter unrest that cannot be quelled, they are to respond with force and apprehend the instigators. In the city, organize groups of 5 to 10. Do not venture alone, and do not allow the Harpy's offspring any opportunity. If you encounter them, capture them if possible. If capture is unfeasible, eliminate them on the spot. Chapter 78. Who is the mysterious figure? For the son of the Harpy who mercilessly slaughters the innocent, she would show no compassion. Daenerys had just finished her arrangements when an Unsullied entered, escorting the esteemed Lord Zezdala. Upon entering, Zezdala momentarily froze at the sight of Tyrion and Shireen. Having already encountered the others, he had not anticipated meeting two unfamiliar faces today. These two were particularly remarkable, and given their seating positions, it was evident they were participating in Queen Daenerys' council meeting, which piqued his curiosity. Your Majesty. Zezdala stood still, awaiting Daenerys' command. Zezdala, are you familiar with the Harpies? Daenerys went straight to the point. Zezdala hesitated before responding, Your Majesty, I know little about them. Their organization is exceedingly secretive. Tell me what you do know. Daenerys fixed her gaze upon Zezdala, What he recounted was similar to what Dario had shared. Zizdala, how long has your family held influence in Meereen? After Zizdala answered, Daenerys calmly inquired, over 1,100 years. Zizdala stammered slightly, sensing the impending revelation from Daenerys. 1,100 years of understanding the Harpies is nearly the same as Dario's. Do you have nothing further to add? Your Majesty, I truly know nothing else. Zizdala implored, his eyes pleading. Ignoring his gaze, Daenerys continued, You must understand the troubles they have caused me. I was forced to slay a freedman who once aided me because of them, and now a greater crisis approaches. Do you believe I can resolve this? Your Majesty, as the mother of dragons and queen of Meereen, you will undoubtedly triumph over them, Zizdala hastily affirmed. You are correct. I shall indeed prevail. The moment I conquer them will mark their downfall. I shall reward those who have assisted me generously. I do not intend to monopolize the Meereen arena indefinitely, and I will seek more lords to collaborate on the trade of fine salt and wine. Or do you think I will be expelled from Meereen by the Harpies before long? Daenerys leaned forward, intensifying her scrutiny of Zizdala. Your Majesty, I truly know nothing. Please do not press me. Zizdala finally succumbed to the pressure and knelt. Ignoring his supplication, Daenerys' expression darkened. Do you believe I would not kill you? Your Majesty, the Lorik family has always been your loyal servants, now and in the future. Zizdala bowed his head, remaining on his knees, too fearful to rise. Daenerys had no intention of truly killing Zizdala. She needed him to rally the other lords of Meereen. However, his lack of cooperation infuriated her. She understood well that Zizdala was not ignorant of the Harpies, but rather too frightened to speak. It seemed a different approach was necessary, Daenerys mused to herself. Zizdala lay on the ground, oblivious to Daenerys' words. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gradually lifted his head and observed Daenerys lost in contemplation. Hesitating to interrupt her, You may leave. Suddenly, while Zizdala was uncertain how Daenerys would deal with him, he heard words that left him incredulous. After a moment of astonishment to confirm he had not misheard, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Grace, and hastily exited the council chamber. Your Grace, are you truly allowing him to depart just like that? Once Zizdala vacated the room, Yora, feeling somewhat discontented, inquired. It was evident to anyone that Zizdala was not unaware of the Wyvern's situation, but rather dared not speak of it. Ser Yora, once the turmoil subsides, you may seek an opportunity to question him, Daenerys replied, gazing at the chamber door. Upon hearing this, Yora's expression brightened, and he nodded in agreement. My Lord Tyrion, I wonder how the situation in Westeros stands at present? Daenerys had only received news from Varys regarding the Slavers' Bay, and had yet to see any correspondence concerning King's Landing or Westeros. Although she did not intend to traverse the narrow sea to Westeros at that moment, she was nevertheless eager to learn of all that transpired there. As Tyrion sensed Daenerys' inquiry, he was uncertain of her prior knowledge. Sitting upright, he cautiously responded, Robb Stark, the eldest son of Eddard, along with his mother, became trapped in the aftermath of the Red Wedding. Pausing, he noticed with surprise that Daenerys and Yora appeared completely oblivious to this news, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Tyrion was taken aback. How could Daenerys and her companions be unaware of such significant events? Seeing that Tyrion had not continued his explanation, Daenerys, anxious, pressed, The Red Wedding? What is that? To his astonishment, Tyrion realized that Varys, the Master of Whispers, had failed to convey this crucial information to Daenerys. Did they also remain ignorant of Joffrey's demise and his own trial? Tyrion felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Recalling how he had intruded into the council without them being informed, he had assumed Daenerys was aware of his intention to ally with her, albeit not the precise timing of his arrival, which had led to their earlier awkwardness. He could never have anticipated that Daenerys was entirely unaware of his impending visit to Meereen. Yet, if Varys had not informed Daenerys of his arrival, how could she accept him, a Lannister she loathed? Why would she allow him to partake in the council and fully embrace his suggestions? Reflecting on this, Tyrion glanced at Drogon resting upon Daenerys' shoulder. Could it be that Drogon's presence had inspired such trust in him? Lost in contemplation of the peculiar circumstances surrounding his arrival, he momentarily forgot Daenerys' query. My Lord Tyrion? Yora, noticing Tyrion's daze, could not help but remind him. The Red Wedding refers to the nuptials hosted by the Marquis of Wader for his daughter and the Duke of Riverrun, Edmure. Tyrion, upon hearing Yora's reminder, momentarily set aside his doubts and recounted the details of the Red Wedding. How could it be that under such a deadly scenario, only a handful of Northerners, including Robb, managed to escape? After listening to Tyrion's account, Varys expressed disbelief, directly stumping Tyrion with his question. Tyrion was perplexed, wondering why they were questioning him instead of the mysterious figure who had hinted at sending word to save the Stark mother and son. He noticed that not only Varys, but also Daenerys and Yora shared a look of confusion. In fact, Daenerys's eyes even hinted at a trace of resentment and unyielding spirit. Did Daenerys desire the demise of the Stark mother and son? This thought horrified Tyrion as he observed her expression. Chapter 79, The Queen's Jealousy. But how could this be? The mysterious figure had not divulged any information about Westeros to Daenerys and had even acted against her will to rescue the Stark mother and son. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure, and what were their intentions? Tyrion felt an unsettling chill envelop the council chamber, as though unseen eyes were silently observing their every move. Seeing Tyrion's discomfort under the scrutiny of the others, Drogon could not help but cover his forehead with a wing, lamenting, "This is all my fault." Although Daenerys did not hear Tyrion's response, she sensed Drogon's inner thoughts, leaving her utterly bewildered. What connection could the Red Wedding possibly have with blame? Tyrion attempted to compose his thoughts and offered a tentative explanation, suggesting that the Red Wedding orchestrated by Waiter must have leaked information, allowing Robb to prepare and consequently escape. Before grasping the full context of the situation, he could not reveal that it was Varys who had been informed by the mysterious figure, who in turn had sent word to Robb. Everything would have to wait until he could unravel the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic figure. Waiter had truly grown old. How could such information slip through his fingers? Varys could not help but reflect. He had no desire for Robb and Catelyn to perish, like Varys. He held deep respect for Ned Stark and sympathized with the Stark mother and son, merely finding the entire situation suspicious. When Ned was captured and accused of treason, he had even defended him and attempted to prevent Cersei from allowing the guards to seize Ned. For his efforts, he had been stripped of his position as captain of the Kingsguard, later aligning himself with Daenerys through the governor of Pentos, Illyrio. After Tyrion's narrative, Daenerys inquired about other tidings, prompting Tyrion to recount his own experience as a key player in the Purple Wedding and the subsequent trial by combat. As Tyrion spoke, an awkwardness settled among the listeners, for it was indeed uncomfortable for him, the central figure, to recount such events. Yet, Tyrion felt no embarrassment. He considered himself fortunate to be alive, deeming this minor discomfort trivial compared to the audacity of intruding upon a council meeting. Amidst the awkwardness, the others began to realize that, despite being a Lannister, Tyrion's relationship with his father and sister had reached a point of irreconcilable enmity. Evoking a sense of sympathy for him, Tyrion proceeded to share additional information regarding Westeros, allowing those present to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Shireen listened intently to Tyrion's narrative, feeling a sense of shared plight upon realizing that Tyrion's father and sister were conspiring for his execution. Once Tyrion concluded his account, Daenerys turned to Shireen, inquiring with genuine concern about when she first met Drogon. Shireen was pleasantly surprised by Daenerys' interest and enthusiastically recounted the tale of Drogon's initial visit to Dragonstone, noting how he frequently returned to see her, bringing treats, and even taking her to Pentos alongside Tyrion for a journey to Meereen. She was aware that mentioning Drogon's ability to write was inappropriate and thus omitted certain details. As Shireen spoke, Daenerys occasionally glanced at Drogon. Astonished that he had ventured to Dragonstone so early, it explained his prolonged absence during that time. When she learned of Drogon's frequent visits to Shireen, bringing her delicacies and allowing her to soar over the narrow sea, Daenerys felt an unsettling wave of jealousy wash over her, prompting her to scrutinize Drogon more closely. Initially, Drogon paid little heed to the Mother of Dragons' gaze, but he soon noticed a hint of menace in her eyes, startling him. Was Daenerys truly envious? He had not anticipated that she would feel jealousy over a mere child, and he hastily signaled to Shireen. Though the dragon's subtle cues were lost on her as she continued to animatedly recount her joyful moments with Drogon, the others listened in astonishment. Realizing that Drogon had flown to Dragonstone long before they had imagined, spending time with Stannis' daughter. Both Tyrion and Shireen had been arranged by Varys to stay in Pentos, from where Drogon had escorted them all the way to Meereen. However, Shireen refrained from mentioning the tragic demise of her uncle at the hands of her father, Stannis, leaving the others unaware of why she had departed from her newly crowned father. Tyrion detected omissions in Shireen's narrative, noting that she had withheld the details of the mysterious knight who had brought her to the secluded beach of Dragonstone, from which she had been rescued to Driftmark and then taken to Pentos by Drogon. Why did she choose to conceal the connection between the mysterious individual, the Onion Knight, and Varys? Was she compelled by this enigmatic figure to do so? Tyrion was now certain that Drogon was undeniably linked to this mysterious person, yet he remained unable to ascertain their identity. After the meeting concluded, Daario and the Sparrow immediately assembled their forces to sail in support of Yunkai and Astapor. Tyrion was not assigned any position, while Shireen went to assist Missandei in establishing the academy. Shortly after the gathering dispersed, Daenerys received reports indicating that, due to the intimidating presence of Rhaegal and Viserion, the large-scale riots in Meereen had ceased, with only isolated skirmishes remaining, swiftly quelled by the Unsullied. Daenerys was astonished at how quickly Shireen's proposal had been implemented, effectively resolving her most pressing concern. Upon hearing that the riot had been quelled, Drogon ventured forth to present the two dragons to Daenerys. With gestures and mutterings, he intended for the dragons to accompany Daario and the High Sparrow to Yunkai and Astapor, aiding in the defense of the cities. However, Daenerys felt a measure of unease at the thought of Rhaegal and Viserion engaging in battle independently. It was only after Drogon's fervent insistence that she consented to allow the two dragons to join the military campaign. Trained extensively by Drogon from a young age, the dragons, though still small compared to fully grown steeds, displayed commendable combat and fire-breathing abilities. Their agility and defensive skills far surpassed their untrained state, rendering them ready for battle. Furthermore, Daenerys had previously instructed Varys' little birds to discreetly investigate whether there were any crossbows posing a threat to the dragons in the Slaver's Bay and the old and new cities of Qarth. The absence of such weaponry contributed to her decision to permit them to fight. With the news of the dragons' impending deployment, both Daario and the High Sparrow felt a renewed confidence regarding the forthcoming siege. Meanwhile, as Daenerys grappled with the chaos instigated by the Harpy, Cersei, the regent of King's Landing, found herself equally beleaguered. Without the protection of Casterly Rock, Cersei felt vulnerable wherever she went. Following the death of her father, Tywin, she sensed a shift in the way the nobles of King's Landing regarded her and her son, Tommen, their former deference now replaced by a palpable disdain. The impudent Margaery Tyrell seemed even more audacious in Cersei's presence. After the demise of her father, Cersei annulled the betrothal between herself and Margaery's brother, Ser Loras. Though she contemplated canceling the upcoming wedding between her son Tommen and Margaery, she was thwarted by her brother Jaime, who reminded her that Tywin had only recently passed, and that King's Landing required the Tyrells as allies. Cersei also observed the stirrings of ambition among the noble houses in the wake of her father's death, with even the forces stationed at the outskirts of Riverrun displaying signs of instability. In desperation, she sought the counsel of her uncle Kevin, who, second only to her father in prestige, was recuperating at home. However, Kevin held a low opinion of his niece, blaming her for the scandal surrounding her and Jaime that had tarnished the Lannister name, as well as for indulging the capricious behavior of her monstrous son, Joffrey. He attributed the current disarray of the Lannister family to Cersei's actions and refused her plea for assistance unless she reinstated the betrothal with Ser Loras. Having finally extricated herself from her domineering father and annulled her engagement to Loras, Cersei was unwilling to acquiesce to Kevin's demands. The standoff persisted until Jaime intervened. Yet Kevin remained reluctant to accept the role of Hand of the King, particularly under the watchful eye of Cersei, the regent. Nevertheless, for the sake of familial interests, he ultimately relented, agreeing to lead the forces outside Riverrun, cognizant that any instability within the army could jeopardize the Lannisters' grip on the Seven Kingdoms. In her own resignation, Cersei conceded, appointing Margaery's father, Mace, as Hand of the King, a reluctant compromise to stabilize the nobility of King's Landing. As Cersei grappled with her dissatisfaction regarding her compromises and her uncle Kevin's lack of cooperation, the Thorn Queen Olenna sat beneath a vine, merrily conversing with her granddaughter Margaery over wine. You must swiftly capture his heart after your marriage to Tommen and conceive his child. I trust this is a lesson I need not reiterate, Olenna remarked, smiling at her remarkable granddaughter. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Margaery felt her cheeks flush. Tommen was merely a boy, barely of age to procreate, which left her feeling somewhat hesitant. Olenna discerned her granddaughter's embarrassment, but chose not to press the matter further, knowing well that Margaery would ultimately adhere to her will, even if it posed a challenge. Be wary of that woman, Cersei. Even with your father appointed as Hand of the King, he will remain under her thumb and offer you little assistance. You must ensure Tommen grows reliant on you. While simultaneously maturing, Cersei must not retain control over the realm. The Thorn Queen harbored only one solace regarding her ineffectual son. He had sired a splendid granddaughter. Margaery had always heeded Olenna's teachings, deeply admiring her grandmother's cunning, and nodded in agreement, gently raising her wine glass to clink with Olenna's. Just as Olenna set her glass down, a maid announced that Varys sought an audience outside the estate. Surprised by Varys's visit at this juncture, Olenna wondered if it pertained to Petyr Baelish's abduction of Sansa. She recalled their conversation prior to Joffrey's wedding, observing her grandmother lost in contemplation after hearing of Varys's arrival. Margaery pondered Olenna's intentions. Olenna furrowed her brow, unable to ascertain Varys's purpose, yet she resolved to meet with the Master of Whispers, as the Reach had few allies in King's Landing. Signaling for Margaery to withdraw momentarily, Olenna settled into her chair, awaiting Varys's arrival. Within the estate, Varys noticed the young Rose Margaery approaching and inclined his head respectfully towards the future queen. "Lord Varys, my grandmother awaits you in the Flower Hall." Margaery offered the Master of Whispers due deference. Varys did not correct her formal address, seemingly pleased, and nodded in gratitude as she departed, making his way toward the Flower Hall. As Varys approached, Olenna greeted him. "I did not expect you, Lord Varys, so busy with affairs, to find time for an old woman like me. Madam, having long resided in King's Landing, it is only natural that I come to pay my respects." Varys replied with a smile. "I shall only feel at ease returning to Highgarden once my granddaughter is wed. I appreciate your concern, my lord," Olenna said, her pride intact as she sought to cultivate a rapport with the Master of Whispers. Varys, seemingly unfazed, took the seat recently vacated by Margaery and remarked, "Madam, you could have returned to the bounteous lands of Highgarden after the last wedding without complications. Why complicate matters further?" Upon hearing Varys's words, Olenna was momentarily taken aback. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired about his intentions. "I believe I previously cautioned you, my lady, that Petyr is exceedingly treacherous, and it would be prudent to limit your interactions with him. It appears, however, that my counsel has gone unheeded," Varys remarked, observing Olenna closely. A flicker of suspicion crossed Olenna's discerning gaze as she replied, "I still fail to comprehend your meaning." "Given your astuteness, my lady, you should have deduced it by now." Varys responded with a faint smile. Olenna, seemingly disinterested, cast a fleeting glance around, her expression slightly troubled, remaining silent. "Are you perhaps considering plotting against this insignificant person?" Varys reclined in his chair, casually surveying his surroundings. "How could I ever show disrespect to you, my lord?" "You are quite safe here," Olenna retorted, silently relinquishing her intentions upon witnessing Varys's unwavering confidence. "I do not possess extensive knowledge of Petyr, nor do I plan to collaborate with him," she probed further. "You truly are forgetful. The crystal pendant on Sansa's necklace is missing a gem. I recall you conversing with her at her table during the wedding, lightly brushing your hand against her neck. Am I mistaken?" Varys stated, aware that without concrete evidence, the cunning Queen of Thorns would never confess to the murder of Joffrey. Upon hearing Varys mention the crystal pendant in relation to herself, Olenna maintained her composure, asserting, "I have always held a fondness for that northern lady, Sansa, and had once wished for her to marry Loras, but the Duke of Tywin acted first. This is well known among the nobles of King's Landing." Anticipating Olenna's response, Varys shook his head and continued, "After King Joffrey partook of the fine wine presented by Tyrion, Lady Margaery seemingly carelessly placed the golden cup upon your table. Did she not?" Upon Varys's declaration, Olenna fixed her gaze upon him, silent as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. "I did not see the golden cup placed on my table," she asserted after a moment's contemplation. The matter had since passed. Tyrion had been tried for the murder of the king, albeit he escaped retribution, now bearing the charge of patricide, his whereabouts unknown. Naturally, Olenna would not admit to her own involvement. "You are correct. However, when I present these details to Cersei, I wonder whom she will choose to believe, Tyrion or you." Varys continued, maintaining his composed demeanor. Chapter 81. The tragic Edmure. Upon his utterance, the last vestige of Olenna's hope dissipated. She was acutely aware of the animosity between Cersei and Tyrion, as well as Tywin's desire to see his dwarf son dead. Yet, this did not diminish her resolve to uncover the true murderer of her son. Given Cersei's temperament and her disdain for her granddaughter, it was certain that she would not relinquish her quest for vengeance simply due to an alliance with Highgarden. Olenna remained oblivious to how Varys had uncovered her involvement in Joffrey's murder, a matter she and Petyr had executed with utmost secrecy, the sole witness, Dantos, having been silenced, and the unfortunate Sansa whisked away by Petyr. As she discreetly removed the pendant from Sansa's neck, she believed it was concealed enough that Varys, seated at the head table of the wedding feast, could not possibly see her action once obscured from view. Additionally, the moment when her granddaughter Margaery inadvertently placed Joffrey's golden cup upon her table was not premeditated. It was a mere coincidence. Margaery was utterly unaware of her grandmother's intentions to poison her newlywed husband, and thus could not have knowingly assisted in such a treacherous act. Olenna had originally intended to find another opportunity to administer the poison, and it was only when Margaery fortuitously placed the cup before her that she seized the moment to discreetly release the toxin concealed within the guise of a pendant. She believed her actions to be undetectable, even to her unwitting accomplice, Margaery, and when Tyrion was later tried, it seemed to confirm the perfection of her scheme. Little did she anticipate that, while she and her granddaughter reveled in their wine, Varys would arrive with the intent to expose her as the true culprit. Though she remained reluctant to accept that Varys had witnessed her entire act of poisoning, how could she explain the intricate details he described? Who but an eyewitness could possess such clarity? The thought of having been observed by those enigmatic eyes as she executed her plot sent chills coursing through Olenna's veins. She had always believed her collusion with Petyr Baelish to be flawlessly executed, only to be confronted by Varys, the master of information, who had thwarted her plans. In her mind, she began to ponder Varys's loyalties, questioning for whom he now served, as the recent tragedy of the Red Wedding crept into her thoughts. Could it be that Varys had learned of the Red Wedding's design and relayed this information to the Stark family? Otherwise, how could they have escaped such a certain demise? Following the aftermath of the Red Wedding, nobles speculated about the reasons for its failure. With the cunning of Tywin and Walder Frey, it seemed implausible that the Stark mother and son could have escaped unless information had indeed leaked, leading to the disastrous outcome. Reports from those who experienced the Red Wedding revealed that Robb had arrived at his uncle's wedding not only with 1,000 soldiers, but also with twice the number of guards, all clad in soft armor and concealing daggers. Only Varys, this omniscient spider, could have gleaned such crucial intelligence from an otherwise impenetrable plan. Now, having learned of her own role as the architect of the Purple Wedding, Olenna found it difficult to suppress her admiration for Varys. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Olenna's face, Varys chose not to interrupt, but rather awaited her decision in silence. Intrigued yet unsettled about Varys's true alliances, Olenna, having regained her composure, inquired about his machinations. "Now is not the time for revelations, my lady. In due course, you shall know," he replied. Varys candidly acknowledged his betrayal of Cersei, and after a moment's contemplation, he added, "Cersei is hardly an admirable ally, nor is she a figure one can easily manipulate. I believe you, my lady, understand this better than I." Olenna, of course, was well aware of Cersei's true nature, which is why she had intended to bypass Cersei and target Tommen. However, Varys's unexpected arrival shattered her meticulously crafted plans, compelling her to reconsider the future of Highgarden. "Might I inquire if you have any sage advice?" Olenna inquired, her gaze fixed on Varys. "My lady need only tread carefully around Cersei. When the opportune moment arises, I shall return," Varys replied. Olenna was taken aback by such a response. Her granddaughter Margaery was soon to wed the new king, Tommen, and she had just been urging Margaery to conceive a child with him. Varys's interference had completely derailed her plans, and now he suggested that she patiently manage Cersei. If she delayed any further, Margaery might already have borne a child. What could she do then if she chose not to align with Cersei? "Even if you divulge your allegiance, I could assess the strength of your patron and consider a union with him." Olenna was nearly tempted to deliver a sharp reprimand to Varys's bald head to elicit a more forthright response. Is it Robb Stark from the north? The Queen of Thorns could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "Robb?" Varys momentarily faltered, failing to grasp the implication of Olenna's inquiry. It was only after he spoke that he realized the basis of her speculation. Was she suspecting that he had sent a message to Robb? Varys quickly connected the dots, and a bittersweet smile crept upon his face. Olenna had indeed not wronged him. Seeing Varys momentarily startled before shaking his head, with a demeanor that suggested sincerity, only deepened Olenna's confusion. Had she misjudged the situation? Was it not Varys who had sent the message to Robb? "I sincerely apologize for this intrusion, my lady. I must take my leave." With his objective accomplished, Varys rose to depart. As she observed Varys's reluctance to disclose his allegiances, Olenna felt compelled to refrain from pressuring him. Quietly watching him exit and beginning to contemplate the future path of Highgarden. On his way back, Varys's mind lingered on the startled yet wary expression of Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, and he experienced a thrill he had not felt in ages. This was the essence of being the master of whisperers. Outside of Riverrun, the battered Edmure was bound to the gallows, while the son of Walder Frey, Davin, mercilessly lashed him with a whip, tormenting the man who had recently wed his sister. During the infamous Red Wedding, it was Davin who had welcomed Robb into Riverrun, mocking him for bringing a mere 1,000 soldiers to the celebration. He had not anticipated that those 1,000 soldiers would take advantage of the chaos caused by the burning haystacks to scale the walls and breach the gates, ultimately aiding Robb and the Northern Lords in their escape back to Riverrun. Following the debacle, he received a severe reprimand from his father, Walder, and spent several days in the dungeon. Upon his release, he took over his brother's duties, binding Edmure to the gallows daily, coercing Riverrun to surrender. However, Robb and his uncle Blackfish would not surrender the gates of Riverrun merely because Edmure was being brutally beaten. In Chapter 82, The Three-Eyed Crow, it was evident to Edwin that Edmure could not secure Riverrun. Nevertheless, he continued to hang Edmure daily for torment, venting his frustrations over Robb's deception. How long can the food supplies last within the castle? Robb inquired, casting a glance at his uncle Edmure, whose anguished cries echoed from the gallows outside. "Your Majesty, we have enough provisions for 3 months," replied the northern vassal, Leg. Hearing this report, Robb breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, upon learning of Walder's potential treachery, his mother Catelyn had hastened to stockpile supplies, or they would have been starved by the combined forces of House Frey and House Lannister. Have the Watergate and the moat been inspected? Robb continued to question. They have been thoroughly checked, came the response. Riverrun was defended by several thousand men, and even if the Freys and Lannisters committed their entire army, they might still fail to breach the castle. Their only hope of conquest lay in crossing the river or stealthily infiltrating through the Watergate via the filled moat. "Your Majesty, it appears that the Lannister forces do not intend to attack today. They have changed commanders, and some have recognized the new leader as Kevan, Tywin's brother," Leg reported. "Kevan, was he not returning to Casterly Rock due to illness? Has he recovered? Kevan will be far more formidable than the previous commanders," Robb mused, observing the movements of the enemy forces outside the walls before descending from the battlements. He was uncertain how much longer he could hold Riverrun. Even if he managed to endure for 3 months, would they not ultimately starve? After losing his wife Talisa in the Red Wedding, Robb had languished in despair for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. He was unsure how long he could endure the burdens of kingship thrust upon him as the king in the north. Silently entering the council hall, Robb found the once vibrant discussions between Lord and Sovereign had dwindled to silence. He only saw his mother Catelyn seated in a corner, lost in thought. Upon hearing the door creak open, Catelyn turned her gaze to her son, who had just entered. "Robb, who do you think sent us the message before the wedding?" she asked, lifting her eyes to him. They had speculated countless times about the messenger, yet no definitive conclusion had been reached. They had anticipated that the sender would contact them again after the Red Wedding, but they had not received any further news. Their vassals and allies either had forsaken them or plotted their demise. It seemed that the only one they could trust was the very messenger who had once reached out to them. With the Tyrells allied with the Lannisters, and Dorne also bound to them, it was inconceivable that either house would aid them. They could think of no other noble who possessed the capability to uncover Walder's schemes and would be willing to assist them. The only person with some connection to them in King's Landing was Peter Baelish, and Catelyn recalled her childhood companion. However, she doubted his ability to obtain such secretive information or to extend any help. Since the demise of her husband, Ed, she no longer placed her trust in Peter, who had long harbored affections for her since childhood. "We must dispatch someone to seek assistance from either the North or Aunt Lisa in the area. They are our only hope for salvation." Robb was weary of speculating on who might have sent the message that could save them. All he could do was await further communication from the other party. He could only pray for the aid of the Northern Lords or Aunt Lisa, who had forsaken him due to his sense of justice. Even if the Stark family were willing to come, their numbers might not suffice to extricate them from peril. As for Aunt Lisa, her focus was solely on her teenage son, who was still consuming his meal. Reflecting on her sister's drastic transformation, Catelyn held little hope for Lisa's assistance. "We are left with no alternatives. If they are inclined to come, I would gladly offer my apologies." Robb had long since lost the fervor he once possessed when he was crowned king. He had heard his mother, Catelyn, mention Aunt Lisa before, but he never anticipated that she would not send aid even when they were in dire straits. He refrained from questioning his mother further, trusting her judgment of Lisa would not lead him astray. Observing her son's despondent demeanor, Catelyn felt no despair, having escaped the wedding unscathed. She had silently expressed her gratitude countless times for the messenger and the protection of the Seven. Many days had passed since the event. Yet she still dreamt of witnessing her son Robb's tragic death before her eyes, waking in relief each time. Despite the ongoing siege of Riverrun for over 10 days, she remained untroubled. The Tully family had endured in the Riverlands for millennia, and this was not the first time Riverrun had faced a siege. Having always turned calamity into fortune, having escaped the fatal trap of the Red Wedding, she believed she would one day reunite with her children. In the northwestern territory beyond the Wall, Bran traveled great distances and finally arrived at a cavern beneath a massive weirwood tree. Observing the skeletal soldiers relentlessly battering the magical barrier at the cave's entrance, reduced to scattered bones, Bran and his companions still felt trepidation. Fortunately, 2 direwolves and a group of humans who emerged from the cavern aided their escape. Jojen had perished at the hands of the skeletal soldiers while protecting Bran. "Who are you?" Bran inquired of the peculiar figure before him, held in the arms of Hodder. The individual stood diminutive, with deep chestnut skin and hair braided into slender plaits, resembling serpents coiling atop their head. Their attire was crafted from roots and bark, some roots deeply embedded in their flesh, as if fused with their body. "I am a child of the forest. You may call me Leaf. The three-eyed crow has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Follow me." With that, the child of the forest, Leaf, vanished into a passage formed by the gnarled roots. Hodder had to bend low to navigate the narrow corridor. Following closely behind Hodder were Jojen's sister Mira, the wildling Osha, and Rickon, along with the 2 direwolves. After winding through the cave, Leaf led Bran into a spacious area still adorned with the roots of the weirwood. The roots of the ancient tree extend upwards, entwined with the form of a frail, white-haired elder. The old man's visage is gaunt, and below his chest, no trace of a human body remains. Even his arms have sprouted branches. The onlookers gaze in astonishment at the bizarre sight before them, perplexed by the existence of such a peculiar being and how he has survived until now. "You have finally arrived, Bran Stark," the elder speaks slowly, his voice imbued with frailty. "You are the three-eyed crow, the one who brought me here?" Bran, prostrate on the damp ground, raises his gaze to the elder and inquires. "You may refer to me as such, or call me Brynden Rivers," the elder replies. "Why have you brought me to this place?" Since his fall from the tower, Bran has been haunted by recurring dreams of a three-eyed crow. Chapter 83, Awakening. In his dreams, the crow with 3 eyes guides him northward, and it is only upon encountering the Reed siblings that Bran comprehends the origin of his strange dreams. "This is your destiny, as well as your responsibility," Brynden states. "I care not for destiny, nor do I wish to bear any responsibility. I merely desire the ability to stand," Bran implores, his tone laced with yearning. His determination to remain lying on the wooden board has been solely to find the three-eyed crow and heal his legs, even if he cannot climb again. It would be preferable to lying there like a lifeless husk. "I cannot restore your ability to stand, but I can grant you the vision to perceive things you have never seen before." After enduring for so long without achieving the anticipated outcome, Bran feels his strength waning and collapses onto his arms, no longer wishing to engage with Brynden. "Do you truly wish to spend your life in bed, without experiencing an alternate existence, one you have never even dared to imagine?" Observing Bran's despondency, Brynden feels compelled to persuade him. Bran remains hunched over, his head unraised. What life could he possibly have when he cannot even stand? From a young age, he has reveled in climbing heights, having scaled every tall structure in Winterfell. When he learned of his impending journey to King's Landing, he once envisioned himself scaling the Red Keep. Besides climbing, he also cherished horseback riding, aspiring to be a valiant knight like his father, Eddard. Yet now, with his inability to stand, all of that feels out of reach. "Do you not wish to know who pushed you from the tower?" Brynden, noting Bran's continued silence, poses the question once more. "Who?" At the mention of Brynden's inquiry, Bran swiftly raises his head, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Since awakening from his injuries, he has been striving to recall the circumstances surrounding his fall. Others in Winterfell have questioned whether he simply slipped from the tower's edge. Yet no matter how he attempts to remember, he cannot grasp a single thread of how he ascended the tower, nor how he fell. He has even entertained the possibility that it was an accidental misstep, despite having never experienced such a blunder before in his climbing. Now, hearing Brynden's question, he realizes that his fall may not have been an accident, but rather the result of something more sinister. "I need not inform you. You may observe for yourself." Brynden glanced at the leaves standing beneath the wall to his right. The leaves understood and turned to venture deeper into the cavern. Observe for myself? Is it through the abilities of the shapeshifter? Yet I have utilized this before, and it should be impossible to perceive. Bran had once penetrated the consciousness of the summer ice wolf, yet he could only witness what the wolf beheld. How could he uncover the truth of his fall from the high tower? Blynden remained silent, instead gazing into the depths of the cave, where the leaves were slowly emerging. Cradling a wooden bowl. Drink this bowl of fishleaf seed porridge, and you shall see all that you desire, Blynden said with hopeful anticipation. Bran, mustering his strength, cast his gaze towards the bowl of porridge being offered by the leaves. The porridge shimmered in vibrant green, with fishleaf seeds resembling grass seeds floating atop, a faint crimson hue flickering within the bowl. The somewhat eerie appearance of the fishleaf seed porridge caused Bran to hesitate, prompting him to glance back at Meera and the wild woman Osha, seeking their counsel. Meera had yet to recover from the sorrow of losing her brother, Jujian. The arduous journey to ensure Bran met the three-eyed crow had cost her brother his life. She could not comprehend why her brother, as a shapeshifter, would willingly sacrifice his life to fulfill a mission for Bran. Noticing Blynden's eagerness for Bran to consume the porridge, she felt an instinctive desire not to impede him, considering it a completion of her brother's dying wish. Moreover, Blynden would not go to such lengths to lure Bran only to harm him with that bowl of porridge. The wild woman Osha was taken aback by Blynden's demeanor since her arrival, rendering her unable to comprehend their conversation and thus unable to provide the counsel Bran sought. In his heart, Bran understood that the porridge and Blynden's words regarding fate and responsibility were intertwined. With the loss of his legs, life had diminished in significance for him. There seemed to be little left that he could lose. The sole remnant of his spirit was the resentment towards the one who had cast him from the high tower. With this thought, Bran supported himself with his left hand and accepted the wooden bowl from the leaves with his right, bringing it to his lips and drinking. As he swallowed the first mouthful, an overwhelming bitterness surged through him. Just as he hesitated to continue, a refreshing coolness coursed down his throat, alleviating the dryness that had plagued him. No longer hesitating, he finished the remaining fishleaf seed porridge in several swift gulps, immediately feeling a surge of vitality throughout his body. Pleased to see Bran finish the porridge, Blynden instructed, "Come closer, place your hand upon the heart tree, and let your consciousness sink into it. Just as you did within the summer's essence, focusing on what you wish to perceive." Bran complied, crawling to the base of the tree, leaning against it, and resting his hand upon its trunk, reflecting on countless attempts he had made in the past. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, and he could only hear a muffled whispering in his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he finally discerned the familiar scene unfolding before him. This was indeed the crumbling tower of Winterfell that he had scaled several times before. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld a pained yet noble visage, the Queen Cersei, who at that moment was embraced by a golden-haired man. Bran observed the scene with curiosity, gradually recalling his own ascent of the tower that day. Suddenly, Cersei, who had previously been with her eyes closed in a grimace of agony, opened her eyes and spotted Bran. A jolt of surprise surged through him, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. However, he soon realized that Cersei was not gazing at him, but rather at another version of himself peering in from the windowsill. The golden-haired man sensed the peculiar shift in his companion and turned to look outside. Seeing himself visible to those within the tower, Bran hastily attempted to rise and escape through the window ledge. Yet, in his haste, his foot slipped, leaving his body precariously suspended with no place to gain leverage. "You truly ought not to be here, Stark boy," the golden-haired man declared before forcefully pushing Bran from the tower. It was the Queen's brother, the Kingslayer Jaime, who had cast him down. At last, Bran comprehended the reason behind his inability to stand. Back in the cave, Bran continued to breathe heavily, the visceral recollection of being thrust from the tower quickening his heart. "I wasn't mistaken, was I?" Observing Bran's shocked, panting demeanor, Brynden realized that Bran had witnessed the very vision he had sought. "Is it true that as long as I wish to see, I can uncover all that I desire to know?" Bran inquired after a brief moment of respite. "Generally, yes," Brynden nodded. "However, one must not linger there for too long, lest they lose themselves and be unable to find their way back." Just as Brynden finished his warning, he could not refrain from cautioning Bran further. Bran nodded and placed his hand upon the tree trunk. Chapter 84. Interfering with reality. Within a spacious hall, 2 rows of bookshelves lined the walls, accompanied by several small tables, while the floor was strewn with dozens of books. A girl with tousled curls and brown skin was diligently writing at a desk, occasionally glancing at a tome to her left. To her right, A stately silver-haired girl was engrossed in a book, the contents evidently pertaining to history. Among the scattered volumes, a sickly little girl gleefully gathered the books, inspecting their covers and flipping through a few pages before carefully setting them aside, only to pick up another to peruse. Beside her, a small black dragon flitted between the books, flapping its wings intermittently or soaring above the brown-skinned girl to observe her writing. Bran's gaze fixated upon the small black dragon. Just as it took to the air, it suddenly halted mid-flight and turned its head sharply towards him. "If you dare to gaze here indiscriminately, beware that I may come for you." A youthful voice rang out from the dragon as an enormous, fearsome dragon had materialized from the void, descending upon Bran with an overwhelming presence. Hiss! Bran's palm recoiled from the heart of the fishleaf tree as if struck by a jolt of electricity. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his eyes. He raised his hand to wipe, only to feel the dampness of blood. Through his reddened gaze, he beheld his hand smeared with crimson. "My eyes!" Bran gasped, horror-stricken. "What exactly did you see?" Blynden inquired urgently, startled by the blood tears streaming from Bran's eyes. He had intended for Bran to explore new experiences, never anticipating such a dire consequence for his vision. After a hard-won acceptance of the inheritance and the awakening of the Green Prophet's abilities with the fishleaf seed porridge, he feared that if Bran were to lose his sight and his ability to stand, it would lead to a tragic waste of his innate gifts. I saw a little black dragon," Bran stammered, hastily rubbing his eyes with his sleeve until clarity returned, allowing him to speak with a hint of reassurance. "A black dragon? Aren't they supposed to be extinct?" Blynden's astonishment surpassed even the sight of Bran's bleeding tears. "The dragon has returned. And I encountered that very little black dragon on my way here," Bran replied candidly. "My divine power is nearly depleted, barely enabling me to guide you here. I never expected a true dragon to reappear in this world. Please, elucidate this matter for me." Blynden sought to calm his racing heart. Upon realizing he could see whatever he wished to know, Bran was compelled to revisit the image of the little black dragon, yearning to understand why it had sought to take his life. To his dismay, not only did he behold the dragon, but it also detected him and inflicted a grave injury. Now, he could only confide in Blynden, the three-eyed crow, hoping for answers. "You mean it bore murderous intent towards you even then?" Blynden frowned, scrutinizing Bran's account of his encounter with the dragon, unwilling to dismiss the possibility of an illusion. The Green Prophet's instincts were astute. Even without a formal awakening, his perceptions would not fail him. "Share with me all your discoveries post-encounter, including what you just witnessed." Blynden insisted, his concern palpable. Until he comprehended the dragon's motive for wanting Bran dead, he would remain restless. Faced with Blynden's grave demeanor, Bran felt compelled to divulge everything. After all, his life was at stake. He recounted his sensations upon meeting Zhaogang and everything he had just witnessed. "You sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, growing stronger each time? How can this be?" Blynden seemed to question Bran, while also murmuring to himself. As a Green Prophet, Bran's power far exceeded that of an ordinary priest. How could he feel such formidable pressure from a mere dragon, especially one still in its juvenile stage? The thought of this dragon maturing only hinted at potential, yet in its infancy, how could it evoke such dread in Bran? To the extent of causing him to bleed from his eyes? Could it be? A possibility flickered in Blynden's mind, though he struggled to accept it. Only this could elucidate the pressure Bran faced and the dragon's intent to kill him. It must have sensed something. The little black dragon had once warned him to not look again. Had other Green Prophets sought it out? As Bran observed the transformation of Blynden's expression from fluctuating uncertainty to a state of normalcy, he offered a gentle reminder. "The Green Seer is indeed a rare find. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you before my demise. Surely, there cannot be another like you." Blynden replied with a sense of nostalgia, contemplating the unspoken thought that had crossed his mind. Had he not employed certain measures, he might never have laid eyes upon Bran before his death. Who else could possibly glimpse that small black dragon? Bran pondered, grappling with the notion that apart from the Green Seer, no one else possessed such an ability. He suspected that Blynden, in his capacity as a Green Seer, was hearing about the rebirth of the true dragon for the first time, and he believed that Blynden had no reason to deceive him. Blynden did not rush to respond to Bran's inquiry. Rather, he gazed into the distance. Reflecting for a moment before articulating, "You must understand that this world is inhabited by old gods and new, alongside the likes of the Lightbringer, the Dark God, the many-faced god of Bravos, the drowned god of the Iron Islands, and the river god of the Lorne. We revere the old gods. And the dark god is also known as the cold god. The whites you see represent him. Bran was astonished to discover that not only were the tales his grandmother told him true, but there existed numerous entities he had yet to comprehend. Were they all real? He found it difficult to fully believe the words of Blynden, the three-eyed raven. Blynden regarded Bran with a sense of pity, reflecting on how he remained a child, still unwilling to accept the existence of these deities. Although their followers did not possess the green sight as he did, some could glean glimpses of the future through other means, and it was likely that other gods had sensed the anomaly of that small black dragon. Why was he able to perceive me? Suppressing his astonishment at the existence of the gods, Bran voiced another question. The dragons themselves are the mightiest beings in this world, and even the gods are powerless against them. Moreover, you have only just awakened as a green seer, and your abilities are still quite limited. Blynden explained with a hint of resignation. But he is so small. Bran protested, feeling a deep sense of injustice after being threatened twice by a small black dragon. He was unlike ordinary dragons. Remembering the flicker of suspicion in his mind, Blynden sought to offer comfort. Having just received the Green Seer's legacy and awakened your green sight, encountering such circumstances can be daunting. I fear that the weight of this experience may cast a shadow over you. Seeing that Bran was poised to ask further questions, Blynden quickly added, in time, you will come to understand. After uttering this, he silently lamented to himself, alas, I fear I shall never find peace. Contemplating the possibilities that loomed in his mind, Blynden felt a wave of concern for Bran's future and the burdens of the Green Seer. The dragon lineage possesses formidable legacies. You must refrain from recklessly probing, especially since certain powerful entities can influence reality through the green sight. You must exercise caution. Fearing that Bran might become reckless in his newfound abilities, Blynden felt compelled to issue a warning. With the remnants of blood still visible on his face, Bran could only nod in silent acknowledgement. Chapter 85. The contest for favor in a grand hall of the Academy's pyramid in Meereen. Daenerys, who was engrossed in the study of Westerosi history, was suddenly startled by the menacing thoughts of Drogon. She set down her book and turned to see Drogon glaring furiously at an empty corner of the hall, emitting a series of hisses. A sense of unease washed over Daenerys, and both Missandei, who was compiling texts, and Shireen, who was selecting books, also noted Drogon's unusual behavior and glanced in his direction. It was only when Drogon's gaze shifted away from the vanishing shadow of Bran in the corner that he relaxed. He hadn't anticipated that Bran would acquire the gift of the green sight so swiftly. The realization that Bran had glimpsed him through that vision was unsettling. Had he not been discovered, it would have been perilous for his secrets to be revealed. This incident reminded him of his initial arrival at Dragonstone, when he had sensed a similar scrutiny, albeit less pronounced than today's. At that time, he had dismissed it as mere illusion, but now he understood it was not. The one who had spied on him then could not have been Bran. Perhaps it was the old green seer, the three-eyed raven, he pondered, turning toward his mother, the surprised dragon queen, and her companions. Drogon realized they had not perceived the earlier intrusion. He suspected that his ability to see Bran was due to the divine essence at play. Oh, the distinction between the divine and the mortal, he mused, reflecting on how he had been exposed without awareness. Although he held a certain trepidation regarding the Green Seer's capacity to perceive past and future, he did not fear Bran. The latter could only understand his existence through Drogon himself as a conduit, otherwise, nothing would be revealed. Drogon had already issued a warning to Bran. Should he dare to pry again, he would confront him directly. Bran's precognitive abilities were formidable, yet Drogon was equally knowledgeable and profoundly familiar with him. What happened to you just now? Shireen inquired, stepping closer to Drogon and gently stroking his back with concern. Witnessing Shireen's affectionate gesture, Daenerys' demeanor shifted to one of discomfort as she approached, smiling yet probing. What did you see just now? Drogon sensed a familiar undercurrent of hostility in Daenerys' smile and promptly took flight, landing on her shoulder, grinning widely. This was more like it. Daenerys felt a wave of satisfaction from Drogon's response. Drogon had previously experienced jealousy through his ex-girlfriend in his past life and wished to avoid sparking any negative sentiments in Daenerys toward Shireen. When Shireen's hand suddenly found empty air, she felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that her joy was less than what she had felt during their time on Dragonstone. She had learned from Drogon that Queen Daenerys possessed 3 dragons, and she had thought that with 3 dragons, her closeness to Drogon would not be an issue. However, upon arriving in Meereen, she discovered that Drogon's bond with Daenerys far surpassed that with his 2 siblings, they were nearly inseparable. It became evident to her that Queen Daenerys had no intention of sharing Drogon with anyone. Noticing Shireen's despondency, Daenerys felt a twinge of embarrassment. She realized she was feeling jealousy over a little girl, despite her own belief that she had long outgrown such sentiments. She had learned from Tyrion the reason behind Shireen's arrival in Meereen and was taken aback by Stannis' ruthless obsession with the Iron Throne. To the extent of sacrificing his own daughter, Daenerys could empathize with the anguish Shireen must feel from her father's abandonment. Reminiscent of her own experience when her brother Viserys had sold her to Khal Drogo. Although her relationship with Drogo had flourished, who could fathom the fear and helplessness she felt upon first encountering him? Shireen, how is your reading progressing? Have you found any books that you particularly enjoy? Daenerys inquired, observing the new books collected from the great masters scattered on the floor. As she spoke, she gently lifted Drogon from her shoulder and placed him beside the books near Shireen. Am I merely a plaything? Drogon lamented inwardly upon witnessing Daenerys' sudden shift from jealousy to a desire for Shireen's companionship, and he nuzzled the little girl's hand in response, feeling somewhat melancholic. Shireen's spirits lifted upon hearing Daenerys' genuine inquiry, for there was no trace of insincerity in her eyes. Sensing Drogon's warm presence, she absent-mindedly stroked his back and replied, "The content of the new books is excellent. There are a few that your grace might enjoy." Shireen cherished her time with Drogon and was acutely aware of Queen Daenerys' affection for her little dragon. She would never wish to usurp another's love. Merely sharing moments of play with Drogon brought her immense satisfaction. Moreover, it seemed that Queen Daenerys was unaware of Drogon's ability to write, a delightful secret shared between them, which filled her with a quiet joy. Upon hearing of books that piqued her interest, Daenerys approached the collection, ready to peruse them. "These are the ones I have selected for your grace. Once you finish the book on the history of the Riverlands on the table, you may delve into these," Shireen explained, shifting a stack of books to Daenerys' view. Daenerys was pleasantly surprised that Shireen had already curated a selection for her, a realization that intensified her earlier guilt over feeling jealous. "Have you decided which subject you wish to teach?" she asked. Shireen not only had enrolled in the academy, but had also been recommended by Tyrion to become its youngest instructor. "I would like to teach history," she responded softly. Possessing a keen understanding of both the history of Westeros and the intricate lineage of House Targaryen. "That is splendid. I shall have the opportunity to learn about Westerosi history from you," Daenerys exclaimed with delight. As the head of the academy, Daenerys felt the weight of her responsibilities. She was not only learning governance from Tyrion, but also immersing herself in the histories, geographies, and family lineages of Westeros, including their sigils and mottos. Although she had heard her brother Viserys recount the tales of House Targaryen countless times, her knowledge of Westerosi history was rather scant, let alone her understanding of the nobility. Upon hearing that Daenerys wished to learn history alongside her, Shireen felt a wave of modesty wash over her. Uncertain whether her limited knowledge of historical matters would suffice to instruct the queen, she resolved to privately enhance her understanding of history. Her favorite subject was the history of House Targaryen. Following Tyrion's suggestion, the historical curriculum would be divided into 3 distinct subjects: the history of Westeros, the histories of the noble houses, and the history of House Targaryen. Shireen would concurrently serve as the instructor for both the Westerosi history and the Targaryen history courses. Seizing the opportunity to spend time with Daenerys, Shireen yearned to confirm with the Targaryen queen whether her knowledge of the family history of House Targaryen contained any inaccuracies. Missandei had long recognized Shireen's fondness for being in the company of Drogon, and it seemed that Queen Daenerys was reluctant to witness any excessive intimacy between them. Now, observing that the earlier tension between the two had dissipated, she felt reassured enough to return and continue her work on the manuscript.